something that happened 2 years ago.
Did you do Thirsty Thursdays?
I didn't do Thirsty Thursdays. Did not do that.
Oh, that was I didn't go to college, but like a college thing for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was a lot of
Thirsty Thursdays.
Yeah.
Wacky Wednesdays.
Yeah. Terrible Tuesday.
Terrible Tuesday.
All right.
Or if you're LeBron, Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, thank God that's just.
I have not had this much fun reveling in a Laker loss in a long time.
That was a fun loss for them.
Wasn't that?
That was a fun loss for them. Ty Lue undefeated against the LA Lakers in the regular season. Although Austin Reeves, I saw him get some BS fouls yesterday. Anyway, good morning, everybody out there. Getting off their graveyard shifts. I had to throw a shot at Spinodi. Good morning, everybody out there getting ready for work.
Rent-free.
Boy, it is hot in this studio today.
It is cooking. It is cooking.
It's cooking. Oh, baby. Look, we got a lot going on today. We'll talk some Warriors, as Steve Kerr made it known that Andrew Wiggins will not play in the final 2 regular season games. He will not play. Right now, the Warriors are 6th in the West. Clippers right now number 5. Now, what's going to happen over the weekend? Clippers have a gimme game next. I know they have the Phoenix Suns in the finale, and I don't think Phoenix is going to play. They play at Portland Saturday. So Clippers play Portland Saturday. Portland's probably going to lay down in that game. All right? Phoenix probably not play on Sunday. So what happens with the Lakers and Phoenix on Friday? What happens with the Pelicans over the next 3 games? We got all that. We'll break it all down. But I do want to start here, Shasky, as it is Masters Day.
One of my favorite days of the year.
Tiger Woods teed off at 7-18.
You're really excited for this. I'm pumped that you're excited.
I'm always excited for a big tournament.
Yeah.
I'm always, I want to see on Sunday what's happening. Like, Sunday's going to be a huge day. You got the final day of the Masters.
Yes.
You got Warriors and Blazers.
Yes.
We're going to figure out who's going to be playing in the play-in.
Yes.
We're going to figure out who's playing in the first round of the playoffs.
Easter.
And it's all like Donkey Kong. And we'll see what the Giants do. But they have the Dodgers early next week.
The Royals. But yeah,
No, I mean, after Royals.
that, yes. They play their first National League opponent. Kind of weird.
It is kind of
weird. Did
weird.
you see Eric Burns and Will Clark ripping the schedule?
I did see that. I did. Can we play that? It's probably not appropriate. Yeah,
He's going to cut up. I also have a story. So yesterday, the A's were playing the Guardians, and I'm flipping back and forth, and watching the Giants. There's a story that now wasn't the local A's broadcast because I was watching that, but it popped on my timeline. There was a story that these 2 announcers flippantly said about Jose Ramirez playing in the winter ball when he was 13 years old. I want to laugh at it. I know other people aren't going to laugh at it. I think it's a funny story. I don't take things that serious. I understand why those would be outraged. It's, again, classic cancel culture. We've got to crush everybody. But you've got to hear it because I think you'll laugh. It's sad, obviously, but on some level, it's also funny.
Are you sure you want to do this?
It's funny, dude.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I mean, it's the reality of that culture.
You sure you want to do that, man? It's a Thursday, Shaska. We got some jobs here. You sure you want to do that?
Well, I know this. I want to celebrate the way Russell Westbrook celebrated last night, dancing on the graves of LeBron and Anthony Davis. And Spadoni, watching you on the group thread go through all the emotions.
Oh, yeah, he's a wreck.
It almost made it that much better.
I mean, you get a first quarter text. We're washed. We're frauds. We're not beating anybody.
I said one guy was washed. That was LeBron James last night. On the back end of a back-to-back after a 5-game road trip, why even play them if that was the effort you were going to get? No, seriously. There was a schedule quirk that the Clippers had 4 games off prior to that, and the Lakers are coming off the back end of a back-to-back. Why even play AD and LeBron then if that was you're going to have a minutes restriction? Stupid.
Well, what was funny was SportsCenter, and they had the whole SportsCenter LA thing, right? And right away, well, the Lakers were on the back-to-back. Well, they played last night in Salt Lake City. I heard it like 5 times in a 2-minute span. And I was just thinking, why do you make so many excuses for LeBron James?
Well, because he was out here making it himself. Listen to his quote. First quote of the game. One of the toughest games we've ever had, specifically this year. That's a quote. Coming off a road trip, getting back late last night, after an overtime game, it's one of those scheduling conflicts that did us in this season, and it definitely got the best of us. It's like LeBron's already creating his own narratives.
How about you not blow a 10-point lead late in the fourth quarter?
Thank you.
You didn't have to go to overtime against Salt Lake City. Handle your business. You missed the layup to go to overtime. Nobody else did. You did.
I don't want excuses if you're suiting up. Like, that's the thing. Like, then don't play. If that, just take the L.
I love Russell Westbrook hitting the mid-range jumper over LeBron and then pointing at him and then nodding his head. You don't think there's some bad blood there? Oh. They scapegoated Russell Westbrook so bad.
100%.
I actually felt bad for Russell Westbrook in the Laker uniform.
Which is shocking. Because he's not one of your favorite players.
No, I mean, we got history, but I got love for Westbrook.
History.
I have
the two of you went face to face and headbutted.
Listen, I love Russell Westbrook.
We've got history.
Listen, dude, you need a hill in the NBA. The way he used to, before tip ball, walk down the court, look at the crowd, nod his head left and
totally
right.
Agree with
He
you.
loved it all.
Totally
and he played hard. I got everything I wanted out of Russell Westbrook. Everything. There wasn't a lack of not playing hard. Russell Westbrook played hard. Now, shot selection, sometimes his passes,
shot accuracy.
I mean, it was accurate last night.
His jump shot reminds me of when I was a young lad trying to play duck hunt from afar. Very erratic. And then I got to wait till I get right up to the screen. Did you go all the way up to the screen to play duck hunt?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Everybody did, huh?
Absolutely. Da, 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 da.
That's still an underrated game to this day.
Yeah, it's like the first game.
I mean, think about it. They don't want you to have a pistol at home, a video game pistol in this day and age.
I can't believe I was a 6-year-old with that Nintendo gun.
It was the best.
Shooting ducks. It was the best.
It was the best.
Think about where we're at.
I loved it. the sound when you hit one of the Nintendo was so good.
I still have an old school Nintendo.
Do you?
Yeah, well, Matt Higgins' son, Boston, or was it Boston or Huddy? They had the Nintendo here in the green room.
Look.
So back in the day, the old afternoon delight days after 3 o'clock, I would sit down and play like a couple games of Tecmo Bowl, Mario. I was like, I'm in no rush to go home.
Yeah.
Play some video games, some Nintendo.
Love it.
Contra 3.
Oh, Contra was a great one. Wow, that's a classic.
Up, down, left, right,
Look
right,
at
left,
you.
up, down,
Look at you.
down, up.
I'm proud.
ABBA. Oh, my God.
Which Mario brother? Because the movie just came out this week, and I'm actually excited to see it. The old movie, it was okay.
Yeah, it was,
But Super Mario 3 might be my favorite. Okay, what about
you? Had the raccoon suit.
Yes.
The raccoon
you could fly
suit.
almost.
You could fly, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? 1 and 3.
2 wasn't bad.
2 was weird.
It was weird because they added Mushroom and Princess.
Yeah, it was kind of odd. That wasn't my favorite. But 1 and 3 was sick.
It was.
The cartridge with the yellow.
Yes.
Yeah, the little yellow cover.
Come on.
And he had the raccoon suit.
Yes.
It was sick. And then the first one on Super Nintendo. Remember the first Mario on Super Nintendo?
I don't.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't remember it.
Oh, it was
I'm going to have to look it up. Let me look it
look
up.
that up.
Yeah.
Look that up. The first Mario on Super Nintendo. Not too fine. They'd rather have you have a real pistol now. Jeez, nobody wants that. She might not be lying. What was the first one?
Is it
Look
Mario
up.
World?
Mario World.
Where he's on like Yoshi?
Super Mario World.
Wow,
Yep.
I don't remember this
Oh
one.
my gosh, it was legit. Spadone, you remember that game?
I told you, we were always multiple generations behind the rest of America because we couldn't afford anything. And it's not a knock. It's just
I would only play it at other people's houses.
My cousin had Nintendo, and I thought it was the greatest thing of all time.
Yeah, so the GOAT Mario for me is Mario 64 and then 64. Like, that was the one.
Where you could do the full 360.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you would go and fight Bowser, you pick him up, swing him around. Yep.
Yeah, I never even got to the N64. I was on the Genesis hype, Sega Genesis, and everything with that. And then Sega Dreamcast came.
Oh, Dreamcast was so underrated.
It was underrated. It had a quick run though, because NFL 2K and NBA 2K was sick.
No, they were the best. When you had to line up the RL and the LL
to kick.
Not only that, to shoot free throws.
To shoot free throws. Oh yeah. Hey, dude, the first 2Ks were sick. Iverson was so sick on there.
The Jailblazers were one of my favorite teams of all time.
They were deep. They were deep and loaded.
Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells, like that team was loaded. Brian Grant. God, I love that team.
So that was a lot of fun. God,
I miss those
You know
days.
what wasn't fun?
Did you have Game Genie?
I didn't have Game Genie. I wish.
I didn't either.
I didn't have Game Genie.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I was a broke boy, man. I didn't have much. Dude, I didn't have much. By the way, what was it fun was watching Logan Webb yesterday. In the Giants.
Did you take the over 4 strikeouts with Guru?
I did.
What did I say to you guys in the green room yesterday?
What did you say?
I was very reluctant to jump on that. He goes, he had 12 last game. I go, look, Goo, he's not really a strikeout pitcher. He's like a sinker ball pitcher, so he's going to try to get a lot of groundouts. He pitches to contact.
Well, yeah, 4, I believe, through 3 innings.
Oh, so you guys were feeling good.
So I text Guru one more. I text Guru. Hold on. I do the whole play. I took the bet. Now, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to take the Guardians over the A's. I wanted to take the Astros. But that Logan Webb bet, I was like, dude, this is a great bet. It was actually a good bet. And so, Logan Webb, let's check it out here. Let's go through it. First inning, he gets to 1 strikeout, but he gives up 2 runs. And Guru, I got a text from Guru. I'm sorry about Webb, man. I'm sorry. I was like, dude, it's all good. We got time.
We got time.
That's what I texted him. I said, dude, it's all good. Second inning, he strikes out Grandal, 2 strikeouts. Bottom of the third, strikes out Tim Anderson and Luis Robert Jr. So he's got 4 strikeouts going into the bottom of the 4th inning. And I'm feeling really good. I'm like, all we need is the one. The hook of death, baby. I got you this time. I got you. Bottom of the 4th inning, gives up a single to Yohan Moncada, who looked really good yesterday.
Really
and Truvon hit into a double play, did a fly out. Bottom of the 4th. All right, but it's 2-1.
Yeah.
Going to the bottom of the 5th inning. And Logan Webb couldn't get a strikeout. And they yanked him for Sean Jelly in the bottom of the 6th inning. And I was like, damn, that was cold game. And he did not look good. I mean, he got hit hard.
It's early in the season.
It is early.
But I would say this, that his command of some of his pitches, he's missing a couple of zones. He's finding more bats. Sinker ballers, I believe, have a tough time coming out of spring training, number one. And number two, them wet, cold conditions can kind of play with you a little in terms of your grip and sometimes some of the spin. I know that the advanced analytics people are going to say that it looked like he had similar bite. I don't think he has the same kind of late life movement. But I'm not also freaking out. It's 2 starts. But this is where I was saying at the beginning of the year, it's a lot of pressure to go, Logan, you have to go 6 for this rotation to be great.
Well, that's the deal.
That's a lot of pressure.
Matching up with Dylan Cease, I know a lot of people are going to point to the bats and all the runners they left on base and all the strikeouts. Saw Jock Peterson strike out late with the bases loaded. Giants had runners on first and second, no outs, and they couldn't score anything.
He left 8 on base.
I mean,
later
by himself.
on in the 9th, he drove in a couple.
Yeah,
8 on base, Pete.
8 on base, dude. I mean, that's Logan Webb. I mean, that's Jock Peterson, right? But to me, it's on Logan Webb to set the tone. If you want to be paid like the ace, you want the big fat contract extension, you want to be the guy for this rotation. Your face is on that stadium. Oracle Park, you drive by it every morning. Nothing like it. And it's Logan Webb looking down at the Willie Mays statue. If you want to be that guy, then I expect you to be better, especially early in the season. I know it's going to take a while, but I watched DeGrom yesterday deal against the Orioles. I mean, he was humming. That's what aces do.
Well, I don't.
They shut it down. Dylan Cease on the other side, shutting it down, keeping you off balanced.
Am I disrespectful? I've kind of pushed back on everyone who said Logan Webb is an ace. Aces, so to me, it's like having a franchise quarterback. Not every team has one. Just because you're the quarterback or you're young and the quarterback doesn't mean you're a quote unquote franchise quarterback. Do you get what I'm saying with this? Like Mahomes, franchise quarterback. Burrow, franchise quarterback. You know, like they're in a category all themselves. Aces. There's only so many of them.
There's only so many.
Not every team has one. Just because you're pitching number 1 in a rotation doesn't mean you're that guy. I like Logan Webb a lot. To think that he could even be Matt Cain, like Matt Cain was great. You look up at his record and you're like, wow, he should have a better record overall. Matt Cain was amazing.
Amazing.
And he didn't have the complimentary hitting to go with his pitching. Like, if he even had 3/4 of a career of Matt Cain had, they hit a grand slam of a pick. So I'm looking at it, and I love Matt Cain. But would you consider Matt Cain a multiple-year ace?
No. Great number 2.
He had I would say
very solid number 3.
Months where he was an ace. Like
he had his tenure where he was the guy.
I think 2012 he was an ace.
He had his stretch where he was the guy.
I agree.
In 2012 postseason he was dynamic.
I agree.
But solid number 2. You felt really good with him as being your number 2.
Yes, exactly.
Now the problem with Logan Webb is
great number 2.
He's going to be matched up with the DeGroms.
That's what I'm saying.
The Verlanders, the Scherzers. That's the category we're talking about. Max Fried, McClanahan,
Walker Buehler
when he returns. You are pitching against the big dogs.
Yes.
So you have to match them pitch for pitch.
I agree.
And yesterday, just in the bottom of the first inning, boom, right away, you give up 2 runs to set the tone.
I know.
That if you're going to be the top of the rotation guy, and you want, I don't know how much money he wants. He hasn't talked about it. He hasn't discussed it. Where do you go with the contract? Because he's a tricky dude to pay.
I agree.
I think ideally on a great baseball team with a great rotation, he's a great number 3 and a very solid number 2. That's to me.
I would agree with that. I mean, like,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
No. Like, you saw him versus Garrett Cole. Now, a lot of people say Garrett Cole can't do X, Y, and Z. To me, Garrett Cole's an ace.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is a guy you hand the ball to, and I expect 7 innings. I expect this guy to win 15-plus games every single year.
Yep.
I don't think we're there yet with Logan Webb. Now, could he one day? Maybe. You know, we'll see. I'm also not panicking about his start at the beginning of the year. And I understand those that might be. I just think it's going to be a long, tough year. 2021, not that he flew under the radar, but that was a magical 2-month run toward the end of the year.
We didn't know he had that in him.
No.
We thought he was a career minor leaguer.
Special that year, too. So
Gausman was good.
It's not like Logan Webb was carrying that staff.
No, but he did come out of nowhere. Remember, he got sent back down to AAA. And he did not have it. He had a rough start in Colorado. It was like, this guy is just not going to do it. And then he comes back up to the major leagues and he deals. But ideally, I don't think he can match. Dylan Cease, he's looking like an ace early on. He's dealt the first 2 starts
You've been on
of the season. White Sox are under. They're sneaky.
Their roster's good.
Yeah, their roster is good.
Good roster.
In a way, it almost looks like they look better without Jose Abreu because now you got Robert Jr. in the 3-hole. You got Benintendi in there in the middle of the lineup. You got Moncada feeling good.
Playing really good.
And I don't know. I don't know what Tony La Russa did in that clubhouse. I mean, obviously he held them back.
I agree.
He held them back, but I don't know. The White Sox are a tricky team. Like in the Central with the Guardians, they're going to compete for that division.
Yeah.
Now, you got the Twins there too. They play hard, but. I don't know, man. I was just looking at Logan Webb saying, all right, I know the bats, and we discussed this yesterday.
Yeah.
The bats are going to be feast or famine.
Yeah.
They're going to have days where they score 1 run and strike out 15 times.
I know.
They're going to have days where they hit 3 home runs and score 8.
Well, and they're going to strike out in every game.
Every game.
Like, every day, it's like, double-digit strikeouts. And I want to tell people, like, look at the team they've assembled.
Yep.
And here's the other part.
Yesterday, 13 strikeouts, Shasta.
And I think they had 8 walks. And what's funny is I'm hearing there's a lot of analytic people out there that do a great job kind of covering the game. This is just my opinion. These are my baseball principles, and we can have a philosophical conversation. Are walks good? Of course they're good. I'm not here to say that they're not good. Are they valuable? Of course they're valuable. But there is something about putting the ball in play.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of people that say on-base percentage or OPS is much, much, much more important than just raw batting average. And I would push back and say, you're underrating batting average. Well, I believe that you need to put the ball in play with the bat. There's something about putting the ball in play that forces the defense to make plays. It puts pressure, and you start to see better pitches. I don't know. That's just the way I view it.
Yeah, no. And what difference is, what good is it to get a walk, right? You get walked. The Giants walked 9 times yesterday.
Okay, I thought it was 8. Keep going.
What difference? What difference does it make if you walk and you don't steal bases?
Well,
we have no speed on the base pass.
That was my problem with Brandon Belt.
Right, exactly. So you're walking, but you're playing station-to-station baseball.
Yeah.
You're not running. And then you're striking out 13 times like they did yesterday. You only put the ball in play 4 hits.
I know.
4 hits.
And outside of Jock late in the game, it felt like very little what I call flush contact.
And you see what the White Sox did, man. They were going the other way against
Luis Robert is a baller.
Yeah, he put some dude. He hit the ball.
Between him and Eloy, they've got 2 monster dudes.
Yep, monster dudes. And Tim Anderson got kicked out the game yesterday.
I know. Did you see that? He was calling like timeout, I guess, at the end of that pitch. It was pitch clock or whatever. I will say this. One thing I've monitored when it comes to the umpires, I almost feel like they need to have a secondary umpire just handle the pitch clock. Mm-hmm. I feel like strikes and balls and strikes, there's too much on the umpire behind home plate. I will defend the umpires there.
Right.
I think it's really hard to look up at the thing, figure out. They might need an independent eye in the sky to buzz down on these things. Because like I feel like we're missing balls and strikes because we're so hyper-focused on the pitch clock.
You see Shohei?
No, I didn't see that.
He got called for in the batter's box and as a pitcher. First player to be called for a pitch clock violation, and both for batter and a pitcher.
Wait till Pablo comes into a game for some team in the 13th inning and mop-up duty. He'll do both.
Oh, man. No, Shohei did it in the batter's box. He was hot, too. He had a translator out there with the manager. He was hot. But Shohei, dude, he dealt yesterday. Big hit yesterday against the Mariners. Good baseball day. Really good baseball day.
By the way, did you see who's DHing for the Mariners?
Who's DHing for them? La Stella.
Is that disgusting?
Yeah. I mean, somebody's talking about Tommy La Stella. It's like, we got a good guy in the clubhouse. He's a really good clubhouse guy.
Are you kidding me?
I mean,
Tommy La Stella is your DH?
I think the Mariners will regress.
Oh, I agree with you. But I would say this, that they shed some salary, like Mitch Haniger, for example. Mm-hmm. They're going to make a run over a multiple year period.
No doubt. And they're going to try to make a run for Shohei.
Wow, that's a thought.
They're going to be in that mix.
That's a good point.
You know they're going to be in that mix.
Well, once you have Julio, you've got one of the funnest players.
And Julio's balling right out of the gate.
Dude,
He's
I follow him
balling out
on
of the
Instagram, and he's just the smile. He's got $1 million smile.
No doubt. He's feeling good about himself. All right, shout out to the YouTube and Twitch streamers. We love you guys. You guys rock with us every single morning. Comcast Business Text Line as well. This segment was brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Did you see Snowfall, by the way?
It's on my DVR. I had a game last night.
All good.
Yeah.
All good.
Don't even start me on my game last night.
We'll get to that on the other side. Plus, do we have Kerr's Corner? Kerr was on last night with Willard and Dibs.
Heard it
they made
ESPN?
national headlines.
Yeah.
They were on ESPN, Bleacher Report. Good for Willard and Dibs. Good for them. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Lucky California Save Mart. We got more on the Giants. Steve Kerr, Kerr's Corner. We'll get to the Warriors, and we got some crazy NFL sound that we have to play on the Morning Roast today on a Thirsty Thursday.
When you load up on Easter deals at Lucky, you'll be...
7 the game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
No, we're not.
That's
Brian and
Brian
PA did yesterday, though. Brian and PA did. He roasted you, Clay.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
But you know what? I had your back, Clay, like always.
Draymond's got nothing left, man.
I had your
Brian.
back. I had your back.
One of
I
my
had your back,
favorite
Clay.
roasters.
One game he sits out. Oh, boy.
Sadiq Bey?
Oh, my gosh. That guy. I got to meet him one day. We got Kerr's Quarter coming up. We got Dylan Smith, your guy.
Yeah, my buddy Dylan. So Dylan is
Tell me about Dylan.
Former stud, still a stud golfer. Great golf coach, if you're looking for one. Obviously, still a player who has won NCGA titles. He has, which is like the golf, like Northern California golf amateur circuit, if you will. Obviously, he won a lot in high school here in San Francisco, and he's also a former D1 golfer. And the guy has a beautiful setup up in the North Bay and is just tapped in on golf. I mean, the guy knows golf inside out.
USF guy?
Yes, USF guy. He smothers the ball 300 without even trying. Yeah, he smokes the ball. Knows more about the golf swing and the game of golf, whether it's courses, whether it's players, the history, better than anyone. And I just think he's someone fun to have on to kind of get everyone geared up for the Masters. If you are even a casual golf fan, this is your favorite week of the year.
Dylan Smith, SI guy. Did not know that.
Yeah.
St. Ignatius Wildcat.
Dylan's a great guy.
He's a cherry.
Yeah, great guy.
He's a cherry.
Yeah, big boy, too. I mean, I'm telling you,
can't call
he
him
puts
that.
the hurt on the ball.
right.
Big roaster.
Oh, man.
Huge roaster.
Is he a
Huge Giants fan.
Is he a huge roaster?
Huge Niner fan.
You know what?
Huge Warrior
You know
fan.
what?
No,
Something
like
we need to-
legit huge sports fan.
The roasters it's a movement now.
Oh, bro.
Was it Jacob with the sign the other day
Yes.
at the gatehouse?
Yes.
Yeah, made money. Yeah, Nate. Tyler Miller's always out there.
Somebody DM'd me and said, it's a way of life. And I was like, damn.
It is
It's
a way of life.
lifestyle now?
It is a lifestyle. We used to say that about the AAA, the Academic Athletic Association. Coach Adam DeQuiso, City College
nice.
assistant coach. He'd be like, look, the AAA is a lifestyle. You got to be about that life. It's different. It's the way it is with the roasters.
Adam, by the way, low-key chiseled.
Oh, Adam
When he
is
shakes
triple.
your hand starts to melt.
Dude, AD's about that life.
Yeah.
He's
Whatever
got a
you're
body.
on, I want some.
No, Adam is in great shape. Great shape. He's out there swimming at the Olympic Club like it's nothing. Can't even make it halfway down the pool without taking a break.
My over 40 team played the one of the Olympic teams over 40 teams that we got killed. Our team was so
By the way,
bad.
that swimming pool water is so good. Makes you want to drink it. Feels like you could drink it. Just like
I don't know about
live
that.
a good life.
Yeah, I wouldn't drink.
I'm just
pool
saying
water.
it's that crisp.
It's the weirdest thing you've said.
The chlorine? Like what?
No, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like heaven.
Hey, go
it feels
spill
like
that
you're.
water
about?
It feels
and
like you're
then pour
going
me
to
a
a
glass.
beach at the Bahamas, like Cuba, right? When I was in Havana, Cuba, we went 2 hours east of Varadero Beach, Anna and I, and the water was just so crystal clear. It felt so good. That's how that water feels at the Olympic Club. It just makes you want to drink it sometimes.
Cuban
Like, damn.
water.
No,
All
this
right.
beach was unbelievable. I'll show you the pictures, dude. I was going out there 40 feet in, like deep.
Could you imagine Bonte like trying to compete with Fiji water and Dasani and all these I've got pool water.
Dude,
And it's
I'm telling
used
you,
pool water.
It feels so good on your body. It feels so crystal. Like,
You and
man,
Jordan can do this pitch together. Shout out Jordan Poole.
Tell you, it's like the grass, the good grass, like Levi Stadium, when it's freshly cut for training camp. You can eat the grass. It's that good. It feels that good. You smell it, you eat it, you do whatever you got to do.
Don't.
I don't even know where to go.
Yeah, don't drink the pool water. Don't drink the salt water. All right.
I tell you where to go. Go to Kerr's Quarter. All right, Steve Kerr, my guy Steve Kerr. We're going straight to the money quote from yesterday with Willard and Dibbs as he joins them every single week. Spadoni, you got it? All right, here it is. Steve Kerr on Andrew Wiggins.
We can't put him in a bad spot health-wise. We got to make sure we build him up, get his strength and his conditioning in a good place before we put him out there. So he's not going to play in these last 2 games of the regular season, but he'll continue to work and he'll wrap it up pretty quickly.
All right, there it is.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am too.
Should I not be? Maybe I'm the foolish
No,
one.
I'm surprised too. Even though we practiced 505 yesterday.
Okay, is that a good thing? Like, it's got to be.
I think that's got to be a great thing. He
right?
scrimmaged 505, looked like Andrew Wiggins.
So then, what's the holdback?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we're going to get more of that. We'll get more of an answer maybe later today at shoot around, maybe tomorrow before the game up in Sacramento when they take on the Kings. I don't know.
I'm a little let down by that. I mean, I'm
too.
I'm not angry. I understand that they're working and operating with much more information than I am. That being said, I selfishly wanted to see him play.
Yes.
Selfishly wanted to see him on the court because he makes the team better.
Right.
And then the other part is he does need to work himself in. And so I don't know.
We're not going to see him until either the play-in tournament or the first round of the NBA playoffs.
So if they make the 6th seed or 5th seed, how much time then would he have between now and when that game starts?
Well, think about it.
Today's the 6th.
Thursday. That first game will either be Saturday or next Sunday. He's going to have about 10 days before that first game.
Okay.
So wait, about 8-9 days before that first playoff game.
Interesting.
They had plenty of practice time.
I was surprised by that, Kirk.
I was very surprised.
And again, I get it. Like, they're operating with so much more information than any of us. But I just wanted to see him get.
I wanted to see him too,
lineup, and I also want those bench guys to be able to maybe have a more defined role and have like a nice ending of the season on a high note as you go to this little off period.
So now, what do you do if you're Steve Kerr? The last 4 games, or excuse me, last 2 games.
I think you start Kuminga in the 3.
We'll see. I was thinking this, and bear with me.
Okay,
no,
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
You go Draymond Looney. You go Steph Clay.
Steph, Clay.
I want Jordan Poole to continue to come off the bench because that's what he's going to do.
I agree.
I want DiVincenzo to continue to come off the bench because that's what he's going to do. I want Kuminga to continue to come off the bench because that's what he's going to do.
Especially as a young player.
I don't know how much Anthony Lamb's going to play in the playoffs. But for now, I'd say Anthony Lamb, you play the 3 and we live and die with you.
You know the fan base is
I know.
Their heads will
Call
explode.
me crazy, but I want the bench guys to know their rotations.
You're drinking pool water.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not drinking pool water. I'm just saying the water feels so good, it makes you feel like you could drink it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to drink the pool water, but that's how good the water feels.
The natatorium is beautiful.
It's awesome.
I feel like I'm like a Roman god.
So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
But starting Anthony Lamb.
I mean, it sounds insane.
I know. I'm not going to lose my mind. I'm just surprised that you would go that. I thought maybe you were going to go GP2. I really did.
Yeah, I want GP2. I want JK. I want DiVincenzo, and I want Poole to get used to their rotations in the playoffs. Maybe Steve Kerr goes to that playoff rotation. But who knows what the hell's going to happen? He probably starts JK. I don't know how you could go back to Lamb in the starting lineup after his performance the other night. It was bad. Let's just be honest. It was bad. He didn't play until garbage time in the second half.
I mean, I'm not here to say that, Anthony Lamb should be doing anything other than cheering guys on from the bench. Like, I have a hard time defending him on any level. By the way, my favorite new T-shirt
Moses
idea.
Moody. Somebody said 5-0. Booty Bodie. Booty.
Moses Moody, I'd be more open to.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I actually like that idea. Here's a T-shirt idea for you, B, and tell the 95.7 The Game, the shop.com. Eat grass, drink pool, the way of life. I really like that.
I kind of like that.
As a pool guy myself, Bonte, you have no idea how bad swimming pool water can be.
I know it's terrible. Trust me. I don't drink swimming pool water. When baby Chaz was first getting in the water's, no, don't. Oh, no. Spit.
I'm imagining you like it's 100 degrees. Everybody's hanging out. They're putting all the suntan lotion on themselves so that they don't get burned. And Bonte's like, yeah, jump in that pool and give me a big 32-ounce cup.
Oh, my gosh. So you imagine somebody just drinking pool water out of a mug? That's so disgusting.
Well, now I'm imagining you poolside, like in the Mediterranean on one of your European vacations, and one of the people come up, sir, what can I get you? I'd like a little lawn grass and some pool water, please.
Just wait until
the finest of lawn grass.
Wait until Trady Kent when I bend over, I'll take that piece of grass and I'm chewing it on the side like a coach. You see Trey Lance throw that ball? Yep, you look real good.
Who is this character?
I don't know, but we need to go.
This is the goofiest Thursday ever.
Dylan Smith joining us on the other side. Dylan Smith, get you ready for the Masters. We'll get to some football. We've got some Warriors talk. We got a lot going on a Thursday, man. We're having a lot of fun. Damn, that hour almost went by fast. 6:43.
As we talk about must-watches in sports, does Tiger still do it for people? Because he does for me. He's only going to play in 4 events this year, and we're going to talk about it next.
Did you see his hair, by the way?
It's been a struggle.
Dude, it's time to go home, Tiger.
You think so?
Go bald. What the hell he's got
As someone
going on?
that's clinging on for dear life.
Dude, he's clinging on for dear life. Yeah. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises. Dylan Smith to talk Masters.
Who doesn't love shopping for a new car? It's so much fun. But shopping for financing, nobody likes to do. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help.
Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph's watching the Masters.
Hell yeah,
No
he
doubt
is.
about it.
Did you see what we put out? Lake Merced is going to be hosting, that's the course in Daly City, is going to be hosting one of these Curry Cup events.
Yeah, underrated tour.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it is really cool. I'm going to get there.
I can get us out
Jordan
there. My mom works
Ramirez.
there.
Yeah, Jordan Ramirez probably could hook us up
Yeah,
too.
let's
I ran
go.
into Jay Ram a couple Warrior games
Big
ago with his
golf
wife. Yeah, huge golf fan. It was good to see Jay Ram. Young Mex always hitting me up. They're roasters too.
Nice.
Tommy up there in Seattle.
I'm a roaster.
Tommy disagrees with a lot of your takes, but he still loves you.
Well, I mean, come on, man. If I'm not making you think, then what are we doing? If everyone's just like
I'm
a
kidding.
bobblehead
I'm
nodding
kidding.
with everything.
No, Tommy
you know?
gets on me a lot. He's always top Bonte. Oh man, you're towing the company line today. Oh, Bonte this, Bonte that. But I love Tommy. I love all those guys from Warriors World. Sheet as well. We got Dylan Smith coming up to talk Masters. We got Dylan. All right, he's the pride of St. Ignatius Prep. He went to USF. But what else does he do, Shasky?
He's the premier golf coach in the Bay Area, in my estimation. Obviously, he's a great player, but he's an even better teacher. And when we want to talk Masters and we want to talk about the history of the game or the current status of the game, where it's at, this is one of the people that I think will illuminate your golf game more than others.
Oh, Dylan, talk to me.
What a great intro.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable intro.
Wow. Well, I mean, first of all, that intro, Joe, thank you so much on that. I appreciate it. And illuminate, wow. The words that we're using so early this morning, highlighting the game, I love it.
He must really love you because he never uses 10-letter words ever.
I was gonna say that intro right there, man. Joe, you're up in your game today. I love it.
Well, Dylan, man, your voice. This guy's got a radio voice.
He's ready.
You sound like a big boy. Sound like you ready to get out here and do a 3-man show or something, Dylan.
Oh, you know how I do it, buddy. I love Bay Area sports. I'm born and raised from the Bay, and golf has always been my passion in life, and this week is something truly special with what's going on with, first of all, I think it's been really amazing to see, the Live Golf, the PGA Tour showdown going on, and to see that kind of be put aside this week, I think is something that is just really special. I think the Masters is just something that's so unique to golf, to sports, to fans, to the history of the game, that even though there's this Live and PGA Tour kind of showdown going on between the two parties, that this week it's really about history. It's really about winning something that isn't about the money, but it's more about what you do and how much you love the game. And so this is the week of all weeks right here. So you excited, Chafsky?
Oh my God. I mean, are you kidding me? Well, first off, like the course takes center stage, right? That to me, that's the number one thing. Alistair McKenzie course. He built Sharp Park, Bonte, in Pacifica. He built Cypress. He's obviously
amazing.
Northwood.
And do you know, Chafsky, about how what am I going to say? Pasatiempo, Santa Cruz is hugely connected to Augusta, and I think a lot of people in NorCal really take that as pride, and because the way it went down was Bobby Jones actually played Pasatiempo the day it opened with Alistair McKenzie, and then he went to Georgia, got the property, and was like, oh my God, that was the craziest bunker green setup I've ever seen. So it's really awesome that here in NorCal we have this connection to Augusta National, and the course is just amazingly beautiful. And I want to highlight what people can't see on TV is the amount of slopes. I mean, that golf course is just times 10 compared to any normal golf course you would think. It's like going up from Baker Beach to the Golden Gate Bridge and then down and then sideways on a hill and then trying to shoot under par doing that. So the golf course is just the biggest challenge of the year, and I'm super excited to see what happens.
So it's like Glen Eagles. It's carved into the side of the hill. No, I'm just teasing.
Hold on.
Similar speeds.
You know what? Let me say this about the Masters, because I enjoy too, Dylan. But I was disappointed when I found out they used fake spray to make the grass look green. That disappointed me. That told me it's not authentic, Dylan.
It disappoints me too here a little bit. But
I was disappointed.
What you got to understand is that the Masters is at Augusta National, and it's not even open all year round.
Yeah,
it's true.
Like that time of year in where they are in the world, the grass is different than here it is in NorCal. And I think what they do is they do such a fantastic job getting the golf course ready. It's almost like if we were to play on a private course here, we'd be hitting off the putting greens like on the fairways. And I think it's just so iconic how they set up the golf course. I saw a really cool special. The bunkers at Augusta National are actually from a crushed quartz mine in North Carolina.
What?
From this one tiny little factory. And so they're actually hitting off of crushed diamonds in a way in the bunker. And so the bunkers are just something that you can't get anywhere. And so it just creates this iconic feel that is just so beautiful and amazing.
All right, let's get to the big guy. I mean, Tiger, the big cat's going to tee off here in about 20 minutes. We got it on the big screen here. I mean, him even golfing is a story all in itself. What does he mean to the game of golf? We're all about the same age. He's my favorite golfer by far. Jack's my dad's favorite golfer. I don't know. I'm still here for all the Tiger moments. What about you?
One word to talk about it, he means everything. Tiger is what moves the needle in golf and in our sport. He is the epitome of hard work, of coming back from challenges. And, obviously he's had struggles like anybody has had in his life, but Tiger represents hard work, focus, determination, and getting the best out of your body, your mind, and your soul. And people just love that. There's just something about him that he just has this undeniable force about him that he will accomplish no matter what he wants, no matter what he has to go through. And when he's so focused, he can produce golf shots that no one else has been able to do. I think the only two people that have ever perfected the golf swing are Ben Hogan and Tiger Woods, not even Jack Nicklaus. And so this is a very, very special week because of that. I think people have seen that Tiger is obviously getting older, and you never know. This could literally be his last Masters. Wow. So this is a huge week. I think he still has a chance to win. And I think it's going to be really, really fun to watch him compete and get those eyes going that he's competitive and wants to go low. So I think he has a shot.
If he's within 3 shots or something, or if he's on that leaderboard going into the final day at the Masters, ratings on Sunday is going to be wild.
I mean, how crazy is that going to be, Bonte?
That would be insane. I'd be here for that,
That
Dylan.
would just be the dream, right?
That would be the dream, but I'm going with a different pick this week. Everybody's going Scotty Scheffler, and everybody's going Brooks Koepka. I think Tony Finau. Tony Finau, this is his moment. I think he's going to come out here and win that green jacket. I'm going with Tony. Remember, Tiger won us. What did Dylan? He was there in that final group.
I love that pick. And Tony is a player that has a chance because he hits the golf ball so far. I played mini tour golf with his brother, Gipper. The dude would tee up the ball, no glove, and just stripe it 340 in the air.
You said his name was Gipper, Dylan?
Amazing. So the way he plays is insanely just it drops your jaw. So I think that's a great pick, Bonte.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right, so we got Rory going for a career Grand Slam. He's just keeps striking out at Augusta. He hasn't won in years. You've got the Brooks Koepka coming off a victory at Liv. You got Dustin Johnson. Phil Mickelson's story still out there. Obviously, my guy who I love, Jordan Spieth, because I can't hit a drive straight to save my life. I love the way that he scrambles.
We're working on it, Chasky. We're working on it.
I know. We'll get to my game in a second. But because Bonte wants to laugh a little. But what are your other favorite storylines this week? If you're just a bettor or a casual observer, what are some things that you're going to be honed in on?
Yeah, some of the things that I'm honed in on are some of the players that I really watch that have a very, very even keel attitude. And one of the players that I'm really keen on this week, and I was keen on him before he actually won last week, is Corey Connors. The guy has an amazing tempo, an amazing even keel attitude, and I'd be shocked if he finished outside the top 20.
Wow.
One of the other things that I think is just going to be such an amazing thing to see this week is the speed that the amateur golfers are going to bring to this tournament. There's a player named Gordon Sargent. He plays for Vanderbilt. He flies the ball maybe 30 yards past Koepka and DJ. And it's just an amazing thing to see. So I'm predicting that at least 1 or 2 amateurs this year are going to make the cut. And not only make the cut, but maybe finish in the top 15 and really show the world how athletic and how fast the golf swing has become but it all goes down or goes back again to our man Tiger. And so this is so cool to still see him in this tournament, but then to see the young players come up. And so I'm looking at Corey Connors. I'm looking at Hideki Matsuyama. Amazing tempo, amazing golf swing. You look at how he grips to the club. You look at his short game, start to finish. That dude is just pure, and that's what you want at Augusta. And so I'm looking at players that have the pure swings from start to finish. I'm looking at the players that have the great attitude, but then I'm also looking at the players that just purely mash the golf ball. Finau's a great pick. I like Dustin Johnson. I like Brooks Koepka. And then go from there, and you never know what happens in golf. But those are kind of my thoughts on the week and how to go forward with your picks.
All right, last but not least, we got to get into Shasky's golf game. How's his short game?
Be gentle.
You know, tell us about his drive. What's going on with his game?
First of all, you know, it's early here. I got to take a deep breath. Whew. Okay, so Shasky's game is on, I think, when he is excited. And it's almost like he needs to perform. He's a performer. When he's on the radio, I love his energy. Right. I love how he does it. But when Shasky gets down on his game a little bit, then it's just the downhill slope from there.
He gets rattled, doesn't he? I can tell.
Exactly a little bit. What we need to do is we need to get Shasky to get that even keel, nothing is going to rock him attitude, that he's hard as nails. And then from there, we just got to keep working on his golf swing. Joe, when's the last time you've been in for a lesson?
It's been way too long. It's been way too long.
You've been ducking the smoke. Hey, Dylan, thanks for that tidbit, because I'm about to start playing golf soon. I'm about to get on that course.
I've been wondering about that.
Hey, don't worry. It's coming, Dylan. Don't you worry, because I'm going to wear all the dope gear. But now that I know that Shasky gets rattled, I know once I make a chip,
I don't know about that.
Once I make a birdie and I get out there and putt and get me an eagle on a par 5, I know it's going to rattle Shasky. That makes me feel good.
Hey, I would say it might rattle him, but what it's also going to do is it's going to fire him up.
Exactly.
And so what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to watch out. And golf is the epitome of one stroke at a time, being in the moment, focusing on that. So once you get so excited that he may be nervous, he's going to get so fired up and come right back at you with that pride and that spirit that I know Shaq.
Now I'm a little worried.
Now, Dylan, before you get on out of here, thank you so much. You're our new golf correspondent, the 925. Hey, Shasky, where does this guy coach golf at? How can I get a hold of him? I want my son to get some lessons.
Yeah, for sure. So I coach at my own home facility in North Bay in Belmarin Keys in Novato. You can contact me on Instagram at Dylan Smith Golf. And that's purely how I run my business. I do all my own marketing. I do all my own coaching. I was a professional player beforehand, worked at Golf Tech, know the data points behind every single part of the swing.
Yeah, he does.
What I do is I get you recorded. I get you understanding what you do right, what you do wrong. We create a plan of attack, and you get your swing to the best it's ever been. So contact me on Instagram. Hit me up through there. Contact Shasky, and we'll get you set up for a lesson.
I'm looking at your Instagram page right now. Just followed you, and I'm looking at these videos here.
Oh,
he's got it all.
The facility's sick.
This is legit. This is legit.
U.S. Open players, World Long Drive champions, golf players, but I also coach beginners, old people, young people. This is my passion. This is my love, and I want people to enjoy this week. This is something truly, truly special that may never happen again with Tiger happening. So watch this week and enjoy it.
Love you, Dylan. I mean it, man. We got to come. Me and Pop's going to come see you soon, all right, buddy?
Let's see it. I miss Papa Shasky. Let's get to work.
Let's go.
Dylan Smith. That was good stuff, man.
Dylan's the best.
Dylan, good stuff, man. We'll have you on soon, man.
Loves his Giants.
Every major. Hey, go Dubs. Go
Let's
Giants.
go.
Absolutely.
Let's get that playoff feeling going, baby. All right.
Let's go. Look, he got me fired up,
I know.
man. He's got me fired up.
Tiger, 10 minutes.
I know. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. I may put in a golf bet during the break. The segment is that last segment was sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We got Rob Parker coming up.
I love Rob.
8 o'clock. And we got a special guest that I'll bring up in a second here. But Masters Week, Augusta. I remember seeing all the commercials growing up with the Masters, and I used to get depressed because I'm like, oh, college basketball's over. Baseball's here. Golf, the gateway. There's going to be a lot of golf on TV. But once you start getting into it, I think the first Masters, obviously the one Tiger won, his first one ever, where he tore the course up.
97.
And just blew everybody out of the water. It was fascinating to see. But also VJ seeing with it. I heard Guru talking about, is VJ still around? How old is he? And Dibs and Will are like, well, he's like 62 or something like that. But he's still around.
Yes.
So
he
anyway.
actually chips with the cross-handed grip.
Who's that?
VJ.
Yeah.
So like some guys do cross-handed putting, meaning you go in a different direction. Like it'd be like going up to the batter's box and having your left hand as a right-handed hitter up top as opposed to being on the bottom of the barrel.
VJ and Ernie Els used to always, it feels like they used to always be at tournaments coming up.
Big Easy, Ernie Els. Big Smooth.
He won a Masters, right?
Yes, he did. He also putted like crazy out a couple years ago. He had like a 9-putt on the green at the end.
He's like, how old is Ernie Els?
Oh, he's got to be pushing 60.
He's up there.
Yeah, Ernie's got to be pushing it.
By the way, I think I can't help myself, though. Whenever I watch the Masters now, in the back of my head, I think of the Greg Norman doc. Because I remember when Greg Norman choked that last Masters.
Did you hear about what Greg Norman said this week? He said if someone from Liv ends up winning the Masters, because there's a lot of Liv guys that are former champions, all of the Liv guys, I believe there's 15 or so, are going to meet at the green and congratulate that guy. And I don't think the Masters is feeling that.
Wow. So you kind of want that to happen?
Oh, I'm here for the chaos. I want to see Rory or someone who waves the PGA flag, the tour flag, versus somebody who waves the Live flag. I want to see that
final
showdown.
Group, back nine.
Like
that would
Brooks
be sick.
Koepka versus Rory would be awesome.
That would be sick,
wouldn't it?
That would be sick.
It really would be awesome.
That would be pretty awesome. What if it's Tiger and DJ?
Oh, it'd be great. It'd be great.
Tiger's so good for business.
Oh, it's the best.
He's so good for business.
Good. And they're so smart about this because they have him leading off the opening day coverage, which means tomorrow he'll be in the afternoon, which is great. So tomorrow when you're taking that little afternoon nap during the Giants game, you'll have Tiger Woods teeing off in the afternoon. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, it will be perfect. Then it's a nice little precursor to Warriors and Kings.
I can't wait.
Sacramento.
Tomorrow's a great sports day.
It's a great sports
Friday
weekend.
at the Masters, Giants home opener, and then the biggest Warrior Kings game in how long?
In years. And they're coming off a loss against the Dallas Mavericks.
What is the biggest Kings Warrior game? I don't know. I'm asking. Are you guys doing like a deep dive at the station?
No, not now that I think about it. Maybe we should.
I'm trying to think of forget the trades because we know the Mitch Richmond trade. I'm thinking more of like what's the seminal moment in Warriors Kings on court?
I went to a game, Warriors Kings, before the Super Bowl.
When
was
this?
I think it was before. Was it before Super Bowl 50? Maybe before that.
So that was like 2015? Was it Super Bowl 50, 2015?
Maybe. But it was a game where Steve Kerr got ejected.
Oh.
It's actually later than that. I think it was was it Patriots-Rams Super Bowl? I think it was before that one.
Was that 2017?
Yeah, I think it was 2017 or 2018.
Yeah.
But Steve Kerr got ejected from the game.
Might have been 2018.
Because KD was on the team. KD was on the team. Steve Kerr got ejected from the game.
Okay.
Up in Sacramento, it was like 50-50 Warrior fans, King fans. And DeMarcus Cousins had a huge game. The Kings ended up winning that game on a Saturday night. May have even gone to overtime.
Wow.
But that was a huge game. That was a big, but there hasn't been too many big Kings. Warrior games.
That's why I'm asking. I mean, you are like a Rolodex of this kind of information, and I can't think of anything.
Think about it. They've never made the playoffs in the same season.
That's insane. I want to say there was an Antoine Jameson overtime game against the Kings, but like
way back
when they were good and the Warriors weren't.
Yeah,
but maybe I'm misremembering.
It hasn't been too many big King Warrior. I mean, Klay Thompson scored 37 and a quarter against the Kings.
That's right. On like 6 dribbles.
Yeah.
Some of these Klay stats are just
11
wild.
dribbles, 60 points in 3 quarters.
It's just incredible.
Oh,
absolutely incredible. Are you excited for opening day tomorrow for the Giants? I know they've got the rubber match today against the White Sox, and they got to fly home.
You know, it's weird because remember they started the season against the Tampa Bay Rays?
I went to that game with Lucas. Yeah. I saw one. I'm not kidding. One. Not like just like a couple here and there. No, literally only one Rays fan.
So now you have Royals and Giants. Crawford played that World Series 2014. Perez, the catcher for the Royals, played that World Series. Salvador Perez, he balled
40 home runs
46 or something, dude. I can't believe
he was the guy who flew out to Pablo or fouled out to Pablo in foul territory. Yeah.
Game 7. I don't know why they didn't say Alex Gordon.
To this day, If you're that third base coach, I know Cross got the greatest arm. Perez was bumbling that ball out in left field.
I know.
And we were all thinking the same thing, like, what? What?
I still can't believe they rolled with Blanco and leadoff and Perez at the bottom.
And they won. They got a combined 5 outs from their game 6 and 7 starters and won the World Series.
PV. They were awful.
They won the World Series with a combined 5 outs from their game 6 and 7
and
starters.
That's a huge. That Royals team went back and won.
Yeah,
like that was legit. They were legit.
Hosmer,
Lorenzo Kane,
Gordon. Alex Gordon.
Yep.
Lorenzo Kane was sick back then.
Alcides Escobar.
They had the most.
Alcides
Dude, that
Escobar.
bullpen, the closer, everything was one of the greatest of all time.
They were sick.
Who was their closer?
Holland. Greg Holland.
Right.
Holland. They had Herrera.
I was thinking Neftali Feliz, who was on the Rangers.
Oh yeah,
and they blew. You know what's crazy?
Tommy Hunter.
The other day with Spadoni asked us how many active players are from that Rangers World Series.
Major League Baseball.
They went back-to-back World Series. Mitch Moreland obviously got the at-bats in 2011 against the Cardinals. We don't talk about that enough, how they blew Game 7. They were up 3 runs.
You talking about the Royals?
The Rangers.
They were a strike away twice.
Well, they were a strike away twice. And Ron Washington.
Your
guy. I mean, honestly, those Ranger teams, Cliff Lee, they were sick.
Dude, I mean,
sick.
C.J.
Josh
Wilson,
Young,
Andrews
Elvis
on that 11 team,
or Elvis Andrews.
Yeah, Andrews, Beltre, Vladimir Guerrero.
Yeah,
I mean, Josh Hamilton put together some monster years. Benji Molina, they were good.
It was
Michael Young,
Michael Young, Ian Kinsler,
Nelson Cruz. Yeah, and Kinsler got traded to the Tigers
later
in
on
2012.
So he was there in 2012 with them. Yep,
because he hit that ball off the wall that was just like an inch too short.
He's a good dude. I met Ian Kinsler a couple times. Yeah, he was buddies with Scott Feldman. Scott Feldman is buddies with a lot of my friends, the Paynes or whatnot. Big
Feldman from Burlingame.
Yeah, he played for CSM. Yeah,
he was a great pitcher. Another Ranger pitcher.
When he walked off the mound one day, we went to a game. We're sitting right behind the Rangers dugout, and he walked off the mound after 6 innings, and we gave it a little steady go.
That's
like,
cool.
Let's go, Feldy. Yeah, he was a good dude.
David VR, by the way, did a segment with Laura Britt.
I saw that. You see, I like that. I like that.
We'll talk about it on the other side.
All right, we got that. Plus, we got a Wiggins update. We got football. We got to get into football today. There's some crazy.
Well, did you hear me and Spadoni?
I did.
Let's talk about it.
We'll
There's
do
a Hall
that
of Fame
after
quarterback
the
I want.
There's Laura Britt first, though. Oh, you want a Hall of Fame quarterback? Mm-hmm. You want Aaron Rodgers?
I'll explain on the other side.
This is coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
Mom?
Morning roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee.
What up, Larry? Larry June in the building. Masters coming up. Tiger about to tee off soon. And, he's walking up to the first green. Here we go. Tiger in the fresh white polo.
First tee.
Oh, first tee, sorry. First tee.
You got to tee off, then you hit your approach shot, then you get to the green.
Well, I feel like somebody who doesn't know football, casual, will be like, oh, that's a touchdown. But like, no, that's a first down. Damn.
It's okay.
First tee. The Nike polo looks sweet. The TW hat. Looks like he's lost weight. Tiger.
Yeah, he looks great.
All right, here we go. Look at that guy. Look at that gallery.
Dude, that's incredible.
I mean, they're like 50 rows deep.
So my favorite part about Augusta, and we were talking about this at the break, you're not allowed to have your phone on. And so you're not going to see all these people with their phones out trying to document it on their phone. They're actually enjoying the moment. Isn't it refreshing? It's almost refreshing. Old school seeing everybody just enjoy the moment. By the way, I would pee my pants if I had to hit a tee shot with that many people sitting there. Like I would, my God, the fear
Shank's
of
coming,
shanking it.
absolutely shanking it and hitting someone in the face.
I mean, I get scared when there's like 10 guys there at the first tee. And he just piped one right down the middle.
There it is. And that's how it starts for Tiger Woods.
I love how excited you are for this.
Oh, come on. I'm a sports guy.
I know.
I love it all.
Speaking of sports.
Love it all.
Speaking of sports. Speaking of legends.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
You know, I'm driving in this morning, and I'm looking for coffee because my normal coffee spot was closed for whatever reason. And I'm listening to Joe Spadoni, and all of a sudden my phone starts buzzing. It's Rocco. It's my buddy Mike. It's my buddy John. And they're like, are you listening to Spadoni right now? I'm like, of course I'm listening to Spadoni. I always listen to the pregame show.
Sometimes. When he goes on a Laker
5 to 6.
Monday through Friday, 5 to 6. Cross over, 5:45 daily.
Thank
Joe
you.
Shasky and Joe Spadoni.
Sometimes I got to go to music. Sometimes. I'm not going to lie. I listen to Spadoni a lot, too. He's piping hot. He goes to break. I play some music. Then I come back. Then the crossover. I turn it off and then just walk upstairs.
Now, this isn't an original opinion of Joe Shasky. This is an original opinion of Joe Spadoni. And,
the other Joe.
And this is times where, like, I want to give credit. I want to cite my sources. But I'm nodding my head like a bobblehead, okay? Like one of those giveaways, be the first 20,000 at a Giants game. And I'm saying to myself, Spadoni's onto something here. And Spadoni, I want you to tee it up because I want to give you the credit because you're the one that said it this morning. And I think that I'm right there with you.
Whoa. What's going on?
Whoa.
Well,
if we are under the assumption, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have pretty much said as much, that Brock Purdy is the future of the quarterback for the team. He's at least the QB1 going into next year. He's coming off surgery. You know what? If this is the Super Bowl window this next season, if that's all the assumption we are under, why not go out and get Aaron freaking Rodgers for one season? What's the harm in that? Go all in. It's a down NFC conference. If he goes over to the Jets, there's no guarantee he's going to be the 4th or 5th best team in that conference. Maybe the 4th, maybe the 5th, but there's no guarantee. He comes over to the NFC, book the NFC title game automatically if you have Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. One season, hey, if you don't win it all, you went all in, doesn't matter. You have your quarterback of the future anyways, in Brock Purdy. What's the harm?
I'm kind of with him, and I'll take it a step further. Like, if you're really worried about draft capital and you're worried about replenishing picks in the cupboard and blah, 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 and then you can trade Purdy too. Like honestly,
I'm not married to Purdy.
But hear me out on this, on the Aaron Rodgers thing. Like, all these things cannot coincide simultaneously. Niner fans, I want you to be realistic with yourself. You want a Super Bowl. I want a Super Bowl. The players want a Super Bowl. This is a win now team. You've been telling me for multiple years. That's why you were so reluctant to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo, because you didn't even want to take a tiny step back in the current, even though maybe down the line you'll see a step forward. So we all want the Super Bowl. They already have a great roster. Look around the league at teams that win consistently year after year. They don't have nearly the great roster outside of the quarterback that the 49ers have. Very few teams do. If I added Aaron Rodgers, and even if it cost me, just hypothetically, one of my playmakers, say Deebo Samuel, I'm doing it all day. Tyreek Hill was moved off of Kansas City. They almost became a more balanced team in a weird way. Now, Tyreek's awesome. No one's denying that. But it changed that team, and they still ended up winning. Why? Because they've got a great coach, and they've got a great quarterback. I'm at the point now, if we're all about winning the Super Bowl, and we need to maximize this window, Trent Williams might not be here. Christian McCaffrey's a running back. Who knows what ends up happening with Christian McCaffrey as we move forward? Like, he is in his prime now. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. How long will I have this team with that D tackle that they just signed this offseason, with George Kittle in his prime? To me, it's a no-brainer. If you can make it work and Parag can work his magic on the cap and you could find a way, why wouldn't you want to be all in on Aaron Rodgers?
You make a compelling case. Joe makes a compelling, Spadoni, that is, makes a compelling case. Here's my pushback.
Okay,
Number one,
yeah, I want to hear
why
it.
would the hell would the Green Bay Packers do business with the 49ers? You're trading within the conference. Because the Packers are going to be in the hunt in the NFC North. That's how they feel. They'll have a chance to win the NFC North and make the playoffs, and they may have to run into Aaron Rodgers at the 49ers. So, number one, why would they even do that? Why did they even think about that? Two, what's the value for Aaron Rodgers? What do the Green Bay Packers want for Aaron Rodgers?
It sounds like right now, them and the Jets have fallen apart. It was regarding a first-round pick in this year's draft and then compensation for next year. To me, it sounds like the compensation for next year or moving forward is tied to how many games he plays, how many seasons, how deep they go, which to me, that's an incentive-based type of a trade that I'd be in on.
Right. Now, I know people are going to make the argument with Brady, right? When he left New England, he had a terrible season. Looked like he was washed.
You're talking about Brady's final season.
Tom Brady, final season in New England,
Yes.
he looked like he was washed. Threw a pick in a wild card game. To end the game to Tennessee. Goes to Tampa Bay, wins the Super Bowl. Now, I'm sure a lot of people would think, oh, man, maybe Rodgers could do the same thing. He's coming off a terrible season. I don't believe he threw for one 300-yard passing game. I don't think he had one 300-yard passing game all year. Now, I know people are going to say the wide receivers, he didn't have a rapport with them. Well, you heard the wide receivers from Green Bay. They said the only time we talked to Aaron Rodgers was on the practice field. He didn't even try to work out with us.
Oh, he's a weird guy. I don't deny any of that.
How does he fit in that locker room?
That's a great question.
Shanahan and Rodgers, will they bump heads?
Well, they do run, to be fair.
How mobile is Rodgers at this stage of his career?
I mean, I think he's mobile enough. The guy was, okay, I know last year wasn't the greatest.
It was awful.
But it wasn't Peyton Manning awful in his final season.
It wasn't Peyton Manning awful.
And he was just the MVP back-to-back years.
He was.
He's a complete head case. To me, I have more psychological issues than physical issues in terms of how he fits.
And then you got a guy who's going to be on the Pat McAfee show every single week. How is he going to relate to teammates? Now, here's Craig Carton, and this is where it all started. Craig Carton, afternoon host of WFAN with Evan Roberts. We love Evan Roberts, big-time Brooklyn Nets and Mets fan and Jets fan. But Carton has his own show now on Fox Sports 1, which is fascinating. Here's what this is where it started. The whole rumor with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know where he got it from.
Yeah, I like this rumor.
It's whatever.
Well, you're connected to a Hall of Fame all-time quarterback.
I don't see it happening. I'm whatever. If that's what you need to do to go win a Super Bowl, damn it, go do it. I've always been on the hype of Shanahan, go get your guy.
Okay, so then you should be in on this.
Well, I'm in on the 49ers doing what they feel like they best believe could get them a Super Bowl. That's what I'm in on. I don't care about Rodgers. I don't care about Purdy.
Okay.
I don't even care about Trey Lance anymore. Get me a damn quarterback that can help the Niners raise a Lombardi for the first time since the mid-'90s. And Rodgers will give them a good chance. But is it a guaranteed lock? I don't know. I've seen them flame out. I've seen them flame out in playoff games.
I agree. There are no guaranteed locks, and I agree with you on that. This would be the best defense he ever had.
He's had some good defenses in Green Bay. He's
Nick
had some really good
Bosa
defenses.
Individually is better than
he's had
any.
Some real, but he's had some real good guys.
Charles Woodson had a defensive player of the year that one
Charles
year.
Woodson was really good.
He was also very older.
Yeah, he was, but he was really good.
Fred Warner and Nick
Clay
Bosa
Matthews,
are the two best defensive players he's ever played
Clay
with.
Matthews had a time.
He was a good player.
He had a time.
Not as good as Fred.
He had a time. Here's Carton on Aaron Rodgers.
And Aaron Rodgers would absolutely want to play for this franchise. The franchise is the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, no.
Okay, they have Trey Lance coming off a broken ankle. They've got Brock Purdy, who's not going to be throwing the ball till August or September.
Tommy John.
And they signed Sam Darnold. They do not have a quarterback right now. Maybe Trey becomes a stud. We don't know. Aaron Rodgers is from the area, all right, and has always said I might want to go home one day. Now, he famously also said, I want to screw it to San Francisco for not drafting me.
Right.
Well, he's already done that, okay?
All right, and here's what the picks the Niners had to give up, according to Craig Carton, even though I disagree with him wholeheartedly about his take. But Rodgers supposed to come home. Rodgers don't care about coming home no more. And if you talk to his family.
I don't even want to. I don't want to
go down that road.
I don't even know what he.
It's whatever. All right, here's the picks the Niners will give up, according to Craig Carton.
So here's the reality. San Francisco does not have a first-round draft pick in this draft. They gave them all away to get Trey Lance. They do, however, because of compensatory picks, have like 5 third-round picks. So the conversation has been multiple third-round picks in this draft and a first-round draft pick in next year's draft. If this happens, the New York Jets no longer exist as a franchise.
Carton sounds like he's a little high. I mean, I don't. It's compelling, but I'm looking at YouTube right now. What about Lamar? If you're going to go out there and try to make a trade for Aaron Rodgers, and it's going to cost you a lot of money, it's going to hit the cap. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is a guy who wants to restructure with anybody. It just doesn't feel like that. From what he said, what he's talked about, who the hell knows?
Yeah, who knows? Look, you're going to need Parag to massage any quarterback or any guy you're bringing in from here on out. There's massaging going on the cap. And that part, whether it's realistic, unrealistic, I can't even speak to it because I've seen some people say anything is possible. I've seen other people say it's impossible.
Would you rather have Lamar Jackson
than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. If you're gonna go do
for this team,
if you're gonna if you're gonna do your due diligence, and go out there and trade for a quarterback, which I don't think the Niners are going to do, wouldn't you rather have Lamar Jackson?
No. On this offense,
888-957-9570.
I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you got this offense with all the running backs. Thanks, Lubman.
And also, I know that this is win now. Lamar has, and again, both guys have come up short in the playoffs. At least Aaron Rodgers can get you to the NFC Championship game. You put him on this team, you put him on this roster, you're guaranteeing yourself NFC Championship game at minimum.
Aren't you doing that with Lamar in the NFC?
I don't know.
Think about the quarterbacks around the NFC. Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts. All right. Jared Goff in Detroit played really well last season. Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. By the way, there's a rumor that the Niners are in on Kirk Cousins again.
We want to talk about rumors. We're talking Lamar, Aaron Rodgers, and then you're going to let me down with Kirk Cousins?
Well, think about it. Why would Lamar be able to get you to the NFC Championship game in this offense? This is the most weapons he's ever had. Maybe the best defense he's ever played with. He's had some great defenses in Baltimore.
And weapons.
He's never had a Christian McCaffrey in that backfield. He's never had a Deebo Samuel and a Brandon Ayuk. And he's sure Mark Andrews is really good. He's right up there with George Kittle. I'll give him that. But that's all he's had.
But Lamar's never played in this system, and we always say this. Oh, the Shanahan system. The Shanahan system. Aaron Rodgers won multiple MVPs in a comparable system.
Well, you look at the system.
And he's
how long did it take Brock Purdy to get the system down?
No, he was awesome. That's why I'm optimistic.
Right.
Like if you put Aaron Rodgers with Christian McCaffrey, Ayuk, Kittle, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it takes Debo to get him. So I'd throw Debo in there. Trent Williams.
I'd rather have Lamar.
Yeah, I'm going Aaron Rodgers.
I'd rather have Lamar on this team.
And the other part is you have to give Lamar $200+ million in guarantees.
You probably do.
And this team, I don't think can afford that.
But I'm looking at the long term. Boy, Lamar.
I'm surprised you're taking Lamar over him.
Locker room matters to me. Character matters to me. Lamar seems like a great dude.
I don't
He's
dismiss
a baller.
That. I don't dismiss
that. I'm
looking at scheme.
He can throw the ball deep. He can throw the ball deep. He can do it all. Lamar, I would love Lamar Jackson in this offense with Shanahan. Oh my Lord!
It would cost you more in draft capital.
It would cost you more, but if I'm going to go out there and make a trade,
cost you more in guarantees.
And if I got to give up all that short term capital in draft capital for Aaron Rodgers, then I might as well call Baltimore and say, "What's up with Lamar Jackson?"
I don't think you're alone in that. I really don't. I'm going to lean Aaron Rodgers because it seems it costs you less, and to me that signifies like we're trying to win the Super Bowl this year.
Lamar, he doesn't signify that.
I still think that Lamar doesn't have a playoff win.
Yes, he does.
We have one.
He beat Tennessee. He went to Buffalo, lost a tough game. I know they lost to Tennessee. Derrick Henry went crazy on him. Okay, he's young. How long did it take Peyton Manning to win a damn Super Bowl? How long did it take Peyton Manning to win a playoff game?
A long time.
You know what I'm saying?
It feels like I'm diminishing Lamar. I'm not. I just think that Rodgers fits with the Shanahan system because I've seen him win an MVP.
We go. Oh man, how many games did Lamar win in the playoffs? Well, there's a lot of quarterbacks who John Elway.
I know. But
bet he's struggling.
Bonte, this is about winning a Super Bowl, right? We're at
Lamar
this point.
But I'm saying Lamar can get you that Super Bowl. Lamar's dynamic. He's a former MVP as well.
I still believe this is just me personal. This is why I'm not that he hasn't improved as a pocket passer. You have to win from the pocket, right? And this system, because of the weapons that they have, to me, if you're talking about winning from the pocket and having that seasoned go all in for right now to try to maximize, like again, Trent Williams has like 1 or 2 years left.
Ooh,
I'm leaning in Aaron Rodgers.
415.
I would love to have either. I want to make it clear. I'd love to have either.
Yeah.
I'd love to have either, but I'm going to go with Aaron Rodgers.
415. Comcast Business Text Line. Lamar and Christian McCaffrey at the best point in that RPO would be effing amazing. I'm with you, 415. That would be insane.
I agree with that.
Insane.
I agree with that.
Let's go to Will in Oakland. He wants to chime in on the conversation. Will, what's happening? You're on a roast.
What's happening, guy? I listen to you every morning. You guys are the greatest.
Thank you.
But I just wanted
Thank
to
you,
chime
Will.
in real quick. I don't want to have a big conversation. I think that Lamar would be a better fit because could you imagine Lamar and McCaffrey basically, essentially, they're both running backs, and he's a running back quarterback. And then you got Kittle's blowing the middle up, and then Samuel. I just think Lamar's a better fit, and he's not a head case because I got to meet him last year when I went to Baltimore and I went to the Steelers game. And I got to meet him, and he was in a restaurant after the game, and he's the nicest fucking
Oh, man. Will, you're on a roll, but I've loved the passion. It's okay. Every week it happens on a roast. You get occasional F-bomb. People get fired up in the morning. I get it. I slip up sometimes. Almost said the S-word the other day.
Both feel like pipe dreams. Both feel like pipe dreams.
Both are pipe dreams. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, you never say never, but both feel like pipe dreams. Man. So you're going to trade away 5 picks over whatever, 4 or 5 year period for Trey and Lamar Jackson. Obviously, Trey would be persona non grata if you brought in either one of these quarterbacks. Well,
that's how the Niners traded for Trey Lance.
Well, if you win one Super Bowl, but Bonte, if you
what?
win one Super Bowl, I don't think we care.
Yeah, we don't give a damn if you win one Super Bowl.
And this kind,
forget those picks.
The bigger thing that I keep coming to, and this is why I want to.
But will people care if they give up all those picks for Lamar Jackson? You know what Niner fans will say?
Well, if you won a Super
We've got Lamar Jackson.
Bonte, we gave $130 million to Zito. He had one good start, and it erased all the negativity.
Gave $120+ million to Jimmy Garoppolo. He had 5 good starts.
Exactly.
I mean, we don't care.
Yeah, you're right.
We do not care.
I think my bigger takeaway, and the reason why I'm like, you know what? Everybody's right. We should go in on a veteran. Like, I just keep thinking about this, B. Willis and Gore and Justin Smith and all those great players that I love so much from that Harbaugh era. I look back at their career and I'm like, God, they should have won one. Not that it validates their career, but it was the cherry on top. It was the one piece of award or recognition that I felt that they truly needed to get their just dues. And I don't want this era of Niner fans and Niner players to look back and go, damn it, we just missed it. Like, I keep thinking about if the Niners would have got Peyton Manning and he doesn't go to Denver, don't you think they win one with that team?
One. I mean,
don't you think they win one?
Look.
And we're not waiting 30-something years for in between Super Bowls?
Well, it changes the legacies. Patrick Willis is in the Hall of Fame with that Super Bowl.
Already?
I
think so, too.
Justice Smith is getting more Hall of Fame noise because of the one Super Bowl.
I think so, too.
Frank Gore would get more noise for the Hall of Fame due to the Super Bowl. Vernon Davis, he probably wouldn't be a Hall of Famer.
I think he's the greatest Niner tight end in terms of impact. Now, Kittle has a chance to get there.
Kittle has a chance to surpass him.
He's almost there.
But people forget how good Vernon Davis was.
I'll put Vernon's 4 best years up against just about anyone in Niner history.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable. But if you're going to, why not just call Tom Brady? If we're going to go down this pipeline.
You know where I'm at on Tom Brady. I'd do it. And it would probably cost you less because you don't have to give up any compensation.
Exactly.
I would call Tom Brady.
So why not just call Tom? I'd rather have Tom than Aaron Rodgers.
Would you rather have Tom than Lamar?
At the price point.
Okay. At the price point.
But
are you with me on the veteran thing then? If it's available, you do it.
If it's available, I don't know if I'd do it for Rodgers, man. I just
hypothetically, if it costs you one of your playmakers, Debo or Kittle or like
for Aaron Rodgers, I'm not giving up my playmakers.
Okay.
I'm not giving up my playmakers whatsoever.
Okay.
I'm keeping the playmakers. That's what's luring Aaron Rodgers to the West Coast. We have all these playmakers. Why give up playmakers in a league full of playmakers?
Well, because you got to give to get. You got to get. That's why I'm thinking.
You could have a quarterback. Yeah. You could have some picks. I'm not giving you Debo, Ayuk, or Kittle.
Devontae is the best player Aaron played with, correct?
He has some good wide receivers. Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson.
I think
Devontae's probably the best.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. Is Kittle better than Devontae, though?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Not even close.
No, well, Kittle's very good, but Devontae is going to the Hall. I think Devontae is going to the Hall of Fame.
Not even close.
But when you took Devontae off that roster, you could feel the impact on Aaron Rodgers.
You did, but that's on Aaron Rodgers, too. He didn't work with those receivers.
No,
he instead threw the receivers under the bus.
I agree with
you. And that's the type of guy he is. There's miscommunication. Rodgers is going to unbuckle his chin strap, be very demonstrative, and sell out his teammates down the river. That's what he does. I don't want that guy in my locker room. I want a guy who's going to be about the team. The team. Shout out Bo Schambuckler. Get all that. I don't want Rodgers. I just don't want anything about I'm over him.
So you're over him.
I would rather roll with Trey Lance or Brock Purdy or dare I say Sam Darnold over freaking Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
That's how out I am on him.
If he came to the Niners, I feel like everybody would flip their opinions on. Well, because I get
when he came to the Niners, we'd go,
we'd love him
it's
very
Operation
quickly.
Las Vegas.
Exactly.
It's Operation, you better win the damn Super Bowl.
I'm surprised how many people are saying no, like unequivocally. I know.
Art Spadoni was talking about how Rodgers had everything in his hand. Jeopardy. Everybody loved him.
Yes.
And with him, just the more he talks, the more he loses everybody. Let's go to Joel in San Jose.
Okay.
Joel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I'm with you, Bonte. I am out on this head case of Aaron Rodgers. We don't give up draft capital very often to go all in. We already gave up draft capital for Trey Lance. And watching the season last year, it kind of unlocked in my brain the secret sauce is what I want this team to do is take the Brock Purdy offense and let Trey Lance run that offense.
Yeah.
Get rid of the RPO bullshit.
I mean, what is going on today? Football
I
fans,
love our
man.
fans. Honestly, I love our fans.
Our roasters
I love our fans.
are fired up.
I love our
We got them
fans.
fired up. But listen, I do want Trey Lance to run the same offense as Jimmy and Brock Purdy. I don't want to hear this, well, Trey Lance can't run it, so Shanahan has to cater it. Well, if you can't run it, get him off the damn team. If you have a quarterback who can't run your offense, why the hell is he on the roster?
That's a loaded question.
You know what I'm saying?
I know, I hear you.
This is a big-time blunder.
If you're looking at Kyle Shanahan coexisting, do you think he coexists better, and this is so hard to quantify, with Lamar, or does he coexist more with Aaron Rodgers?
I think he loved Lamar.
You think so?
You got to remember, Shanahan's a big Lil Wayne fan.
No, I
he
do.
thinks he's hip. He's got swagger. You watch Shanahan walk on the
How
field
would
at
the
training
offense
camp.
evolve with Lamar, though? It would be very different than what we're seeing.
I think you can run some of the same elements.
I know. I agree.
Boot game.
I agree.
You imagine the play action passes?
Yeah, I agree
with
with
Lamar
that.
Jackson coming on the edge.
But what if Lamar misses a window? You know how Shanahan gets all uptight.
Man, this
I'm
Lamar,
just throwing out. I'm asking.
And Lamar let that thing fly. He'll let it fly.
Debo or Ayuk would be the best wide receiver he's played with
ever.
Yeah.
Easily.
And Andrews is an excellent player.
And you've got the running back of McCaffrey.
Yeah,
and then you got the backup in Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
And then you got Lamar with the legs. And you get him on the perimeter.
I'm not opposed to Lamar. I'm just not paying him $200 million guaranteed.
Poor Bobby Wagner up in Seattle is going to be like, what do I do? Do I step up on Lamar or do I back up and get into the zone to try to defend a pass against George Kittle? Boy, I don't know. Let's go to boy, calls are lining up here. A lot of people want to talk quarterback. 49er quarterback talk.
You didn't know this was going to take off.
No, I knew it. Sam Darnold, I'm telling you guys, brace yourself for Sam Darnold. It's going to be a wild offseason for the 49ers. And the draft is coming up at the end of the month. We ain't seen nothing yet, folks. There's going to be movement in the NFL. There's going to be action, and I'm all for it.
The only way you'd be in on Aaron Rodgers, he cancels the Pat McAfee show, comes to the Bay, and puts on a Tuesday show on the morning roast, 8 a.m. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That'd be sick.
You'd be the biggest Rodgers fan ever.
No, we'd be
We're doing
grilling them.
ayahuasca on Wednesday.
You know what? I would flip because the Niners should have took him anyway in the draft.
Well, that's Mike Nolan.
I sat there on a Saturday afternoon and watched the Cal Bears number 17 with Keith Jackson and Bob Greasy in the booth.
Jeff
College
MacArthur?
game day at the Coliseum.
Chase Lyman?
And Rodgers started 23-23, and I said, damn it, the Niners got their quarterback.
Rocco was at that game.
Was he really?
On the sidelines.
Yeah, first and 10 inside the goal. First and 10.
My two favorite receivers in Cal history, besides Deshaun Jackson, Chase Lyman,
St. Francis High School,
and Jeff MacArthur.
They were sick. Lyman broke his leg that game. He broke his leg
Look
that
how
game.
excited you are.
They ran the ball down their throat, and Tedford called 4 straight passes to lose the game.
After they had beat USC the year prior.
Rodgers was sick in that. He was throwing dimes.
We had the high,
little
high
release point. Dude, he was throwing nothing but spirals.
Everyone was afraid of him because of Kyle Bowler the year prior, or whatever, 2 years prior.
Oh, yeah, Kyle Bowler.
He could throw it 75 yards from
on
his
one knee.
Yeah.
How'd that work out in Baltimore? George, Los Altos, what's happening,
what's
George?
Up, George?
Good morning, fellas.
What's up, George?
We're talking about spending either $200 million to get Lamar or 5 third-rounders to get Aaron Rodgers. I don't want either one of them. I think we have our quarterback.
Okay.
I'm just praying to God that he recovers. I think we have our quarterback.
Who's our quarterback?
Brock Purdy, praying to God that he recovers fully and is able to come back out and play like he did last year. He is our quarterback of the future. He's got it, you guys. I just watching him, he has it. That thing. He knows how to win. He knows what to do. He's elusive. He puts the ball where it needs to be, and the players love him. I think he's the future. I really, really do.
All right, George. He's rolling with Purdy.
Honestly, George, I think a lot of people feel the way you feel.
Oh,
I do.
But just because you get Aaron Rodgers doesn't mean you're giving up on Brock Purdy. You're letting him rest all season. He's learning behind a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, this is just a year, I'm saying, for Aaron Rodgers.
How would Brock Purdy feel about that? Like, wait a minute, I helped take this team to the
you're hurt right now.
Yeah. But what if he's ready to go week 2? Week 3?
Look at
I get it. Rodgers I would take Rodgers.
Niner fans. This is like, look yourself in the mirror. Aaron Rodgers, Brock Purdy was awesome. Or Brock Purdy. Come on. Bonte, how many quarterbacks in the history of the game? Just be real with me. Whether you think he's at the end or whatever. Like, we all agree. He's only got a couple of years left.
Rodgers top 10 quarterback all time.
Might be higher. And if he can win one more Super Bowl, what does that do for his legacy?
Oh, I mean, it puts him up there with Elway. It puts him up there with Manning. It puts him up there with
Joey
Eli.
thinks he jumps over Manning if he wins one more.
I'm here for the argument. I'm here for the argument. I'm here for it. John Elway? Oh, no, John Elway. I hold
think
John
about
Elway.
what Kyle Shanahan's dad did.
John Elway.
Think about what his dad did. His dad, Mike, was the
OC for John Elway for the last 2 Super Bowls. Or the head coach, excuse me.
You know, it was a fountain of youth for him, right?
So, and he worked with Elway earlier in his career in the early 90s.
Exactly. So I don't know, man. Like, I get it. It's a pipe dream. Christian McCaffrey was a pipe dream.
Yeah.
And it ended up working.
Yeah.
I mean, that
was our pipe dream.
Let's look at. If I told you,
I hear you. No,
McCaffrey was elite for 2 more years,
hold on.
Would you be surprised?
The argument that Carton is making,
what is that?
Doesn't make any sense to me. It's the argument that we could make in the barbershop. Well, he wants to go back home. How do we know that?
We don't.
We don't know that.
But we know he wants out.
We know. Yeah, he wants out. He wants to go to New York City.
But why would you want to go to the AFC? If he stays in the NFC, as reluctant as Green Bay would be to trade him to the Niners, they realize their future. Their
future
New York City is slightly being reset.
He knows if he wins in New York City, he catapults to another level.
Well, if he wins with the Niners, that's the biggest brand.
With Jets.
Outside of the Cowboys, the Niners have the biggest brand in the NFC.
But if he won with the Jets, a team that hasn't won since 1969.
Yeah, but you're not winning with them.
That defense is really good.
He comes to the Niners, you're saying to yourself, as a Niner fan and as an NFL fan, that's the team to beat in the NFC.
I already feel like we're the team to beat,
If he goes to the Jets, he might be 3rd place in his own division.
They'd be better than Miami.
I agree with you. I agree, but you see where I'm going.
He wins with New York, and he's a legend. He's a god.
I will not dismiss that because he would be the greatest New York Jet ever.
Do you already feel like the Niners are already a top 3 team in the NFC?
Yeah,
nothing changes.
But that's why I want to get the quarterback because then I know for a fact we have our best chance of winning a Super Bowl since '94.
All right, Rob Parker's going to join us at 8:00. We could ask him this question about Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson. I would rather have Lamar Jackson. Oh, my God. To the offense with Lamar, the speed on the field. I can't believe the Miami Dolphins aren't in on Lamar Jackson. I would do anything to get him. Lamar is legit. People, they're going to learn about Lamar soon. Let's go to, where do we go? Let's go to Berkeley. Ryan and SF. Ryan and SF. What's happening? We'll get to Nick and Berkeley next. Sorry, press the wrong button. Ryan, what's happening?
All right. First things first. Aaron Rodgers, me personally, I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback in NFL history. I can name 10 quarterbacks. I mean, I'm only 26 years old, but I can still name 10 quarterbacks better than him.
Name them real quick.
Go. I want to hear it.
All right. Well, number 1, I got it because I'm from the Bay Area. Joe Montana has to go number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, Tom Brady. Number 3, I'd go. That's a tough one. Dan Marino.
I liked Marino. He's in my top 10.
Over Aaron Rodgers?
Go ahead. Keep going.
I'd give Dan Marino over.
Yeah, I would have Dan Marino over Rodgers too.
I don't think a lot of people would. Keep going.
Peyton Manning.
Yep.
Okay. 4.
I'd give actually ahead of Aaron Rodgers. I'd still go with Eli Manning. He's the Patriots.
You're not going Eli. All right, I love you. But okay, give me the rest of your call. You're falling apart on this top 10 thing.
You can barely get through 5, Ryan.
Okay,
I love you, though.
bud.
I love you.
I'll get it.
What do you got?
Stick with Purdy. You want to stick with Purdy?
I still think we should stick with Brock Purdy. If we had the chance to get Lamar Jackson, oh my God, that would be freaking crazy. I would not take Aaron Rodgers. But if we don't get Lamar, which I'm pretty sure we're not because he wants this fully guaranteed contract, I'm sticking with Brock Purdy. I think he's our guy. He just needs to recover, and I think that's our quarterback of the future.
All right, I love it. I love it, right? He couldn't get through.
God bless him.
Could have got War Moon. He said he was only 26 years old.
I love Warren Moon. Warren Moon's not better than Aaron Rodgers.
Warren Moon could throw that football.
Bonte, he's like a 4-time MVP with a Super
Warren
Bowl.
Moon could spin that rock.
No one is denying
he's not
that Warren
better
Moon's
than Rodgers, but
I mean,
Warren
come
Moon,
on.
don't disrespect Warren Moon.
And I'm sorry.
Sick.
Look, I like Marino a lot. No one is taking Marino
yes,
over.
I am taking Marino
well, you're
over
wrong.
Aaron Rodgers. Marino had no running backs, different cast of receivers all
Hall
the
of Fame
time.
wide receivers
Yeah,
and a Hall of Fame head coach.
Made them. He made them.
Are we just forgetting the guy in Kansas City that just won the Super Bowl?
Totally
he's above most of those guys.
Agree.
Like, come on.
Totally agree.
Dude, put some respect on Dan Marino's name. He had no mobility whatsoever, and he could spin it with the best.
Great actor, too.
And
great actor.
I'm taking Elway over Marino all day.
I mean, a lot of people would. I'll take Elway
I'm not
over.
dismissing Marino. Marino's amazing. We're talking about the all-time greats, and part of what separates them is the hardware. And that's where, if you're Aaron Rodgers, you're at the legacy portion of your career. You're not at the I'm establishing myself. You're trying to tack on to your resume. Notches on the belt.
Warren Moon was special, man. Warren Moon was special. He was a special quarterback. He really was. I'm just saying. Elway's up there. Elway's probably in my top 5. I love Elway. Took me a long time to love Elway, but I love Elway.
He's one of my favorite players ever.
Dan Marino. I love Dan Marino.
If we're talking about skill sets at the position, not greatest, but like Mahomes, Elway, Rodgers, their skill set is on a whole nother level.
Yeah, it's next level.
In being able to move and throw and make all the different kinds of throws from different arm angles.
The run and shoot offense, too. Warren Moon, Jim Kelly.
Oh, I love K-Gun. Come on, you know that.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley.
Hey,
K-Gun was sick. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, man, let's go. I heard this conversation. My ears perked up. We're playing with house money. We got 2 cheap, great backup quarterbacks that can learn from Lamar. Lamar has such a cannon. He has to concentrate on not throwing it hard. I'm telling you, he's so much faster than cats up there. And look, I don't know what this Rodgers talk is. If he goes to the Jets, he's going to get catapulted, right onto the bench on injured reserve because that defense in that division don't play. So that's where he's going to be. And Rodgers, he's a quitter. We already seen him quit in his heart. We've made him quit twice in 2 playoffs in 2 years in a row. And let me tell you this, man. I will go buy me a Lamar Jackson jersey right now. I might even buy a helmet and put his name on it. I don't even care. Lamar Jackson is the best. If we were going to get Deshaun Watson, why would we not go get Jackson?
Who do you think John Lynch would want? If I gave you those two, if you had to pick between those two.
That's a great question. It's a great question.
I don't think he makes the ultimate decision. I think Shanahan does, but who do you think he would want? Because I do think Shanahan would be intrigued by both players.
I think Lynch may...
He's going the veteran, right? The older guy.
I think he lean Rodgers.
Yeah, I think he goes older guy.
I think he lean Rodgers. Yeah.
I think he would love Lamar Jackson,
He would be very tip. He would love Lamar.
I know he would.
He would love Lamar. Let's go to Anthony.
We love Lamar because he loves football, and I love him.
Anthony at Fairfield, what's happening?
Top of the morning. So,
what up?
Any of these fans, what's up? So, these fans got to be smoking hubbas if they say they don't want Lamar Jackson. And that's just what it is, because Lamar Jackson would have a field day in this offense. We're talking about an offense that's got all these different moving parts, these short intermediate throws. Then, you get people open down the sideline, open in the middle of the field. Lamar Jackson would have a field day. And honestly, we would be the favorite, because when you consider his skill set, he isn't the best thrower, but the boy can make things happen with his legs when things break down. And that's one of the things that we just haven't had. That's one of the things that they wanted, or what they were hoping to get out of Trey Lance. But I also want to get to this Trey Lance conversation. If Trey Lance is not going to get the same playbook and the same weapons and the same opportunity to get to put his best foot forward, then you cannot have a fair conversation about about Purdy being, more ready than Trey Lance. Because although Purdy's the more seasoned guy when you think about games played, it was Shanahan's, decision to go get him and move heaven and earth. And we got to start putting some blame at the doorstep of Shanahan, because at some point you have to recognize that they never set this young man up for success. So we want to go get a veteran quarterback. I'm with it.
Anthony.
I would go with Lamar. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
All right. Hubba Rock. Who's your favorite verse on that one? Mac Dre, San Quinn, or Turf Talk?
I like Turf Talk went crazy on that one, man. Turf Talk is kind of underrated. One of I really like this, Do the Robot. I loved all those little hits he had, man. I think Turf Talk was kind of underrated out of the V.
Hey, when he used to go, "It's me, man, it's Turfy," when he would do that on all those 40 songs, I love Turf Talk. He was sick. Give me Hubba Rock coming back at some point.
Hubba Rock. I haven't heard that in the rock. Anthony, great call as always.
By the way, young Guido texting in, we forgot about Brett Favre. Brett Favre for 4 years might have been one of the greatest quarterbacks ever.
Playoff failures.
Agreed.
Choker.
Agreed.
And a terrible human being.
Well, that I agree. But as a football player?
He's not in my top 10. He's not in my top 10.
Favre's not in your top 10?
He's not in my top 10.
Going Kurt Warner over Brett Favre.
He's not in my top
Really?
10. Not my top 10.
I think his 4-year run was better than
close.
Kurt Warner's. Kurt Warner's body of work was different. Man, that's a tough one.
Going
Went to 3
Montana.
Super Bowls.
All right, no order.
And
Just
he
my
took
top
the
10.
Cardinals. That's the other thing. By the way, the Bidwells. We'll get to that later.
Yeah. Well, they're changing their uniforms. My top 10, no order. I got Montana. I got Staubach. I got Marino. I've got Elway. I got Mahomes. Obviously, Tom Brady. You got to go Peyton. You got to go Rodgers.
Okay,
that's
good.
8.
Yeah.
Who else? I got 2 more. Terry Bradshaw, 4-time Super Bowl champion. And he threw the ball. When he started throwing the ball, he really threw that ball. He was
played
legit.
with 8,000 Hall of Fame. Continue.
I don't care. And then I'm going Bart Starr. Rest in peace.
I did not have you with Staubach and Bart Starr, but you are an old white guy. So,
hey, you got Frankie.
Look at Sidoni's laughing.
You have Frankie Albert. I got
of
Bart
course.
Starr.
You know I would.
Steve Young just outside of it.
Can I be real with you? I'm very happy that you have Staubach on because he's a guy we forgot about. He changed the way the game was played at that position, and I'm glad you put him in there. As much as I hate the Cowboys, I have tremendous respect for him serving our country and for his mobility behind the line, and also what he did at the position.
He was legit.
I agree with you.
He was legit. Forget Brett Favre. Screw him. Injury report time.
I love you. I love you so much.
See, I got this guy Dada. Take a lap, Dada. I said, if this guy was black, you'd have him up there. How many black guys did I have in my top 10 right there? I had Mahomes.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go all white guys. Johnny Unitas, Otto Graham.
I had one black guy in there. So how racist am I really? All white quarterbacks, Dada. Shut up. All right, injury report. Oakland A's could be getting a member of their pitching staff back soon. Right-hander Paul Blackburn told reporters this week that his torn fingernail is fully healed. He is set to begin a rehab assignment that will have him start a game at Low A Stockton before joining AAA Las Vegas. The plan is for Blackburn to build up his stamina and get at least 5 innings of work in a game before rejoining the A's and making his 2023 season debut. By the way, we were talking about Hillary from Box Circle. I ran into her sister yesterday, Lindsay.
Where does she work?
No, she was walking around the marina.
Oh, I thought she was also, working at Box Circle.
No, but she was like, Lindsay, I'm Hillary's sister. Oh, yeah, she's going to be at the A's-Giants game where we go out there.
Nice.
It's okay, yeah.
You're going to have to put that in my calendar because my calendar's filling up for the summer.
Oh, yeah, mine is jam-packed. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, more if your phone calls. TCG Rock, stay on hold. We'll get to you. Rob Parker coming up on the roast right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a fun Thursday. We're talking quarterbacks. We got Rob Parker coming up. But wait till we get Rob Parker off the air. We have Mike Florio sound. Mike Florio, because there's more rumors about the 49ers quarterback position, and it has to do with Mac Jones.
Oh.
He has a Mac Jones for Trey Lance idea. Mike Florio, that is. So it just doesn't stop.
Oh, boy.
It just doesn't stop. Woo! Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're getting off of work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work or if you're at work, good morning to you, all the beauty drivers, of course, all the baristas, all the small business owners. Shout out to Gambino's serving us with this hot coffee.
Thank God.
Shout out to Omar at Metro Cafe. He's going to deliver the cheesesteaks tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
We're working on that because your boy ain't going to be able to eat anything on Monday, so I'm about to pig out all weekend long. I may not be able to fit into a suit on Sunday. That's how hard I'm going to go into the paint. Went to Izzy's Steakhouse yesterday. Steakhouse.
I love Izzy's. Did you get the scalloped potatoes?
I didn't go potatoes yesterday.
Would you go skirt steak?
I went mushrooms, cream spinach, and I went New York steak.
Oh.
It was good though.
Okay.
It was good.
I can dig it.
You can dig it?
You dig
we got
it?
Rob? Rob's there? Oh, Rob's ready to roll. Rob Parker. One of our favorite guests. We can talk baseball, we can talk football, talk basketball. He's versatile when it comes to the sports game. Rob Parker, of course. Check out his website, MLBBro.com. He's the founder and editor of this website. Covers black and brown players from around the major leagues, chronicling the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now and from a historical standpoint. Inside the Parker Podcast, of course, every single Thursday. The MLB Bro Show every Saturday and Sunday. And we love talking to Rob. We'll get into the Gamote a little bit later. We always have fun with that. But Rob, man, long time no talk. How you doing this morning, brother?
Doing great. How you guys doing, man? Life is good. Busy with baseball season, as you know. I'm in my element, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, we're happy, too. We got the Giants, even though they're struggling, and we'll get to them in a second. They're hit or miss. They got their home opener tomorrow against the Royals. And I know I heard you recently with Willard and Dibbs talking about you're coming up to the Bay Area. So when you do, we all got to link up, man, and go to a game. You, Shasky, Jason Dumas over at Cron 4. We had him in the studio the other day. He's doing a great job up here. But start with baseball there. How have you adapted to the pitch clock so far this season, Rob?
Well, I wasn't a fan of it because I just felt like, it wasn't really going to cut a significant amount of time off. I thought like maybe spring training was, with guys just taking their hacks and they're not really trying to work the pitchers and all that kind of stuff. And I just thought maybe it looks good, but is it really going to work? And so far, to be honest, if you could shave 20 or 30 minutes off and it's legit, then that's fine. My only issue, though, is the umpires have to work with the veteran players. I don't want to see Tim Anderson getting thrown out of a game in the third inning. I don't want to see Manny Machado getting thrown out in the first inning. That if it's going to be that, then it's bad for baseball. I want to see the stars play. The umpires have to work with these guys who haven't played under these. Maybe the younger players who have been under a pitch clock in the minor leagues, they're more used to it. But if you start throwing out stars in the game, then I'm going to be against it.
Interesting. You bringing up all the stars. B and I have had this conversation. I feel like the NBA has always prided itself on developing young stars and new faces for the league. NFL, obviously, they've got the minor league system of college football that almost creates them for them. So we have name recognition before they even get there. I think we've underrated how many great young players there are in today's game. I mean, I'm looking around every single day. There are guys, Bobby Witt Jr., Vladimir Guerrero Jr., like there's so many guys around the league right now that are budding superstars. Julio Rodriguez. I think the game's in a great place in terms of youth.
I totally agree. I totally and sports goes like that, where a sport will have a great run of players, and baseball had that when you go back to all the great players that retired, and Jeter and Bonds, and like there was just an unbelievable group of players that have come and gone, and then there's a little lull, and then other guys emerge. But I'm with you. I think that kid Jordan Walker in St. Louis.
Yeah,
the Cardinals on off to a great start. This kid is 6'6". Like this guy would have been in the NFL. He would have been a guy who would have buck baseball, you know what I mean? And going to the NFL or whatever with his size. I think he's 250, 260, 250, 6'6". If you look at him, and this dude's playing baseball at a high level, was supposed to go to AAA. He hit his first major league home run yesterday. He's hit in all 6 of his first 6 games. I mean, that's guys like that are starting to excite me in Major League Baseball. So I agree. I think that there's a wealth of talent out there. The game is in a good place, healthy, making money, all-time high revenue last year. I mean, I know people have painted this dinosaur and dying and all. It's just, being in San Francisco, people love baseball.
No doubt.
And all over these cities, the major cities, baseball is supreme. And people can not talk about it nationally or I had a big fight about, not people who don't want to talk about baseball on the national level on our show, The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio. But Chris Broussard and I talk baseball. Because I don't think you could just ignore 70 million people buying tickets every year, TV ratings locally. They dominate the primetime viewing in every major city, 25 of the 30. They're number one at night from 7 to 11. You can't ignore that, and we refuse to do it.
Nah, same here, Rob. Rob Parker here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Check out his website, MLBBro.com. He's a founder or editor of that, and it covers black and brown players from around the major leagues and chronicling the past of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now and from a historical standpoint inside the Parker podcast as well. He's got everything going on here, and there's a lot of good baseball happening. Tampa Bay Rays are undefeated, 6-0, plethora of young talent. The Yankees, of course, with Aaron Judge, Blue Jays, even the Royals got a lot of young talent on their roster here, and you brought up the ratings with baseball. And it feels like now's the time for baseball. Maybe catapult the NBA in terms of rating because of the way the NBA is being ran right now, Rob. The new CBA deal came out. It looks like the players got hosed. Now we got a midseason tournament for who, for what? Is the NBA in real deep trouble, especially post-LeBron and post-Steph Curry?
I think so. I just think the league has really the commissioner, they want to turn the NBA into soccer with a midseason tournament. Again, negate the regular season, trying to make players play at least 65 games to win any major awards. You just have to stop. My recommendation for getting players to play and stop the load management would be like a baseball rule. When you have to go on the 10-day disabled list or injured list or whatever they call it today, injured list, and you have to miss 10 days. So if you take a day off, you need to miss the next 3 games. So that would be 4 games. So that would stop people from, you can't afford to have a guy take a random, I want to take this random night off if you have to miss the next 3 games. And if somebody's really hurt, then they have time to, recuperate and get better. And if they're not, and they're just trying to take a day off, you have to really think about it. Imagine if a guy takes 4 of those nights off, right, just deciding they don't want to play. That would mean he'd have to miss a total of 16 games in a season. Wow. I think that would eliminate it. Players don't want to play. You say, well, don't play a full game, just play 10 or 12 minutes and play or whatever. They don't want to do that because of their stats. Career stats would plummet if you go into games and play 10 or 12 minutes and you don't put up any points or rebounds. So that's why players never want to do that. They want the whole day off because they don't want it to count against their stats. But this is a bad thing for the NBA. You can only take advantage of fans so long.
Yeah. Where
people are paying. I had my brother and my nephew, 2 nephews in town in LA, and they wanted to go to a Lakers game. I paid $2,000 for 4 tickets.
Damn.
That's for good seats, you know what I mean? But right. $2,000. And in that game, LeBron was hurt, and it was against the Mavericks, and Luka didn't play. And then there was a question on whether Kyrie was going to play or not. Now, Kyrie wound up playing, so Kyrie and Anthony Davis played, and it wound up being a great game that the Mavericks won at the buzzer. But 2 of the 4 stars were not playing, and there was a chance that 3 of the 4 were not playing. And after a while, you feel like you've been duped. and you're not going to spend big money on tickets if you're not sure people are playing.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I mean, Rob, you bring up obviously LeBron and some of the big names. You've been outspoken about Steph Curry, and we've asked you about that before. Shohei, big must-watch guy. Does Tiger Woods still do it for you? Because today he's playing the front nine of the Masters right now, and I'm a big golf fan, but I know a lot of people aren't. But he's the one guy that in golf people do care about. Does he still do it for you?
Not really. I mean, I know golf, and they can't help it because anytime you could put his name and stuff, he's always in all the advertisements for everything because of his past, and he's a guy who's gotten ratings, for golf. And you've seen the ratings without Tiger and when he wasn't in there weren't good. So they're going, as long as he's going to be around, they're always going to throw him in the mix for people, hoping to get ratings or hoping that, he can play on Sunday and it's, you know what I mean? And people are jacked and want to tune in for him. But, I think that ship sailed for me on Tiger a while ago.
Interesting. Rob Parker, I want to go back to baseball real quick, and then we'll get into the 49ers for a second. You brought up Shasky brought up Shohei Ohtani, must watch. And I've been a couple weeks ago, I was like, the Giants, they can't get a star. They failed on Aaron Judge. They did the Carlos Correa debacle. A couple of years ago, they couldn't get Stanton. They couldn't get Bryce Harper. They missed on Shohei, for crying out loud. Now Shohei's going to be a free agent. And I believe if you're the Giants and they need a star bad, this is a star market, Rob, in the Bay Area. It's become that. When you look at the Niners, all their stars, the Warriors and all their stars, the Giants have yet to get one, and people aren't going to the games as frequently as they used to here at Oracle Park. I believe the Giants should offer Shohei $75 million a year, and whatever years he wants, you give it to him because you're getting a player who's 2 for 1. He's a 2 for 1. He's a great pitcher. He's a great hitter, and that's what you got to do to get a star. I think Shohei can ask that next year in the offseason, saying, hey, I want at least $70 million a season. What you think, Rob?
I don't disagree from the standpoint of he's going to be worth every dime, and not just for and I get it as a pitcher and as a hitter, but the marketing and the merchandising that you'll be able to sell and the money and the advertisements from Japanese companies on the billboards all over the stadium. You remember when Matsui played for the Yankees?
Oh yeah.
The outfield fences were covered with Japanese companies. In the World Baseball Classic, 100 million people watched the final game, the championship game in Japan to watch Shohei. I mean, you will make your money back. I know it sounds crazy to pay somebody that much money, but he's different. He's such an international star. He brings eyeballs to TVs. He sells merchandise. And if I'm the Angels, I think that you have to offer him some ludicrous deal. You just have to. It's probably starting at $600 million, $550 million, somewhere around there. And if he turns it down, you probably have to deal him because you can't let that guy walk for nothing.
Yeah,
you just can't. I think I know you want to hold on to him for the season or whatever, but for that guy to walk and go somewhere else when he won't sign a deal, and you put that kind of money on the table, it'd be hard to swallow for an organization.
Rob, we've been kicking this around this morning, and I want your opinion. Someone who's not here in the Bay Area, we're in the bubble. We always joke around. We're in the bubble. We're in the Niner bubble. Brock Purdy mania, Trey Lance, woulda, coulda, shoulda. There's obviously Lamar Jackson out there, Aaron Rodgers. What's your read on what the Niners should do for this year?
Well, I still think that, and as well as Brock Purdy played, I still think when you make a trade up for a Trey Lance and give what you gave, and I know people are, well, he didn't look good. He only played a couple of games. I don't know how they won't give him a chance if they were that high on him coming in. I'm not saying that he should automatically be the starter, but can Brock Purdy be better than he was with the weapons around him? Was it that or was it him? He had so many great weapons to utilize. So I'm just from a management or ownership or front office, I think you have to give Trey Lance an opportunity to play to see if this guy is what you thought he was. Otherwise, why would you have drafted him or moved up that, to secure him. So I think it's a competition, and I think they have to see who can, utilize their system and their weapons the best, and who has the bigger upside.
Well said, Rob. Hey, we got to break bread. When you come to the Bay Area, man?
Yeah, I always come every summer. I'm coming, and I'm going to let you guys know ahead of time. We will get together with all the guys I know up there. Jason Dumas is my guy over there. And we'll do that. I want to make that happen.
Absolutely, Rob. You're good to us, man. Thanks for the time today. We love your insight on
Thanks,
everything. Baseball, especially baseball.
And check me out on Brian Kenny's show on MLB Now. I'm on 9:15 Pacific Coast time every Thursdays on MLB Network.
Oh, that's big time.
Yeah.
Brian Kenny.
We got it on in the studio every day.
Yep, MLB Network stays on our channel. We love that channel, man. And don't forget about MLBBro.com. Founder and editor Rob Parker, of course, covers black and brown players from around the major leagues. It's really cool. Chronicling the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now and from a historical standpoint inside the Parker podcast. You heard about The Odd Couple with Chris Broussard. Rob does it all. Rob, thanks so much for the time, man.
All right, guys. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Anytime. Rob Parker here on 95.7 The Game. A lot of interesting things he said. He said just the Shohei money. It's not foolish.
No.
All the money you're going to make off the revenue, $75 million, is like, I think you got to start there.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
And if you're in the Giants, to hell with it. You want to give them $100 million a year? I don't care.
Yeah.
Get them to the park.
What'd you think about yesterday, just the hitting in general for the San Francisco Giants? I mean, Conforto's really struggling this year.
13 strikeouts, Chasky. But we knew this with the hitters.
Yeah.
This lineup is going to strike out or they're going to hit bombs. They had 4 hits yesterday, but they walked 9 times.
Yeah.
They walk and they have no speed on the base pass.
Yeah.
So to me, it's on the pitching. Everybody talked in the offseason how this is the deepest rotation they've had in years.
I don't know if I had subscribed to that, but you're right. That was the narrative.
And Gabe Kapler on the TK podcast, Tim Kawakami, our boy from The Athletic, says this year's team is deeper than the 2021 team. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I disagree.
I want to see it.
Well, if DeSclafani can be some semblance of what he was in 2021, okay, that's a great step. Logan Webb was lights out for 2.5 months. He didn't lose a game for, 15 starts?
Yeah.
And then Kevin Gausman was awesome. That's why he got the big money deal, the 5-year, $130 million deal or whatever it was. Alex Wood was good. I don't know. He's a little older, obviously. I got question marks on the pitching staff, but putting the ball in play, and then also this is another sneaky thing. I never thought their defense was that great to begin with.
It has to be good.
Cross booted a couple balls, and he's a legend.
Yep.
He's the greatest defensive shortstop the Giants have ever had. That's easy to say,
hands down.
I think we're going to come to a realization. I pray it's not. I hope he can fight back Father Time, but I got a feeling we're going to have a hard conversation at some point. He has had a couple of big-time boots early on. We're only 6 games in. I'm not losing my mind, but he is old. He's got the bulky knee. He missed 2 routine balls for him yesterday.
Defensively, they haven't been good so far. Well,
they're not.
But in a game like yesterday, and I get it, they struck out 13 times. Jock, what did he leave? 8 runners on base, you said earlier today? And they look top of the 7th inning. They get runners on first and second, no outs. They can't score a run.
Yes.
And Jock Peterson strikes out on 98-mile-an-hour fastballs. Just wasn't even close. No. It was Lopez who struck him out. And so when I look at the hitting, I know this is the way it's going to be with the Giants this year. This is their philosophy. They want to hit home runs. They want to hit for power. They don't have a lot of speed. This is what they're going to do. Walk, strike out, hit home runs. Whatever. It's on the pitching staff. And yesterday, to me, was on Logan Webb. Logan Webb, you want to get paid the big bucks. He wants a big extension. Everybody's talking about him. He's on the face of Oracle Park. Nothing like it, right? The hashtag, nothing like it. And it's Logan Webb looking down at Willie Mays right there. We drive by it every single day on the way to work. You can't give up 9 hits in 5 innings. Can't give up 4 runs. Can't give up 2 in the first inning. You got to match Dylan Cease pitch for pitch because the Giants have him at the top of the rotation.
It's just a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure. But if
you're a lot of pressure on
you're
him.
at the top of the rotation, you're going against the Dylan Ceases. You're going against Verlander soon. You're going against Kershaw and Urias and Walker Buehler. You're going against the big dogs. And so you got to match these guys pitch for pitch. And so far, he hasn't matched Garrett Cole.
No.
And he hasn't matched Dylan Cease.
Garrett Cole is elite player.
He is.
He's an elite player. He'd be an ace on so many teams. And yeah, Cease looks good. Yes, I mean he looked really good yesterday. B, the other part of this is that the swing man that they brought into the game, Sean Jelly, who's been one of their higher profile guys coming out. I wouldn't call him prospect. Listen, I would say farm guys.
Farm guy, but is it me?
What have I said?
It just feels like nothing good happens when he's on the mound.
Well, let me just ask you, what is his repertoire? That's what I kept asking. Okay, we talked about players when they come up. I'm a big believer in you have to have a tool. What is the tool you hang your hat on that got you to the bigs?
I don't know what he has. I don't know.
It's not breaking ball.
I don't know what he has.
His fastball's fine, but it's not electric.
I'm not impressed.
He's a guy, and I'm not trying to rip him. Like maybe he develops and he gets better or whatever. I'm not that impressed.
Listen,
and they're really high on him.
Yeah, last year he had a 5.76 ERA, 1.64 WHIP in 8 games.
Yeah,
and in those 8 games he was not impressive.
No,
I think I was at one of the games where he just looked bad.
Yeah, and
may have been against the White Sox.
Yeah,
may have been against the Sox.
It might have been.
And then this year so far, I'm looking at him yesterday. I'm just like, he has no shot. The White Sox were teeing off on him.
I know.
We're lucky there wasn't more damage put on his ERA yesterday. So to me, he's just a guy.
I'm with you on that one. I think the number one thing I keep coming back to is, the guys that they've paid the big money to, Jock Peterson. And he's got some home runs this year, but he's only got like 5 hits or whatever.
He's batting like 143.
Yeah, obviously Dave Villar looks nice. Craw, he's 3 for 21. To start the year. Now it's early, Yaz is swinging a pretty decent bat, but Conforto was one of their big free agent signings. He's 3 for 18 to start the season. We haven't seen Mitch Haniger yet, right? So I think it'll come back around, but man, I think they're going to be very feast or famine. I think there's going to be a lot of games like yesterday where you're going to be really frustrated.
Yeah, I'm and that's why I know a lot of people were looking at the hitting. Oh, they left all these runners on base. To me, I'm saying I know what the hitting's going to be.
You think it's going to be feast and famine all year?
All year long. We discussed this all spring training. Yeah. We discussed it yesterday ad nauseum. The pitching staff, because Flynn, Contos, Laura Britt, Carlos Ramirez, I've talked to him in the studio. Farhan, everybody
Kapler said this is the best team he's ever had. I'm like,
they keep talking about the staff being so damn deep. This pitching staff, Alex Cobb didn't last 4 innings. I get his stuff was good, but he didn't last 4 innings. All right? Ross Stripling was not good in the second game at Yankee Stadium. He was not. Sean Manai in his relief appearance was not good. Disclafani's had the best start. Logan Webb, 2 subpar starts.
That's one thing you're bringing up something like so-and-so was not good. I appreciate when an organization shoots me straight.
Yeah.
And I feel like too many times the general consensus for the Giants is, you have to trust us. And
under Farhan.
Yes,
under Farhan.
And I keep coming back to, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? You overrate your own. You overrate your own prospects. Yep. You overrate your own journeyman. You overrate your own abilities to shine up a turd. I just wish every now and then I could hear the manager and the organization say, we just got to be better. We have to execute at a higher level.
There's too many excuses with this ball club.
Yeah, it's always
too many excuses with this organization. And you know what? We said it the day of opening day. We're going to hold them accountable every single day, and that includes the guys on the field. Logan Webb was just not good enough yesterday. I'm sorry.
No,
you want to pay this guy $25 million a year? He's got to be better than yesterday.
You have 4 3-year deals. La Stella, Wilmer Flores, Haniger, and then DeSclafani. All of them look suspect right now.
Yeah. Clock. It's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. G-Rock, thanks for staying on hold. We'll get to you. We'll dive right back into the 49er conversation. Plus your thoughts on Andrew Wiggins not playing in the final 2 regular season games. Steve Kerr's going to hold them back. We got a lot more coming up on the roast, man. This show's been flying by. We got a lot to get to here. 888-957-9570. More coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
Mom?
Welcome back. Don't forget about the Bay Area prep scene, the Prep Rally podcast. Let us know what's happening in the world of baseball and the world of track and field. Email us at hss@9570game.com. hss@9570game.com. Don't forget about softball. What's her girl's name? McKenna from Mitty. Her father.
McKenna Wilichko?
Wilichko. Yeah.
Her father sends us all the intel.
Yes.
And she's a baller on the diamond.
Yeah.
This is a hell of a softball player.
So my cousin Joey, both his kids are very high level players. Savannah is his daughter, and she's a great softball player. Played with him for a long, long time. And my cousin Joey goes, "Oh yeah, you think she's good in hoops?" I go, "Yeah, she's great in hoops." He goes, "She also plays shortstop in softball."
Dude, he sends me the clips and the highlights, and I'm like, oh, she's legit.
And SHC, Sacred Heart Cathedral,
Right.
was, I believe, if they weren't undefeated, they had like a damn near perfect record. Our buddy Joe Matucci's brother is running the Sacred Heart Girls program right now.
Love that. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. So email us at hss@9570game.com. All the softball, all the baseball, all the track and field. Be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. What are we, 4 episodes in now? We 4 episodes deep? Yeah, love it. Throwing up the 4s. Also, don't forget about the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. New episode, Lubman and Shasky. Lubman coming in for Mark Willard. And you know what? I'm not mad about that. Lubman going crazy now. You know I love you, Mark
It
Willard.
fits
I really
better
do.
for everybody's time slots now
There you
because
go.
it was very
no,
difficult
Willard's
to sync
tough.
up.
Yeah, afternoons, mornings.
He's got a family and stuff.
No
It's a
doubt.
lot
No,
going on.
I get it. Mark Willard does have a lot going on. Fox Sports Radio, but they bring you all you need to know about the Giants season twice a week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. Tomorrow we'll get into the Kings and Warriors, but also home opener. What does it mean? Home opener. Home opener at Oracle Park. I know a lot of people are going to be out there. You're going to be out there against the Kansas City Royals. I got swim class with Baby Chaz, so I'm going to chill out and try to figure out how I'm going to navigate through traffic, getting ready for Kings and Warriors. But it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so, it's funny. Sam and I have been talking a lot, and he's really in on the strategy of the Giants in terms of what their approach is on trying to build a team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've seen Farhan get very antsy when it comes to some of the acquisitions and some of the transactions that he has, and he really does like to flip the roster. They have this thing called the Rule 5 draft. So anybody that's not on your 40-man roster, you can go and pluck in the offseason from someone else, right? So if you're not a protected player, one of the higher draft picks, or someone on the 40-man roster, I can go get you. So if I go get you, though, you have to play on my team the entire year, or else on the big league team, or else I can come get you back, right? So this guy, Blake Sable, is a great example.
Pirates, right?
Yeah, he was on another team. He was a Rule 5 guy. Giants acquired him. So I can understand this is someone, hey, we thought highly of. The other organization didn't. Let's take a flyer on him.
Right.
He's back in the lineup again today, which I'm not losing my mind over. But right now, he's 1 for 12.
Right.
He's taken away a lot of at-bats, and this is a guy just kind of coming out of nowhere on the Giants team, and I get what you're trying to do here. You're trying to find the next Mike Yastrzemski, a diamond in the rough. He's 25 years old.
Right.
You think there's something there. But these are the kind of acquisitions that kind of drive Giants fans crazy because we see our pipeline, and we're like, oh, I know this outfielder and that outfielder and that outfielder because you've heard the names over and over, and then they go and have this guy jump everyone, and he doesn't perform. And he continues to be in the lineup. So I understand both sides of the equation. You're trying to find a diamond in the rough, but also, how do you reward your own within your system? It's just a difficult tight walk.
Yeah, no, it is. G-Rock, we're going to get you in just a second. Just a second, G-Rock. Hang tight there, and then we'll get to Uncle Gene in Oakland. But I'm going to play this Capper sound on Joey Bart from the TK podcast because Blake Sable, who you speak of, jumped Joey Bart,
right?
In terms of the depth at the catcher position. And now we know Joey Bart's on the IL with a back injury. Here's what Gabe Kapler had to say on Joey Bart.
Well, right now, Joey's not healthy. And so I think what we've said all along is true, which is that baseball at the highest level, at the major league level, is a competition for everybody. And eventually, it's a merit-based, performance-based thing. And sure, you have guys who you bring in on long-term contracts who are just going to get the most growth. They're going to get the most opportunities to fail. And then you have veteran players that have done it year in, year out, and those guys are going to get a ton of opportunities. And then what happens with young guys who come up, guys like David VR and Tyler Estrada and Joey Bart, and hopefully in the future, Marco Luciano and Luis Matos and Patrick Bailey, is you have to give them a window and a runway to have some success. So with Joey, we feel like we've given him that runway and that window, and now it's time for him to step up and perform.
See, I would disagree and say they haven't really given him that window. There's been a lot of pressure on him. He hits a home run. Next thing you know, he's benched. You bring in Austin. Who was it? Austin Wins last year at catcher. I mean, he was cutting into the play time. I would disagree and push back and say, you really haven't given Joey Bart that time to really ball out. And the pressure on him of being that number 2 overall pick and trying to replace a Buster Posey, I don't think they did a great job. Even in 2021, not having him around Buster, come on, man, let's go.
Well, I think that on some level, the Giants view themselves as a team that can rebuild the farm while competing on the big league club. I'm like, and this is what I would say, is that we have 2 teams in the Bay right now, the Warriors and the Niners. They're competing for championships. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, there's no doubt.
So when they tell me, those organizations, we don't have time to develop a Trey Lance. We cannot wait on him being, this project.
It's understandable.
It's more understandable.
It's frustrating because we all loved Wiseman, but it's understandable saying, you know what? You got to do what Steph and company want.
Yes.
You want to go get banners. It's worth it.
When you have Steph Curry, you're trying to maximize that window. I get it. You don't have a runway.
Yep.
But this is where I would disagree with all the people. And Mark Willard and I have argued about this. And he thinks that there's a nobility in trying to compete while trying to rebuild. On some level, I agree with him. On some level, I'm like, you know what? To the season ticket holders that are out there spending money, I get why you would want to field the team to win. Mm-hmm. I would say this. You're spending too much money for people that we don't care about and there's no attachment to, and you winning 83 or 84 games with that roster doesn't necessarily hit the same.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
And I think that you're underestimating the Giants fan as a whole.
Right.
This thing that we're only about championships, I think that we're more discerning than that. I think that the Bay Area fan, as much as we like to say they're bandwagony, I think that they understand there are windows of opportunities to win championships. And I think even the Giants themselves would admit in a moment of true serum, right now's not that time. So when a guy like Joey Bart comes up, you don't have the excuse to say, well, we got to play Austin Wins and Casale, and we're trying to win now.
Right.
We got to get Sable and Perez opportunities because we want to win today. No. You're the kind of team that should be developing all these guys
all
on the fly on the big league team.
All day long. Especially
you get where I'm going?
Well, Arizona's doing it.
Yes.
They're within your division. Now, some may say, well, Arizona has to do it. They don't have the market size as the Giants, but they do it. Colorado's trying to do it.
Yes.
The Padres at a time was doing it.
Yeah.
And they say, you know what? We're going to pivot and get stars and try to play ball. We're going to use our prospects to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the National League landscape. And I'm looking at the Cardinals. I'm looking at the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the Mets. I'm looking at the Dodgers. Hell, even the Padres.
And the Mets are underperforming.
And they are underperforming, no doubt. They've got some injuries, but I think an underperformance is going to come from them this season. There's a lot of pressure on New York City.
I agree.
But I'm looking at the Giants roster and I'm saying, you're trying to win with this group? That's not good enough against those teams.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You look at that Braves lineup, 1 through 9, and they've got Vaughn Grissom in the minors right now.
No.
Did you see what Vaughn Grissom did in the second half last season for the Braves?
Yeah.
He's legit. You go look at the AL West and you look at the Astros, and we just saw the Yankees up. Hell, you look at the White Sox roster.
Yes. Their roster looks a lot better than the Giants.
They have pitching.
It's not
Liam Hendricks, by the way, passed his final round of chemo. Congrats to him.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That is really cool, but he's going to be their closer. Robert Jr. is really good. Moncada's really good. So I don't know what the Giants' philosophy is. They tell us what the philosophy is. I have no idea. And you know what? That's why I'm going to just wait and see how the season plays out. But how patient, I already know Giants fans are out on Farhan for the most part. But what happens if this season really spirals out of control?
I honestly, while we're here about patience, because there's a Buster quote I want to play in a second about competing for championships every year. I think we underrate the intelligence of the Bay Area sports fan in general. I think we make it out like, oh, we're all about championships and it's win or lose and there's nothing else. No, I think most people are a little more reasonable and they're like, look, would I like to win a championship every year in every sport? Of course. Who doesn't have that setting? But don't we also realize it might not be our year this year?
But you want to see some development. You want to see some hope for the future. Like if the Warriors say they flame out.
Let's say Steph Curry retires. Right. Now, I'm not, just hear me out here. Posey is not Steph Curry. But in his sport, he's closer to Steph Curry than he is Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Wouldn't you agree, Buster Posey?
Closer to Jimmy Garoppolo
He's
than
closer
Steph Curry?
to Steph Curry in his sport than he is Jimmy G.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
All right? And
no one is comparative
to Steph. When that guy walks away from your organization, You are a different organization.
Well, yes, but you are a different organization. But where I was going to go is once Steph Curry does retire, there's hope because you have Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
Much more
There's
than
hope.
the Giants, yes.
And the Giants, when Buster Posey left, it's like, oh, okay, you still have the Brandons. And we know they're going to move on soon. And Brandon Belton, Toronto playing north of the border. Crawford may be on his last leg. At least with Curry and Draymond and Clay, you would think, well, there's your Jordan Poole. There's an Andrew Wiggins. There's a Jonathan Kuminga. There's hope that, we probably won't compete for championships, but that's a great starting block.
No,
it's a great building
I would
piece
agree with that, but
Jordan Poole.
But wouldn't you agree a lot of your roster decisions, the minute Curry leaves, a lot of your roster decisions won't feel as, you got to win right now.
Right.
It won't have that tension of.
Won't have the same pressure.
Yes.
Won't have the same pressure, but it will be pressure on the players to kind of compete.
doubt.
And, because that's
No
where
doubt.
Warrior fans are
I'm
at.
not
That's
saying
where
you're
we're at
gonna
with
get a
that.
pass.
But at least there's hope.
Yes.
At least you know what? You got something to build around.
Yeah, I
you may
agree.
not win it that year, but you can build around a Kuminga and maybe a Jordan Poole and an Andrew Wiggins.
Yes.
That's the hope, and a lot of people have hope in that. And I have some faith in that because Jordan Poole has played well. Kuminga has shown flashes of brilliance. Andrew Wiggins came on the scene last year in the postseason. When Buster Posey left, there was no plan B, it felt like.
No.
It felt like the Giants were blindsided and saying, well, our young guys are still 2 years away. And right now, at this moment, we just had the injury
might
report
still
yesterday.
be 2 years
Hunter Bishop's out for the year.
Well, they've basically whiffed on all their first round picks in 10 years. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah,
I mean, that kind of sucks, you know?
I think the Giants are a lot farther along or a lot farther away from actually winning a World Series than they believe.
That's my point. They're a little more delusional.
Right, they're delusional,
I think
and they're still hanging on that 107-win season.
Yes.
They're still hanging on to that.
That's exactly where I'm going with this. And I think that's faulty hope,
Yep.
number one. And number two, I'm seeing David VR in the lineup today at second base. That's what I'm talking about. VR needs to get the 550, 600. There should be
he needs
no
to play every
excuses.
day.
I should know by September if VR is an everyday player or not.
No
I
doubt.
should know by September if VR is one of those guys that can be the 6'7" guy on a team moving forward. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
There is no excuse, and I don't even know what his ceiling is, but there's no excuse to not have that answer by the year's end.
Well, the other thing, too, is I want to see Kyle Harrison at some point.
Did you see what he did yesterday?
No.
Pitched for the Richmond Flying Squirrels and did pretty well.
Is that single A?
Yeah, double A. He's in double A right now. Their double A team is loaded with players.
So
Patrick Bailey, Vaughn Brown.
pitched well?
Yeah, he pitched really well.
So I want to see him, especially if you're out of the race. I need to see him for the last 2 months of the season.
There's a prerequisite number of minor league innings that they're looking for.
Right.
If you project out, feels like mid-May, maybe even June.
I'm good with August.
Would you love that?
I'm good with August. But I have to see him this year. I have to see him. All right. Real quick, Shasky,
Yes.
we do have a break coming up. Oh, wait, 9:12. I forgot. 8:45 o'clock. Head's all screwed up since we've gone to 4 hours. I do want to get to G-Rock. He's been on hold for over 45
G-Rock.
minutes. G-Rock wants to talk about the quarterback spot.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get back to the quarterback spot with G-Rock here in San Jose. G-Rock, thanks for your patience, my man. What's going on?
Thank y'all, man. I love listening to y'all anyway.
Thank
and
you.
Rob Parker, I love hearing what that guy got to say. So that was at least a nice little moment there. But yeah, the theme of what I'm going to say is no-brainer. I think that if Purdy is in good shape, it's a no-brainer. He should be the starter. If he isn't, it's also a no-brainer that it should be Trey Lance. After all, they did start him in front of the great Jimmy G, didn't they?
Oh.
Yes. So to me, but also another no-brainer is if you could get Lamar Jackson, of course get him. To me, I mean, he's a great player. Will fit in great with what we're gonna do. But guess what? It's a no-brainer that we're not gonna get him. So that's pretty much a done deal as far as I'm concerned. We have great quarterbacks to work with. I think it's Purdy, Lance, and if things just crash and burn, you got Darnold, who's getting a 99th opportunity. Okay, that's where we're at.
Hey, G-Rock, hell of a call. Hell of a call. Call back soon. Call back soon. Cam Edmond covered. Actually, Kyle Harrison was in AAA. He was a pitcher with the River Cats.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it was double A. I apologize.
He went up against Fernando Tatis. I see Cam Edmond, and his story, Carlos Ramirez, is also texted in. Shout out to Carlos Ramirez, Giants pre and post game today. He's locked in.
Oh.
He's stealing notes from us.
7 screens.
We know they have Casey Schmidt, and that bothers me. I want Casey Schmidt on the big league team right now.
Yeah.
Right now. Play VR at second, play Schmidt at third. Why not? Did you see Wilmer Flores yesterday?
Why are you doing this to me? God bless.
I like Wilmer Flores. God bless him.
I know.
But he gets up there at the top of the 7, hacks at the first pitch.
Well, his bat's not the problem. It's he doesn't really have a position. Like today's playing first base. They've got a zillion first base DH'men. They've got Jock, Wade, J.D. Davis, and Wilmer. That's too many.
So I'm looking at his AAA debut. Kyle Harrison, 2+ innings, 62 pitches, 4 strikeouts, 4 walks, 1 infield hit, 1 run charge that was charged to him, and he left in the 3rd inning. So he's trying to work himself up. But this is what I'm talking about, Giants. You got to start developing. Man. Win. Now they got a game today. They can move to 3-3.
Well, let me read you the lineup today. I had it out over here. Let me get it to you right now because it's like
you see this Logan Webb and Tim Anderson. We'll play the sound for Logan Webb in just a second. But he got ejected in the 3rd inning. Read the lineup, Shasky. Go ahead.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I was pulling it up. My phone is playing games with me.
Here, I got it right here.
Here it is.
Artist.
All right. Lamont Wade Jr. starting in left field. He's playing now his 3rd position of the year. Okay. Batting .214. It's only 5 games in. Wilmer Flores at first base. Jock Peterson is your DH. He's batting .211, although I would say he's hit the ball harder in the .211 numbers. David VR at second base, which Sam and I were predicting. I said 3rd, 2nd, and 1st should be his positions. Conforto, who's just been struggling in right field.
He's off to a cold start.
He's off to a really cold start. Hey, if this was 2016 and they had signed Michael Conforto, Giants fans would be losing their minds.
Yes.
At the production this early. Like, we ran Denard Span out of town for less than this.
But it's not 2016, and Michael Conforto didn't even play last season.
I know.
Didn't even play 2022.
J.D. Davis at 3rd base. Yastrzemski in center field. Estrada at shortstop today. Who's batting .375. He's probably
so why not go VR? Well,
and then Sable behind the dish.
If you don't have Casey Schmidt, Estrada second base, VR 3rd base. That should be every day.
Yeah, I know. Right? But that's why I want to see Casey Schmidt come up because to me, I like Estrada at second. He's not a shortstop.
So all right, so you go Estrada at second,
and Crawford booted the ball yesterday.
So you go Schmidt at 3rd base. So where do you go do VR?
Well, VR to me is a super utility guy. I go.
Can he play first?
Second, first. Yes, he played first at the end of last year.
So this is what I want to see then. VR, Estrada, Schmidt in the infield.
So VR did a little video with Laura Britt. It's going to be released, I think, fully today. But it was him walking around saying he's a sneakerhead.
Yeah.
Does that make you like VR more?
Absolutely. I watched the whole segment.
What'd you think?
I loved it. I loved it. It was a good segment for Laura, too.
He's a big, thick dude, huh?
No, he
Not
is.
Not height-wise, but like body.
He's got power, dude.
Yes.
But you got to let these guys play to see what we have.
He's got personality, too. I like his personality.
Real quick, before we get to Uncle Gene, I'm going to get to Logan Webb on his altercation with Tim Anderson because that was underrated. And look, Tim Anderson is a firecracker. He loves talking that talk. Didn't the White Sox and Giants get into it last season? I feel like they did with LaRussa and them.
Well,
and maybe you
know why I like Anderson is because I tell all the kids that are like super into soccer or basketball or whatever, I go, Tim Anderson barely played high school baseball. Yeah. Okay, he played, I believe, his senior year. That was it. And then went to a JUCO after basketball flamed out for him. Mm-hmm. And like it was his 2nd or 3rd love. Yep. And he's in the majors and on Team USA.
Yep. So the Giants pitchers, DeSclafani got into it with Andrew Vaughn in the first game of the series. And then yesterday, Logan Webb and Tim Anderson had some words. Here's what Webb had to say about it.
He called time, and he got back in the box. And he was looking at me, I was looking at him. So I started my windup, and I wasn't trying to quick pitch or anything, but he took it that way, I guess. So he was yelling at me from the dugout for like 5 straight pitches. So I looked at the dugout more than a couple times. Once during the Robert at bat, and then after the Robert at bat, and you could probably see what I said. And then he was just yelling back at me. I don't necessarily think he should have gotten tossed. I think he was talking to me. He wasn't talking to the umpires. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna listen to that for a bunch of pitches. It is what it is. So I said what I said.
I said what I said. I love a good old baseball dust up. But Logan Webb hasn't pitched good yet, and that's. And as Guru, I just saw Guru walk into the green room. He would say it right on the table. Webb hasn't been good enough. And if you want to be the top of the rotation guy, you have to. I know, again, I'm going to sound like a broken clock or broken record. This lineup is going to strike out a lot. All right? It is what it is. Mm-hmm. They're going to walk. They're going to strike out. They're not going to run the bases as much as we think they are. Everybody said it, from Flem, from Contos, to Richie, to Laura, even Carlos Ramirez. How deep is this pitching staff? Everybody said it's the deepest pitching staff they had in years. Well, so far, I haven't been impressed.
Well, just because you accumulate a lot of starters doesn't mean those starters are good or high end. Like, you've lost, like, say what you want. Gosman and Rodon, those are the top 2 or 3 pitchers in every rotation in baseball. So you lost 2 guys who would be at the top of almost every single staff in baseball. Mm-hmm. How many teams can do that and replenish?
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
B, I know you want to get to Gene in Oakland, but can we play the Buster Posey sound about the free agency pitches? Because I think this is an interesting convo.
All right, here it is right here.
Are you part of that whole free agent courting process? Did you meet with Judge or who else? The Correas, is that kind of part of your role?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything in person, but was on the phone some with them, text, calls here and there. But my recruiting record, even as a player, is not great. So I'm kind of a little bit. I'm kind of like, I might need to just stay out of this.
What's the pitch, though? What did you guys say or talk about? Obviously, Aaron's a great dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to what I was just saying. It's just the understanding the San Francisco fan base. I mean, I'm definitely biased because I played there and really enjoyed playing there. But I think it's a similar East Coast vibe, right? Like you got to maybe not quite as tough on their own players as a New York or a Boston, but a fan base that's very knowledgeable and they want a winner, And to me, as a competitor, you want to go to a place that has a fan base that expects you to win year in and year out, and that's the San Francisco Giants fan base, and that's how you're going to get the most out of your guys, right? Like you're in a lineup, you're in a city that expects you to compete for a championship each year.
Okay, so I agree with a lot of what he was saying there. Posey says at the end, a fan base that expects to compete for a championship year in, year out. I don't think that's the Giants fan base, and I'm not knocking them. I think that they're smart enough to realize that, there are cycles, there are windows for your team to be good. Let's go to the Niners. There's a lot of overlap Giants-Niner fans. In 2018, when they found Jimmy Garoppolo the year prior, was the expectations Super Bowl or bust for the Niners?
No, but it was playoffs.
Agreed.
Right away.
Agreed.
Which was still far-fetched. It was whoa, wait a minute.
And that felt aggressive.
Right.
Right?
It was aggressive. I think you underrate the market in being aggressive, Shasky. I think you underrate Giants fans in terms of wanting championships and being competitive year in and year out.
But do you think that they're championship or it's a complete failure? I don't think it's
not now.
That's what I'm saying.
Not now.
That's what I mean.
But it's been so low.
Yes.
They haven't gone to the playoffs. They missed out 5 of the last 6 years.
I know.
They've been awful 5 of the last 6 years.
That's kind of my point.
The expectations have lowered in a sense, but they're lowered. And at the same time, we're saying, wake me up when you're competing for championships again. I'll come to the yard when you're competitive again. 107 wins. People still didn't come until September.
I know.
Because they didn't believe it. And then finally in September, it's like, okay, we got something here. And then they lose to the Dodgers in 5 games. It's like, okay. But then the expectations last year coming off that season was, we're back in it. We're ready to roll. Let's go.
Yeah, but they didn't have any carryover, and they lost their best player.
They didn't have any carryover.
You didn't retain Gosman.
People
still
thought they
Posey.
could replicate. A lot of people thought Lamont Wade Jr. could do what he did in 2021 when he was late night Lamont. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you and I were skeptical.
Oh, I was very skeptical. But Giants fans, you mentioned it earlier. A lot of Giants fans are delusional. Not all of them.
No.
We've got some, and I worked at that other station. I took a lot of calls. Yeah. Giants fans can be delusional at times. I mean, we were holding on hope for Ty Block and Tyler Beatty for so many years. I'm dead serious.
You're right.
That's what we do as Giants fans. And so now the talk of this offseason was, well, we're almost closer. Harrison's going to be up. You talk me into Casey Smith. Now I'm fired up about Casey Smith. So
I like that you're excited about Casey Smith. That makes me feel happy.
But no, I want to see some young talent.
I know you do.
I want to see a guy come up and saying, all right, you guys are talking about this guy. Use him. If you're failing to get stars, you have to develop.
You heard
the Yankees. Even though the Yankees are in the star market and are getting stars, they're still developing talent.
I know. Well, they got the kid playing shortstop right now is their youngest
Clay
player.
Holmes is up as their closer.
Yes.
They still develop. Gleyber Torres has been in their system forever.
And he's
Aaron Judge was homegrown.
Yes, he was.
You know what I'm saying?
But Monte, it's interesting. I'm listening to Buster Posey, and I think you were all over it. We made it such a big deal. He's part of the ownership group. He's not even in the Bay Area.
Yeah, well,
and I'm not knocking him for that. It's just the truth. Like, I know Jerry West wasn't in the Bay Area the full time, but like, let's be real. Jerry West is a salesman.
Yep.
When Jerry West gets in front of someone, he's charismatic, right? And he has a track record of not just putting together great teams, but of securing big-time players.
Mm-hmm.
Buster Posey, like, God bless you, he even said it in there. I'm not a great recruiter.
Well,
what?
Well,
he can't be, like, I love the dude. He cannot be part of the pitch.
Well,
that can't be your selling point.
Well, Buster Posey admitting that he's not a good recruiter. And then, again, no, everybody said I was an idiot for thinking this, but when you announce him as a minority shareholder of this organization, and you do a Zoom to welcome him.
I know. You were on that.
The Giants act like they're big time.
You were on that.
That was a small time move.
It was.
How do you not have a presser in front of the Bay Area media to say, what's your role going to be, Buster? Buster Posey is one of the 10 greatest Giants ever.
I know.
And you do a Zoom with Greg Johnson, and it was all over the place.
I know.
That felt very small time. And the way the Giants operate right now is very small time.
I'm starting to believe that they're like this whole, we're going to land this big free agent. And
I don't believe
it's
it.
all fool's gold. So
It
to
is.
me, like the only way that they're going to get out of what they're at right now
is with the
David
talent.
VRs and the
Yep.
Casey Schmitz and the Kyle Harrisons and the part of that leaves me. It's hard for me to be optimistic that path is going to actually bear fruit.
Yep.
Because very few has come through there.
No, it's going to be a while.
I mean,
It's
you're
gonna be a
saying
while.
Sean Jelly. How long have we heard about Sean Jelly?
For years.
And now
And he looks very average, if that.
That
and
might
I'm being
even
kind.
That might even be kind.
I mean, I see nothing special with him.
That might even be
The
kind.
only thing that's special is his height. Oh,
Yeah.
he's a tall guy on the mound. Okay, great. 6'8", 6'9", awesome.
I know. And so,
But
like,
can you throw a strike?
Yeah, exactly. And so I just keep coming back to this. Like, Farhan's not going to be the guy that's going to charismatically close a free agent deal. Larry Bear maybe at one time was a guy who could do that. Buster's not that guy.
No, not even close.
All right, and say what you want. When John Lynch gets in a room, with a free agent,
he closes a deal.
He does.
They close it.
I mean,
So
when
let me ask you
your
this,
boy, Bob Myers gets in the room with
They
someone,
close deals.
Jerry West, they close it, and I don't think their path is via free agency.
So let me ask you then, what is Posey's role?
I think it's all smoke and mirrors, and I don't blame them for this. I would do this too if I was them.
But what's Posey's role?
It's goodwill for the fan base to believe that we're on the right track. I think
Is that it?
Yeah, and I also think if we're really like,
So I'm trying to figure out Posey's role.
His role is ambassador. His role is what Al Adels' role is currently for the Warriors.
But you got Will Clark for that, right?
Yeah, but I think
You
Will's
got
I think Will's too honest.
Yeah,
That I think he
well,
rubs people wrong. And also, let's call it. No, I'm going to
He
say
took some
this.
shots at Brandon Belt too. It was all out.
Well,
Barry Bonds.
Will sees the game the way I see the game. Not that I'm Will Clark, but I reject a lot of the philosophies of analytics, the way that it's being portrayed, putting together everyday lineups.
Where Clark came on this show while Brandon Belt was in the organization and said, I could tell Brandon Belt till he's blue in the face. Go the other way, dude. He just won't do it.
He just won't do it.
I quit. And he was down on Brandon Belt.
I know.
Down on him. He ripped Joey Gallo, by the way, gave him a drive-by. The Joey Gallos of the world.
But I think more Giants fans, and I know there's a lot of young fans that love the data and the analytics. I'm not saying that data and all that stuff isn't important. It can't move you on every decision. It just can't.
Yeah.
You got to have more field. It's played by humans.
Yeah.
This isn't a science experiment. And so when I hear like Will Clark, we have Rich Aurelio on last week.
He wasn't. I'll believe it when I see it. Basically,
What do you think Rich Aurelio's thinking when you're pinch hitting your 5-hitter on opening day, 2 at bats in?
Yeah, it's a joke. That's a joke. That means you don't really have a 5-hitter.
How many teams in baseball are pinch hitting their 5-hitter on opening day?
It means you don't have a 5-hitter.
I bet that's.
You know what I'm saying?
And you spent 170 million.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the Free Odyssey app. And with all that said, the Giants can leave Chicago at 3-3 on the road at Yankee Stadium and Chicago. So we'll see how they play today. Let's go to Uncle Gene, man. He's been on hold for a while.
Sorry
Let's
for making
transition
you
to
wait.
Warriors. Yeah, no doubt. Gene in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Morning. Yeah, I want to say something about the Warriors, but since you're talking Giants, just quickly, the way to solve the Giants' problem, when Ohtani becomes a free agent, give him everything, not just money. Give him Japantown, give him ownership, give him the keys to the city, literally, okay? Because he could, by himself, save that franchise. Yeah. He's got just as much talent as Aaron Judge, and he's a hell of a lot better looking. So,
And he can pitch.
Hey,
And he can
I'm
pitch.
telling you right now, This guy's got one of the best smiles in game.
80 could pitch. Give him $100 million a year. I don't care. Oh, you let go of Uncle Gino. I knew you had a Warriors take.
No.
Now you want to talk about Wiggins. Uncle Gino, if he wants to call back, call back. I want to get his Wiggins take.
What's your overall baseball thought regarding starting off the year with the American League? I was such an old school, like, I love not having the DH. I love the two separate leagues. Interleague, whatever. Like, didn't love it. But now that we've gotten so much integration, wouldn't you agree? AL, NL, do away with it.
No, I like AL, NL.
Really?
Yes. I want every team playing every team. It's good.
No, that's
especially
my
with no
point.
DH.
That's my point. Get rid of AL, NL, and I want more integrate. I want to see more regional baseball. I want Giants A's more. I want Giants Angels more. I want Giants versus the Mariners.
I like Giants Yankees. I like the way the schedule's playing out right now. I'm good with it right now. We had Steve Kerr on yesterday. Willard the Dibs. He was discussing Andrew Wiggins. I want to get to this here. Bob Fitzgerald was on the air with Willard the Dibs, and I love you some Fitz. He's had a great year. Fitz is optimistic about the Warriors. Here's what they say on Willard and Dibs.
If you want to be optimistic, you say 33-8 at home. That's even better than last year. And then the road, why do they lose on the road? It's self-inflicted. It's all turnovers, and it's all just lack of guarding opponent three-point shooting. So if those get mitigated, as the Warriors now have won 6 out of 8 and started to be a top 10 defensive team in the last couple weeks, maybe they hit their stride with, let's see, Steph and Clay are better this year than they were last year. Draymond is better this year than he was last year. Looney is better this year than he was last year. Kuminga is better this year than he was last year. Dante wasn't even here, and he's been a great value add. And you got GP2 back, so Poole and Wiggins become the ultimate X factor. And if they're right when it matters, who's going to beat the Warriors 4 times in a 7-game series when half the games are at Chase Center?
Bob Fitzgerald, everybody. Nothing but facts.
Arrogance meter back?
Oh, it's back.
Not for Bob, for you?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be back soon. It's hit on a lot of things.
Fake internet crap.
Clay and Steph have never played better. You heard that, Brian and PA? All right. Jordan Poole and Wiggins being the X factor.
We're turning into like the Jim Rome show. We're turning into like the Jim Rome show.
No, we're
like,
not. We're
we
not
have
even close to
characters.
that.
No, but like we have characters that we go at every day. I'm loving it.
No, but every show has characters.
That's the smack off.
Ratnich.
The jungle.
Starting yesterday.
Phenomenal.
Starting yesterday was talking about Gary Ratnich. Gary Ratnich had his characters.
That's true.
Marty Lurie has his characters.
Yeah.
We all have our characters.
You were one of those characters.
I was one of those characters.
I was one
Still
of
am.
Radich's pawns.
Yeah.
To be made fun of.
Everybody's got characters.
It's the mosaic of
Couldn't make
baseball.
out, man.
Let's get Chael Sonnen in the jungle.
Yeah. You know
Talk
what I'm
some
saying?
UFC.
No, we're better than
Ridiculous.
Rome.
Ridiculous.
We have our characters. They're
Thank
real
you
life
for the script.
But see, our characters are real life characters. You know what I'm saying? They're real life characters. I don't know what's going on the Jim Rome show.
Fakeness.
And there's no script. This is all freestyle over here, buddy. So we don't have scripted things and producers doing all our work for us. No, we don't roll like that. What they going to say, Warriors?
The arrogance meter's back.
It is. Hey, Wiggins back.
Keep it real.
It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. But are we happy that he won't play in the first 2 games? Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about his ramp up.
He scrimmaged today with some of our younger guys and some coaches. So it's full court, 5-on-5, and he looked good. You know, and one thing with Andrew is that he's just got that God-given athleticism, and you know, he's one of those guys who just doesn't seem to get tired very easily. A lot like Andre Iguodala. It's just you know, he hasn't played in whatever it is 2 months, and he's out there running around and looking pretty good. But you know, he still has to really stack together a number of days like this before he's really, I think, ready to go out and play in an NBA game. We can't put him in a bad spot health-wise. We got to make sure we build him up, get his strength and his conditioning in a good place before we put him out there. So he's not going to play in these last 2 games of the regular season, but he'll continue to work and he'll ramp it up pretty quickly.
And then Kerr added about the play-in tournament. Boy, the Warriors would love to avoid it and get a week off. Here's what he had to say about that.
That would help him and it would help us because, you know, if you avoid the play-in, I think you end up with about 6 days off, and that's a time, thinking back to last year where we had some really good practices. We were able to install some things that we needed to install, game planning wise, knowing our opponent, add a few wrinkles here and there and get a couple good scrimmages in. And if Wiggs can take part in that, which he would be able to do, then it's a really, really good kind of ramp up for him, not only physically, but mentally too, getting back into the mix.
So how do you feel about Wiggins being out for the last 2 regular season games? And how do you feel about Wiggins being inserted straight into the starting lineup despite not playing since the second to last game before the All-Star break?
I trust them to make the right decision. I mean, I'm sure this is a collaborative with the trainers, collaborative with other stars, collaborative with Wiggins. I mean, haven't they earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to understanding, what they should do with that starting lineup? And plus, doesn't that starting lineup have the best net rating in the league? Mm-hmm. In terms of 5-man units?
Mm-hmm. I don't even... You know how net rating is composed.
I have no idea how net rating... I'm just regurgitating what I hear from you.
So...
It's like when I hear people bring up BABIP. I'm like, dog, I have been in the dugout my whole life, and I've never heard one of the kids come in, what's my BABIP?
Well...
Shut up.
It's funny. We showed a graphic the other day, and Mully goes, how do they compute net rating? I said, I have no idea. It just looks like a sexy number. We'll look that up. Seriously, I should know it, but I don't care about net rating. How do they look on the court? Do they outscore the other team? Do they play solid defense?
All right, bring it in. My 5th grade team. Bring it in. We're going to huddle up. All right, we're going to run a play here. But I don't like our net rating on the court right now. I'm gonna put little Timmy in. We've got a better net rating when he's on the court. Like, imagine running CYO practice that way.
Offensive and defensive ratings. Here we go.
Okay, give it to me.
In the world of advanced basketball analytics, offensive and defensive ratings are used as a way to track and compare how an individual player affects his or her team's performance.
Oh.
At a basic level, the offensive rating of a player represents how many points a team scores when that player is on the court, and the defensive rating for how many points they allow. The two combined are referred to as the net rating, oftentimes written as NETRTG, net rating. Net rating is the offensive rating minus the defensive rating.
Can I give you Steph Curry's net rating?
What is his net rating?
He hits nothing but swishers from three-point land. That's his net rating. He's the greatest three-point shooter of all time. That's his net rating.
It'll give you a headache reading this stuff.
The net rating is the actual net when the ball goes inside of it, the swishes. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, exactly.
It's nice.
I think it's time for a Tiger Watch, guys.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Joe Spadoni, you got me? I'm looking at this leaderboard. I'll give you the leaders real quick.
Well, I want Tiger. Who cares about the leaderboard?
Okay.
Start with Tiger Woods. Yeah, a +2 currently, I believe, Shasky.
2 over.
2 over. Oh, did he even get worse? I don't even see him at 2 over anymore. Did he go 3? Oh, no. Tiger, I have to refresh the page here, guys. Right now, I just had it up. Vamp for me a little bit here, but Tiger Woods was just at +2. Going into the 6th, we have a couple names there as well.
Victor Hovland.
Hovland, yeah, Tiger Woods +3 currently through 7.
Woof.
You got DeChambeau at +2, some notable names. Cameron Champ,
here we go. He's on the
Yeah.
8th hole, Spadoni. Tiger Woods.
Yeah, par 5.
Par 5, 8 hole, 3 over.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
3
pushed
over
it.
right now. He's through 7. But Victor Hovland, your current leader at -3, along with Cameron Young, the American.
Cam Young's sick.
Yeah, you got Sergio Garcia, former winner there, at -2. Shane Lowry, the Irishman, -2.
Is Tiger even going to make the cut?
Well, still early here.
Is he going to make the cut?
Monte, take a deep breath.
Well, I'm fine.
We'll be fine.
I'm just asking.
As long as he's in the top 50, he's like 45.
Top 50 is Tiger Woods.
I know. Well, I'm just saying. That's how we want to
I'm about
ask
to
if
say
he
that
will
about
make the
Michael
cut.
Jordan. Oh, yeah. This is one of the top 50 best players.
Well, that means we're talking about the end of his career. This is Tiger at 46 years old.
And the scores aren't super high right now, even through like 9, like -2. That means that's telling me it's playing low today.
I don't know if Tiger's making a cut, man. I'm just saying. Weekend ratings go down the toilet. All right, what's coming up in the
Not on
game?
moving
Brought to
day.
you by
Not on Saturday.
Fremont Bank, full service bank, no compromises. We got a
Tournament doesn't
special
start
guest.
till the second 9.
Yeah, well, we'll
Sunday.
see, Tiger. We'll see. He may not be there on Sunday.
I know.
J.R. Jackson's going to join us at 9:20. We got something
Phil looks
special
so
coming
thin.
up. Phil does look thin. J.R. Jackson will explain why he's coming on the show coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Give your small business one text.
this is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
You know what's funny about that? I actually told Bob Butcher said hi. I did tell him.
And?
I think he said, who's that? Who are you talking about?
That's not fair.
I was like, my co-host. He goes, oh, yeah, the loud guy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh. The backbone of the show.
Bob loves you. He did say, he's like, you're the straw that stirs the drink on the roast.
Of course.
I'm just picking up the check. I'm stealing money. Carrying me, dog.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I got some great sleep last night, though.
Did you?
Oh, a fat nap after the Giants game. Nice little dinner, little steak. Went back home, watched Snowfall. Absolute legendary series. Legendary. I'm going to miss that show, man. I'm actually going to cry. I think I may cry during the last episode. I don't cry over shows, but this show has been so good. I went back and watched the first episode of the series a couple of days ago and just looking at the cover.
Where he
like,
goes to the pool,
the
guy's house.
Oh, man. Javi, when he first met Javi.
Right.
Oh, man, Javi was legendary.
How many years do you think has passed in that show from, like, in terms of, like, the television time, not, like, years in our life. I'm talking about on TV screen.
Oh, like in that show, like where they're at?
Yeah, like in Sopranos,
maybe it's
it was
like
supposed
4
to be
years.
like a 8, 9, 10-year jump or whatever.
Snowfall, maybe like 4 years, maybe.
Okay, because he's risen quite.
No, Brandon, I disagree with you on YouTube. Shout out to our YouTube audience.
What's that?
Snowfall did not mail it in last season. What are you talking about? They don't mail it in on that show.
I thought that Mandalorian gave us a mail-in episode yesterday.
See, that's what I'm saying.
But it was a setup. It was trying to set things up.
I tell you another guy who doesn't mail it in. And he's on CBS Sports Radio, WFAN, and he's been around the block for a long, long time. J.R. Jackson. Follow him on Twitter at JR Sports Brief. He's been along a long, long time here. He joins us on the Morning Roast because he has something special going on here on 95.7 The Game. And JR, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? How you doing, man? What's up, Joe?
What's up?
What's going on, man? And I know you cover the New York scene. You cover sports very well. You're around the block here when it comes to the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball. But you got something special going on with these Special Olympics, and I want you to talk about that here on our show and kind of let people know what's going on here with the Special Olympics.
Absolutely, man. Well, I've been volunteering and working in Special Olympics before I ever even got into sports radio. And so as I got into sports radio and TV, etc., I always wanted to share the message and the good works of Special Olympics, which is all about inclusion through sports. You can really utilize sports to do some amazing things and to let everybody just go out and play the game. And so last month, I've met so many amazing Special Olympics athletes over the years. Odyssey, our parent company, myself, JR Sport Reproductions, and Special Olympics got together, and we launched the podcast last month. It's called Agents of Inclusion. And every single week, we're highlighting a different Special Olympics athlete. I've been all over, have spoken to everybody from Kobe to Pele, and just fill in the blanks of everybody in between. But some of the athlete stories that I've heard are some of the most inspirational I've ever just heard in my life. And they make you want to do better. They make you want to be a better human being. And even last week's episode, we spoke with someone from the Bay. Her name is Amanda Haranoff. And she's a genius. She said autism is her superpower, and she hasn't let it stop her from doing anything. So Agents of Inclusion is just telling these amazing stories because it's so much bigger than sports.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And I'm glad that you're doing this and you're highlighting because I'm a coach at many levels, not obviously at the Special Olympic level. And I realize the good sports can do for people and the confidence and the goodwill amongst teammates and friendships and memories that it can foster. I would love to know what got you into this to begin with, though.
Yeah.
Was this somebody in your life? Was there someone in your family? Because I think as we start to get older and our families get bigger and our friend circles get bigger, we all kind of figure out, this affects everyone. Someone we know will have special needs, and I think it's important to treat them just like we would any of our other children.
You hit the nail on the head. No, there's no one directly related to me that made me go, man, I want to champion this cause. But I think at a smaller level, regardless of who you are, if you've been around long enough, just think about this experience. I think everybody can relate to being excluded. Like you're in third grade and you're picked last to play basketball, right? Let's Let's call a spade a spade. It happens to everybody, unless I guess you're LeBron James. But the fact is, imagine always being picked last and always being told you can't do this because of what you look like or who you are. And throughout the years, I've seen people just always told, you can't do this, you can't do this, you're not good enough, you're not capable. And I've seen people blast through that glass ceiling. And I said, we can look at heroes. I mean, y'all got heroes in the Bay. If it's Steph Curry, Joe Montana, we can go on. We got heroes in our backyards. We have heroes in our families. We have heroes who are our neighbors that are more inspirational than the folks that we watch and aspire to be on TV. And it's about telling those stories. So there wasn't one particular person, but it's just so many of these folks that I've met along the way who just have amazing stories to tell. It makes society better.
Yeah, no doubt. J.R. Jackson, JR Sports Reef Show on CBS Sports Radio, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. And, of course, he does some things on WFAN, our sister station, of course, in Odyssey. Agents of Inclusion, Talking Points podcast he just launched here. And look, more about Amanda here. I'm looking at some of the notes here. She's a Special Olympics global ambassador, writer, poet, bringing athletes together. So overcoming the odds and becoming an ambassador is a really cool story here that I think needs to be highlighted more. And that's a thanks to you that you did that with Amanda to kind of give her some shine here.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about giving these athletes shine because these stories exist in the Bay Area with you, with Amanda. They exist just all over the country. They exist all over the world. And Amanda was told, hey, you shouldn't play sports. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. If you have a conversation with Amanda, she will tell you that she hasn't let that stop her from doing anything. She said she loves proving people wrong. And there's so much evidence throughout her life that she has done exactly that. She's a genius. She's amazing.
Wow, that's powerful. Did you catch what Draymond Green was doing the other day? Obviously, he had kind of come in contact with some people that were filmmakers and were autistic, and he's really been a champion or trying to become a champion for the whole autism awareness. And obviously, Autism Day was the other day. Can you speak on that, on the Draymond Green impact? Because I do think it's very powerful that someone like Draymond Green would help be an advocate and someone that could campaign for just awareness overall.
Yes, I saw part of that in The Athletic, and I think it's amazing what he's doing because at the end of the day, we need to all recognize that people are people. Like, we're different, and our differences make us special, which we should definitely embrace. But when you look at a lot of media, things can be nasty. I don't have to tell you guys, whether it's on Twitter or TV. Like things are nasty outside. And when you have people who have an influential voice, who let other folks know, hey, how about we just treat each other like people because that's who we are. It's easy. So I commend Draymond. I commend anybody who's going to open up their mouth or use their platform to be an advocate for just being a human being. And so props to him, man. That's why we launched Agents of Inclusion.
Two quick ones here. Number one, what's the biggest misnomer for children with special needs? Because it feels like, obviously, there's this horrible stigma that's attached to it, that they're different and that they're this and they're that. What are some of the things people get wrong?
People get wrong that there's some type of barrier that are there, that they're less than, or that they just need a handout. For the most part, it's just an opportunity like anyone else. I can tell you within our parent company, Odyssey, we have plenty of folks who happen to be, whether they're autistic or they're even Special Olympic athletes. We have people in our company who are board operators, who manage multiple stations, who are engineers. And you would walk by and have a full conversation, and you wouldn't know that they were a Special Olympics athlete. You would have no idea. I mean, there are people that we have in our families that walk by. Amanda, for instance, our latest episode, Amanda wasn't diagnosed with being autistic until she was in her late 20s.
Wow.
And if you spoke to her and had a conversation with her, the thought wouldn't come across your head at all.
Yeah. Wow. One last thing here, because I know that there's a lot of parents out there that they feel alone, throughout this journey. What would your recommendation be for some of these parents that are out there, or siblings of someone who is a special needs child? Is there any place that you would recommend for them to go and and maybe help them along this journey?
Hey, SpecialOlympics.org. There's a thought that Special Olympics is just a once-a-year event or once every 4-year event. Special Olympics operates in just about every country all over the world. It operates at every state here in the United States of America. It boils down into operating at every local level. If you go to SpecialOlympics.org, you can see where there's community. There are events year-round, every week, every month. It's not, hey, give us $1, hey, do this. You can volunteer. And it's not just volunteering. You'd be shocked what you personally get out of it because it's all about community.
Yeah, no doubt. I love that. And Amanda, she's received letters from President Biden. Special Olympics Chairman Tim Shriver for a dedication to the Special Olympics movement. And I think a medal's coming Jared Jackson's way for his work with Agents of Inclusion. You can find it on a free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. JR, really good stuff, man.
Very cool.
We commend you, man, and we'll congrats on this journey, man. We'll be listening, and good stuff with the Special Olympics.
Hey, Bonte, Joe, appreciate you. Yes, please go get Agents of Inclusion, the Odyssey app, wherever you listen to podcasts. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
anytime. And catch them on CBS Sports Radio Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 p.m. on the West Coast. JR, good stuff, man. Good stuff there with the Special Olympics.
The word I'm going to use here is courage. The children, the child, the adult themselves have to have courage. The families have to have a lot of courage. And, I have multiple dear friends and dear family members who have a wide variety of children with differing needs. And the level of courage and strength that I see from these people to be upfront and outgoing in terms of embracing what their journey is as a family, and then seeing how dedicated they are to each other, to say it's inspiring is an understatement. I mean, you're raising a young daughter right now, and every parent is, worried about how their child is going to act at school and how their friends are going to receive them. Now amplify it times 1,000 or times 1,000,000 when you're parenting a child of this kind of level. And so when there are good programs out there, we need to spotlight them. And we're going to have a forum like this, Bonte. I'm really glad that we took the time to give JR and his cause a worthy platform.
Well, I'm looking at some of the comments here on YouTube. Chris M., as a parent with an autistic child, it was so inspiring to see Draymond with special needs kids the other day at the Academy of Science, and he stayed afterwards after the game against the other night. Who they played the other night? I forgot. Oklahoma City Thunder, Tuesday night. After that game, he sat there and talked to more autistic kids and about their platform because he had a run-in with a former teammate who was autistic. And since then, they've formed a bond there, and they've talked to kids all over. So that was really cool. Kevin Rastani, rest in peace.
Yeah, Big Bird.
Big Bird. Archbishop Reardon.
Legend.
First played in the NBA, Olympic Club.
Gym is named after him at Reardon.
Yeah, no doubt. No, he's a big dude. I remember playing a pickup game with him. Disability Center next to the zoo. I forget the name of it. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I had a dear friend, Grandma Essie, her daughter, Nikki Brown, rest in peace. She used to go there once a month to go have fun. I remember we played pickup basketball with the special needs kids. And it was always just inspiring and fun. You see the joy that they have, and they be waiting on you. And like, it was funny, man. We played pickup, and they had the beats playing like, yo, it's a real game. Let's go. Don't take it easy on me. And so that bond there with special needs kids and autistic kids or Special Olympics, man, I love it when people bring them in and bring them in. Don't treat them any differently because they don't want to be treated any different. Jock Peterson's little brother.
Well, I was just going to bring up Jock Peterson. I think, we can make fun of Jock for a lot of things.
Right.
The hair, how he runs around out there. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is somebody who loves his family dearly. And his brother, if you followed the story at all, even just a little, you'd realize how special his brother is to him, how important it is for him, how courageous they are as a family to put that out there for everyone. And I think that it makes it more relatable for those that are suffering or have those situations because, man, at the end of the day, show me a family that doesn't have problems and issues and things going on, and I'll show you a family that doesn't exist. We all do. And maybe there's levels of severity and whatnot, but I love sports because, to me, big, small, little, learning disability or not, physical disability or not, gender or not, whatever, it is the ultimate equal playing field. And if you can bring sports sports into someone's life, you can bring something that brings them joy. Think about, like, I tell people all the time, I think that sounds stupid. My life was saved with sports. If I didn't have sports, I probably wouldn't be where I'm at today on a variety of levels. And it is my equilibrium. It is my balance. And so if that can do that for somebody else who maybe doesn't find success in the classroom or doesn't find success socially, isn't that the greatest tool?
Yeah, Pomeroy Center, the Pomeroy Recreation and Rehabilitation Center, right next to the zoo. It's been there for many, many years, helping out kids, teens, and adults with development disabilities and acquired or traumatic brain injury. And Kevin Rustani did a lot of work there. I went over there with Justin LeBaud, the City College basketball team. We put on the jerseys and had some fun out there. So there's another girl who set it all up. She used to work with the Warriors. Used to come around Kezar Stadium. I haven't seen her in years. Name, of course, slips me as always, but the Pomeroy Center next to the zoo out in the Gowner Sunset, that's really, they do a really good job. Really, really good job. All right, 888-957-9570. We got final thoughts coming up at 9:49. Final thoughts at 9:49. We want to get back into the quarterback stuff. I mean, we know Wiggins, so we'll talk about it more tomorrow about Andrew Wiggins sitting out the last 2 regular season games. He's not going to be yet back until the play-in, and we'll set up all the tiebreakers. Right now, the Warriors are 6th in the West. The Clippers are 5. Lakers are 7. The key for the Warriors is not to finish in a tie with the Lakers and the Pelicans, for crying out loud. Pelicans win yesterday over Memphis in an overtime game. I was hoping they lost that game to knock them out of that 6th spot, knock them out of that chance to tie with the Golden State Warriors, but they win yesterday. They have a game against the Knicks and the T-Wolves. That's their last 2 games. The Lakers, they have a game against the Utah Jazz at home, Phoenix on Friday, and in Utah on Sunday. And God, Phoenix is a key here for me. Is Phoenix going to play their guys over the last 2 games?
They play tonight against Denver in Phoenix. If they win this game tonight, that's the question. Like, that's the one I'm circling. If they win tonight, I could see them resting their guys the next 2 games, or like having a minute's restriction, right?
So that means if they do rest tomorrow night and they rest Sunday against the Clippers, it is imperative that the Warriors win these next 2 games. That's what they're faced with. And tomorrow's going to be a tough game, although it seems like Klay Thompson will play Friday night in Sacramento. It's going to be a tough game, man, to win that game. And if you don't win that game against Sacramento, we may be talking about a playing game on Wednesday.
So Guru has gripes, right? There's a segment, Guru's Gripes.
Yeah.
Can I bring up something random here?
Sure.
I don't have an open for it. If that's what you're
there's
asking.
no open. There's no open. I think we've gone too far with technology.
Where are we going now?
It's coming out of my softball game last night at Jackson Park, and I noticed a car driving very slowly. And as the car was going past me, there was no driver in the car. Have you seen these cars?
Oh, yeah. They've been around for a long time.
And then, as I get to my car, I take my cleats off. I'm sitting there. Another car drives by, and there's no one in the car. And what I mean by no one in the car, I mean driverless. Driverless cars. I saw 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Scared the crap out of me.
You guys,
white cars.
You guys remember this was like a couple months ago? There was a video that went viral on Twitter of a cop pulling over a driverless car.
No way.
And then it gets better because then the car tried to drive away.
No, it didn't.
So he had to chase the driverless car. The cop's just like, what do I do here? It was just this total like blue screen. Like, what do we do?
So educate
You
me.
just now started. They've been around here for. They're in the morning all day long. The hub is right down the street.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
They got a big hub down the street. They got a big hub on Harrison.
They got
everywhere.
a hub right around the corner here because I see those Waymo cars.
I just said that.
Yeah, I know. I'm reiterating what you're saying, but a lot of those. Let me finish. A lot of those Waymo cars have like a person still in the car.
I love you,
to make sure that something horrific doesn't happen.
Yes,
the car that I was just telling you about, like there's literally no one in the car at all, devoid of human life.
That was what I saw last night, and it freaked me out. I felt like I was in like a Terminator like scene. I'm like, what's going on here?
First time you ever seen those cars, or the first time you ever paid attention?
Well, maybe it was the first time I ever noticed it. And then on the back it says, may make abrupt stops on the back of the car. And I'm like, well, wait a minute here.
Yeah,
so number one, is this legal?
Yes. They've been around for a long time.
Number two. At
least 3 years, right?
What is the name of the company? Because I'm not going to support them.
Oh, wow.
I am all for manual driving, user driving. You've got to have a user. There's no avatar driving here.
I'm all for supporting them, especially if they want to be a sponsor of the Morning Roast.
Well, that's different. You pay me, then yes, I'm in. I'll be the biggest seller of
that's
them.
That's a hell of a sell right there. Back the truck up, please.
Talk about abrupt stops.
Right.
I just made an abrupt
Back the driverless truck up. Let's go.
Yeah, no, stop.
No, but I'm dead serious. It freaked me out. It did enough for
Only you would be freaked out by that.
That you don't think that that's weird? 5 cars in a row
I see
at
them
10
all the
o'clock at
time.
night?
I see them all the time.
I feel like the robots are taking over.
I see them 5 in the morning, 10 at night, midday.
So are they picking up passengers?
You can.
Or are they documenting like Google Photos?
I think, you know what? Festus chronicled it last season. He had one pick him up.
That must have been weird.
Very weird.
So now
I don't think he's ever done it again.
That must have been really weird.
Look at this. 415. You can get driverless cab ride. Yeah. Cruise is the company. Skynet. Shout out to Skynet. Shout out to Skynet. Shout out to Skynet. Shout out to Cruise.
Skynet is from Terminator.
Yes.
Are you
Why would
aware
you
of that?
name your company Skynet? You
Did
know,
he really
like,
think Skynet?
Is it from the tournament? I mean, from the tournament?
Yes,
Skynet's
was
taken
the
over.
computer program that was going to take over the world.
I don't remember that.
Come on,
in
John
Terminator
Connor.
2?
Yeah, all of the Terminators.
I don't remember Skynet.
It was the main name, yeah. And the T2, like the guy, the guy in the beginning,
Yes.
the dude who's typing up, that's the guy. Yeah, they're trying to kill.
I remember they busted in the ATM and got all the money. That was pretty cool.
That was cool. John Connor.
John
Little
Connor. Little John Connor. Damn, I haven't watched Terminator 2 in over 20 years.
Dude, the Universal Studios 3D thing that they had there
come
too.
with me.
So cool.
Come with me.
Come with me.
What was the famous line? Hasta la vista, baby.
I'll be back.
What's the famous line? Which one? Those movies are chock full.
Yeah, they are.
There's more Total Recall. Remember, like they had like the cabbie driver and stuff like that with the Arnold Schwarzenegger one.
Yep.
Like we were always thinking about in the past, like futures with like flying
That's
cars.
what I'm saying.
But now it's just driverless cars is what the future
and I think
is.
I'm
We're gonna have
scared
flying
of
cars
those.
soon, right?
But what's the purpose of a flying car, right? Like what? Like,
Flying car would be sick.
Flying car would be dope.
Yeah, we're all,
Yeah. Oh, I'd be all about
There's
that
gonna be
life.
no problems
You
with
see
that.
Back to the Future 2? They look pretty cool there.
Yeah,
That's
no,
incredible.
if
Where
you
we're
get
going,
somewhere
we
in
don't need no
5
roads.
minutes,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, yeah, it will be a problem. Boom in the air. Yeah,
There's
it's
gonna
not
be
even.
traffic up there too.
Yeah, there
So
will.
let me ask you this question: if I get hit by a driverless car, what happens?
You sue the company.
Well,
That's what you do. You sue the company.
well, do we exchange? Like, do I get out and like it prints out a receipt of insurance?
You sue the company. Yeah, that's what I would do. I'm hitting. I'm grabbing the license plate. Hey, your driverless car.
You hit up Boxer and Gerson is what you first of all is what you got to do.
Especially if I'm on the clock.
Shout out Hillary.
So
Shout out Lindsay.
Am I the only one that's kind of freaked out by this?
Yes, you are.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know why.
So you're not. So
Why are you freaked
Vontae,
out?
you'd be driving down the road on the freeway, and all of a sudden you see a driverless car with no one in it, and that doesn't feel weird.
No, it's normal
Just
now.
a normal day.
This is just another day in the life.
Okay.
Been seeing it for over 3 years.
Sam, do you think it's weird?
I mean, the driverless cars not so much worry me. It's kind of what we're seeing with the AI and what it's doing and what it's thinking. That
Isn't
kind of
that
gives me a
all the
little bit more
same?
pause, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I think it's a little too much. I'm out. I'm look at as bad as drivers can be, and trust me, they are bad. I trust a driver much more than I trust a driverless car.
Yeah.
There are conditions and things
You know
that
what?
happen out on the road. You just never know.
You know what?
I think it's weird.
These drivers in the Bay Area, they're getting worse by the day. Nobody puts their turn signal on to merge. Guys are making right-hand turns for the middle lane.
Oh, that's the worst. Or my favorite, the Uber. I have to let you out in the middle of a 5-lane highway
Right.
from the middle lane.
Guys are just busting U-turns in the middle of a street with no regard whatsoever for drivers at an all-time worst. They're just handing out driver licenses as if they're Skittles or something. I have no idea what's going on with Bay Area driving, but it's never been worse.
So wait, so people are telling me from the 510, the cars are monitored by people. They're not just out driving around. So you're telling me one person has got a joystick? Or like what's going on?
Yeah,
Might as well just drive
scary.
the car.
That's scary. Well, maybe they're getting paid for it. Maybe you get paid to just use it as a joystick. Which is actually, now you think about it, that's a pretty damn good job.
What?
Not just sitting in the
Joystick
sitting in
driving?
the office. He's just driving his driverless car around in the streets of San
It's
Francisco.
like a video game all day.
It's like Cruising USA. Come on.
Even Cruising USA, you got on the motorcycle and like
Yeah.
moved it left and
Dude,
right.
Dude, that would be cool with the joystick. Oh, I got to turn. Skirt.
What was the San Francisco video game?
I thought it was Cruising
Crazy
USA.
Taxi?
Crazy
No,
Taxi.
no, there
I
was
thought Cruising USA, you could
I thought it was
race in San
SF
Francisco.
Rush or something.
Oh, yeah, they had that too.
Yeah.
SF Rush.
I think it's weird. Maybe I'm alone in this. It was just something that creeped me out last night. Look, 1, all right, it's a little odd. 2, What's going on? 5?
You thought somebody was coming to rob you?
Well, I was like, dude, are they coming to take everything?
You thought he was getting
They're starting
robbed?
with softball players?
You thought San Franceschi was in the building? San Franceschi pulled up real quick. What's going on? Oh, man.
Have my Clay comments really upsetted the AI?
You know, I was going to go through the show without... I haven't even heard it. Guys, is it worth it playing Dibs and Willard's response to what happened on television the other day?
What happened?
I haven't even listened to it. I heard them during crosstalk and then they had dinner. And I don't know how deep they went into it.
I mean, you brought it up. I didn't hear it, but now I'm kind of interested in hearing it.
We got final thoughts coming up. Should we play it, Shasky?
Does anyone really have a choice?
If I wanted to be funny, I'd go, speaking of a driverless show.
Wow.
That's a joke. Willard's one of the best drivers in the market.
See, you want smoke.
That was funny.
I'm not laughing. Is it,
that
should
was
we
a
play?
shot across the bow right
Yeah,
there.
I'm not.
Willard knows I
you know
love
what?
him.
I'm not even going to play the
I text
sound.
him mid-show all the time.
Leading into the roast part of the morning roast.
No.
I thought that was funny.
All right.
It was kind of funny.
Let's hear from Dibley. Let's do it. It's been on my board all morning. I've been wanting to hit the button for
Okay,
so long.
so let's take people back.
Yes.
Festus did a hit with Willard and Dibs.
Yes.
And one of them asked a question.
Yes.
And Festus thought it was absurd, which was get in line behind me. I ask absurd questions all the time. And then was on television with you and referenced said question, calling it what?
The stupidest question ever. And a lot of people were mad that I didn't have their back.
Well,
Maybe Guru hit a drive-by on me yesterday.
A good teammate might have, but
it was all in good fun. It was all in good
I
fun.
love the laughing in the background with the door open now. So what did they say?
I don't know what they said. Here we go. This is Dib's response, and they're both a minute long.
Who's driving this show? Waymo?
Come on. Give the guy his credit for that. Who just said that? Somebody just said that.
What do you mean?
Somebody just said that on the text line.
No, I didn't see that on the text line.
Oh, somebody just said that. All right, anyway, here's Dibs' response to what he had to say. Here we go.
Bonte, a.k.a. Benedict Hill. And I hope you record this and play it on the morning boast, as I like to call it, or the morning toast, or the morning coast when they mail it in.
Morning boast is pretty funny.
Yeah, thank you. I came up with it 3, 2, and 1. Because Bonte, I was disappointed because, you could have let Festus stammer his way into actually coming up with what he had said about the stupidest question. But Bonte went out of his way to defame this nascent afternoon drive program.
Mm-hmm.
And that, Mark, I'm getting emotional. That
Who
hurt me the most.
Who's your favorite player now?
That's Jordan Poole.
It's Jordan Poole.
I mean, Festus, you were right. And I'd like to apologize to all Azealis.
Hold on
behalf of
Are there other Azealis?
of Dillard and Wibbs.
Okay.
We in the afternoons. Festus, you're right. Jordan Poole should and will close every game. Even if they're in a spot where they need to stop, darn it, Jordan Poole's going to be in that closing lineup. Festus, you're right.
Okay, look, you're my partner. You're my partner.
Did that come across as disingenuous?
Oh, that wasn't that bad.
No,
I can handle the Benedict Bonte.
Yeah, that was
whatever.
nothing.
That's fine. There's a
He
TV
did-
Bonte and radio Bonte.
He was
whatever.
running some good jokes there.
He was running some good jokes. All right, here's Willard's response.
What's the Wibbs and Dillard? Is that
I
somebody
think,
called
I think
in?
Festus said that,
Oh.
or somebody said. I
See,
don't know.
I didn't.
I don't
okay.
know who said that.
That's funny.
Austin and San Jose, you're right about that. This is the most. I'm not going to read that. Oh, no, I almost did. But ceasefire. Willard's response. Here it is.
For those of you who weren't here and don't know the question is, my partner here, Dan Dibley, and seemingly a bunch of people on YouTube think Jordan Poole can't close. Is that a fair criticism? That was the question. Where's the opinion in there from me? Where's the opinion?
That's fair.
This was based off of a debate that you and I were having.
Right.
So NBC Sports Bay Area, you're welcome.
What do you do? I thought it was a what are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
You're welcome. We're content machines
You're
here, 2 to
welcome,
6.
Bonte, for you to text us or tweet us last night and say you're welcome for the content. I would submit to you, who started this? Not you.
No.
Us.
Yeah.
Bibby and Dilly.
Talk to him, Bibby.
Okay?
Oh, you're Willie.
Whatever.
Sorry.
We started this.
S.
And you found it so compelling.
Yeah.
You're still talking about it a week later.
2 times. 2 shows, both inside and outside.
So if it's stupid,
yeah.
why are you still talking about it?
Actually, we're not still talking about it. Festus brought it up again while you guys have talked about it for a week straight.
Who put this
Literally.
thing together? Me. That's what I was thinking of when he was going through that.
And when he said it,
I think he's right though.
But when he said
I'm
it,
with Willard.
no, of course you are.
Well,
It's
no,
Sanford
it wasn't
asking,
a question.
you know.
He was
No. But hold on,
I think
hold
it was
on,
a fair
hold on,
question
hold
to
on,
ask.
hold on.
Like that's the crux of this.
I'm finishing at the end part there. They were mad at me for laughing. I had no idea who Festus was talking about.
Well, I think it was an uncomfortable laugh of just agreeing with whoever's with you.
I thought he was talking about the other radio station, so I was like, I didn't know what he was. I didn't know what show Festus does.
He's been on this show where he's referencing other stations.
Right. So
yes,
I had no idea.
I get where you're going.
And so they got mad at me. And I said, well, okay, all right. Why are they mad at me? I'm just laughing with the joke. It's all good. And then they kept bringing it up. And then Festus was like, the streets are talking. The street Festus, every single day this week is like, I keep getting texts and keep talking about me. I said, well, you know what? We got a post-game show coming up. If you want to fire back, I'm all here for the smoke. Steiny probably the most angry about it.
Why?
Because he was like, Festus, I'm down on him. He told him that the other day. It's like, I'm down on you right now, Festus.
He said that?
Yeah. So we're not talking about it. You guys, whatever. It's all good. It's all good.
Yes, from the 925. Did I hear this correctly? Joe won't step foot in a driverless car, but he'll get into a flying car. Yes, if I was flying the car or someone who was, a pilot, I get into airplanes, and there's pilots in airplanes. I'm not getting into a pilotless airplane or any flying vehicle or apparatus that doesn't have someone manning the controls. That is in the bubble with me.
What about a pilotless flying car?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think if the car's in the air on the ground, doesn't matter. It's just there has to be someone in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
for you.
exactly.
Yeah.
I want someone to be able, even if it's being driven by something else. Like I know Teslas drive themselves these days.
This guy, you know what he's doing right now?
What?
He wants no more smoke with Willard or Dibs, and he changed the subject so fast.
No, people are asking.
He knows.
But like my point is, like,
no, that's San Francisco at its finest, man.
Whatever.
San Francisco at its finest.
You know why? Because I'll get called into the principal's office.
Well, and
the boss will be like, "It's got to be friends."
It was fun content. It was all in good fun.
I
There's
know
no
it is.
fun. There's no
Waymo
beef.
show driverless show joke I thought was really funny though.
Well,
I thought
I'm
that
not
was funny too.
well,
Even though, and here's the thing.
Well,
I think Willard sets up a show in terms of teasing. I've told him this, and I mean this sincerely. No one makes me want to listen to a guest that I've never heard of before, like Mark Willard. And I'm not knocking. I'm being dead serious.
Final thoughts.
Oh boy.
Final thoughts. Beef's over. There's no real beef. We love the afternoons. They had a banner day yesterday. Saw him on the SportsCenter ticker. Sent the photo to Matt. And he go, look at Willard Dibs getting some SportsCenter shine. Some Bleacher Report shine. See? We helped each other out. You guys provided the stupidest question ever. We capitalize on that. And then you get Steve Kerr. And boom, you got content. There you go.
Here's my final thoughts.
That's my final thought. Good job, Willard Dibs.
All right, here's my final thoughts. If there was an airplane with nobody driving it, I would be DB Cooper jumping out of it immediately.
Oh, gosh.
No, but my serious final thoughts are, I'm excited to see if the Giants can win the rubber match against the White Sox today. I want to see if they can actually put the ball in play, and maybe we could see a little something from their starting pitching. Love to give the ball to Doval with a chance to get a second save of the season.
I can't believe you just now figured out that there's driverless cars.
Bro, I had never
They've been
seen
around.
one.
It's like normal to me. I see them all the time, and they haven't hit me yet, so that's a good thing. Lutman, Spadoni, what you guys got?
Don't drink pool water, folks. That's what I have learned today on the show. Bonte loves the Olympic Club pool water, apparently. Just don't drink it, Bonte. I know it's tempting. Don't do it.
I'm telling you, that water feels so damn good on your skin. It's crisp. You know what to make it. Oh, it's like thirst quenching. I bet it is. But I have not drunk the pool water, but I will eat a blade of grass, especially at Levi's Stadium. That turf is so good. They've done such a great job with the grass. Can't wait for training camp when I got the big old hat, the big old fedora. Yeah, football season. Love, man, what you got?
I got a Giants thought too. Shocker. I would not be shocked if the Bats really just woke up today and the Giants hung like 7 or 8 today, because I really just think this is going to be such an up and down roller coaster season. This team's going to drive us nuts all year, and you know what? I'm all for it.
Alex Wood, thoughts on that?
I mean, he was the stopper once upon a time. Be nice if he could be the stopper this year.
All right. There it is. 925 Comcast business text line. Bay Area traffic drivers are so awful. I'll accept when technology makes commuting safer by eliminating the driver. And I drive for a living. UPS Rob. Drivers are at an all-time worst, man. It is scary out there on the roadways.
And shout out to UPS. Like, I don't think we give those guys enough
those are
love.
my guys.
FedEx, UPS, even though they're competition and they go up against each other. DHL, even the Amazon drivers.
Yep.
Everybody that's out there doing that, you're doing the Lord's work.
Yep.
I mean that. Everybody's getting it to the door these days.
People call me a disgrace for the TV stuff. Why are we
All right,
taking
that's
this?
the Fast Five. Your final thoughts on the show?
Calling me a disgrace for what happened with Festus, but it's all good. Threw their names out to give them some shine. Come on, guys. Let's have fun. Let's laugh a little bit. Let's not take life so seriously. Why did we do that? A lot of fun today. Quarterbacks. The poll, real quick before we leave, Shasky. We had a poll up on 95.7 The Game for 49er fans. And the poll question was, if you could choose your quarterback next year, who would you take?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to refresh it here.
Okay.
They have 4 options. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson, Purdy/Lentz. 607 votes.
Ooh.
Lamar Jackson on the leaderboard with 40% of the vote.
That's pretty good.
Aaron Rodgers, 15%. Tom Brady, 14.5%. Purdy/Lentz, 30% of the vote.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm
Nobody wants Aaron
surprised.
Rodgers. Nobody wants Rodgers. We got to go?
We
got to go. Sandy Guru next.
I'll be listening.
Have fun.
Find what you love at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen, select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that's right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to $2,100 with the purchase of a qualifying Mila appliance package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Bonte here for Insperity. Business owners, are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business, keeping up with changing regulations and staying HR compliant, hiring and retaining top talent, handling payroll? The list goes on and on and on. It's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your
What is going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on a Thursday. And boy, I got about 17 things I wanted to start the show with, but I'll do it this way.
I hope it's a golf score.
So it's not. So if you're listening right now and you're in your car, okay? You're in your car. And you're in the left lane. And you're in your car, you're driving in the left lane, I want you to do me a favor. Look over to your right. If you're not passing somebody, get out of the left lane, please. Get out of the left lane. The left lane is a passing lane. It's not a lingering lane, okay? So if you find yourself in the left lane and somebody's in back of you, don't take it as a personal affront. Move over and let the person pass. It'll make everybody a better driver. There you go, Goo.
Wow. Mm-hmm. All right. I
mean, I just cannot.
We almost needed the
what,
gripe
Spinoni,
music.
what? You're next.
Did something happen this morning, Starney?
No, actually, it wasn't this morning. I just heard about these guys talking about the cars.
Oh.
And it's just, I just am blown away that people just la-di-da in the left-hand lane.
Yeah. A lot
what
of
are you
license
doing?
should be revoked, man. I ain't age discrimination. I see, I'm a super commuter. I see a lot, Stoney. It's some bad
let me tell you,
mofos out there driving.
And then, so you
bad meaning
you
bad.
You wait patiently in the left lane behind somebody.
No, I blow the horn.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't usually do that. I'll creep up a little bit as it to nudge him.
Well, if I'm in Union City or Walnut Creek, I blow the horn. I'm in the town of Frisco, I might hold off on the horn.
Oh, man. But, yeah, and then, of course, I use my all-time favorite, and it works. Not really, is I'll wait in the left. They don't move over. They don't move over. Then you finally have to pass on the right. But when I pass them on the right, I make sure to stare at them on my way by and shake my head. Like,
it's just out of
you don't
control.
even know what you're doing. And they don't usually.
And before you get started, when did the bicycle become more important than the car? I was trying to stop at Walgreens yesterday here in the city. There's nowhere to park. It's like I need to be on a bike. Like, why would you ruin the street for the bikes? The bike used to have the bike lane. Now they got air.
They got bike lanes.
No, Stoney, it's out of control.
What's the issue for you?
The parks used to be parks for the cars. Now they got these. They've widened the bike lane for the bicyclists.
You don't like bikes?
This is not about me not liking. Like, when did they become more important than the car? And if you go to Oakland down Telegraph and
I'm gonna stick up for the bike here.
It's incredible.
They're not more important than the car, but they are beginning to start to come back a little bit. They were down about 25, like the Pelicans
I think during the
last
pandemic,
night.
look at it too.
And now, I am such a friend to people who are using transportation of any kind. Listen, here's the thing. I'm able to differentiate the motorcycle, okay?
Never been, no fender benders.
The motorcycle, I love the motorcyclist. I will often drift right to let the motorcyclist pass me in the rideshare lane,
What if you don't see them?
Well, then they're on their own. Then they have to do it safely on their own. Man. But if I see a motorcycle coming behind me and he wants to pass,
all right, I got you.
You just do that little drift to the right to help them. It's
they
courtesy.
call that something. What is that when they weave in there?
Ride sharing, I think. Lane sharing or lane splitting, perhaps.
Something else.
But anyway, and listen, all I ask of motorcyclists, just one. How about this? I'll make a deal with you. I will always slide right for you. Always. If I know you want to pass me, can you do me one favor? Stop revving your engines. Stop it. We get it. You can make a loud noise.
You got horsepower. Yeah.
What are we, 7 years old? We're like a 7-year-old boy.
Ride, though, Stoney, that power.
Right, but
and we hear their music too.
Let me tell you what we've forgotten about. And it used to be something we talked about as a kid, and it was noise pollution. Pollution.
That's gone out the window.
The motorcycle, I'm just asking a little give and take with the motorcyclists out there. I'll move over for you, but when you're passing me, don't burst my eardrum. Just please.
No,
it's just not.
It's for attention, man.
It's not,
Wake up.
It's not. It's not right. It's not right.
It's like people thirst trapping on Facebook, for likes. Like I did when I put I took a selfie yesterday. But it wasn't for likes. I was just in a good mood. You didn't like it. Did you see it?
I'm loving the mustache. Clark Gable-esque.
No, Gable. Dark Gable, not Clark. Clark was clean.
See, people are going to be like, Steiny can only stay in a good mood one day.
Yeah.
But Spadoni, you got yours coming. Actually, I'm just going to start.
Yeah,
I'm just going to start.
Go Rambo on him.
I'll tell you what you did.
Dude, this is crazy.
And here's how I'm just going to start it. And we're going to talk about fans.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
You guys are the same fan.
Who?
You and Guru.
I'm divorcing Spadoni on that.
You are the same.
His fuse is as quick as a firecracker, Steiny.
Here's the kind of fan they are. We stink. We're back.
No.
Were the Lakers good last night?
We are back, baby.
But Spadoni, it's not that
you
they
go
stink.
from night to lake show with an exclamation point.
That was a reverse
3 minutes.
It'll be 6-2, blow it up, night. And I'm like, Spadoni, for me, that's too quick, son. But hey, he runs hot.
People can't hear the motorcyclist horn. That's why they rev their engines. Motorcycles rev their engines so that you can hear them. It's for safety, you goon. Let me tell you something.
You hit the car. You hit a nerve.
You're using your mirrors correctly. You don't need. You know they're there. You know they're there if you're a good driver.
But the music you hear loud as hell. I like it.
What's that?
When they had their music on the Harleys.
I don't mind music.
I got friends that ride, Snotty. I couldn't get on them. No fender benders.
What do you mean?
Like if you get into something, you're on the ground.
Then you got to wear a helmet. Saves
Sometimes
lives.
a helmet, yeah.
Loud pipes save lives. Come on.
But I've been driving and it's just whoosh. I'm like, I didn't see him. I could have hit him. It's on me. It's scary, though.
Well, I mean, it would have been on. Let's all just try to be a little more courteous out there, everybody. We had a game last night. Lakers-Clippers. Clippers win. Warriors bump back to 6. We knew that was going to happen.
Sacramento.
We knew that was going to happen. And let me ask Warrior fans this. Is the play-in working for you? You like it? You not like it? Are you having more fun? Because you're moving up and down, and it's the Kings one day, and then it's the Suns, and you lose against the Kings, and then, maybe we're in 7, and we may get Memphis. Because I'm not a big fan of it. Because I really do think it's lessened the urgency for like 70 games of the regular season. Wow. And now the last 10 or 12, teams look at the standings and go, okay, we got to win about 7 of the next 11, but we'll be fine. I don't know.
But
I do not think the play-in situation has upped the urgency of teams. I just don't.
Well, to me, I totally disagree, and it's the bottom feeder teams. Like, I am so invested in OKC and Dallas. We'll get into what you think of Kyrie, if he's blockbuster or not. I told Evan he's got a movie. He's blockbuster, Uncle Drew. But
you love
besides that, Steiny, that keeps everybody, like, that's exciting. Rather than knowing you're out in December and half the conference knows they don't got a shot. So, to me, outside of 3 teams, Portland and who else in the Spurs, we got action. Like, I don't want the Warriors in it at all. So from a fan perspective,
well, that's fine.
It's danger.
I get that. I definitely get that.
But I am locked in, and tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, there are major. The playoffs have already started because of the play-in.
Please stop it. Stop it.
Well, don't you? Hey, you don't get it.
Mavericks stink.
Like it ain't about
they're not in the playoffs,
but they're going to play a meaningful game.
No, they're not
tonight, then they got one tomorrow night and Sunday.
Real quick, let's wrap this up. Wow, Steiny, you just said 510 says I'm a motorcyclist. Loud pipes are not cool. They have nothing to do with safety. All right, listen. Okay, I learned something today. Yeah, okay, you're coming up in the back.
That's why you ride it, Steiny.
No, but what they're saying is you're behind somebody. You're a motorcyclist. You're behind somebody. Right. By the way, 888-957-9570. Courteous motorcyclists allowed to call in the show.
See it.
Tools No, so you're coming up behind, and the person in front of you doesn't see you, driver. So then you go, rum, rum. And then they look in their rearview mirror. Oh, the motorcycle's trying to pass me. I'll drift over.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But
I don't really have a problem with that.
A majority
I'm
of the
talking
time.
about.
I know what you're
know
splitting. I think they call it
No,
splitting.
that's legal. That's
But
legal.
it shouldn't be.
Well, but it
Because it
is.
scares me.
Well, but it is.
Because I'm like, I didn't see him. And then they just.
We're talking about two different things. Lane sharing.
Isn't that the show?
What?
We're talking about two different things.
I'll give you a 4 for that.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
a
I
4.
just came up with it.
Okay, I'm a motorcycle rider and owner. I'll meet you halfway on that one. Okay, I will too. I ain't one to rev my engine unless they don't sign. I'll meet you halfway. I'll meet you halfway on that. Because you know what? What skin is it off my backside if a motorcyclist wants to pass me and I want to give him a little help by drifting right?
That's what America used to be.
Exactly.
America, as Don King used to say. But last thing.
Yeah.
Was there any part of you as growing up, single, ever wanted to just go pick up a date on the bike and then ride off?
No.
I got some friends that do that. They dress the bike up,
You mean
Harleys.
like Bob Seger?
Yeah,
just like the Allman Brothers.
I never
rambling man.
I do think about it, but yeah, give me the caddy.
The only time I ever thought about a motorcycle was the only reason I ever thought about it was to give me the advantage of getting places quicker in traffic.
Yeah. And then if it rains and it's wet out, do you drive? Are you one of them? Like it's scary,
motorcycles,
man.
you got to be. I'll tell you
That's
what. I have a healthy
saying.
respect for motor.
Yeah.
You can't be daydreaming out there.
No doubt.
Speaking of daydreaming, I was trying. Couldn't come up with something fast enough there. You and Spadoni, same kind of fan, front runners.
Please stop it. No, Spadoni is quick.
We're great. We stink.
6-2.
We're great. We stink. We're going to win it all. We stink.
What if they win? What's he going to do?
It's called being a fan, Steiner.
No,
it's called being a fan.
It's called being a fair weather fan.
You go through the emotions of a game, just like the team's going through the
I'm a
motions.
Dodger fan, but his emotions are quick. Yeah.
I just, Now, last night was kind of funny because I think he sent it 90 seconds into the game.
They were down 15-3, 90 seconds into the game. The game was over.
It was I said, my God, this little whippersnapper, he quick.
Here's where the Warriors are right now. They're in 6th. They play the Kings tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, that game's going to be so much fun.
It's a playoff game to the Warriors.
No, it's not. It is not a playoff game to the Warriors.
So you're saying they won.
And I'll tell you why it's not.
I'm all ears.
Because in the playoffs, you have a best of 7, and they know they've got wiggle room.
Right.
This is not a playoff game for the Golden State Warriors.
The ramifications are because if they lose, they'll be in that what we hate of whatever you call it, the play-in tournament.
I hate it. Yeah. Don't get me wrong.
So who would want to do that than get the 7-game series and rest Wiggins up, which they're going to do anyway, but you want no part of the play-in.
Well, ideally.
I was looking at it last night. Pelicans, you had the Draymond game. They had you down, Dove. Minnesota beat you. And who else am I thinking of? The Thunder just went 15 rounds with you. So the Warriors have to win tomorrow. My point, partner, they got to attack tomorrow's game like a playoff game.
And then what about Portland? They'll be able to get. That'll be a playoff game too,
huh? Take care of Portland.
That'll be another play-in.
Well, they're going to beat Portland.
Probably.
There you go.
Probably. But so if the Warriors play the Kings tomorrow, which they're going to, and they lose, that probably is going to slide them to 7. Here's what we know: the Warriors are locked into 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
All right.
So 10 is out for them. They will be higher than 10. If the Warriors win their last 2 games, essentially they're looking at 5 or 6.
Hopefully 6.
If they lose to the Kings, all of a sudden the Pelicans got action again, and then the Lakers are probably going to leapfrog the Warriors. So, yes, tomorrow's game has implications for the Golden State Warriors, but I think, look, the game against Oklahoma City was as important as tomorrow night's game, and I didn't see a huge sense of urgency in that game.
Well, I'm with you. Fair point, but the second half.
Okay. But what I'm saying, second half, how about 3 quarters? Warriors were down 4 entering the fourth quarter.
Right.
So That game was supposed to be big. We were talking about must win. Hey, got to win that one. Got to win that one.
There's been a microcosm.
They were down 4 going into the fourth
which has
quarter.
been a microcosm, Stoney, of the whole season. And I just, if you can prescribe it, or if you could tell me the doctor or the person I need to talk to, I will call them and set up an appointment. But I've been living in the past because every time I think the Warriors are about to take off, they just they fall back. So I'm scared about tomorrow.
I know you
I'm
are.
gonna be in the building.
I know you're scared. Yeah. I know you're scared.
For the team.
You live your life that way, and it's why I worry about you. Mm-hmm. You and JD?
Yeah.
Is he working?
Yeah.
Oh, he's working.
Yeah.
That won't be any fun.
What you mean?
What are you going to do? Just sit there with JD
and watch the game?
Are you going to have a few?
Nah, probably before. Snitches get stitches. You know, my brother-in-law, big time, Dignity Health, he got a suite.
Yeah, the fireman.
Yeah. He's not a
a fireman.
He's in HR.
That's your brother. But he's retired, right?
Yeah. So it's the brother-in-law.
So how old was your brother when he retired?
So it's about 4 years ago, 57. Yeah.
Why didn't I become a fireman or like a cop?
Were you strong enough?
What do you mean strong enough?
No, you got to be strong.
I'd be a great cop.
You would not go to the hood.
How tough is it to
drag?
You got to drag a hose around.
No,
that's not hard.
What about when they had those wildfires, all that brush, and you got to go in there and sleep? My brother had to sleep over in certain areas and venues, L.A., and all the smoke. And now he's got this stuff. I'm telling all his business. Not fiber optics.
Oh.
What's the fibrosis? The stuff on your lungs?
Well, there
from
goes.
Smoke?
Means we can't have fun with this subject anymore.
Oh, my brother. No, but he shares it.
You need to be a qualified EMT, Stoney.
There you go. Stoney, please.
EMTs get paid? They make money?
More than cops.
Yeah.
No way. No chance.
OT. Cops get OT.
No chance.
Come on now, Goo.
Seriously, I could be retired right now. And wouldn't have to rely on Dibley to say, you can go early.
Are we going to get a score? That's the streets want to know. And the fact you're not saying it.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, Spadoni. All right, I won't bring it up again. I won't bring it up.
Why don't you guess the number?
But those dudes were jackasses.
Yes, they were. Absolutely were.
I was going to text Willard.
We're not done with that one.
Yeah.
What?
94. I'm going 94. I ain't talked to nobody.
That's right.
How do you feel about it?
I don't, I'm really struggling, Goo. I'm struggling. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
I'm really having trouble with still pretty good off the tee. And, I'll talk golf now because we got the Masters simultaneously.
Let's go, Tiger.
Boy, he looks like he's coming off a 3-day bender every single time I see him on the
But he looks better with his hat on. But go ahead, Stan. You having trouble with
getting off the tee fine. My second shot, that's where I'm
What are you not doing?
I'm picking up a little, Goo. I'm not striking the ball well on my second shot. I tend to lift up a little and I top it.
Is this age related?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't.
So you ain't getting older. Oh,
well,
you're getting older, but
my putting's actually gotten a little better. I'm like the Warriors, okay, this
Back to
year.
Wiggins.
If it's not one, it's like, hey, guess what? Poole's making the 3. Guess what? He's not playing defense.
Right.
Oh, guess what? We're playing defense tonight, but we're not rebounding. All right, guess what? We're struggling from the 3 tonight. Well, but we're driving okay. It's not one thing, it's another.
Well, I'm out there Monday with Schneebs to get my clubs in Pleasanton.
Is this?
This will be on video. It starts Monday.
So this is true?
Yeah, I'll bet you $20.
All right, so you are getting a lesson this weekend.
And my clubs. Monday.
Dude, where's he getting these? He's not buying you clubs.
Why you see why that's snitches get stitches?
Why?
I think he's just giving them to me.
Because you don't, I didn't realize this, but Shasky, you can't use a regular set because you're 6'4".
Yeah.
He said +2. I'm not sure what that is.
Speaking of which, and I hope the boss ain't listening to, because we're talking.
Hey, man, they want to jack us up for 4 hours.
But let me give you
Guess
this.
what? There's going to be a little less sports.
I told Evan this because Evan looks real good, Spadoni too.
Yeah.
I've been in the gym, so I'm looking at my arms and my biceps, and they're coming back, Stoney. I like what I'm seeing on YouTube. I just got to lose the baby, and once I do that, Stoney, I'm back. Summer body, baby.
All right, now this guy, he better come in. What do they got? He better come correct.
Brian from PA.
Filmo Mike, what's up,
guy.
buddy?
Hey, Steiny, I knew you was the police, blood. Probably a dirty cop, too.
Hey!
Wow.
It's a good thing in the hood.
Dirty Harry.
It's a good thing in the hood, though.
Wow, good
It's not
thing.
a bad thing. It may be a bad thing to like most of America, but in the hood, a dirty cop is actually a good thing because you know what it is.
Training
But,
day.
Hey, but look, Steiny, I didn't know that you was playing golf yesterday. So look, I had my boy, right? My old boss. He had got a game for us at Bayview in Milpitas. And I was like, man, who can I hit up to go play golf? I was gonna hit you up too, Steiny, but I forgot you worked at 2:30 now. My tee time was at 2:30, but you get off at 2, so you wouldn't have made it.
Wait,
but I hit 2 pars though. I got 2 pars
Mike's
in
on the
Steiny.
links.
Nice,
Wow.
Filmo, wait, you're playing at Bayview? I could get to Bayview from downtown.
But it's kind of a drive. It's kind of still a drive.
But it's San Francisco still, right?
Of course, man. With all the slopes, that's a tough course with all them slopes.
Yeah. So, but it's San Francisco still, right?
Nah, that's Milpitas, dork.
Wow, I
That'll
love
do
Mike
it from
Steiner.
Filmo. Get him off.
I challenged him to some hooping. I saw
Milpitas. I thought he said Bayview.
That's in the Frisco. That's in San Francisco.
Right. I thought he said, so the court, maybe it's called Bayview in Milpitas.
Okay,
I was going to say, I don't get to Bayview very much.
He called you a dirty cop.
He called me a dork.
Black cop.
He called me a dork. He was upset about the other day. I put him in his place.
Was I here?
I don't know. It's hard to keep track of the days you're here and not.
That's funny. That is not. Wow.
Andrew Wiggins.
Never forget.
He's back, but he won't be playing in either of the last 2 games. And I know you're going to be like, Steiny, why?
No, we all heard about how good of shape he kept himself in. I thought this would be the rough giraffe, where he.
The rough giraffe?
The rough draft.
Oh.
Giraffe.
Watch yourself.
Come on. Hey, Steiny, now I'm getting hot now. Listen, this was where a brother works it out. But if you want to go into game 1 of the playoffs, I get it, but
I don't think it's
are you scratching your head a bit?
Not really.
I'm really asking you.
No.
We thought he would play one of these games. Just get it out your system if there's a clunker coming.
But it's not the way it used to be. This isn't 1968. And what I mean by that is...
Because Curry came off his injury, came right back.
Well, he did, but they monitored him the whole time. So I think what we're looking at now with today's athlete is with such a big investment in him, he's come back. All right. He came back a day or 2 ago. I really do think like they got to put him through tests again. Like whenever he left, they knew exactly what his body fat was.
Okay.
They knew exactly.
All right.
And so like all that kind of stuff now they're going to, okay, well, he's a little behind here. Like these guys are machines. They're going to say, look, let's get him we've got 2 weeks before that first ideally the playoff game. So hopefully we need to get him in shape or better shape than he is.
And that's why it's monstrous, besides the elimination aspects of it, that you don't need Wiggins or miss him if you got a game Tuesday in that cockamamie playing tournament. Imagine that.
Say it again.
If you play Tuesday in the playing game, is Wiggins playing then? That's how important it is to take care of business tomorrow night in Sacramento, so you don't even have that an option. Now, I'm not saying the Warriors without Wiggins are scared of who they would play, but that's just another game to where you're like, is he in or is he out?
Yeah,
come on, that's real talk now.
Well, it's foolish.
Tuesday or a week off.
Who cares? They know what they're doing here. The Golden State, we've watched the Warriors deal with injured players for 10 years over this dynasty. What has always been the mark of the Golden State Warriors? They're cautious. They've been cautious. Wiggins is back. He needs to be assessed. They got to figure out where he's at. They'll find out where he's at. Then they'll need to ramp him up. Game.
All right.
Guy's in his prime.
So you're, again, when the news was broke that he was coming back,
okay,
not knowing what you just laid out or assuming, I was like, oh, he'll play against OKC. He was in the building, didn't play.
But see, to me, that's foolish. Like, why would you think a guy's been out for 9 weeks and the first day get back in the gym, he's going to play a game?
All right, but it goes to what Kurt was saying.
About what?
He's been working out while he's been gone.
Yeah, he's been on
elliptical.
Man, that's what he says.
Yeah.
He's been on the bike. And as Evan said, I've been on the bike too. I'm not ready to go out there and play. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors with a big, big game tomorrow night against the Sacramento Kings. It's going to go a long way, quite frankly, to determining whether they're the 6th seed or whether they fall into the play-in. We'll find. We do know how Sacramento's going to play it. I'll tell you how they're going to do that on the other side. Mike Brown's been very clear. But I guess what I'm asking Warrior fans is, are you enjoying this play-in stuff? Or would you just rather, look, we're at 6 right now. We're in good shape. We're 2 games ahead of 9. Is this really adding urgency and excitement? You tell me. 888-957-9570.
It's a trap. Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
What if you could do business without busy work? With Ramp, you can.
who's your MVP with like 9-10 games left, how would you answer that?
I would answer it that I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We got the Masters on the TV in here.
Beautiful.
In the studio. And it just showed something, and it's just classic. I guess Dwayne Wade is at the Masters.
I don't know why.
Exactly. Because he's rich. That's why.
The Jazz are floundering. All right,
you like his fit?
His fit is saucy.
I knew you'd like that.
Tiger's fit is A1. Did you see Tiger? It was crisp. I cannot wait.
For what?
To start getting my fits.
Oh. So this has always been my number one thing. Not number. Okay, I'm watching Dwayne Wade. He's in Augusta, right?
Yeah.
To me, it's just another indication. You guys don't care. Like, they don't really care as much as us. The guy's a minority owner of the Utah Jazz.
Hey,
I bet you if you said, hey, Dwayne, who the Jazz got tomorrow?
Yeah.
He has no idea.
Kind of like Shaq when he was part owner with the Kings. Or
He
whatever
was in Salt Lake City 3 days in the last 3 years. Dwayne Wade.
Wow. That was an odd pairing, too. Wade and the Jazz.
A lot of those guys are trying to get into ownership, though. That's for
Jay-Z been trying forever.
That's for sure. Who?
Jay-Z.
You know who else had been trying in baseball is Reggie Jackson.
I gotta watch that doc.
He finally got. He's now involved in with the Houston organization. But not as a. He wanted to be an owner, but he's not.
Dwayne Wade, just another guy that gets a better whistle than Steph Curry, right?
Who did I hear say?
I mean,
it was Fitz.
You can't.
Bob Fitzgerald.
I mean, this is pretty funny to me.
What up,
Evan,
Bob?
Is you couldn't have picked two players that attacked the rim more differently than Dwayne Wade and Steph Curry. Dwayne Wade attacked.
So you didn't listen to Fitz on Willard and Dibbs yesterday?
I must have missed him.
You were on the links.
Well, let me guess.
Who said if he got a Dwayne Steph Curry, he gets the worst whistle of any superstar he's ever seen in his 30 years covering the league. Okay, and if he got a D Wade whistle, the chef would average 40.
Yeah,
I said, hot damn.
Well, that doesn't
Think
surprise
about
me.
it.
Because, Mark Zumoff is the play-by-play man employed by the Philadelphia 76ers. He believes Joel Embiid gets the worst whistle in the NBA. Mark Cuban is the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and he's a little partial to that team, and he thinks Luka Doncic gets the worst whistle in the NBA. And then, of course, there's Rob Pelinka in L.A. LeBron can't get any calls. It's the lament of the loser.
The Warriors have got 4, and they got they're defending champs.
Right. It's not Curry's not lamenting. The fans are lamenting. So the fans are the losers, not Steph. Steph's a winner. Don't you ever forget that. Guys like Steph and myself are winners.
Except with the golf game.
No, that's true. Yeah. The bottom line is, seriously, we can't. I'm not getting it. You at least acknowledge that every fan base and every home team announcer thinks their guy gets an unfair win.
Just like every parent thinks their kid's the best.
Perfect.
And does everything
and they
right.
gotta
I
take
get that.
And you got to take it like that.
But if
in
we
other
forget
words,
that
it means
and just
nothing.
narrow it down to the chef, he's on. Did you see those webs on his arm when we interviewed him last week?
You ever see Barkley? You ever see Barkley's arms?
But see, we're talking about Curry.
It's called whataboutism.
Barkley got a good whistle. We're talking about the guys that don't get the whistle.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So this is, I listen.
We need Fitz. He was great yesterday. It was
I'm
great
sure he was. What else did he say? You didn't listen. 510. You didn't. I shot it. Did you?
I gave you enough.
I couldn't make it up. 510. What'd you shoot yesterday?
94. Look at you. Don't hang your head. We don't do that 10-2. Just get out there and keep going, man.
I will.
You won't golf on Easter. The missus ain't going for that.
36.
Easter's
a 36 day.
Are you kidding me?
No.
So you just get up and skedaddle? I got to do moto. Well,
How about this, Gil? How about this? This is the text that all married men
what are you about?
love to get.
Well, you just took her to the game front row, so you're good.
You know it. This is, admit it, guys. Here's how you know. Well, I don't know if she's listening or not. I should be careful.
Hey, Sue.
Hey, first of all, are you going to be home for dinner tonight? And 2, I'm thinking about going up to Yosemite this weekend with Dana, her girlfriend, not my friend.
Yeah.
Tomorrow and Saturday. Are you okay being home alone this weekend?
Look at the smile.
I guess.
Wow.
You believe that?
But you have no food for Easter.
What do you think? I can
You
cook.
can't- Jesus.
I like my ham and cheese. I can make a hot ham and cheese sandwich. I like that.
I'll bring you something.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Do we have the sound, though? We got to get the sound from earlier.
What is this?
This is not breaking news. This is gratuitous news, but that's all right. The NBA announced it's come up with a decision on the Dallas Mavericks protest in the loss to the Warriors. It was denied.
Mark Cuban, man. I like the guy, his personality.
I love Mark Cuban.
And I was about to go in on him, and I just remembered they were in the Western Conference Finals last year, so that bought him some time. But
got it.
Go ahead.
You want to hear Mark?
Yeah, we laughed.
Is this like 7 minutes long? This is classic.
I cut it down to about 90.
Okay.
Look at Evan.
And I'll cite Guru. I will cite Guru. If you ever want to know where the state of the Dallas Mavericks right now, just take a listen to this.
You think you'll win the protest?
They won't replay us, but they'll tell us we were right about them being wrong. Because what we turned in basically said the refs were lined up as if the ball was going this way. But the guy who, Andy Nagy, who gave him the ball, never checked. So the ref on this side, so the ball's coming this way, right? And we're coming out of the timeout thinking it's our ball. And the ref was lined at the 28-foot mark as opposed to the free throw extenders. You're lined there when you think the ball's going that way. The other ref is down here. The announcer announces Dallas ball. The only people who know it's not tough because we're down there and the play is down there in the corner, we can't see it. And nobody came over to tell us during the whole timeout. And the rule book says there's 24 seconds to correct that. Even when they scored the basket, because it only took a second, they could have disallowed the basket, which has happened before, and reset it because they saw we weren't set. And they saw the ref weren't in the right position. So you have 24 seconds to correct the error. And they did correct it.
Why do you think they won't replay it? Is it too late?
Yeah, because there's only the play impact was only 4.2% on winning.
Oh my goodness!
Did you file the protest to make a point, or because you thought there was actually a chance?
Both. Okay. Both. Definitely. Most of the protests I've ever filed was to make a point, but in this particular case, have you ever seen a situation where, like Mike, you saw, and you saw what we posted and everybody else posted, where Michael Smith, the ref down here, had no idea what was going on. Why the hell would he be down here if the ball is being inbounded down there for play on that basket? There's no reason. People are like, well, why weren't you guys on it? Well, it was a timeout. We thought it was our ball, so we're walking to inbound the ball. Just like every time. And we were slow. You give us a delay of game, but we weren't slow. So it is what it is.
There it is. 650 says, then why was nobody on that side inbound the ball, Mark? And what Mark is saying is, they were starting to slowly walk that way. But
there was one ref clearly on the other end. That was what you had. That's all you had in your bag. But there was clearly a picture of one referee saying Warrior ball.
There was
but
some,
move on.
Yeah, there was some confusion, whatever.
And then to go into why Brunson's not here is because of his daddy. It's damn.
This is where
Brunson liked playing with Luke. Luka liked playing with Brunson.
Okay, so would you prefer that your owners not be available to the media?
No, I love that.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I like to hear more Laker.
Okay, so when somebody says to Mark Cuban, dude, what happened with Brunson? How'd you let Brunson go? What's he supposed to say?
That was too inside baseball.
So what should he have said?
He should have took ownership that I gave away all my defense and probably thought Brunson wasn't as good like you. He was just a guy and overlooked and assumed that they could reduplicate what Dallas was last year.
Okay.
They could guard the perimeter, and he effed up. Just take ownership and say, I read this wrong. That's all I want from my owner.
Okay, and you need to understand me here because you're not. You're not understanding me as it relates to Jalen Brunson. I don't think he stinks. I do not think he stinks. I think he's a good player.
Right.
I don't think anybody that plays like Brunson works with Luka Doncic. It's why Kyrie is useless with Luka Doncic.
Did you see the fourth quarter last night of the Dallas game?
No. Why would I watch Dallas?
He was incredible.
I only watch playoff teams.
Well, they may be in there.
No, they got to win 7 games.
You cannot give. You're not giving a pass, but you can't keep saying that Luka thing. It's got to change.
What do you mean?
Somebody's got to figure it out. And I like Luka. Well, you can't just say. I'm just saying it's not okay.
But there's a million players like Luka.
Harden got killed.
But there's a million players like Luka. Trey's like Luka. Harden's like Luka up until
Harden in his prime, yeah.
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
they had some success. They were giving the Warriors fits.
I mean, Luka can say I was in the Western Conference Finals last year.
True.
I mean, I don't think to me, it's not. To me, Luka is absolutely, positively not on Harden's level at this point. He's too young. Harden did it for 5 years. Harden had Houston as the Harden's Rockets were the second to third best team in the NBA.
Right.
That whole
But Luka's a bad dude.
He is.
Yeah, okay, that's right. We all know that.
But why don't you go say what you really? Why don't you say the thing today that I'll say?
I ain't going race.
No, of course not. Yeah. Okay, I want to ask Warrior fans this because Warrior fans they're great judgers. They really
I like that.
Warrior fans get it. They're my cup of tea. So Guru and I are talking before the show. We're talking about the play-ins again, and he brings up the Mavericks again.
I'm locked in.
Of course, Evan, his little lapdog, sitting next to him, ready to do anything. And Luka goes, "Hey, we need Dallas in the playoffs."
Yeah, the league does.
No, they don't.
They got 2 arguably top 10 players.
They are the worst watch in the NBA.
Okay. Kyrie.
I'm exaggerating.
He has a movie about his Uncle Drew.
Okay.
And he's hit a shot in Game 7 over Steph. We know if you keep all the politics out, the dude is a joystick type of. Come on, Steiny.
7 years ago,
mixed
he made
with
that
Luka.
shot.
Give me that all day.
Guru said,
and I love you, Shay.
The Dallas Mavericks are box office.
No, hey, they got 2 guys that are box office.
No, they're
That's
not.
all.
I would not Dallas.
Wow,
they're nobody. They're just
they're playing
the
like
league.
that.
If the Mavericks make it or don't, there's no difference.
If I was coming over your house with a 6-pack of Bud Light,
yes,
and
I'm with you so far.
Who we watching, Dallas or OKC? I want Dallas all
Giddy.
day.
Give me Evan Giddy.
See, now you're playing radio ping pong. Pelicans without Zion?
No,
give me Zion. Give me Luka and Kyrie.
I'll answer this one honestly. You know what team I want to see? The team that's better. So I will watch OKC and I will watch New Orleans because they're better than Dallas. They just are.
Yeah.
They actually have the same record, but
that's at the time. Somebody loving Evan when I brought up
Guru,
Easter.
Man.
He played my Jesus drop.
That was
that's kind of fantastic.
Let's go to Chucky. Chucky's in Oakland.
Talk to us, Chuck.
He wants to talk to you, I think.
Uh-oh.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Talk to us,
Dynamite.
baby.
Hey, yeah, man. You put in too much on Luka. You know, Luka, he got a good game. He actually reminds me of a more versatile Mark McGuire. You know what I mean? But now
gonna hit 70 homers next year.
He don't have no chemistry though. You know, it's hard to get a team chemistry with a player like Luka.
Yep.
You know, but also I just want to say, man, I just want to tip my hat to Guru, man, for your professionalism, man. Because
hold on,
Steiny, you know, we not perfect, man. Ain't nobody perfect, man. But you know, you made a slip about 45 minutes ago, man, and for Guru to just let that roll off like water off a penguin's back, man.
Which one?
I just want to
which
my
one?
hat to him, man.
Hey,
what
which
was
one?
my slip?
But
Which one? You can say it with.
You know, I can say it. You say it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when he called you a goon, man.
No, I got called a goon. Chucky, a listener called me a goon.
Yeah.
I didn't call Guru
I thought
a
he'd see
goon.
me playing hoop because you know I'm a goon on the court.
What was his name again?
Chucky.
Chuck. Yeah, no, Chucky. That I did not. I would never call Guru a goon.
You called me a liar on there one time.
To me, a goon is a fighter.
Yeah. That's what I am on the court.
Now, Guru's box office.
No, Kyrie's box office.
Guru's more box office than Kyrie, and I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
I hate that
Who is
term.
more charismatic? Daryl the Guru Johnson or Kyrie Irving? It's not even close.
Well, Kyrie would tell you he ain't trying to be that. I just love every day.
I'm going to be honest with you, Goo. I'd rather see you play pickup than Kyrie
Now I'm
and
getting
Luka
chills
play.
because I wish if you came in the building, I was
510. I love you, Guru, but I agree with Steiny. Dallas is a tough watch.
this is my point.
I'm getting you.
You talked about the word I like to call synergy, rapport. Dallas would have had Brunson so they could have built off of last year's heights. But Mark Cuban got too smart for his own good, I believe.
Okay.
And you let that go along with Dinwiddie and Finney Smith.
Okay.
That was like your version of Draymond.
All right.
That's on you, Mark. You got to wear
No
that.
doubt.
That ain't on kid. But when you talk about you got to find somebody to where they can build that, when you let guys like Brunson go, all-star, well, there you go.
You're absolutely right.
So Mark Cuban, all I want from Mark, and he may have said it and I missed it, is forget the trying to fight the game that you lost. Take the L and you say, I messed up. Now, what you need to do...
Did he mess up?
Yeah.
Or are they still box office?
No, he messed up by letting the core of his team go that was...
But he got Kyrie.
And halfway through the season, Steiny. And I'm going to say this to you. I know this ain't Dallas radio. I'm going to say this to you. I do like Cuban. I
love him.
Evan talked about the Shark Tank. I love everything about Mark Cuban. But I would love to hear from Joe Lacob like we do Mark Cuban, Steiny. Like, I love...
We do.
It's been quiet. If TK gets a pot, or, I like...
Joe's not quiet.
Give us a State of the Union.
He gives me a State of the Union anytime I ask
Well,
him.
that's selfish from you saying that.
Well,
how can you not book him? I'm going to put the rat on the table. If that was Willard,
you don't even want
Dibbs, Shatsky, Bonte, they would be on their show.
You don't want to go here.
You don't like me?
He don't want to do it with you.
I'll tell Joe. I'm going to go. Hey, everybody.
It's like,
yeah, that ain't true.
So basically,
but that would you should tell me that. That wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Well,
I'd be like, damn.
I was talking to a bunch of Bob Myers is a nice guy, and the word
that's my guy.
The word that I've heard is he tolerates. Like he can tolerate you. Joe can't. Apparently, you drive Joe nuts.
Stop. I feel like that's
he says just from day to day, he just doesn't know where you're going to come from.
Now this is good material.
He said, Steinmetz, I don't like you, but at least I know where you're going to come from.
Stop.
No, I'm messing.
Yeah, I know.
No, Cuban probably talk because a lot of times the GM or the owner will talk at the end of the season.
I like that though. Well,
Joe will talk. Come on, Joe. Listen,
honestly,
if you're going to make a ranking of all the owners, chirp.
Yeah.
Joe's at the top third. Joe Lacob is a very accessible owner.
What I'm saying is
way more than Chris
agree.
Cohen. Yeah.
When Joe talks, it's coming from the heart. And that's what I love. I just am saying, I wonder if Dub Nation agrees with me. 888-957-9570. I want to hear more from him, Steiny. And
from Joe Lacob?
Yeah, that's all. And I know Tim does a great job with the pod, but I wish we could get somebody could get and you would be the guy.
Well,
monthly.
Well, you know why I'm not doing this, Guru, is because I know you so well that the minute Joe Lacob becomes more accessible, you will then say, I just want my owners to sign the checks and shut up.
Please. Yeah,
he can't win.
Joe
seriously, those guys can't win
when
in
you
that
hear
situation.
Joe talk about hoop, obviously he's not a player, but it's like when Draymond breaks stuff down. When you hear these smart-ass guys that are good and have built something from the ground, I could just sit back and just
see. Here's
let me just hear you talk, and it could be Microsoft dudes, my corporate days, like guys and gals. If you're a winner and you didn't build something, I can be quiet and just learn. That's what I'm talking about.
See, here's where
that's you with golf. When you start hitting 84s and 82s, I'm ready to hear the game from you, but not with 94s.
See, now you said something interesting, and I think this is kind of the heart of the show, is you said something at the beginning there I can't let go.
Oh, that is.
And it's you said, let's build something from the ground. The hell he did. Steph Curry was in the ground when he got here.
Okay, I'll give you that.
He didn't pour the foundation. Curry's the foundation. Curry, who did the heavy lifting?
No doubt.
No, say his name.
Stephen Curry.
Thank you.
Our friend. But who got booed that night? Chris Muller retirement jersey.
Lacob.
That is going to be in the movie or doc. Like, that was incredible, Stoney. That was on him. And I don't even think he deserved it.
Yes, he did.
But the fan base, I was one of them.
Listen.
Where's Monte? What did you do? And look what happened. Jesus, where's that from? North Carolina. I got it. Everybody relax. That's what, if we could go play back stuff and relive it, Steph should have got the
What do you
mic.
need?
I got y'all.
Steph was in halftime. He was in the locker room.
I know, but you know what I mean.
Mullen took the mic.
Yeah, no doubt. But the whole thing, what Rick Barry did too.
Rick Barry with the gasoline man.
Like he was talking to one person, though. Rick, I love you. Calm down. Like, Rick.
Rick basically was driving
an
Exxon gas truck into the arena that night.
That's a 4.
510 Dallas is a farce. I'm with you.
Well, okay. So
you can't be a farce and must see.
Have you ever had pleasure from watching a bad basketball team, but knowing that bad basketball team had a good player? I mean, come on. Luka and Kyrie.
I did cover the Warriors for 15 years.
I was give me that player.
Although that wasn't very much play.
Yeah.
No,
but come on, there arguably, if we polled 100 people, Steiny,
right?
I believe you could get 20 people saying or having Kyrie and Luka in their top 10 of current NBA players.
And that's all the more reason, honestly, I wouldn't watch him. Because shame on them.
No doubt. But Cuban, it takes a village.
Here's the thing. Well, yeah, Cuban's separate. It's his whatever. But my thing is this. If I'm making a list of players, hey, Stein, give me the top 5 players. And, okay, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Steph Curry, 1.
It's called the tease, people.
Oh, I'm just blow past the clock.
Here's what I want from Warrior fans. Yeah, I know. You're right, 510. Great text. I'm not going to read it.
No, I want to.
Because the truth hits.
That guru suffers from hero worship. That is so not me.
No, it is. It's okay. What were you saying? Embrace it.
I just talked about Lacob at his low point.
Lean into it.
I respected that.
What did you respect?
When he got booed and he got the mic and said what he was going to do. Like, I loved that day. That next day, I gave Lacob credit. We didn't know if he was going to be right.
It was the worst day of his life.
Bro,
and you loved it?
No, some people talk about it. No, he said he went home, poured him a shot, and got to work.
Jade, nobody poured Joe Lacob a shot. Joe Lacob doesn't drink.
Well, that's how I took the story.
Joe Lacob does not drink. See?
No,
that's what when you're a friend with the guy, you know things. I probably shouldn't have even said that.
Does he not drink?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
No, I've heard he doesn't.
He can't be doing that, bitch.
I've heard. Yeah. I've heard he doesn't drink. 888-957-9570 is the number. All right. Box office. Give me the top 3 players in this league that you would pay to see. 3 to 5. Because I think I'm going to be able to prove a point here. And that's all that I ever want to do is prove my point on 95.7. Javier will get you on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Be better at your job.
When you load up on Easter deals at Lucky, you'll be one
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me qualify that. A lot better handicap than I do.
Man. What's on your mind?
My 94.
And I'm such a good partner. It really, because I'm about to take up the sport. It really's on mine. Maybe we'll go to the horse. It can't be tomorrow because JD, I got an update. JD's doing the pre and post tomorrow for the Warriors inside Golden One, baby. So he'll be live there in the lab. I'll
so
be
you're
there
going
with
right
him.
after the show, driving up there?
Yeah. Well, we get off at 2. I got an hour, so we could do something.
All right. We're talking Golden State Warriors. Big game tomorrow against the Sacramento King.
Last thing,
go ahead.
And I'm burying the lead.
I was supposed to reset.
We got Jock Pretty today at 145 with Dibs and Whitey Gleason.
Oh, Whitey's here?
Yeah, as you get to defend your throne. Stick your chest out, Steiny.
Nice to see Whitey.
If you win 2 in Dibs, he's put out a tweet that he was slipping in Jock Pretty. Bury him.
Wait, shut up. I don't even. Yeah, don't get me started.
Get us started. Mickey Mantle. I'll never forget that
one. The Warriors play the Kings tomorrow in Sac. But the way I look at it is it's going to determine whether they're in the play-in or not.
No doubt.
If they win that game tomorrow, they're probably going to be 6 or better.
Yep.
They lose that game tomorrow, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Guru and I are talking about the playoffs and the play-in, and I don't know why. We're talking about a team that's not even in the playoffs at this point if you were to end the season. But apparently the league has to have the Dallas Mavericks in the playoffs, or I guess they're going to suffer such a financial hit and such a fan hit that, I don't know, maybe the league's not going to be able to continue after this year.
No, I'm just Steiny, it's the greater good like last year. Can you look me in the face and say the league didn't miss LeBron James and Anthony Davis in the playoffs? Now, they earned what they got.
Can I answer?
Okay.
LeBron James and Anthony Davis, please don't put Kyrie and Luka in that class. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
That's
LeBron
fair.
is a different animal.
But we're talking about 2 all-stars, perennial all-stars, in Luka and Kyrie.
Okay.
So they're a poor man's. The question is, not am I comparing them to AD and LeBron. Do you want to watch I love New Orleans. If there's no Zion, I'm out. Brandon Ingram, I love you. But Dallas, give me this. Is this season by the Mavericks an anomaly? I would think that it is because they just were in the Western Conference Finals.
I think that was the anomaly.
Ooh.
I do. I think they're probably between that last year's team and this year's team.
It's currently constructed now with Kyrie.
I don't know what they are now. They're not very good.
Well, I tell you what, McCuban's his first bit of business is to make Kyrie or convince him to stay in Dallas. What if he leaves? Then what is Dallas?
They're basically the same.
Ooh. Steiny, he didn't play the whole season there. I feel like, and Evan pointed that out today, Kyrie.
Evan, do you know offhand the Mavericks record since they've acquired Kyrie Irving? What? Is that's not fair? Is that not fair? Goo, tell me why.
I think it's 8-12.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right.
8-12. Well, he made a difference.
Well, what if they happened the whole year, Steiny?
Then it sounds like they would have gone 8 times 4. It sounds like they would have gone 35 and 47.
I thought we blame Luka for that.
We could probably both, because neither knows how to be a great teammate.
Except in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, from the land to hell on YouTube. Good point here, Steiny. Guru tripping about the Pels. That Phoenix series last year was fun to watch. But that
somebody else
with New Orleans, so maybe I'm selling them short. I was looking at them without Zion because you put Zion in. Oh my God!
But here's the thing, and do you think I'm dead serious? Do you think I'm trolling when I say I'd rather see Oklahoma? I'd rather see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander than Kyrie Irving.
Because I know you, I don't think you're trolling.
I mean, it's like,
but you could understand.
Kyrie's got nothing on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
But
in my
a movie.
Mind. What do you mean?
And a ring. I mean,
well,
the way his individual skill set's incredible, Steiny.
But the ring was 7 years ago.
Okay, but last night he scored over. Did you see the shots he was making were incredible. Just put some respect on his name.
I know. Come to his aid, Evan.
No, I was going to ask, do you think that with Andrew Wiggins back, is there anyone in the West with more star power than Golden State? If we're talking about a box office team.
Phoenix.
Phoenix would be the only one.
I think. Phoenix.
Now they got, okay.
Well, and the 2 LA teams, just because they got 2 guys apiece that are superstars.
But then after the 2, Steiny, you kind of dip. The Warriors got arguably
who?
4.
Who?
Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Dre.
Okay.
No.
They got Steph.
And Dre and Clay.
Well, that's the
Those
thing.
are 3 Hall of Famers, Steiny, like it or not. And Wiggins is on his way to
I don't understand. Okay.
You said,
what are you trying to get at?
Evan asked when Wiggins gets back, what Western Conference team has more star power? I believe, man for man, it's the Warriors. And Phoenix, Chris Paul, I'm rooting for him unless you play the Warriors.
Not.
Yeah, no, Stein, I told you I got past the Chris Paul hate. But he's a shell of himself offensively. You believe
shell's too strong for me.
All right.
Just for me.
Okay. Now,
can I go to? Can I get a call? Just
you got a headache.
I just want to hear another voice.
Wow! When you said that, that's a drop.
The reason I want to get to this guy
No, I've been there, though. You need to want to hear another voice. I like that.
Oh, no. I thought you meant you've been here, but you haven't been here, and this is the reason I'm taking the call. One of the greatest cities in North America.
The Yoon.
Vancouver, British Columbia. Let's go up to one of the best cities known to man and woman. Danny, what's up, buddy?
Thank you for the kind words. How are you, gentlemen?
Hey, here I've got my Canadian city power rankings. Believe it or not, Vancouver's 2 for me. Victoria, number 1. Vancouver, 2. Toronto, obviously 3. And then I like Ottawa also. All right, all you, Danny.
Montreal's quite.
Never been to Montreal.
Gary Carr.
That's on my bucket list, actually. Wow. Montreal. All right, Danny, thank you.
It's like being in Europe, Steiny. You'll like it.
That's what I heard. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, a couple things. Love the show, by the way. Love you both.
Thank you.
Very makes my day. I'm a huge Warrior fan up here. I come down for the games whenever I can. First of all, the Dallas thing, I'm with you 100%, Steiny. With all due respect to Guru, he's like George Costanza sometimes. He's really wrong on this. No one cares about Dallas.
That's my guy.
I can only take Cuban in small doses. This was a failure of the coaches. They have how many? 2,500 assistant coaches now on the team.
Yeah, they got a lot.
One of the coaches should have picked up on that during the Warriors game when they didn't.
I got what you're saying. Yeah, on the protest. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, jumping around here. Sorry. So that was he should have been mad at his coaches. I mean, it was ridiculous. They were at the other side of the court. It's pretty obvious. So I mean, he was just embarrassed. But no one really cares about Dallas. They've ruined their team. They brought Ki on, and I don't think it's not going to make a lick of difference in the playoffs whether they're in or not.
That's kind of where I'm at, Danny. Thank you so much for listening in Canada. Love Canada.
Yeah. No, those cities you mentioned. I haven't been to either one, but man, Toronto 3rd.
Toronto's like New York City. Yeah, it's the New York City of Canada. Toronto's beautiful.
Man. Whew. Now, Vancouver. All the James Bond movies, well, they're in Europe.
Sam Amick, 12 o'clock.
We got Sam?
Yeah, just locked cool. Sam Amick in.
Yeah, well,
the
Evan
Athletic.
did, yeah. Well, we're a team.
I know. My guests, I have to bump because nobody likes my guests.
We love your guy.
No, don't think that's that. Don't think
what happened to the actor, dude?
He's
the politician.
That's not an actor. He's a politician.
What happened to him?
I bumped him because you know what?
When did this?
I was out. I'm going to be honest with you. I did. I bumped him, and the reason I bumped him is because I'm ashamed to bring him on with you Neanderthals.
You stealing my word?
Seriously.
What happened? You were so juiced.
Yeah, nobody
else have backed out.
No, he wants to do it. He still wants to do it next week.
Oh, okay.
But I know you guys are rubes. You guys are flat out rubes, and I'm not bringing him on here.
Evan, who is this guy? Where was the guy yesterday in your chair? Dude?
We're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman named Bill Kristol.
Yeah,
conservative, but we like him. He's part of the Lincoln Project. He founded the Weekly Standard.
You gave his rundown already.
Yeah, okay. He worked in the White House. Yeah. He's chief of staff of the vice president.
Where is he?
He's a big baseball and sports fan.
Yeah.
He's erudite.
But when we were at the Warrior facility, you were juiced.
I was.
So why'd you bump him?
Because I'm self-conscious about actually bringing in a Harvard-educated man onto our show and exposing him to your roots.
I want to take your laptop and go to your email and find out what happened. He must have canceled.
He did not cancel.
Evan Spadoni, I think he canceled.
He didn't cancel.
I just thought about that. I was like, where's Donnie's guy at?
We're going to talk about the new rules in baseball. Yeah. Willis Reed had passed. We could have brought up some of the Knicks from back in the day. He's a huge sport, but no, it's all right.
The boss say something. This freaks the league. Like he got to you. Do you really want to bring him on?
Let me tell you something.
I'm just telling you my inner thoughts.
I'll bring on whoever I want to bring on.
Right.
And if he has a problem with it, you know what I'll do? I'll show him some numbers. I'll show him some numbers.
Oh, get jiggy with it, Donnie.
Javier's in San Leandro. What's going on, Javi?
Hey, guys. Hey, Guru, I tried to meet you one time at Oracle, but you were having a root canal. Met Steiny. Got a good picture with him.
Hey, what's up, Javi? Wow. That's right.
Hey, man, I can feel your smile and your energy through here, man. You guys are great because
you guys come from completely different angles. But if Joe Lacob was always accessible, he wouldn't be the superstar he is, man. And I wanted to say something about Kyrie. Kyrie is top 5. You guys got it wrong.
Oh, I said he's top 5. Yeah, don't put me in that. Yeah. Yep, I appreciate that.
He can handle a garbage can with either hand, man. That dude's trash.
Oh, he's a top. Wow.
He's talking about Kyrie?
Yeah.
Oh,
but he did it a different way. Yeah, setting me up.
Like here, can I do my guru? I'm gonna try to do my guru.
The
you ready?
root canal?
No. I'm gonna try to do my guru. If you're on Twitch, you're gonna love this.
YouTube
and Twitch. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. It's not Billy Crystal. It's not the comedian.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna give you a one.
It's William Crystal.
Right. And he spelled Crystal
Crystal
out. It's incredible. Cristol.
You got about 2 letters right.
Oh,
it's a K. Kristol.
Help me out, but dude, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out the real story.
I knew there'd be some kind of 415er liberal progressive coming down my road.
Austin San Jose said, Stoney, don't bring your conservative guy on the show.
Where are we? You're not talking about politics. First of all,
he said you'll be golfing full time.
Who said that?
Austin in San Jose.
But you know what? How about this, Bay Area?
Said when I gave myself some love about my arms, I still had work to do. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say.
But you were smart.
We bring conservatives on this show all the time. You just don't know about it because we're talking sports. You think some of these ñaños we get on here? Come on. You just don't. I won't go. I'm not going politics with him.
What is you? Speaking of which, here we go. Dude,
we might want to save this one.
For what time? Because we got Jockberty 145.
Go ahead. Let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Well,
look at Steiny on the fly.
No, let's not. We'll do it at 11:30. Right. Okay, here we were just talking about box office guys. I just threw some names. Curry.
No doubt.
Embiid.
No doubt.
Giannis.
Check.
Ja Morant.
Check.
Jokic.
Check.
Okay. I don't know no Luka, no Kyrie. That's my top 5, and I'm still not even smelling Kyrie.
Well, Guru, I believe it was Lil Daryl that said Kyrie was in his top 5. Yeah. Giannis, in fact, was not as far as players he would go to see play.
Yeah, he said Giannis was too one-dimensional for him.
Who?
Lil Daryl. Told
Why were we even bringing him up?
Because we were talking about our top 5. Evan asked Lil Daryl at the game his top 5.
Oh,
Kind of blew me away. I was like, whoa. Giannis, and I was late to the party with Giannis. Embiid, Curry, Kevin Durant. No,
and now you got to shoehorn Kyrie in there, even though he doesn't fit.
I'm going to go Ja, because it's incredible. And Kevin Durant. I need 10. I can't do 5. Like, I don't feel good giving the 5.
So Kyrie's not in your top 5?
Oh, he is. I just dropped KD. It's hard, Snotty. It's like, who's your favorite kid? You can't. There's no answer. You can't. 3 kids and a bunch. I know some people that answer that question. I don't think that's good parenting.
I just said Josie.
Oh,
my oldest.
But you wouldn't
She's
say
most
that.
Respectful to me.
The family doesn't know you think that. They haven't seen those rankings.
My 2 youngest daughters think it.
No,
they always say.
But you don't agree. You don't say you're right.
I mean, you know what? They've beat me down. She is my favorite now.
That's going down a slick slope. I could never do that.
First of all, my youngest 2 right now are in London, so they ain't.
That's awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
What are they going to do Easter?
Arrived.
Or it ain't about food. Because Easter to me was.
What does Easter have to do with food?
Easter dinner was no matter what you did the night before, Daisy Mae, you had to be at that Easter dinner. So I know what Easter's about, but Jesus, but it's about the meal. Everybody coming together. And if you missed that, it was hell to pay.
It's about the body of Christ.
Right, that's right.
Is what it's about.
But it was about how we celebrated the day.
It's about,
and you had to dress up, collar shirt.
I forget. Easter's the one where he rises up. Rises up from the dead.
Come on, catechism. Come on.
I have gone. I am a Catholic. I am not practicing, but I have a rich history in the Catholic tradition as a high school student. I just forgot. Yeah, Christmas, born, manger, got some manger, got the donkeys.
That's Christmas.
That's what I said.
That's what he said, Evan.
You can take Rich off the tradition, though.
Christmas with little Mary.
Look at you.
With the staff. They got the cane.
All right, let's change up. This is how you get in trouble.
George can't get in trouble. George is in the jungle. Wants to talk about Kyrie.
Gentlemen.
Hey.
Gentlemen, are we really saying Kyrie's top 5?
No.
Is Kyrie even a Hall of Famer?
Ooh, good
question.
Oh, come on, man.
Kyrie's gonna.
Thank you, Duke George. Go talk to Guru for a sec.
No, but just, hey, George,
Guru,
I'll let you
come
go.
on, let's be real. He's blown up 3 teams, maybe 4.
Okay, I will give you
Just
that.
goes
But
in
give
and
me this,
blows
George,
them up.
before you finish. Just give me this. I could feel your energy, but forget the stuff that you said he's blown up. Individually, when the basketball gods passed out talent, he was in the front of the line. Give me that. He is Tim Duncan miniature. He knows every facet of the backboard, his handle. He can hit big shots, i.e. Game 7 and 16. Kyrie Irving has mastered his craft. Now, does he need a transplant in regard to personality? Yes. But basketball-wise, that dude is a god. Give the man his flowers,
Got
man.
mad skills, but he makes teams worse. That takes him out of the top 100. He makes teams worse. Great players make teams around them better.
I'll give you that.
Teams worse.
I'll give you that.
Thanks, George.
I appreciate George saying that.
So Guru acknowledges that Kyrie makes you worse, but he's.
I know what he didn't make them worse when he hit the shot in Game 7. What do you mean?
You know what though? Let's be honest. Why is he a Hall of Famer? Kyrie Irving. There's only one answer. He made a big shot.
Right.
Do you get into the Hall of Fame for a big shot?
Well, if you're going to tell me Iguodala is a Hall of Famer,
well, he's
Kyrie
got
Irving,
4 rings.
Yeah, he played the part.
And don't.
Yeah.
You know what? Please don't make me advocate for Iguodala.
Right.
Let's keep him safe.
Now I'll say this to that caller's point. It's not just about Kyrie. When I sit back and think about it, him in Boston and what he was supposed to be, the mentor, and he was a young mentor. And then as soon as you leave, they make those leaps and bounds. I understand the shade, but I got to give a guy credit about you've been in the lab mastering those gifts, and that's all.
See, and that's where.
And you could say his biggest flaw
that's right,
is you don't
vehemently.
make anybody better.
No.
You know what? I'm going to just be quiet. 'Cause
Okay.
I have nothing to go on. Because that stop in Boston, I don't blame him for the not getting the shot. A lot of people do in Brooklyn. That was a community of failure, but just on a talent basis,
second best player on a championship team that made a big shot.
No doubt.
And here's where I take exception. I think, okay, you ready for this? 888-957-9. Well, I don't know because it's Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready? Kyrie Irving, he's an underachiever. He's underachieved. He's underachieved.
Well,
that's a problem. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you're not reaching, nobody can ever say, what? I don't know. He's an underachiever.
Yeah. But again, my jaw was on the floor last night watching, and this is just one example, that fourth quarter. And you could say, why are they not making the playoffs? I'm a guy that gives credit where credit is due. And
even if it's not deserved. Because you're a participation trophy highlight guy.
It's not deserved.
All I'm saying is I think he's completely underachieved in his career. And here's the other thing. I don't think he loves the game.
And you could,
I don't think he loves, but
how has he got to the point to master his skill? That's in the gym. That's, to me, falls under love of the game.
Well, you just said,
he's like Curry to me. He's perfected.
Oh my God! Please, please.
So you think if Steph Curry was sitting next to us, he doesn't respect Kyrie Irving's game?
He respects his game.
Okay,
he respects his game, but I can't. Please don't compare work ethics. I don't think that's right. Listen, you yourself said you got to acknowledge that the basketball gods touched Kyrie Irving.
No doubt.
Right. And guess what? He didn't grow with it. He didn't, you know what? The basketball gods gave Steph stuff too.
Yeah.
And he took it to a level that nobody ever thought he could reach. The basketball gods, they gave Kyrie more.
Yeah, and they didn't give him leadership.
They gave Kyrie more,
the
but he's earned
part,
less.
Yeah, and he's got one ring, but the leadership part, I can look at you and say, especially when it was on him, he failed.
That's a big part of it. It's a big part of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to hate on Kyrie, but...
No, I've heard you before, years ago, Sonny. We were, the talent-wise, you respect his game.
That's, you know what? I don't want to pick words. I don't want
or a hater. Remember we talked about slander and hate. Only a hater could say, I hate Kyrie. I don't like Kyrie Irving, the person, and dismiss his gifts that he shows pretty much every time he plays.
But, okay.
No, he's not a perfect player.
If they're gifts, he didn't earn them. He was touched with gifts. Like, he was lucky. Now, obviously, he's good enough to be a great player, but if you're saying nobody doesn't respect his talent.
Right.
He's got talent.
No doubt. All right.
But you know what?
Kobe, rest in peace, the Mamba. Knew Kyrie
sorry,
had
but everybody
gifts.
in the NBA's got talent.
Yeah. We can leave it there.
No, we got to hammer it home that I'm right.
No, well, no. For you to say the ballers in the league respect his game, they know, Snotty. Dude's special, man. That's all.
How can you respect a guy who's the guy I'm thinking of? Anybody. Talented beyond belief.
Shaq. You said he left a lot to be
desired. I think he left some game.
See, I'm like, what more did you want? Well, Kobe wanted him to get in shape, but he was even though he was heavy, Steiny, he was always effective. And he got 4. They wouldn't have
could he have gotten 6?
He could.
You always like to say that.
Well, if Kobe would have passed the ball when they were going through it against Detroit in 04.
Well, I'm just saying. I would not compare Shaq to Kyrie. To me, Shaq made more of himself than Kyrie.
Kyrie's, and people are going to come down my road, his demon, Steiny, or he thinks he's the smartest man in the room.
Who, Kyrie?
Kyrie, and he thinks he don't know how to lead.
He doesn't
I
play
totally
either. He never plays.
Well, so you're going to hold not getting the shot on him? Because some people do.
I don't care about any of that.
I believe you
It's just about playing. I need my guys to play. I need to expect them to play. You know, Steph Curry's missed games the last 2-3 years, but I expect him to play when he's healthy, and he does. I don't think Kyrie.
Right.
See, here's the other thing, and this is where Steph Curry makes you a little jaded. We've watched Steph Curry for 13, 14 years. It's like, you watch Steph Curry for 13, 14 years, it's like, Kyrie, hit the pike. Like, hit the pike.
And you never had to overcome what Steph did, the ankle issues, because you pretty much, no, he got injured in 16 finals, but yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can continue to talk about your top 5 must-see players in the NBA, where you have Kyrie Irving on your list. But also, I want to revisit our girl Angela Reese. Angela Reese, because this thing's now come to a conclusion, and I don't like it. I just, come on now.
I don't like any of it.
Anthony and Hayward, I see you. We'll talk more sports on 95.7 again.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all.
days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson with you on a Thursday. Masters has started.
Yeah.
And
Tiger.
Your guys
+3.
That's not too good.
Especially early on, right?
Yes. They make the holes more difficult as the weekend moves on, usually. I said I want to talk about Angel Reese. I think I might have said Angela by mistake. My bad. I'm a big name guy. I don't disrespect names. Angel Reese. We're going to get that because you got to meet me halfway here now.
I had a sister named Angel. She died crib death. Yeah. I would have had an older sister, Angel Johnson.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah. No, but go ahead, Stotty. Yeah. Every time I hear Angel, it hits you.
It's a tough segue.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. You got it.
I'll go to Anthony and Hayward. I'll put him on the spot. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing pretty good.
What do you got?
So about the Kyrie Irving, I'm kind of on Steiny's side. He way underachieved. And then when I say that, I just looked at his stats and everything. He never made a All-NBA first team ever in his whole career. So I don't even know how he could be mentioned in the top 75 if you never even made a first NBA All-Team. So, yeah, I don't understand. And there's two things that pretty much lost my whole respect for Kyrie Irving. It goes hand in hand. Like, it don't matter how good you're on the floor. It's just the way we live nowadays, what you do off the court. But when he didn't show up to the game in the Eastern Conference Finals when LeBron beat him, I think it was in 2006 or 18 or something. He didn't even show up to the stadium when he was on Boston. And I know he was hurt, but he didn't even show up to support his teammates. And the other thing that lost respect for me is flat Earth. Like, enough said.
I got nothing for that, Snotty. I know it's a lot of people like that.
Believe it or not, I'm not even putting that in the equation. I don't. Kyrie Irving.
He meant the Earth was flat.
Are you?
Too.
Are you responding to people on the YouTube text
I do
line?
it every day. Like when you don't got your A game, I kind of veer off. I'm doing the show.
You're apologizing to some dude named Isaac Rodriguez.
No, he said something and I put my bad.
Hey, Isaac, I got enough trouble holding this guy's attention.
Dude, yeah, you did. Yeah, anyway, you got to interact. I got you.
On my watch?
It's our watch.
I need all of you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I need
That's
all
a song.
Of you. Chico, Guru runs this chat. All right. So meet me halfway here. LSU beats Iowa. Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark get into it a little bit. Caitlin Clark says she didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
She supported Angel Reese. Jill Biden, the first lady, goes, to the White House, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we'll invite Iowa. Okay. Was that smart? No. Was it not thought out? Yes. Did they walk it back? Yes. Iowa's not going to the White House. They're not invited to the White House. But now Angel Reese says we're not going to the White House because Jill Biden mentioned she might ask Iowa. Come on.
Yeah,
come on.
You got to get ready for this now.
Come on.
Yeah, because
but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. I'm not big on this.
Because when you go down here, we got to go down it, Snotty.
So Angel Reese says they're not going to the White House because Joe Biden invited Iowa, since reneged the invite. Okay, but we're still not going because we're mad about her even mentioning that I was coming. All right, whatever. I kind of agree it was foolish also. But come on. Then she said, I'll go see the Obamas.
So,
didn't she bring race into it? By basically saying, yeah, I'll go see the Obamas.
But
I'm
she
not
did it from a
Bidens.
standpoint, whether you agree with it or not, like she was the victim. And she was the victim because she is not letting Jill Biden walk those words back. And the last time we talked about this and why I came in hot Monday, Stoney, with you, Willard, and Dibbs, was we all kind of agreed this was a black and white issue. Everybody's going to look at it differently. Don't make it right. Don't make it wrong. At the end of the day, it was preposterous to me that Jill Biden would say Iowa can come too. Now, the reason I think she said that is, we don't want to hurt Caitlin's feeling, and Caitlin's been the star in this because at every turn she's just been stand up. But to me, I'm not mad at Angel Steiny because she's saying you cut me and there ain't no coming back from that. And the only reason you wanted her to go is you saw the black girls win, or me and my skin, and that bothered you to the degree that you felt that Iowa and Caitlin were left out. So she was offended to the degree that she was offended to, Steiny, to where they're saying collectively they're not going. I get it. And some stuff you say in this life, Steiny, you just can't take back. And what did we say?
Jill Biden.
Okay,
not Joe.
Let me give you this one. What do we know in our world now? Because I say something to you and you get offended doesn't make me right that I didn't know it was going to offend you. The bottom line is you were offended. And that's how I look at this. If that's how they're going to process this and take it, and as a black man, Steiny, I understand where she's coming from or they're coming from. It's like you don't get to walk that back. That was such an insult. It's never happened, but you said sometimes you could speak in this life without speaking, Steiny. And to invite Iowa to come up with that concept, they were so turned off that they don't even want any part of it.
All right, here's my point of view on it.
And it don't make me right, but it's just how I'm looking at this.
So here's what I really think happened. Well, but let's just okay. So Jill Biden, whatever, she goes to the LSU, Iowa, gutsy, whatever, all those words. Maybe we should have Iowa too. Okay. So you say something like that, and to me, it may have been a throwaway line. It doesn't matter. It was said. Okay. I thought, so there's two things. All right. Well, she wants the second place team to come. Why? Are we on her in second place?
There we go.
Okay, but the reality is, then when you take it a step deeper, you have to say, how many black people, black girls, black women are on Iowa's team? One. Right. Okay, so now you say, well, did she say it because they were all white? And they're plucky and gritty because they're all white? Okay, maybe you brought that to her attention. Like, if you brought that to my attention, I would be like, yeah, I see that. I totally see that. Maybe she saw it after she said it. You know what? I could see how that would be interpreted like that. Yeah. Okay. So then she says, yeah, no, my bad. Whatever. So Angel Reese says, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't accept the apology because of you said what you said. I said what I said. And you can't go back on certain things that you said. Really? You can't.
Well, with her, you can't. Obviously,
why?
That's how she feels, and she's been slighted. And I'm sure, Steiny, if it was a black and white issue to her, Jill, we can't tell her she's wrong for feeling that way. And you are right, but I can give you a lot of scenarios and a lot of people that will walk here, pull up a chair, and say Jill did that because the white girls lost, and she felt sorry for the white girls, so she extended an invitation when that's not how the playing field is normally set up.
Okay,
so. I get why Angel was like, you can't bring that, just the concept.
Really?
Now, I'm not saying we know 100% sure that was Jill's intent, but I respect the line in the sand. Like, I know where you were coming from because this thing blew up. And you know why I believe it blew up, Matt Steinmetz, is it was black and white, and Jill was coming from a black and white perspective. Now, I can't prove that, but that team, they don't want to go.
Here's my problem, and this is my problem. This is where I think we stink. Let's say it's you and me. Okay, Jill Biden has invited Iowa State to the White House.
Yeah,
and you're like, Steiny, it's a bunch of crap, and without thinking it through,
but we won.
I know you did.
Okay, yeah.
But what I'm saying is that I could see me saying, what's the harm? You know what? Who cares? Get you know what? Bring both teams from now on. Who cares? Like, why? Whatever. If let's say I was what do they call it? A snowflake?
Yeah.
Or whatever, or a participation trophy guy.
Gotcha.
Let's bring Iowa in here too.
Right.
They're so gutsy. And you would say, Steiny, there's more to it than that. What's more to it, Guru? Well, there's a part of this that includes race. You realize Iowa is all white.
Okay.
And so da-da-da.
Yeah.
And then I would say, oh, you know what? I actually didn't think of that part of it, because of my limitations, of my whatever, shortcomings, of my limited worldview. Yeah. But you say, Steiny, man, dude, I was all white. You think she would have done that to ask LSU to come? Right. And I'm sitting here and saying, oh, you know what? I didn't. You know what, dude? Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it. You know what? You're right. You still would be like, nope, that was your chance.
Right.
That was your chance. No. And you what about, no, I get that. What if Joe Biden said, oh, you know what? Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
That's part of what do they call it? Intrinsic racism or whatever, where I shouldn't even know, it's
right.
God, there's a term for it where it's part of you. You don't even.
You're subconscious.
I don't even.
Your unconscious bias.
Something like exactly. So what if Joe Biden said, you know what? I never even looked at it like that. You guys are right. I probably wouldn't have done the same thing had LSU lost. Okay, well, Jill Biden, you learned something today. I wouldn't cut her off at that point.
Okay, but now what if you're a black female?
Okay.
And you're a black female that has a chip on her shoulder that's probably been a victim of racism some way, somehow in her life. And she talked about her persona. Steiny, talking about Angel here, she talked about how she doesn't fit in this box. So when I hear a young black lady talk like that from that vantage point, I'm like, okay, something's popped off in her life, and it's not a shocker to where she knows to deal or feel some type of certain way. So I hear everything you're saying, and you could be right. But the great Eminem once said, you get one chance. So this young lady in her skin felt like this was a slight to the point where there were no do-overs. But then somebody on the text line.
To me, that's preposterous.
And you can feel that
because
way.
I thought, you can cite Eminem, but can I say, I thought we were a nation of second chances.
You can. And what about this one that Dibbs pointed out, that the texter, 650, Steiny, because I feel like, not that you're saying this, but what if Jill was thinking this way, the first lady? Iowa's a swing state.
Well, that's what.
And all you need to know is why she invited him to where she was trying to, the primary caucus are in Iowa. So
the bottom line is,
she could have been working that way. But I tend to believe side with Angel.
But see, I would think that you would maybe be more supportive of Jill Biden. She said something that she didn't think out. She didn't think through.
Right.
And then she said it. And then she realized, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Right.
I mean, you do that 17 times a show.
You do it 18. But it's a black and white issue.
I know, but so do you only only get one of those? I mean,
it depends on who you are.
Honest to God, I know this is going to sound San Francisco.
Yeah.
What about a teachable moment?
Yeah.
Everybody could use a teachable moment every once in a while. Even somebody who's 78 years old.
I'll tell you this.
My dad needs more teachable moments.
Remember, he called
than
me
anybody
under
the sun.
ethnics. But listen, you played with that. That was great. Steiny, at the end of the day, all that really matters in this is what the girls feel like. And you can feel how you feel, but just imagine if you were them. Would you want to go? Would you want to go see her? They're at a point in their life, they're younger than both you and I.
It's the White House.
Okay, yeah. Oh, exactly.
I mean, it's the White House.
But it's a principle. We're talking about the principle.
No, I'm not saying.
And they're offended, and I totally get it.
I get it too.
But you get it, and you're questioning why this young lady at her age shouldn't be able to look at it like you do and reflect and step back and say, you know what is she? But like I said, Steiny, right or wrong, that's how they felt.
No, and you know what? What did I say? I get it.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I can't get it. You're right. I can't get it. I get that.
That's big of you.
All I'm saying is, and everybody's going to be who they're going to be, and Angel Reese is Angel Reese. But I don't know. Once they walked it back, it was when Jill Biden said it, the idea of in America, The idea of a second-place team going to the White House was just goofy.
But it's not a
dumb.
second-place team. It was basically, in this instance, Steiny, the white team.
Okay. And
it was it popped off.
Right.
Keith Overman, even though he did what you're talking about, he walked it back because he said he didn't know the backstory.
Well, that's right.
He's claiming, but just imagine in real time, it's a black and white issue. This thing is taken off, and then they extend a hand to the runner-up, which has never, ever been done. If I'm a sister or a black man, I'm thinking that hand is only extended because you're disappointed that Caitlin and company didn't win. That's all.
I don't know.
Speaking of the Warriors, remember they didn't go to the White House. Warriors didn't make a trip to the White House. I mean, that
was under different circumstances.
Yeah, it was a choice.
You know what else she did? That
I did.
God, where's no. She also said, I mean, you felt like they should have come because of sportsmanship, right? They can have that spotlight. We'll go to the Obamas. We'll see Michelle. We'll see Barack. And then she said, Joe Biden didn't even have us getting out of the Baton Rouge bracket.
But that was
Come on.
Now that's the
what
one.
What are we doing?
Yeah, but that's the one that set you off like Latifah. But Steiny, that's
what if Obama had LSU out in the second round?
But my point is, I believe that was just a little tidbit. Had this not popped off and there was no invitation, they would have went to the White House, not predicated on he didn't have them getting out the bracket.
What was that term you used against Benoni?
Unconscious bias. Okay, so there's whole training on it here at the station.
That's right. I got to do that video. So if someone has unconscious bias, which is you have a bias against someone that you don't even realize,
right?
Because it's so ingrained you don't even realize.
No doubt.
And then you teach somebody that they should realize it, or there's an example of it that you can point out. That, like, I don't know.
Well, Spadoni, can I give you my Brian Joe Vicchini story? My Italian friend.
You better be careful.
Okay, so this is a friend of the family. I grew up, Steiny, listen to me. We worked 5 years together. This dude had my back at every turn. He knew the kids, the young kids. Blah, blah, blah. I knew his family, his mother, father. So we go to a nightclub dancing. Remember I told you? And we're coming home. And we're all in the same car. And some young black girls were crossing the street late at night. He had a few. I had a few. We weren't driving. And he says, come on, you effing, and use the N-word to the girls crossing the street. So this is my dude. 5 years, family. I'm on one, he's on one. But when that happened, would you call it was
that's a little different.
But it's heavy. It was Steiny, I snowboarded. It was so is that the stuff? Do I go on how he treated me? Or where did that N-word come from?
Well, that I don't know.
Boo, dude, it changed everything, man.
Implicit bias. Thank you, Otis Bird.
So Spadoni wasn't right?
No, he was right.
No, I wasn't saying you were wrong, Spadoni.
I don't know why you had to pick. Oh, because he's Italian.
Yeah,
right?
You're
sticking it to him because he's Italian?
No,
I'm half Italian. Now I'm starting to get
what he said, that unbiased subconscious.
Well, you're unconscious because it's implicit. It's something that it's sort of built into your character. You don't realize it.
Right. See, to me, there's a little difference between the N-word and Jill Biden kind of needing to be, I don't know. Right. Let's go to Eric in Pacific. We got some people we're going to have to get back to this because we got Sam Amick coming up at 12. We got full phone lines, and I do want to get into it because I think it's interesting. Eric, what's up, buddy? Sean in Oakland. Oh no, let's go to Pablo in Berkeley. What's up, Pablo?
Hi guys, thanks for taking the call. Just a couple of things. A lot of people get all kind of worked up about how sports is, kind of a soapbox. But they got to know that some fans kind of retreat to sports to take a break from real life. And then two things regarding the White House. I didn't really want the Warriors to go to the White House a few years back. I kind of agreed with it, but now I kind of regret it because you should respect the rank and not the person. And so I think that LSU should go. And then my big question about Jill is, okay, is there a world where I can imagine that if Iowa had actually won, would she have actually invited LSU as second place to come in? And that's my comment. Thank you, guys.
You're right. And I don't think she would have either.
Right. And but all this is up to the individual, but he kind of said what he like. So if you feel that way, Steiny, I'm asking, you shouldn't be so shocked on the other side of it, though.
I'm not shocked.
LSU is like, there is no get back from that invite.
I'm not shocked because we're now living in a society in which the means, as long as you win, as long as you get over, as long as you don't give in, that's a good thing now. You know, Michael Jordan, he'll never to Michael Jordan. He will never give in to Isaiah Thomas or Charles Barkley. He just won't.
No doubt.
And I think that's stupid.
I do too.
So,
I'm mad at Mike too.
Okay, yeah. Austin and San Jose. We're gonna have to get off this and then revisit it. Steiny, it's not Reese's job to instruct you or Jill Biden on racism.
No doubt about it.
Whose job is it?
It's all of our jobs. But
okay. Well,
his point is,
if people don't want to do it, then how are we going to ever improve?
Well, okay, you could give a master class on that. But the bottom line is what Austin is saying is what I've been telling you. When it comes down to this, Steiny, and we're talking about racism or being offended, you can't control how one individual feels. So it's obvious that they've drawn that line in the sand, and that's how they feel. And you can question it all day, but that's what it is, man. And I'm gonna say this about that caller.
I think
he said something that hit me.
I just think it's an opportunity kind of missed, if you know what I mean. Like I get it. Maybe there's certain things the door's just got to be shut.
Yeah.
The door's shut,
and they're in Louisiana. We're in California. And we still see racism. So I'm just imagining my daughter on the way out there, Steiny. I'm just imagining what she's gone through in her life. Like there is
Angel Reese.
Yeah.
Sure.
And they made that decision. And the Warrior angle of this, them not deciding to go, that's a whole nother subject. But that made me feel a great way. Go ahead, I know.
Well, I see everybody on hold. Yeah. Listen, here's the bottom line. I do want to talk more about this, but Sam Amick on the other side. He's going to be at the game tomorrow. He just wrote a story on the Warriors in The Athletic. Sam Amick of The Athletic. We'll be back to talk to him, and then we'll get back to Indonesia. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Attention facility.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, I'm coming at Amick today.
Sam's the man.
Let's welcome in Sam Amick, the Athletic. I'm going to assume he will be at Golden One Center tomorrow for the Warriors-Kings game. He just wrote a story in the Athletic on the Warriors and their chances. What's up, my man? How you doing, Sam? Great to talk to you.
Steiny and Guru, great to be with you. Steiny, you got my Dukes up now, like on my way. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for one national big boy to finally say it. They're done. The Warriors are done. Let's go.
Don't fall for it, Sam.
I know. I got to admit, I wrote what I wrote today, and I feel good about the analysis. I'm a sucker for context, and so it was kind of a good excuse to remind the fans and the readers, like, man, years and years of history of this organization navigating crisis pretty well. So I write it, and I think that they still could be dangerous. And then, I did kind of admittedly wake up this morning and think to myself, like, well, I haven't actually seen Andrew on a basketball court in a long time. So, like, that matters. Like, so we'll see. But the idea that they're whole again, I'm going to give a hat tip to the champs and say that they got some juice left. I mean, what they did coming back against New Orleans, I know the Denver game was a bad one. Taking care of OKC in the fourth quarter, you see some of the swagger, the defense is getting better. And I still, regardless of what comes next, I don't know how you guys feel, but I just still can't believe, I was in the press conference in October when everybody's addressing the Draymond Jordan Poole incident. And back then, you're thinking, oh, boy, these guys are toast. Like, you can't come back from this. And then to add to that, like Wiggins and Gary Payton II and Bob Myers' situation and still have a crack at it, I think it's pretty impressive.
Sam, I got to give you your flowers real quick. I know Steiny's rolling his eyes, but listen, man, I've been in this business a while. I'll meet people, what's up, talk to them. Then I see them in the streets or at the game. It's like, my name's Daryl, remember? You always show love. So, Sam, I'm going to give you flowers. Boy. I seen him at Golden One not too long ago. Sam, you the man, so just keep that up. Yeah. I got to go here. I need your thoughts on Jordan Poole. Sam, last year was incredible. I've come in here and told Steiny, my God, he could start on other teams. Yeah, they might lose, but he would get his numbers. And then this year, Sam, I said, you know what? He's falling down. He's in dress shoes. Like he's in Stacey Adams. What's going on? But he's on a run, and he's important. Talk to us about what Sam Amick thinks of Jordan Poole and how big he needs to be for the Warriors to make some noise.
Yeah, Guru, it's funny you mention him because, recently I like what I see. And, in that OKC game, which I went to in person, I walked out of there going, that one spin move through the lane late in the game, it should, from sheer entertainment value, right. I even told my wife or someone, I was like, man, I kind of want this young man, kid, whatever, to be really good for a long time because he's so fun to watch. But it kind of did, I think I lost sight of how much he struggled at times this year. That 3-point percentage is down around 33, I believe, down from last season. Had some bad moments, but again, timing is everything. If you can have momentum going into the playoffs, and more specifically, like I wrote, to see Jordan have chemistry with Draymond, where, you guys probably saw there was a second half pass where Draymond chucks it off, the wrong direction, goes out of bounds, and he's giving a my bad to Jordan. I know it's a small thing, but these guys are functioning together. And Draymond Green has passed the ball to Jordan, second most times on the entire team behind Steph Curry. Over 1,000 passes. They're playing ball together, and Jordan is doing his thing. We know he's going to be inconsistent. I know on your sister's show they had quite the debate on Willard and Dibbs about should he close, should he not. I saw some of that fun that they were getting into. But recently, it looks like Jordan is kind of earning his stripes again.
Sam Amick of The Athletic joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's got a piece in The Athletic that dropped. Did that drop today, Sam?
Yeah, that was this morning.
Yeah, so Sam's got a piece on the Golden State Warriors you should check out at The Athletic. Let me ask you this, because I know you keep in touch with a lot of people in the league. Do they believe that the play-in games have been a success? Do they like where they're at in terms of the interest it creates? Because, well, you can answer that question, and go ahead and answer, actually.
Yeah, I think so. Most of what I run into is, for the league's purposes, you're talking at the very tip top, Olympic Tower in New York.
Yeah.
They're happy because you have engaged fan base.
I guess what I'm asking is there any school of thought that the play-in games have become part of the reason that the regular season is devalued? Because with 10 or 11 teams guaranteed to be having a shot at it, I almost feel like teams can kick the can down the road until the last 8 or 10 games and then say, all right, well, let's try to win 7 of 11 here to get, you know what I mean?
I do. I feel like this season, though, would kind of serve as, pushback or evidence against that concern because, for one, personally, I love how there's layers to it now. You've got the race to 6th that the Warriors are in where, okay, you're not necessarily that concerned about being completely left out of the party, but, you're about to have one of the worst tables in the room, so to speak, and so you're fighting to get to 6th. And then if you're the Dallas Mavericks and you're playing the Sacramento Kings late in the season and you're in 11th, then you got a sense of desperation. I guess I'll throw the question back to you. What team or does a specific team come to mind for this year that you feel like they might have kind of gamed it that way?
Well, no, I was thinking more like, is load management on the upswing because of the play-in games? Knowing you got a little more wiggle room.
More cushion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you. The Clippers come to mind because they're the load management, spokesman or kind of poster boys. I could see that, but that's a dangerous game to play because, especially with how tight it is this year, there's two sides to it. Yeah. I think I'm on the side of liking it a lot because, you just engagement with fan bases. There's just nothing worse than all these different fan bases. And in some years it'd be, half the league almost, where they stopped paying attention in January. Mm-hmm. That's what they didn't want. And now, you're talking about last 3-4 weeks, you got kind of must-see TV. You got to watch and see what's going on. These games at the back end have, I think, a much greater value.
Sam, I told Steiny, and I was around St. Jean last weekend, and all he was talking about was a possible matchup with Sac and the Warriors. I think Northern California needs it when you think of the history. It's never happened. I want it. But when I watch the Kings, Sam, I know they're a great story, and I know they're the 3rd seed, and I know, defensively they can be improved. But what's your gut tell you about if it's not the Warriors, what they do? Can they take that into the offs?
My favorite part, Guru, about that team is I honestly don't know the answer. Right. I think it's a fun, it's a coin flip. I thought about this last night because you can't make sense of their identity, their consistency. They're playing 500 basketball in the last 10 games, but it's not an awful 500. You don't want to be 500 this time of year if you're a 3 seed, but they drop a terrible game to San Antonio that I was at. Watch that happen. You're thinking, oh Lord, they're getting cold at the wrong time. Then they have no problems with a New Orleans team that had won 7 out of 8, and you see that offense kind of do what it does, and they're on their way. Then a Mavericks game last night where just not enough stops. That's their problem all year long. I'm curious to see because I know the playoffs are, where the defense matters more than ever. The playoffs are where experience matters more than ever. They don't have that, either one of those categories. They don't check those boxes, but they're pretty damn explosive. And I actually, to me, they're going to get a couple games. If they get a couple breaks, I could see them being dangerous. And the fun part, I think a lot of locals probably disagree. I'm of the mind that, if you're a Kings fan, this whole thing has already been a success. You know what I mean? You broke the playoff streak. Don't get greedy and think that they got to get out the first round. But I think they're capable, and I think they're dangerous, and I think they have, not a lot of pressure on them.
Sam Amick joining us on 95.7 The Game. Man, I really want to get into this game tomorrow. I also want to say, okay, let me ask you about this playoff experience thing for the Kings, because, upon closer scrutiny, it's not that Kings players don't have playoff experience, is that they don't have playoff experience together, right? I mean, they got Barnes, Sabonis has been to the postseason. I guess Herter was in the Eastern Conference Finals for Atlanta. Is it possible that aspect could be a little bit overblown?
Yeah, I think so. That's fair, especially if you add in, to be honest, as somebody who's, I think I can confidently publicly state that I'll be voting for Mike Brown for Coach of the Year, that, like, you have a coaching staff where if you equate it to having a good teacher for your kids in school, like, this teacher is getting these students really well prepared for the playoffs. Mike Brown and his messaging for quite some time, most of the back end of, the second half of the season, has been talking points about, well, this is how it's going to be in the playoffs, and you guys had a bad night at the office tonight. You do that in the playoffs, you're cooked, and really holding their feet to the fire when it comes to not just thinking that getting into the playoffs is good enough. It's one thing if the fans and the media might frame it that way. Mike Brown and his staff are not. And that, that kind of messaging can be heard from De'Aaron Fox on down when they talk about the postseason. So I think their minds are going to be in a decent place. That New Orleans game, if they were going to bottle up the right way to do it and kind of see where their ceiling is, that's probably the recent game for me because they defended. But, yeah, I think the experience thing is probably overblown. But that being said, if you're staring at a Golden State Warriors team across the way, who has it in spades above anybody else, then it might not matter.
Sam, let me ask you this. I was watching that Laker-Clipper game last night. LeBron James is 38 years old. I'm on record. We all know. Sam, it's incredible just from a physical standpoint what he's doing at this age. But right behind him, Sam, is Steph Curry at 35 years old, staring a 50-40-90 season in the face. I mean, Can you just speak to, are you at all shocked that Steph's still doing this at this age?
100%. Was it you guys, and apologies if I got this wrong. I'm a loyal listener to the show, and I enjoy what y'all do. No, seriously, did you have Jim Barnett on recently?
We did, yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, good conversation yesterday, and where Jim talked about how back in the day, because of training, because of travel, commercial flights and back-to-backs, things like that, guys' bodies wore out, and at 32 years old, a guy like Jim retires. I thought that kind of insight was super interesting, and it does make you look at the Steph and the LeBron and just shake your head. For the Warriors' purposes, to me, the ripple effect that I'm surprised by and impressed by is, recently Steve Kerr jumps on a podcast with our Tim Kawakami at The Athletic and tells him that the Last Dance comparison to these Warriors, that he's pushing back against it, right? I don't agree with that. This is not the Last Dance, I think, in some form or fashion. And I'm paraphrasing, but Steve said, we're going to keep doing, what we're doing with this core. And that is not possible if Steph Curry is not out there as a 35-year-old playing what you could call MVP caliber basketball. And, that's the engine that drives it. That's the thing that is going to shape Joe Lacob's decisions in the summer, I think. You're not putting Steph out to pasture, just like you're not putting LeBron out to pasture. And it's a testament to the way Steph has attacked, his profession and how great he has been, that they're still trying to extend this runway here.
Sam, great stuff. Tomorrow night, I think it's going to be a blast at Golden One Center. I'm
going to be in the house. I'm going to see you, Sam.
It's going to be a playoff game, right?
It is, and you guys are killing me. You're just making me have even worse FOMO. I'm trying to be a good dad.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to be at the game.
No, you get to you go. We're two fathers. We know. Look at Sam.
I'll tell you what.
Priorities.
Whether it's the SAC broadcast or Fitzy, they'll bring you into the arena.
No, it'll be fun, though, and it'll be lit. The Kings still have something to play for. They can still get the number 2 seed from Memphis if they went out and the Grizzlies lose. So. And that place is loud, man. My Apple Watch, every time I go to a game, yells at me that the decibel level is too loud.
I love it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, Sam. Great stuff as always. And playoffs are going to be a lot of fun, man.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yes, sir. Sam Amick.
It goes down tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah, I knew you can't resist, can you?
What you mean?
Just 2 things. I have 2 critiques.
Right. But we only like your critiques when I ask for them, right? Nobody gives our rants behind.
Never mind.
Right.
You see.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look at Sam Amick on Twitter.
Okay.
Because I bet you I'm gonna find.
I got to get to that story. That Athletic article.
Watch this. Sam Amick's got. Let's see. Amick's got. How many followers Amick got?
No, I hate that you're.
Amick's got. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. He's got 250,000 followers. So, yeah, Guru's going to look for him tomorrow.
What? Like the followers don't see me look for him. What are you talking?
But you see that he's a big boy because he's got that many followers.
No, I don't. So, now, this hurts me. You're telling Evan and I and the listeners that you judge people on how many followers.
No, you do. That's the only reason you like Sam.
The last time I went and looked at somebody's followers.
Oh, you do that.
No, I do that.
You look at yours 3 times a day.
Steiny, stop.
You look at impressions.
Dude.
You look at.
Now, what are those based on?
I don't know what. I don't even know what they are.
Because I ain't getting a lot.
I don't even know what they are. I don't know.
Well, the one I put up me in my Little League uniform, that got a lot. But other than that, it's just minuscule.
Now, what'd you do?
When I was pitching for Union City American League A's, I had the pictures. The picture of me in my uniform over the day, and I tweeted it out.
Why are you on mute?
Nah, you see some stuff.
I remember that.
The impressions, yeah.
Hey, who's back there?
Evan.
Hey, Evan, never fails with an interview like Sam Amick. Basically, here's Guru's question. Sam, I mean, you've been around the league for a while. I mean, Steph Curry. I mean, the guy's a magician. He's unbelievable.
I didn't say magician.
How many years has he done it? Sam, I'm not going to ask you a question, but just, hey, why don't you spend 3 minutes telling everybody here how great Steph Curry is, even though we all know how great he is, just so we can do it.
Evan, you forgot about the glowing, outpouring of affection for whoever the guest is, which, to be fair, Steiny, you never do.
This heart's coming from Evan. Wow. No, Sam's our guy.
Do we have any other guests today? Because we could just ask them how great they think Steph Curry is.
Nope.
See if we have
40-90, Steiny. He stared it in the face.
Who?
Curry.
Of course. It's par for the course.
Yeah.
Price of admission.
Man.
Let's go to Lee in Fairfield. Let's talk about Sam Amick interview. Hey, Lee.
Steiny, Guru, what's up, fellas?
Hey, my man, Lee.
Yeah, he ready.
Let me tell you something about Fairfield. I like Fairfield.
This 82-game schedule and the play-in, I mean, I totally disagree, Steiner. And I don't think you were suggesting that the league has some issues with our teams waiting until we get to the last few weeks. Because I know damn well the Mavericks have been playing their butts off trying to make it to the playoffs. It would be a huge embarrassment for them not to make it to the playoffs after being in the Western Conference Finals. And I'm going to say this, too, when it comes to the Warriors. I have watched Clay, because as we know, Clay wear his feelings on his sleeve. I've seen Clay dejected after losses. So I don't think they're trying to wait for the regular season to end either to turn it up. I feel like teams are working hard, trying to make sure that they take advantage of having as many home court games as possible. Boston, who doesn't want that home court in Boston? Philadelphia. Who doesn't want that home court in Boston? And my final thought is, I feel like it's more the sports media that keeps talking about the 82-game season and, hey, teams are waiting until they get to the playoffs. I've yet to hear a former player say the 82-game season is too long. Meanwhile, we often hear players say the Thursday night football game is too much or the 17-game season is too much. I don't hear NBA players complaining about the 82-game schedule. Sometimes it feels like we just can't wait until the playoffs start. And we create the narrative that the 82-game schedule is too long and guys can't wait to the playoffs. And I just disagree, man. I watch good basketball, and I'm a basketball junkie. I'm at the summer leagues. I watch good basketball during the regular season, and I see guys going hard.
Thanks, Lee. Appreciate it.
There you go.
No, I would say to Lee, I'm not disagreeing. Like right now, they're playing hard. But I don't know about the first 40 or 50 games.
Well, I'll tell you this to that. And I love the man. He's
playing with more urgency now than they did in September. Did in November.
Well, when they were down 20 the other night against OKC, down 17 or whatever, they were down 9. You would have thought, okay, what's going on? Giving up 79.
And Boston and Milwaukee,
they have some bad losses.
First of all, I think Milwaukee clinched home court. But a team wanting home court like Denver or Milwaukee, and the play-in doesn't dictate that. They're going to want that anyway.
Yeah, well, I thought his bigger point was what the league's talking about with this play-in tournament and condensing the schedule. Like, I want no part of that.
Of the schedule.
Oh, so it will still be 82.
Yeah.
Then what's the meaning of 82 if you're going to have this in-game tournament?
They're baked in.
The tournament is the playoffs, Adam. I'm talking to Silver. I'm pleading to him. Quit doing what baseball's doing.
What are they doing?
Trying to beat Joan Rivers and do all this stuff.
Baseball has never been more popular.
You don't have data to back that up, first. And then, two, are the young people really going to the game?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Stop it. It's been 2 weeks. All right. Anyway, I love me some 82 game schedule. I like him. He said they trying. Our last caller.
Of course they're trying now.
Fairfield.
I like Lee and Fairfield, though.
Well, you tried to steal his joy.
I try to do that with everybody. He should feel welcome when I try to do that. What? What's the exasperated?
No, I'm letting the jackal get to me.
Oh.
It's about our last conversation.
Well, we're going to. See, you and me keep it real.
And
to a fault.
One of the YouTubers think that I'm race baiting, and the story is about race. We're having a dialogue. We're having a discussion. Man.
Trying to stick it to you, dude. Don't listen to him.
Stick it to me.
Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe. How you doing, buddy?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking my call. Oh, my God. I don't know where to start. So let me ask you guys this honest question. We all know the Warriors. The expectations of the Warriors make the playoffs. But what are you guys' expectations of the Warriors once they're in the and if they don't meet that expectation? What do you guys think should happen? I mean, who do you think should get fired? Please, and then please don't give me no Mickey Mouse answers you guys always do. Give it to me straight.
Joe, I'm going to give it to you straight from the boss. How about that, Joe?
Oh boy.
So, no, one of the
another discussion with the boss while I ain't around. Interesting. Go ahead.
Well, it was on a Thursday.
That's a fun. That's a fun. Hey, wow, boy, that was quick, Snotty.
So a few weeks back, we were talking about the Warriors,
Thursday.
And we got into a pattern of talking about, can they do it? Can they not do it? If they do it, what does that mean? If they don't do it, what does that mean? I mean, the reality of the situation is, if they lose in a play-in tournament, they're going to behave differently in the offseason than if they win it all. I think expectations, Joe, my expectation for the Warriors would be they win a series and then they lose in the second round.
Okay.
But
what's the fallout for if it wins? See, I'm different than you.
Well, the other thing about the fallout is, keep in mind, the fallout starts with Draymond Green. He's the guy who but it's funny. Sam Amick was talking about this isn't the last dance. You know why it's not the last dance, or why Kerr's pushing back against the last dance? Because he knows that even with Draymond, if he leaves, they're still going to have.
No doubt. Right. Yeah. So let me answer. Now, Steiny, listen to me. I'm not starting no stuff. That punch happened. We still don't have a gauge, and Sam pointed it out. I did see him point to Draymond when he threw a bad pass, and I talked to you when I see them pick each other up.
Wow.
Okay, so they're functional.
Yeah, they're tight.
But if you want to use, and you have this season, Evan can back me up, disconnect, pull this or that, there's no cohesiveness. If you guys are right, it will take a series loss to me for the average fan, to see what was festering or going on. And I think if they lose in a bad way, you say, what's a bad way? Let's just say, for whatever reason, Steiny, 4-1.
Kings beat them in 5.
Yeah, oh, man. That would bring out the bear.
The Jackals?
No. I think the team would start going to the microphone, letting us know what they were dealing with all year long. And tell me why. Let me tell you why I'm doubling down. Curry said, had they not won last year, they would have looked at heads could have already rolled, or things could have been different. I didn't let you know when he said that. I'm like,
well,
now we got all this under. We're talking about a punch, disconnect, yada yada yada. Steiny, I hope we don't find out. But to answer his question, nobody will be fired. I think that's when Dre will look around like, you know what? I'm ready for the next chapter, or I'm worthy of more, and y'all not giving it to me. I'm out. And then Dante, what's gonna happen there? All kind of stuff.
Dante's gone.
Okay, and
night.
I hate when you say that.
You tried to lowball him. No.
Well, they got his bird rights, right?
No, he's got a no. Player option for Dante DiVincenzo at like 4.5.
Yeah, that ain't.
That's too bad.
That's why you're saying that.
888-957-9570 is the number. There was one thing. Oh, I mean, basically what Curry said was agreeing with what I've been saying all along, but now because Curry says it, it must be right. I'll tell you what it is on 95.7 The Game. I know more than him, I'm telling you.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
What if you could do business without busy work? With Ramp, you can. Ramp is the future of finance with smart automation.
Caitlin Clark for defending Reese. She was totally right. Like, oh, she can do that kind of stuff. And I'm just really frustrated with Jill Biden too. Like, I mean, she's been to past championship ceremonies, and you're telling me now all of a sudden that we're going to start bringing in the runner-up? Like, come on, Jill. Like, what are we talking about here? I'm just frustrated with this conversation. It's clearly shifted to a more black and white racial lens, and it's really disappointing in the media to hear all that stuff. So that's all I'm saying.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, it's a microcosm of our society, man. And I know you think I'm playing.
No.
I sat there Sunday night, and when Keith Overman tweeted out, she's an idiot, to me, it was saying so
That's
much
different.
more. Like, it was bigger. The word you were using it wasn't idiot. It was worse than idiot. It was like, for a grown man of your intellect, or what I thought, for you to go on Twitter and be so offended by this young black woman, what's really getting at you? Like, what's eating at you, Keith? And I think some people got at him so fast. Now, I don't know his heart, but he walked it back saying he didn't know that Caitlin kind of started. But okay, I appreciate that more than what I'm hearing from other people, Steiny, about, hey, Iowa, you should come too. Because you lost to the black girls. You should come too. Come on. Right. And to Angel's credit, what the hell is that? And how she lives? And Steiny, I'll say this.
Yeah.
She said, I know, Angel, you got to give her credit. I know I make people uncomfortable. I'm not trying to do it. I just don't give a damn. And I know I don't fit your mold of, Princess Diana. So to hear her talk her truth is refreshing.
I'm not saying it's not.
I'm not saying you're saying it's not. I'm just telling you that's where this thing popped off.
Jill Biden,
they got bigger fish to fry than invite anybody to the spot if you want to really get real about it. But anyway, okay. Yeah.
Let's go to Scott in Sacramento, get moving here. By the way, your boy just sent me a text.
Our guy, Laco.
No.
Man.
Ibanez.
Oh, that's our guy. What'd he say?
I'll tell you in a second.
Okay.
What's up, Scotty?
That's my guy.
Scotty! Let's go to Nick in Ohio. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys.
I can
how's
take
it going?
criticism.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hey, I just want to say that I think there is some validity to Steiny's thinking that African Americans can help us white people understand. Back in the 90s, I was dating an African American woman for a while, and I always thought I was open-minded, liberal, and progressive, and all that stuff. But she helped me to see that I had some growing up in the 50s and 60s. That I still had a little bit of baggage here and there, a little bit of racist little things that were just insensitivities that I wasn't attuned to. And one of the big things that she opened my eyes was she helped me see the idea of white privilege, that we can come and go and not be checked everywhere we go and be reminded of our skin color and all that kind of thing. So anyway, I just wanted to add that to the
That's
mix.
real talk, man.
Appreciate it.
Man.
Definitely appreciate it.
And that's why what Evan chimed in hit me in the cardiac muscle too. But again, Steiny, you got to read Mark's text. But I'm just like, I feel like it's my duty as a friend and me being a black man to let you know if you say something that you thought was okay, it's my job to check you and tell you and educate.
Exactly.
And that's what he was saying. He was in a relation. I appreciate how they got down.
Do you believe me when I tell you that when I first heard, because the championship game, I watched a little.
Okay,
of, not
gotcha.
a lot.
Right.
So when I read Joe Biden says she wants Iowa to come to the White House,
I totally believe you,
my
man.
first thought was participation trophy time.
Nope.
That was my first thought.
You were oblivious to the race aspect of it.
Yes, because Ibanez got me again.
Yeah.
Because I don't think of Iowa sports as primarily white.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'd have to go look at their football team, but
right.
They are, Evan?
Yeah.
All right.
think they got one sister.
Every year they are generally a very white football team.
Okay, you know what? I didn't know that. So in terms of the Big Ten or whatever the conference is now, all right, they have fewer blacks than Ohio State or Michigan. I didn't know that either. I'm just saying my first thought was we got participation trophy time here from Jill Biden.
No doubt.
Then I saw some highlights.
And that's a 4, and what really was going on was a 12, the gravity of it.
So somewhere along the line, in the last 2 or 3 days, I realized
I missed the mark.
Okay. Wow. I saw there's a racial component that I realized that either was brought to my attention or I started to figure out on my own, or Angel Reese now helped me to think about it in a different way. It's like, what?
Yeah. But that'll
Isn't that
make
all
you
I can do?
Yeah, that's all you can do. And I appreciate the honesty. But Steiny, nobody should be shocked because you're walking in your shoes. You are a white man. You just share with us your first initial thought. But the thing here to me is, I don't even want to say learning lessons, Donnie, but now when you, like every story you read from here on out, the whole goal is, if it involves race or a minority, is I wonder how that person took it. You know, the minority, because Angel, man, I'm telling you, Steiny, am I saying she's perfect? No. Do I agree with everything she's saying? No. But 99% of it is like, if my daughter was up there saying that, speaking her truth, I would be teared up, proud, because she ain't letting it go.
415, educate Jill Biden, question mark. I would assume that's because she is an educator and she's 75 years old. You know what my answer to that would be? My dad's 89. He was a high school teacher. And he needs a lot of guidance still.
But he got out of his era. It ain't what it is now, Stoney, the world.
You're right.
Yeah. You're right. I'm sure his day they had segregated drinking fountains and bathrooms. It's my dad. That's how my dad grew up.
Well, let's hit Vince in San Jose.
You got to read the text,
Wrap
too.
This, I will. Wrap this up. I'm going to tease it. It's so good. I'm going to let
because we got Jock Pretty at 145.
Thank you for teasing that. I'm going to let the Bay Area know just
I can't wait to
how
Mark
Ibanez. It could only come from Mark Ibanez. What's up, Vince? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing excellent. How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well, man.
Excellent. You know, I'm a 28-year-old. I'm a white man. I'm a white male in America, and it's really important, especially on a platform where I can kind of get my voice out there and kind of try to get my career going as not only a radio personality, but more of a sports analyst. It's really important when it comes to talk about race, just to kind of just listen. And I know it's good to get your opinion out there. It's good to get your piece, and it's good that we live in a country where you can. But even as a white man, it's just important to just, you know what, let someone else get their truth across. Let someone else get what they're trying to get out, feeling out, and that's very important too. And as far as Joe Biden goes, you know what, there's a knot in my stomach when I think about what this administration has done to this country.
We got to go. Night. Isn't that what you think I'm trying to do right now? I'm actually not trying. If I sound like I'm trying to get my view out there, I'm really not.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
I'm really trying to hear more from the other side.
No, I'm teasing Mark's text message to you.
It's a brutal
What I appreciate is you were honest about your initial thought. You ain't pushing and I'm here to tell you what I thought about it and why Sunday night I couldn't wait to get here because I had enough. And to hear Willard and Dibbs, bring up not just was it a race element, it was sexist.
You know what bothers me most? I'm seeing some texts from the Comcast business text line inferring that maybe I've got some issues, racial issues. Guru, I have a black friend.
Yeah.
I actually have two.
Yeah.
I consider you, Bay Area.
I've been to your crib.
I've got a friend named Daryl the Guru Johnson and Dana Ali, two black friends. I can't be racist. I better say I'm kidding. People get bad.
This was like the company meeting when you go, the show works because he's black, and I'm like, Stoney, that was the worst.
That was an oddity.
People are too sensitive.
Yeah. You got to know them. Then, wait till the mood's lighter.
Can we talk sports, please? Yeah, on the other side. Absolutely, positively. We're going to talk sports, but first I'm going to let the Bay Area. Mark Ibanez is a legend in this area. He is an elevated sports figure who recently retired.
A-lister.
43 years, something like that.
Good God.
A big boy. And I'm fortunate enough to have a relationship with him. And he's given me some constructive criticism via text.
I cannot wait.
And it hurts me. It hurts me. I know it's right, but it hurts me. But I'm going to share it with you. And I'm kind of upset Guru's not brought it to my attention, let alone the boss on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
Guru, first of all, I love your energy. Steinmetz and...
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was great until the movie started buffering. Then she started asking questions like, why are you using bed sheets for curtains? Why is this hamster cage so dirty? Where is your hamster?
Oh, honey, it might be time for real Wi-Fi.
Yeah. In the meantime, can I come use the Wi-Fi at your place?
Sorry, baby. Date night's still on for one of us.
It's time for real home internet. Get fast home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. New customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years during our Xfinity 10G network launch celebration, now through April 23rd. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
The beauty and quality of Anderson windows and patio doors are featured at Dolan's showrooms and home improvement centers. There are many Anderson innovations available for your new home or remodel, including the A-Series, E-Series, Architectural Series, Big Doors, the Classic 400 Series, and value-priced wood and Fibrex. Visit Dolan's and enjoy lowest prices on Anderson high quality. Dolan's serves the Bay Area and wine country. Visit dolanlumber.com for more information. That's dolanlumber.com.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and discover what it truly means to drive a truck that's built to serve. Ram Truck Month going on now. And now get 1.9% financing for 36 months plus $5,000 total bonus cash allowance on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab. 1.9% APR financing for 36 months equals $2,860 per month per $1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 5/1/23.
SpringFest savings is here at Lowe's. Don't miss out on the best deals of the season, like 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, save on other items like select laundry pairs. Get an additional $100 off select laundry pairs when you spend $1,296 or more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop SpringFest savings today. Valid for 4/12. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Dazzling decal on Daisy's Donuts window. Bold banner at Barry's Barbershop. Prominent poster at Penny's on Park Place.
This is your sign. Well, signs. To try Staples and see the difference. Get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more.
From Staples, and I couldn't miss it.
Ends 4/15. Visit staplesconnect.com/printbig for details.
The Smashing Pumpkins are bringing The World as a Vampire tour to Shoreline Amphitheater with special guest, Stone Temple Pilots, on August 3rd. Head to the contest page at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Smashing Pumpkins.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Tens of thousands affected by the toxic water at Camp Lejeune are left with death, cancer, Parkinson's, dementia, birth defects, and other serious illnesses. And along with the harm, so many worries.
My family drank the Camp Lejeune water. What if our health gets worse and we need more financial help?
How do I protect my VA benefits and get the compensation I deserve and need?
The answer is simple. Call James Harris Law, the experienced, trusted law firm that can get you significant compensation while protecting all your VA benefits. We're already fighting for hundreds of Marines, families, and civilians who drank Camp Lejeune water. But if you miss the deadline, you could forever lose your right to the justice you deserve. So call our Camp Lejeune legal helpline now. Now may be your last chance to receive full compensation. Don't delay. Call 800-337-6655. That's 800-337-6655. 800-337-6655.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. We provide a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to determine eligibility. Businesses of all types can qualify, so go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Download the Innovation Refunds app or go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Steiny and Goo will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're having some fun today.
I'm waiting on that T-shirt.
What
Steiny
t-shirt?
and Goo will get you through.
It's not a bad one. Not a bad one. By the way, you want to talk about...
You're getting killed now a little bit.
No.
Yeah, when you count your back friends, that's from Dave Chappelle.
Right.
That was material from you.
Of course.
Yeah.
But what I'm finding, this isn't material, is I have gotten countless texts. I can't even count them all. Dozens and dozens and dozens.
Are you being for real?
From my black friends who are now mad that I didn't mention them being a friend.
Right.
Dozens of them.
So you had more than 2.
Yeah, Jason Battle.
Yeah, I can follow him on Twitter.
Glenn Graham, James Daly. We haven't talked to him. All right. By the way, I saw this. Where am I going here? I lost my
We got Jockberty at 145.
Jockberty at 145.
Oh, boy.
Guru, you didn't... And why hasn't the boss told me this? Just got a text from Mark Ibanez.
I cannot wait to hear this.
This is about my performance. I cannot... Does the boss even listen to the station? This is a text from Mark Ibanez. Like Steiny, you have fallen into the habit of saying maybe too often. Maybe listen, bro. One of your tales. Maybe you might agree. I'm just trying to constructively give you criticism. It's starting to get really disconcerting. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Thanks, boss.
So he says that's your crutch,
Apparently it's my crutch. My crutch is, and
he's a super pro.
Now I got to work on it. Now I got to work on it.
See, I see you every day. I didn't notice.
Now I'm going to be conscious of it and work on it.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Every time I say it, I'm gonna feed the kitty.
Well, I love Mark helping us out.
I do want to
helping you.
Do want to get into the Warriors because Steph Curry. I do want to get back into the Warriors.
And that sound.
Yes, Steph Curry had mentioned something that you said caught your ear.
No doubt.
And it caught my ear too because I was thinking, I kind of had the same feeling but thought about it differently. So just take a listen to what Steph Curry said last week.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit. Those questions would have been a lot more every day, I guess. Yeah. But when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have.
He said, "Let's keep it real, Steiny."
If I say monkey wrench, do you think that's a bad thing? Can a monkey wrench be a good thing?
It could get in the way. A monkey wrench is getting in. I take that as something got in the way of a plan.
I've always felt that. I felt last year if the Warriors, I put it this way. I said,
because you didn't expect them to win it, so I'm curious to see where you're going.
I'll tell you where I'm going. The Warriors winning the title last year complicated their future.
Oh, okay.
It changed the direction they were starting to think they were going to go in. And that direction was subtly or not so subtly moving off the big three into Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Poole. That was going to happen, I think, is what Steph was saying right there. Don't you? If the Warriors last year, 53-29, let's assume Phoenix beats Dallas, and then Phoenix beats the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. What I hear Steph saying there, had that happened, we probably wouldn't be the same team right now.
That's exactly how I took it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was interesting. And now you think, to double down on behind closed doors, what's at stake if they don't get it done this year? But it's different now because Draymond's a big part. His decision, he's got some leverage. This is going to be, I'm not looking forward to it because I just can't imagine going to Chase. I'm being real with you, Stoney and Dub Nation, and not seeing Draymond Green a part of the Warriors. Like, I'm not ready to see a different version of him. With this giant team that won 3 World Series, we saw Belt, Crawford, Posey. It was them 3 base. You know what I mean?
Do you still like seeing Brandon Crawford these days?
Well, I'm not all the way out.
Last year?
They're okay. They're looking older. But
are you okay with that, if that were to happen? If they keep those guys longer, let's say they signed them to an extension, but that means 2 years from now, we're going to have 2 or 3 down years.
I don't think Joe Lacob would do that.
But how can they be good if they extend those 3 guys?
Okay, I'm listening.
And they're paying Steph 50, Clay 35, Draymond 30. How can they be good? Well, if those guys are 37 years old is what I'm saying.
Well, you got the likes of Jordan Poole, who is going to get better. You got Kuminga. You got guys GP2 for right now. I'm assuming Dante might be gone, but
that's an expansion team.
I feel like you're robbing Joe Lacob, and I know you're going to throw the wallet at me and say, "Goo, how make the money?" But that's not about that. They're going. Something's coming back. If something goes out the door, something's coming back. Now, if a A+ leaves, you may get a C+ in return. But then you talk about
you still get worse.
But then you get worse, but you still got the chef.
But you're worse.
So can the chef drive, you know what I mean, that old Cadillac, and you're leaking oil, but you know when to park it and how to,
in a way, Steph's greatness and his longevity has really put the Warriors in a pickle.
Or in a good situation to where we can handle the impact of losing a guy like Draymond Green.
You're not going to be singing this tune if they ever struggle.
Well, that's almost like taking the bet with the field, because when you say it that way, Steiny, it's like, yeah, you're right, but until we see it, that's a big if.
What is?
If you lose one of them, because I'm betting as long as you got Steph, you're a factor. As long as you got Giannis, you're a factor. And that doesn't, to me, go out the window with Clay leaving or Dre leaving. Now, it will hurt. Wow. It will be different. But damn it, there are other things you can go get to bring back and incorporate with Steph,
and I guess
who is the engine.
Okay, fair enough.
He is the engine in that Rari.
And I guess that's where
or Corvette.
That's where I think the hypocritical comes in. You can't talk about the greatness of Steph, Clay, and Draymond and then say, even if we lose Draymond or Clay, or Draymond and Clay, we'll replace them. They're Hall of Famers.
No doubt. I totally get it.
Even though I think Steph is elevated, you can't replace Steph. You can't replace Clay and Draymond. Like, you can't.
But the goal is not to go find another Draymond. And I get what you say when we talk about his qualities. He's unique in his own right. That's not the goal. The goal is to win a championship. Okay, and you may take 2 steps back in regard to trying to replace Draymond, but you could take 3 steps forward with another guy that brings other intangibles to the team. But as long as you got 30 out there, and because let's be honest, Donnie, if one guy leaves, 2 of the 3 are staying. Clay and Steph are going to ride off on that same horse, or it's going to be all 3 of them on that same horse.
See, you say that with such conviction, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. And if you ask me right now, will the big 3 all retire as Warriors? My answer is no. Somebody will leave. Maybe I'm wrong.
But the possibility for an O'Brien Trophy appearance does not leave with that person, to me, if it's not Steph Curry.
You need to take John Dickinson on that one.
I'm going to bring it up tomorrow when I see him at Sacktown.
JD says
Steph better.
The minute the big 3 splits up, you're done. Because he thinks Draymond's that important. I tend to think that too.
Okay, how about this then? There's not going to be one, and you can say, who cares? Nobody reads Street and Smith anymore. There won't be one pundit, one talking head, one publication that if that were to happen, and let's just say it was Dre for this example, the Warriors will not drop all the way down in regard to predictions or being a threat from what the Mavericks did. We watched the Mavericks go from what the final 2 in the Western Conference to maybe not making it. It won't be that drastic with Steph or 2/3 of the big 3 here.
Well, first of all,
there's just I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because if that were the case, Steiny,
the Warriors
Dre
already
ain't
dropped,
going nowhere.
The Warriors have already dropped 10 games off last year. So in other words, the Warriors,
I got something for you with
the Warriors have basically fallen off as much as the Mavericks this year.
But what if I told you they haven't fallen off yet because they're the defending champs?
Okay, well, the Mavericks haven't fallen off either because they're still alive.
The gates don't open to take away their championship or knock them off until next week. So the regular season, basically, what you talked about, doesn't mean a damn thing because the Warriors still got the offs to show where they really are at.
So does Dallas.
If they make it.
Well, if the Warriors
the Warriors are defending.
They're not in the playoffs.
Okay,
they're going for the play-in.
Okay, if you want to give me that, if you want to do that stipulation, I'll give you that. But for this conversation, they're the defended champs.
Okay, and for this conversation, and for this conversation,
I get where you're coming from.
And for this conversation, the Dallas Mavericks are Western Conference finalists. So why can't I look at the Dallas Mavericks and say, I know we're in 11, but we'll get back to the Western Conference Finals.
And
why? Because we have pedigree to get there again.
You right now in a courtroom, Steiny, you would be rolling if you would be rolling right now. But the reason you won't do that is because Dallas is a mess. Now the Warriors, I don't have the answers to why they're where they're at, but we all have talked about it. We can't wait for the second season to start, and that's when I'll be able to itemize where this Warrior team is at and how much of last year took from them. Because if they go to the Western Conference Finals and lose, I promise you, Steiny, I know you're looking at me like a dog looking at a steak, like, I'm trying to think what he said. Why wouldn't you try to do your best to keep Dre? And why would Dre want to leave? Well, it's the money. But other than that, the Warriors are still a factor because we talked about in this dynasty, if you get close, It ain't over.
But that's what I'm getting at. And somebody's taking exception. I was kidding about Steph Curry being good at 35 has really put the Warriors in a pickle.
Yeah.
I'm being facetious. Yeah, okay. But what I mean is the reality of the situation is, had the Warriors not won it last year, Steph Curry is saying is we may have started to break up the team by now.
Yeah.
He just said that. a
He
week
said
ago.
it. No doubt about it.
So what I'm saying is,
what happens if that pops off this year?
There was a general plan to somehow wean ourselves off of the big three and rely more on the young players. That was the plan, and that's now gone. That's now taken a back seat to, you know what? We might have to try to keep this thing this big three together as long as humanly possible. But I think if you lose Draymond Green, you're in big trouble. Let's get to Matt, who says
it's not ideal to lose Draymond, but
I don't get it. We've talked about Draymond and he's heart and soul and heartbeat and best defensive player in the league, one of the best in history.
I'm
And
say
this is my one thing that I do try to push back on. Stop telling me for 10 years Draymond's one of the greatest glue guys of all time, but we'll replace him.
It's bigger than him for me, and it's no shade at him. If you're going to do that, I'm going to take it one step further. Quit telling me Steph Curry's a transcendent player. I'm telling you, Steph probably don't want to take the floor without Dre. But if you're telling me Dre is going to impact Steph and the Warriors' chances of winning and doing it different because the gumbo will taste different without Dre, there's no way I can subscribe to that. The impact of Steph Curry and what they would get back, and it may be a ghetto version of Draymond Green, a low-budget version. You know, it's going to hurt. You're going to feel it. But to tell me we're going to watch Warrior basketball and there's not a chance because Draymond or Clay left?
I think I'm going to say
hell
that.
no.
I think I got to say
you
it.
think? All right, I'm gonna hold you to it.
They're a 500.
And hopefully we don't find out.
They're a 500 team right now
with Draymond.
Exactly. You take Draymond off this team right now. I think their titles are over.
Okay. And what if I go in the refrigerator and say, what if you kept Dre and you took Steph off? That's all my point. Of course. But so you got that, of course, still here. So how can it be dire straits? Obviously, he won't be alone. Kuminga, Poole, and you're going to get something, cheaper than Draymond that's we're not counting on something we don't see.
Let's just boil it down to the brass tacks.
So it's not in Steph. It's not in Curry. I trust. I got a shirt to say that.
It's more subtle than that.
Okay.
Steph Curry's in a league by himself.
No doubt about it.
Clay and Draymond are the next level. I watched Michael Jordan couldn't win a playoff series for 7 years. Steph Curry ain't better than Michael Jordan. My point is, I think if you take Draymond off this team, your title days are over. That's what I think. Now, you can say, well, we'll get another Draymond or a version. Okay. There is no other version of Draymond Green
that's a compliment
can keep
in itself.
This team at the same level. I don't think.
Okay. What do you think Joe Lacob thinks? Because
I bet
they've had to talk.
I don't know what he thinks.
Because Drake could have got some money when he said, "Hey, I'm ready to. You know what? I want the max." And you said he's a killer, Joe Lacob.
Balance.
Right. I don't think he's thinking. And this is no shade at Dre, Steiny. This is none. I just wonder if management's thinking highly of Dre and what this team is if he were to be somewhere else. And I know we got the playoffs and we can do this all off season, but man, Steiny, if you got Steph,
yes,
you're in it. That's just me.
Without Draymond
Green. And you could keep Draymond and lose Clay.
So you don't think Draymond's worth 5, 6, 8 games?
Oh, he might be worth 12 or 13.
Okay, well, now you're 30 and 52.
But what you're telling me also in that answer is you don't think the chef, without something that was a positive, can up his...
I do not believe one player can get it done.
It would be a collective.
Well, it wouldn't be. It's a collective now. The league's
I never knew you thought that high. Like, if Dre was gone, that you would take... They wouldn't be a threat.
To win it all?
Yeah.
Goo, they might not be a threat to win it all this year. Now, we're going to see that play out. Yeah. Maybe people are in agreement with you. I don't know. I mean, obviously, Steph Curry guarantees you're always going to have credibility as a basketball team. But that's different than winning it. Matt in Oakland, he thinks I'm out of my mind. I don't even know what I said that could have been out of my mind. What's up, Matt?
Steiny.
Yeah.
Please tell me you were kidding comparing the Warriors to Dallas.
How so?
Were you?
Oh, no. Okay, listen, Matt. Here's what I meant.
Yeah.
Here's what I meant. If Guru's going to continue to say they're defending champions, the Warriors, okay, they are defending champions, and they have time to still become the champions, then all I'm saying is, even though I think Dallas stinks and they're awful, because they made it to the they're Western Conference finalist teams. So maybe they can get back to the Western Conference finals. That's the way I meant it, the comparison.
Okay. We'll just agree to disagree on that. I don't see this like complete dismantling of the plan that you're talking about. Yes, they gave up on Wiseman. That was a mistake. But what else have they done that has given up on the two-way plan? I don't think that has happened.
Matt, I did not say give up. I did not. What I said was, what I heard Steph Curry say was, had they not won it last year, things may be different than they are now.
Said, let's keep it real. Yeah.
And I do think that if the Warriors had not won it last year,
okay,
let's say they'd lost in the semifinals.
You should replay the sound, too.
That would have given Lacob more room to play Kuminga, to play Wiseman, and to start to usher that in a little bit.
Maybe. You might be right about that. But I think you're making kind of a bigger... I mean, Draymond's kind of indispensable.
That's what I think.
Salary cap garbage. He is. I'm not arguing with that. But who knows? You know, that salary cap stuff doesn't kick in until, 2 years from now? He may end up staying with him.
It's possible.
And if they don't sign him, it is possible that they could get somebody else that would maybe not make him as good as they are now. But, I know you got a show to run and you got to talk like that, but I don't see it all doom and gloom.
I'm not saying it's doom and gloom, Matt. I'm not saying it's doom and gloom at all. Let's listen to Curry one more time. No.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit, those questions would have been a lot more every day, I guess. Yeah. But, when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of, how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have.
Yeah, that was...
Speaks for itself.
Yeah, that was real, man.
So... I think we can agree, had we not won it last year. Now, the one thing, he didn't necessarily say there'd be wholesale changes, but he's like, we would get questions every day. Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it?
Right.
You didn't do it last year. You haven't done it for 3-4 years. He means those questions would have been coming.
Yeah. Do you package the youngsters for a big boy?
What I believe Curry's saying, too, is... Had the Warriors not won it last year, what did they want to do this year? Even after they won it, they wanted to incorporate the young players in more to take the wear and tear off the big three during the regular season. That was the plan after they won a title. Right. So imagine now they didn't win a title last year. They would have leaned into the Kuminga-Wiseman thing much more than they did. In fact, because they won it last year, I think in a way they've made it tougher on the kids.
So Wiseman would still be here.
I think so. Yes. Okay,
wow.
I said it. Wiseman would probably still be here.
And you might be right.
If they hadn't won it last year. I think it's possible. I'm not going to say definitively. But is there any can't we agree
16 last
can't we
night.
agree on this, Warrior fans? That the plan at the beginning of this year was to incorporate more of the young players, and they didn't. They didn't.
Yeah.
Why didn't they? Because they had a championship 4 to 6 months ago. That's why.
Which they're about to defend. They're about to defend.
Leroy's in Oakland. Squeeze him in. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm just going to dive right in.
Yep.
Why didn't they, Steiny? Because every time the brass looks at moving on to the future, they got those three big guys, those three champions, Draymond, Clay, and Curry, looking at them. And that's why they don't. They go, hey, we can plug and play. And this is what I wanted to say. As long as the Warriors are healthy, outside of that starting five, everybody else is expendable. Plug and play. I got an alumni plug and play list. Sean Livingston, Quinn Cook, David West, Zaza Pachulia, Ian Clark, Patrick McCall, Anderson Verichau, Festus Azili. We plug and play, and this is what we do. And I say we can at least do that for 2-3 more years. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. I'm not sure. Okay, so this is Austin and San Jose.
Our guy.
No way Wiseman would still be here. Why? He did not fit the system. Why is Steiny selling this crap? First of all, I'm not selling this crap. This is Curry saying it. Austin, do you really believe that had the Warriors not won it last year, that Wiseman and the young players would have had more rope this year?
There's no doubt.
Of course they would have.
I agree with that.
888-957-9570. We can talk about it more on the other side. I think it's fascinating. I really do. And I think Guru's fascinating. I really do on 95.
This is James Wiseman.
You can't host movie night on your phone's hotspot. It's time for real home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. New customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years during our Xfinity 10G network launch celebration, now through April 23rd. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. Quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy.
is Jockberty. And now entering the studio, let's meet our contestants. He's played 100 Jockberty games and won just one. It's Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's grossly overweight and also grossly overrated. It's Dan Dibley.
That's hurtful.
And our defending champion, who may not be able to properly defend his crown because he has a tea time coming up, it's Matt Steinmetz. And our host, who might be hosting his final Jockberty because look, hates the bit, it's Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason.
Thank you, Mark Grandy.
Good job, Mark.
Yeah.
Well done.
Very well done.
You're on the material.
And welcome to a special edition of Jockberty. Really looking forward to it today, especially after the last round. A couple weeks ago, Matt Steinmetz with a
champ.
thrilling come
Settle
from behind
down.
win.
You didn't win.
Yeah.
The champ.
That's right.
10-2.
Guru feeling like he shared in some of that victory.
The champ and the chump.
Yeah.
10-2.
Remember, players, we have $1, $2, $3 values in the Jockberty round. There's one Dibley double out there somewhere. Please phrase all responses in the form of a what, Goo?
Question.
That's right. You don't have to whisper, but it does have to be a question. Shout your name to buzz in. And today our players will try their luck with these categories in the Jockberty round. We have current NBA nicknames.
Uh-oh.
We have MLB 2023. And we have winningest NFL head coaches. So, yeah, current NBA nicknames, MLB 2023, winningest NFL head coaches. $1, $2, $3 values on the board. Steiny, you're the champ, so why don't you choose a category, and let's play Jockberty.
Let's go with current NBA nicknames for one, please.
You got it? Uncle Drew.
Daryl.
Oh, my goodness. Who was that,
Daryl?
Did
we change our name?
Goo. Yes, Goo.
Who was Kyrie Irving?
Kyrie Irving is right. You got $1. You guys had a heated debate today.
I didn't know Kadero was his name, but that
works. You're bored, Goo.
Let's stay
Are
with...
you going by Goo or Kadero?
Kadero. NBA nicknames for two, Whitey.
The Stifle Tower.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Rudy Gobert?
Rudy Gobert.
Or Kadibs. Would that feel better for you? Let's round out the category for three, Whitey. You know what? I'm sorry, Captain. Rest on your laurels.
I haven't got a dibbly double. And,
Yeah, you haven't. I'm going to go.
The one dibbly double around. What do you want to wager?
I'm going all three, Whitey. Yeah.
We take you to 5 or -1, depending.
Oh, God.
With 2 N's, the finisher.
Holy crap.
Who is Lauri Markkanen?
That is correct. Well done.
You know, he's got to go back to Finland.
Yeah, to complete his military obligation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Dibs.
He's got to finish his military obligation.
Because let me tell you
You're
something.
welcome.
Finland, they've been in a lot of wars.
Yeah, they sure have. With Norway on the ice.
Steiny, you're in a war here, and you haven't reached for your weapons yet. It's 5 for Dibs, 1 for Goose. Steiny not yet on the board. That completes that category, Dibs, and it's still your board.
MLB 2023 for one, please.
The Suns been shining on this team, winners of their first 6 games.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who are the Rays?
That's right, Steiny. Tampa Bay Rays. You've got $1 in the board.
We'll stay there. MLB 2023 for 2, please.
He's the only player who's been called for pitch clock violations, both as a hitter and a pitcher.
Steiny.
Wow. Any idea
That
there,
was
judges?
so close.
Steiny.
Who is Ohtani?
Shohei Ohtani is right, and now you've got $3.
Let's finish the category.
MLB 2023 for 3.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, here we go. Call the cops. The rate at which base stealers have attempted these has risen from 3.8% to 5.4% per game.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
What is stolen bases?
Stolen bases is right, Dibs. 3 more gives you 8. 8 to 3 to 1. We have winningest NFL head coaches remaining, Dibs.
For 3, please.
Winningest NFL head coaches for 3.
Now. Oh, we
There's only one.
Sorry, it's my fault.
They are the 2 coaches who rank in the top 10 for most career wins, who both went by the name Chuck.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who was Chuck Noll? And who is
Sonny.
Chuck Knox? What happened?
Judges?
We'll give it to go.
Appreciate it. What'd that do?
Oh, my.
They're going to give it to him.
Buzzer beater.
Yes.
We don't have time to put the headsets on.
Participation trophy.
Oh, what hell? We have reviewed it, and it's good. Stands.
I do what I can.
Nolan Knox would have worked too.
Wow.
You have control.
You wish to file a protest.
Oh, that's pretty good. Daryl Cuban.
Mark Cuban, he'll do it after. Yeah. He'll wait. Yeah.
Winningest NFL head coaches for 1 and 2, Goo.
Let's go 2.
Winningest NFL head coaches for 2.
Hang in there.
This former Raiders and Jags head coach has 93 career wins, one more than Bill Walsh.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Jack Del Rio?
That's right, Dibs.
Thank you.
10 and
sure.
We complete the category with
Get me started on Del Rio.
NFL head coaches for 1. He and Bill Belichick are the only 2 active coaches with 200 or more career wins.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Andy Reid?
There you go, Guru.
There you go, Guru.
Well done. At the completion of the Jockparty round, Dibs with 10, Goo with 5, Steiny with 3. So anybody's ball game. And just to add to the fun, we have, of course, 2 Dibbly Doubles in the Dibbly Double round. 2 for $6 values. Here are your categories. We have Go for the Green with green in quotation marks. So we're looking for greens in each correct response. We have Famous 18s. And we have 4 F-O-U-R. 4. So don't worry, these are all golf categories. But none of this is actually golf related. Go for the green, Famous 18s, and 4. Or is it? Steiny, you... Yeah, it's not. Steiny, you trail.
Be a lot cooler if it was.
Choose a category.
Where's your money?
Go for the green for 2, please.
Go for the green for 2. The Warriors are his 5th team, but he's only played in 56 games this year.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Jermichael Green?
Michael Green is right. Gives you 7.
It's my day today.
Let's stay with Go for the Green for 4, Whitey.
He's the one who let us know that the Bears are who we thought they were.
Steiny.
Steiny.
Who's Denny Green?
Denny Green is right.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
You've
got the lead, Steiny, with 11.
No,
Sorry,
I don't.
No, he's got
Whitey.
7.
No, I don't.
Oh, no, that's Guru. Sorry.
Go for the green for 6. Please get out.
Go for the green for what?
6.
Oh! This is it. Michael Jackson.
Thank you. It's a 3. You use it too
Dibs has
much.
10. You and Guru tied with 7. Go for the green for, well,
7.
It's a... Wait. Wow. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, what is...
Do we need the breaking news sounder? It's a true Dibbly double. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Steiny, this is the answer.
as a Dodger in 2002, he hit 4 homers in one game.
Who is Sean Green?
Oh, Jew got
What's
it.
the score, Whitey? That was wow.
He's Jewish. It works.
I know.
Passover was
He didn't
yesterday.
play on a Sunday either
Thank you,
against-
Steiny. Steiny's got 14.
14, yeah.
I've got 10.
Let's go famous 18s for 2.
Yeah, are you set, Goo? You got the score? You
No,
wanna-
I didn't. You didn't say
14.
Okay.
I have 10. You have 7.
Yeah, there we
14, 10 to 7.
And you wanted...
Famous 18s for 2.
He wore the number 18 the year he threw for a record 55 touchdowns. Guru.
Who's Peyton Manning?
Peyton Manning is right.
Is that what we're doing?
It was a little quick.
Yeah,
man.
it's participation trophies with Goose. So
Yeah.
he gets a second gift. Are you Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? Shea Gugis-Alexander. You get every call. But go ahead.
Wow. What do you want to do here?
I want to stay in
Those
that
are
category
facts.
for 4.
Famous 18s for 4.
You just got a 1. You got a 1.
I don't care what they say. Those are 2.
Go ahead, Whitey.
Those are 2
I got a little
calls that
penny
he
to my
got.
left.
Yeah.
Little penny to my left.
You have
2.
found the second Dibbly double of the round. It's 14 for Steiny, 10 for Dibs. You have 9. So this is big. How much?
Huge.
How much do you wish to wager in the category of famous 18s?
4, Whitey.
4.
Wow.
He wore number 18 in the 9th inning of the 1992 NLCS when he tried to reposition Barry Bonds, who responded by giving him the finger.
Who is Andy Van Slyke?
That's right! He's got it!
Wow. More than I bet it all.
Let's give Guru the Pittsburgh Pirates questions.
Oh, wow.
He has 2 of them back
No,
there.
I was getting the
Yeah.
guy.
No, it's good.
He has 2
Good.
questions.
Shout out to
pick.
Jolly Roger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well done. 14 to
Totally.
13 to 10. And still your board, Goo.
Let's stay with famous 18s. What we got left in that one?
For 6.
For 6.
Famous 18s for 6.
Wow.
Before mastering the art of coaching, he wore the number 18 for 10 years as a member of the Knicks.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who's Phil Jackson?
There you go, Steiny. That's right. Phil Jackson gives you 20. By the way, before we get any further,
Thank you, Whitey.
let you know that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. This is Jockberty. Right now, Steiny has 20. Goo has 13. Dibs has 10. And the Dibbly double round, here's what we have left. The category of 4, F-O-U-R, pardon me. So it's your board, Steiny. Yeah.
Do I have to actually do it like that?
I don't care.
4 for 2?
Yeah, you do. It made it fun. 4 for 2. In 1986, this giant made 4 errors in 1 inning, but also hit 2 homers, including a walk-off winner.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who's Bob Brenly?
Bob Brenly is right. Here comes Dibbly. He's got 12.
For 6, please.
What for 6?
4 for 6.
4! There we go.
Thank you.
For 6, okay. In 1971, this MLB team's pitching staff had 4 20-game winners, but they lost the World Series to the Pirates.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs. I heard Dibs.
Who are the Orioles?
That's
Wow.
right.
You were pumping your fist instead of buzzing in. Get over it.
He definitely beat you.
Yeah.
He definitely did.
Let's round
Shut
up.
up, Whitey.
There's a drop that we already have. Let's round out the category. I'd like 4 for 4.
This school once went to the, let me start over. This school once went to the NCAA men's basketball Final Four, a record 10 years in a row.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who's UCLA?
UCLA is right, Steiny. So here's what
Was I
we
first?
got.
Did I get it?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, you
We're,
crybaby.
Yeah,
It's
my
amazing.
goodness, Luca. Well done. You've
He
got
lives
24
on the second floor.
as we go to Final Jockberty.
24.
Dibs has 18.
Dang.
Guru
Yeah.
13. Your category for Final Jockberty.
Be strategic, Goob. Be strategic. Don't just bet it all.
Why not? I have no
Because
other chance.
You do, because
Oh, okay.
no, it's more fun if he's deeply engaged. So he's got 24.
Yeah, I got it written
I've
down.
got 18.
Peyton Manning.
If he goes 24 and he gets
But,
it right,
yeah,
he wins.
yeah.
Okay?
I know who he is. He's not.
Okay, so think about me. I've got 18. If I think that he's going
Well,
24
all right, I got you.
and he goes to
I feel
0,
you now.
then I'm worried about you. And if you go 13,
Backstage
then you get to 26,
Well.
then I'm going to go 9 because I got you covered at 27.
I
so
feel you now.
There's your wage. I haven't even
All right,
told
here
you
we
the
go.
category.
Let's go.
yet.
it
Yeah,
Base
doesn't
your
matter.
wagers
I'm
on.
trying to
Yeah.
help.
Donnie's
I'm
trying
trying
to
to
go
help
2 in a
make the
row.
bit. You know, Whitey, I'm all about the bit.
Yes, this is
I'm
about
trying to keep Guru and I here longer.
You can leave, bro. Doors open,
Oh,
man.
no,
Doors
no,
open.
no.
The category is
Yeah.
the worst NBA champs ever. That's the category.
Oh, my
God.
But it sounds like you guys have pretty much made your wagers regardless of the category. But that's what it is. The worst NBA champs ever. Steiny 24, Dibs 18, Guru 13. Once you've decided what your wagers will be, I will continue with the final Jockberty. Okay. Guru is in. Steiny, you good? And Dan Dibley?
I'm good. I'll
All right.
text Grandy.
Here we go.
Grandy's down on me.
In 1978, this team, which now goes by a different name, claimed the NBA title despite winning only 44 regular season games, the lowest win total of any champion ever. Good luck. 1978, this team, which now goes by a different name,
Yeah, baby.
claimed the
Steiny
NBA
knows it.
title despite winning only 44 regular season games, the lowest win
Make sure
total
YouTube can see me.
of any champion ever. Steiny with 24 has a lead, at least for now. Dibs with 18. So we'll start with
Go with
Guru.
me.
What do you got, Guru?
All of it. And who are the Washington Bullets?
That is correct. So 26 gives you the lead right now, Goo.
Yeah,
You're
but-
winning.
Yeah.
At least for now, Dan.
See the excitement.
A little disappointed in the cupcake nature of the final Jockberty response. And, it's an NBA question. Steiny doesn't cry about that,
Right,
does he?
right.
Answer it. Answer Dana Ali's call. Because Dana's saying what I'm saying. Who are the Bullets? And I wagered all 18.
All right. So you have 36
Yeah,
and
got it.
Steiny.
Oh, with the Washington Bullets.
And your wager was
13.
Congratulations.
See, smart.
I lost to Jockberty at 26 points.
Yeah.
When did that ever happen?
You took third
Whitey.
with 26
Yeah,
points.
third.
You got the bronze.
Well done.
Can I,
Kazakhstan.
want it.
Can I tell you a little something about the 78
Ah, boy,
NBA
I'm out.
championship?
God, I wish I could.
Tell me if you know this. In Game 7,
He lost 2 in a row. He hurt.
in 19, tell me if you knew this, because you and me are on our different level with this kind of stuff.
Diddley lost and left.
I'm talking to Whitey.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what happened.
Yeah.
And you know
Daddy
what?
age.
Not one person has said, boy, I miss him. Okay, so
Yeah.
1978, Game 7, Bullets, Sonics.
Right.
Dennis Johnson went 0 for 13 from the field in that Game 7.
Wow.
Following year, Finals MVP.
Wow, that's right.
Now imagine this
That was
age.
against
Now
the-
imagine social media back then. After an 0 for 13 in a Game 7, they would have written him off.
Isn't it time for you to go?
Interestingly, as you'll know, Dennis Johnson is one of the most clutch players in NBA history.
Elvin
Three
Hayes.
Hall of
Rest in
Fame
peace.
players on that Bullets team. The three Hall of Fame players.
Elvin
Hayes, Unseld,
Yeah, you won't get
And
Anyway,
Jake Gibbs.
Moses Malone.
Hold on, Kevin Greavy.
Bobby Dandridge.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Bobby Dandridge.
What about Gus
Shot
Williams?
off
though? Gus
Congratulations.
Yeah, only he wasn't on that team.
Well
Williams.
played,
Next
Goo.
year he was when Seattle won it with what's my coach, Lenny Wilkins.
Yeah. Well done, Goo.
Yeah.
Well
right.
done, Steiny. Nice job.
Yes.
Nice show. Are you going to be
Longest-
okay?
Look at it.
Longest
Look
winning
at
streak.
smiling.
See,
two
this
in
is
a
what
row.
happens. Dibs is mad because
no, I'm not
he
mad at
thinks
all.
I gave you a category.
You could have
that's too
stopped
easy
it.
for
Dibs
you.
is mad.
Honestly, Guru gets every call because, Guru, you were late on one and you buzzed in early on another and you got both, and I get it.
All right.
It's for the bit.
Yeah.
And I told you, it's about the bit.
But I didn't know I was late.
I'm disappointed. You did. And I'm disappointed. That was easier than
I
it
see the
normally
boss
is in
didn't
Final
put no money
Jockberty.
out
Okay.
today.
Yeah.
He's
He
pulling
kept
the
his
plug
money.
on it. Yeah. It's normally you come a little bit tougher on that Final Jockberty. So
No, I'm actually pulling a Mark Cuban, just making sure Steiny doesn't have YouTube up to get the answers.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what?
it was a
will file a
70s.
I quit.
NBA. Look at
I
the
will
boss
file
guy.
a
quit.
protest.
If I don't answer that.
How do I even play for a guy like that?
Hey, but now he got me thinking, Whitey.
Yeah.
When has he ever scored this much?
For a guy
Dibs, I'm filing
for a guy who
protest.
seldom comes into the studio, he's sure been a mainstay lately.
Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard next on 95.7 The Game. Coming right up.
Their longtime friend.
Hey, Mark Willard has a day off. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for him with my good friend Dan Dibley. You know, Dibs, I'm sure you heard some of Guru and Steiny, and they're going again over the Warriors and what are you doing this offseason? What are you going to do? Can't we just put that aside for now? I mean, the Warriors
Of
are headed to
course.
the postseason. Can
Right.
we worry about that, Steiny?
Say it to my face, Whitey.
Come back in, we will. But I mean, to me, that's I don't know if it's lazy radio, but it's unnecessary radio.
Well, I understand it. We've done it, but
We
right
are
now
80
it's not.
games into an
Yes.
82-game season.
Yes.
They are either play off or play in. We know that they're not play out. So can we focus on what we have in front of us? It'd be like asking, Whitey, what do you think that you're going to terminally die of? Any thoughts?
Yes, but I'll keep them to
Exactly.
myself.
I'm not going to ask you that because it's
probably not a good segment.
No, a better segment would be, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Because this weekend, hopefully you make it, this weekend is something that's actually going to happen. It's going to be here. The playoffs are coming. Let's talk about now. Let's not talk about later. Don't talk about that. That's just me.
Well, if you asked Matt Nahigian, this is just behind the scenes, and you said, look, the segment, we got two things. Either it's going to be Whitey talking about, how he's going to eventually succumb, or Jockberty. Which one do you think? Which one do you think Matt Nahigian would go with?
Let's talk about Whitey's endgame scenarios. I'm out on Jockberty. The YouTube audience likes it, but I'm out.
He's out on it because it cost him $20 the last time we played.
Yeah, I didn't see him flashing any bills this time. And congrats to Steiny.
Yeah.
Who could have seen a 70s NBA question coming his way? I mean, honestly. If I was
knew that was going to happen, too.
Honestly, if I was going to be the guy who could script a Jockberty, and I offered today in full transparency.
Yeah, I wanted no part of that.
Right, and
Yeah.
I offered to script it, and you said, I can't play. I would lose
Right.
all credibility.
Right.
I'd lose all credibility,
Yeah, that's
as
right,
we used
brother.
to say. But, if I was to script a final Jockberty, I would try to find a neutral topic, one that nobody has mastery over. 70s NBA? Come on.
But you all had mastery over it. You all got it.
It was too easy.
Huh.
And you're better than that. And I'm only saying that because I admire you. I respect you more than anybody in this building.
I appreciate that even more than him.
This guy barely even knows you.
Yeah, I would say that, and I appreciate that.
He was a zygote when you were doing like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
We've had 2 Jockberties now in the last couple weeks, and you have not been in the winner's circle for either one, and I think you're better than that.
I am, yeah. And, today I did my level best, and, we got some guru, everyone gets a trophy portion of the show. And ultimately, it comes down to who finds the dibbly double.
Yeah,
and I found the 1 early.
Yeah,
I didn't find the 2 late.
Right.
And tip of the cap to Steiny for getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
But the kowtowing to Guru, it's got to stop. I mean, honestly, you hear the boop boop boop, and then it's Chuck Knox.
Yeah, that was.
And then the expression of
we're
going to give it to Guru.
We reviewed that, and it was like there was not definitive evidence.
Yeah,
so we decided
we can go to the replay if we want.
I don't think we have it anymore.
If you ain't trying.
Well, it's fine.
Are we going to find ourselves, speaking of finding things here?
Yeah.
Are we going to find ourselves in the grip of an upcoming Warriors-Kings matchup? Do you think the Warriors are in a position where maybe they could do a little finagling here or there to increase the chance that they're going to be playing Sacramento in the first round as opposed to Phoenix?
Thank you, David Stern. Rest in peace. I think it will be Sacramento, and I don't think that they're in a position to do any finagling.
I don't either. I agree with you 100%.
Unless everything breaks their way between now and Sunday, I don't think that they can finagle.
You just don't have that luxury, do you?
No, and I asked Steve Kerr about that when we had him on the show.
Yeah.
This is normally where you say, you talked to Steve Kerr?
Yeah,
I did. I actually, I do on the weekly. And I asked him about finagling, and he said, well, we're not in a position to finagle, and I don't think that they are now. I don't think that they will be between now and Sunday, so they're going to get what they get, but I do believe that they will wind up as the 6, and they'll get Sacramento, which is what they want anyway.
Mm-hmm. Be careful what you wish for. On the other hand,
I guess.
How in the world could anyone, if you had your choice, Phoenix and Durant and Booker in the first round or Sacramento, how would anyone say, we're good either way, or we'll take Phoenix? No.
It makes no sense.
You see people in Sacramento are looking at that and they're like, whoa, boy, that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's really just common sense.
It is disrespectful, but it's also common sense because if you look at, Denver, that's a very difficult place to play, and I think they do have the best team in the West. Memphis would be the one that you could argue because you've had a certain amount of ownership over Memphis at times. Now, they've gotten you twice there, and you got them twice here, and Memphis is a fascinating matchup. I think that Sacramento, no experience in the playoffs other than Harrison Barnes and maybe a little tiny bit of Sabonis. They're a team that is new to all this. And
Kevin Huerter's been in a little bit. And Mike Brown has a ton of experience.
He does, but Mike Brown's not going to play any minutes in this game.
Probably not.
And I do believe
if he does, they're in trouble.
Yeah, he's a nice stretch forward. But I think coaching is overrated a lot in terms of, playoff games. Yeah, you have your rotations, and Steve Kerr's got his 8 guys, his 9 guys, whatever, and he can definitely have some sort of an impact. But if his players don't play well, they're going to lose. Mm-hmm. That's the way that goes.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the interesting subplots if it comes to that. The fact that Mike Brown knows the Warriors about as well as anybody, but we'll see. We'll see if we end up with that matchup. Looks like it. I know a lot of people. I know I'm hoping for it. But how about the Warriors themselves, Dibs? For all the ups and downs, confession, if I may confess to Father Dibley.
Shout out Usher.
Father Dibley. Last time I was on the show in for Mark Willard, I made jokes about Jordan Poole. I talked about his favorite Michael Douglas movie,
Falling Down.
I talked about his favorite Beatles song, If I Fell. And and look, this week, I think you could argue that he's maybe saving their season. I think it was true. What I said at the time, he was playing really poorly. But now, this week, he's saving their bacon. And the point is, whether he's going to keep doing that or not, the Warriors right now look like a team you have to take seriously as a postseason is upon us.
Yes, and I wonder if when we get into the postseason, if the Warriors do make the postseason, because we know that the play-in is not the postseason.
It's a weird nether.
It's like a
season.
purgatory.
It is.
It does not show up as a postseason game, even though it's after the season.
It's like it never happened.
It's so stupid, which by definition it is postseason because it's after the season, but they don't show up in postseason stats. So the Warriors are not yet guaranteed of a postseason. But if they get into that or wherever they get to, Jordan Poole's going to be a big part of it. But I wonder if he, in fact, is a part of any closing lineup when they get into these big games.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. One of the reasons he had such a big game against OKC was because of the way OKC was so focused on Steph Curry, Guru's personal friend, and Steiny's too. So, if teams focus more on Jordan Poole, it's more difficult, obviously, for him to score the way he did. So a lot of things to watch out for and look forward to here. JD, by the way, is going to be in Sacramento tomorrow night doing Warriors pre and post from the Golden One Center. That could be a very big game for Sacramento, but I would guess that they're not going to, even if it's a game where they're trying to win, where they still would have a chance to catch Memphis. They do as of right now, as of tomorrow night, that chance may have evaporated, but I can't imagine that that strategically they're going to show all their cards, even if they're playing to win.
I wonder, strategically, when you're Sacramento or if you're anybody, what is there in terms of like our strategy? It's one thing in football where, okay, we're not going to show you our wildcat formation, or we're not going to show you 4 wide receivers, or, anything that you might show in terms of actual strategy. For me in the NBA, there's no strategy. After 80, 81, 82 games, you are exactly what you've shown all year. De'Aaron Fox, he's a good player. He will attack the basket. He's a good scorer. He's a good shooter. And, Sabonis, he's bigger than any Warrior. They're going to try to use him offensively to create mismatches. I don't know if there's anything strategic that you can do in terms of what the Warrior... Oh, my God, who could have seen that coming? You didn't show us that in Game 81, and now you hit us with that?
I'm going to push back on that, all right?
Tell me.
We're going at each other all day long already. We're just getting started. I go back to the We Believe
you let
Warriors.
Me down, is why. But go ahead.
He begged me, like, could you do Jockberty, please? It's 11:30, whatever it was. Like, see what I can do.
11:30? It was like 5:15. And there was no begging. And I always think in terms of the station. And I'm sorry that I'm a station man. And that the people love Jockberty.
I did Jock. I love Jockberty
too.
That's
and
why
your
I did
text
it.
response was, "Oh boy, I wish you would have told me that last night, brother." Which was a nod to Mark Kreidler, because we would, "Hey Kreidler, we got questions for Kreidler coming up," and he'd say, "I wish you would have told me that last night, brother."
He said that one time. Anyway,
yeah. Well, Kreidler, there's softballs coming, bro. Just stand in the batter's box and hit these to left center.
Anyway, my point was this: you go back to the We
you.
Believe Warriors. You remember that Don Nelson, coaching the Warriors, they knew everything about Dirk's game, and they got into that series, and the Mavs were heavily favored, but the Mavs knew how to defend him. Excuse me, the Warriors knew how to defend him because,
yeah.
So it's the same type of thing. I don't know specifically what that would be, but I don't think anyone knows the Warriors offensively and defensively as well as Mike Brown, so it wouldn't surprise me if he had a few wrinkles defensively that he would maybe be reluctant to trot out tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we will see, because I still really want to see that series.
We all do. I think in terms of this team and this station and this market, and we got a great Sacramento station that we've got a nice little back and forth with, and it's something that's never happened before. I would love for it to go, if you could guarantee me that the Warriors would win every series, I would love for it to go Sacramento, Phoenix, Memphis. That would be my dream uno dos tres to the NBA Finals, and then whatever, Boston, Philly, Milwaukee.
You don't want to beat the Lakers?
Matter.
No satisfaction in beating the Lakers?
I guess there is, but for the Lakers to happen, you would need them to be 7 and them to beat Memphis, and then you would be 6, and then you would play them in the second round, I guess, theoretically. But in terms of my dream scenario, Sacramento, never seen it before. Then give me Phoenix, the KD, because the LeBron thing, it's been played out. And again, this is in terms of if you can guarantee me that they win all 3 series. Now, the scary trio or the nightmare trio for me would be you got to go up against Memphis and you lose to Memphis. Or you beat Memphis.
That would leave a mark.
And you beat Memphis, or let's say you beat Sacramento, and then you go up against the Lakers and you lose to the Lakers. That would leave a mark. Or you lose to New Orleans or OKC or whoever comes out of the play-in Drek, that would leave a mark as well.
Yeah, the playoffs, I think, are going to be really strange, and I think they were going back to last year. This year has been weird. Last year, the playoffs, we had some really unusual results. We had Remember, we had Minnesota and the Pelicans coming out of the play-in situation. The Pelicans played the Suns really pretty competitively. We had Dallas, even without Luka, the first couple of games, they beat Utah, knocked out Utah, and then Dallas beat Phoenix. Remember, that was just last year. They had no business doing that. That's one of the reasons Dallas is in the predicament they're in now. They overachieved last year in the postseason, and they were suffering under the delusion that they were good, and they never really were that good. But anyway, I think it's going to be crazy. Whatever happens is going to be very difficult to predict. Speaking of the Mavs, is Luka good for the game right now? They had a win last night over Sacramento. There were some interesting officiating decisions, which, people get out of. They overreact to that, and some fans are saying, the NBA, they want to make sure that Kyrie and Luka are in the play-in. I don't know about that, but I don't even know if Luka right now, as much as he complains, I don't even know if he's good for the NBA.
He's good for the NBA, but the NBA has got a bigger problem than Luka. It's Luka, and it's Jordan Poole, it's Trae Young, it's Kyrie Irving, it's Chris Paul, it's LeBron James, it's Draymond Green, and we could go through the entire list of what's wrong with the NBA. We had Bob Fitzgerald on yesterday, Bobby Fitz, and he...
Yes, sir!
I asked him that very question about where we are with referees and the association, because there are very few people that know more about refereeing in the association than I do.
Right.
Bob is one of them. And Bob Fitzgerald told me what I have known to be true, but coming from Bob, it's much better. He said we lost a lot of crew chiefs over the last couple of years. So now we have all these younger officials trying to matriculate up into spots where they're not really ready to be in. And we have games that are over officiated. You don't see many games that are under officiated, right? Now, there might not be a call on your favorite player that you don't get and you're mad about it. But in general, games are over officiated. And when they're over officiated, when it goes the other way, you get these superstars with their palms up, and that's bad for the game. But how do you fix it? Because we don't want to see a player like Luka Doncic, technical, you're gone. That's the last thing we want, right? So how do you fix it?
I don't know.
All you ref haters, how do you fix it?
You try to impress upon the players on some level that we're all in this together, and it's a really bad look. And at some point, if it's not already, it's harming our product. Because there's some people have a hard time watching basketball as it is, and those who, I don't know if they're on the fence, seeing the best players in the game constantly complain. Luka, even in this era where everyone complains, to your point, he still stands out. I mean, it's just to the point where it's hard to watch, and it makes you sick. You just get tired of it.
You do, but does it really affect the bottom line of the league?
I think it does. I can't prove that, obviously.
Right.
But that I would guess that it certainly ain't helping.
Right. It's not helping in terms of like the casual fan who wants to, hey, it's playoffs. I live in Dallas. I want to watch Dallas play. I don't know anything about Dallas. And you see a player carrying on like that, or, it's any team. You could pick any team, and they all have at least one, if not two players who are constantly complaining about the officiating, and it's a turnoff for some, but for others, it's just part of what we do in the NBA.
Constant complaining.
Thank you.
A song like that. I was talking to a guy who used to coach in the league a few days ago, and he told me, and this is really interesting. I love
when you reference Jerry Reynolds without referencing Jerry Reynolds.
I was just wondering what you do with that.
Like you talk to anybody else in the league
I spent a lot
who
of
used
time
to coach?
Yeah.
Hello,
this guy
fellas.
who used to coach in the league. Anyway, he was saying it's really interesting.
I was talking to Whitey.
Draymond knows, okay, I've got one tech. So he knows I got a lot of leeway now.
Yeah.
He knows. Like,
Steve
they
and
don't
I
wanna
talked
throw me
about
out.
that.
Really?
Yeah, I talked to a current NBA coach a lot. And actually, I was asking him about that, and he said, Draymond Green exactly knows how it works. And Draymond Green is a star. He may not put up 28 and 17, and I don't think he ever has, but he is a star to the point where when he gets his fifth personal or he gets one tech, he knows he's got a ton of leeway. Mm-hmm. And that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. It is. So remember, this was probably 10, 12 years ago, the NBA during the preseason, they really cracked down on complaining. And they're like, oh, you didn't like that? That's a T. It was like, whoa. And then they just stopped. Then the regular season started, and either they thought it wasn't working or they thought, now we've shown them, and it basically had no impact whatsoever.
The bottom line is
I want more of that, Dibs.
But we don't want more free throws. So Draymond gets a tech, and he doesn't stop complaining. Now we complain for another 45, and then the opponent picks their shooter. Now we watch a guy walk solo down to the foul line, 8 dribbles, boom, and we go back to Draymond still complaining. It doesn't fix it. There are fixes to it, but nobody wants to confront it.
The bigger problem, if it is a problem, you would know better than I, because you're officiating youth games, has really nothing to do with Bob. But I would think you're going to get more young players complaining all the time now because they see on TV. I remember the first time I played a real basketball game and I was hand checking somebody, and they're like, "You can't do that." It's like, what do you mean? The guys on TV do it all the time. That's how, as a young player, you learn. And if you're a young player and you see players complaining all the time, you think, that's what I'm supposed to do. That's what the good players do.
It's constant, and it's gotten worse.
Bad.
It's really bad. And fortunately for me, I got the tee at the ready, and I actually had to tee up a 9-year-old girl this year.
Good for you.
First time ever.
Good for you. 4th
grade girl. She was on the bench, screamed at me, screamed, "That was a foul." Whoa. And I swiveled, and I said, "You know what? Number 23, I'm going to give you a little something here from Uncle Dibs."
How did she respond?
She cried. She cried. We all cried. She cried. I cried. I mean, not a dry eye in the house, Whitey.
Okay. I guess that worked then. Yeah.
2 free throws that were both missed later. We got back to action.
Don't you go to the coach there, or this is another option, go to the coach and say, "Hey, you better keep a lid on 23 or I will tee her up." Can't you give a warning
This
or something?
coach had we were at the point where this coach had worn through all of his leniency.
Oh, really?
Oh, all 3 of them.
Yeah. All right.
Shout out St. Sebastian's in Kentfield. Good
What's
God.
their nickname?
Dude, the Criers. They were down 4-2 in this game, Whitey. They're down 4-2, and this coach is grinding
It's a
on me.
one-possession game. What are you talking
It had been
about?
for hours. It had
That's
been.
the nature of it. I know that. I've been there.
It was a one-possession game.
It was.
Coach, you guys have scored 2 points. You've got nothing to say to me. Here's an idea. Mix in an actual shot that goes in.
A technical foul free throw is pivotal,
Huge.
potentially, in that game.
In a 4-2 game.
Yeah.
Odds that she makes it are the same odds as you win in Powerball.
What was the low point for you this year with the Warriors, where you thought your faith that they could be a good team was lowest?
Probably the end of that 8-game homestand where they won the first 5, and you thought, okay, they're back. And then they lost the next 3, and you thought, oh, God, this team is exactly who we thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many low points. You can pick and choose your own low point.
The loss to the Suns where, Clay lost his composure and he got ejected, and then they had to have a sit down with him. To me, I think that was the low point. I will say this. I'm not surprised that it appears at this point the punch really doesn't have an impact. I thought people made, and look, I know that was not nothing, but I thought people made way too much. Like, oh my gosh, can you see what happened? And I know it was
something.
awful, but it was something.
Absolutely
but those things
something.
do happen in professional sports, and I'm not surprised that it appears at this point they've, for the most part, gotten beyond it. That doesn't surprise me.
They lost 5 in a row in October and November, and you're going to tell me that wasn't a part of why they started the year 3-7?
That you're talking about that road trip back east, like Charlotte and those games.
Detroit, Miami, Orlando, and New Orleans. They went 0-5 on that trip. Something that this team, championship pedigree, doesn't do. So yes, right now the punch is not a thing. 80 games later. But you can't tell me that early in the year the punch wasn't a thing. I disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't think it was that big of a factor in those losses. We will never know. Either way, I'm not surprised whether it was or not that we're to a point now where it looks like, yeah, okay, I think for the most part they've gotten over that. It happens.
It doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. And when it happened with Bobby Portis and Nikola Mirotic.
Well, wait, you just told me it didn't happen. Now you're citing an incident when
you're
it happened.
You're making it sound like it happens all the time. Like
no, I
right
don't mean
now,
that,
somebody's punching somebody in the face in an NBA practice. That's what you're saying.
Did Steve Kerr, your buddy, your personal friend, ever get punched by a teammate?
Yeah, that was.
How'd they do?
That was 30-something years ago. And, by the greatest of all time. You make it sound like it happens all the time. Garden variety.
Don't mean to.
Hey, let's have a practice. Who's getting hit today?
Don't mean to imply that.
It's a mischaracterization sensation is what it is.
We've just come up, without trying, we've come up with 2 other instances. How many times has this happened where you never even hear about it?
Yeah, over the course of like 40 years, we've come up with 2 incidents. Wow.
Well, typically they keep it in-house. Would have been nice if that was the problem, is that leaked. We never did find out how it leaked, did we?
They're still looking, I believe. They're still investigating.
I guess they are.
Yeah.
Coming up, a great NorCal rivalry is about to quake to life. What the heck are we going to call it? That's up next year. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard. We're sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Plan your getaway today to the iconic Inn at the Tides in beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at just $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Wonderful place. Experience stunning bay views, relax in refreshed rooms, and enjoy free breakfast. Book now at inatthettides.com.
Give your small business one text.
That's not going to happen anymore.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today. If Mark were here, he'd want me to remind you that we're streaming live on YouTube. So head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. Maybe, I don't know, it's getting pretty hot and heated between Dibs and I today.
I've never missed him more.
Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. I got to say, Dibs, I guess thanks in a way. You've got me somewhat interested in the Masters again. I had decided I was going to boycott the Masters this year, and it's on in here. And okay, I'm watching, and I saw that Rahm, who I think, what did he 4-putt on the first hole, and you picked him, and he's winning, tied for the lead?
Hello, friends.
Yeah.
The greens are treacherous. Jon Rahm with a 4-putt at the first. He was 2 over. But Rambo has a short-term memory, and he got hot, Whitey. A 65 in the opening round. He shares the lead with the pride of Norway, Victor Hovland, and the pride of the Live Golf Tour, Mr. Big Guns himself, Brooks Koepka. It's the first day, winding up at the Masters. Jordan Spieth, another one of my picks, just put it in Rays Creek. Choke artist, Jordan. Lay up on 13.
Who's the guy
You
that has
imbecile.
the earbud in? I've never seen that before.
Max Homa.
Yeah, that's not legal because he can talk to the offensive coordinator.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, they cut it off within 20 seconds of him actually
good.
taking a swing.
All right, yeah. 'cause
Max and I
otherwise,
played
come on.
together back when he was on the web.com tour. Yeah, thank you. Max and I and Lorenzo Neal. And
okay.
after he played golf with Lowe and I, his career took off. So, Max, you're welcome.
Now, you were, I take it, not entirely happy with the final Jeopardy today.
No, irate.
Can I tell you what
Irate.
it was going to be? Do you want to know what it was? One of the things I was considering, and I decided not to? It was
Yes.
Masters related.
Well, because what you did come up with was such a layup
Great. It was
that
excellent.
if all 3 contestants get it correct, including 2, Steiny was doing a victory lap before the music even got done playing.
Be better at your job.
Guru had it easily, and even I,
Right.
not a 70s NBA aficionado, knew the correct response.
How many games have the Warriors won this year?
Are you asking me or
Yeah, they're
Kevon
like
Looney?
42, right? So that was 44 once won a championship. That was the larger issue, but never mind that.
No, but because we all talk about the Warriors still having a chance, we all have done that research, and we all know that the Bullets, the Washington Bullets, are a team that won it with only 44, and we know that other teams have won. The Warriors won it with fewer than 50 wins.
It's more entertaining when you got like Goo got it right and Dibs got it right and Steiny got it right. Man, these guys are smart. Anyway, the question was going to be, and I'm going from memory
There was no
here.
incorrect responses the whole game, and that means it was too easy.
Only 3 countries have produced players who've won the Masters 3 or more times. The U.S. 39 times.
Yeah,
not not 39 different people. What are the other 2 countries that have produced someone who's won the Masters as many as 3 times? That was going to be the final job.
And that is, honestly, well, you would have played the Jeopardy music. Good God, Grandy, do I have to hold?
The bit's over. This is just game show music now.
Right.
The correct answer is Spain.
That's one.
And South Africa.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Dibs. I think you would have gotten that right.
because Spain, you've got Sergio Garcia with a and
Seve?
Jose Maria
Jose Maria
Olazabal.
Yeah,
Seve has at least 1, if not 2.
Yeah.
And then when you go to South Africa, Gary Player, he's got multiple on his own.
So that was the one that was the almost final Jeopardy today. I think
3 or more, but I also think that Sir Nick Faldo has 3.
Actually, I think England is the 3rd country. I think you're right. There is another, I think.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I told you I'm going from memory.
Now, the bit died. It's over.
But you got all 3, which is why I didn't use that, because I knew you would have a huge advantage.
Unfair.
Yeah, so I didn't
unfair.
go there.
This Union City product once scored 61 points for Arizona State. Ska-da-da-da. I mean, yeah. I thought you didn't have your best stuff today. That's all.
Huh.
There were no incorrect responses the entire game. Think about that.
Yeah.
Including a skoo-goo-goo
You guys
that
played
we
great.
waved off because
Andy
hashtag
Van
guru.
Slyke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
Impressive.
Then the idea is to get it faster than everyone else. So
Or buzz in before you're allowed to and get the call to go your way, which also works.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, go ahead.
By the way, I see United States 62 Masters wins, South Africa 5, Spain 5, England 4.
Yeah, exactly. As I indicated.
4 different countries.
As I indicated
United
right
States,
here on this program.
I took U.S. off the board earlier. Yeah.
God, man.
I have another addition to our Masters coverage, if you'd like.
Yes,
and
of
it's an
course.
answer to your previous noted observation. Max Homa, as you mentioned, was wearing those earbuds. It looks like, per Twitter, he was doing an in-round interview. So I'm guessing that's why he was doing that.
Right.
That's why he was wearing those.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
No,
They're
thank
that
you.
desperate for attention.
Well, they're trying to gin up the coverage a little bit in terms of like the non-golf audience, which is why earlier today they had, is it Marty Smith, the Southern
That
voice?
guy's great.
Well, again, they're trying to gin up the coverage for the non-golf audience like Lucas. Marty Smith interviewing
Is it working, Lucas?
some country bumpkin for 20 minutes.
I hear his name and I am in.
Yeah. No, it's good. It is working. I immediately turned it off and went back to the mobile coverage, which has been really good.
Lucas was asking me earlier about Sacramento and Golden State because it looks like, obviously, there's a very good chance they'll be meeting in the first round of the NBA playoffs. And he was asking about the state of the rivalry. And I think it's interesting, Dibs, because it's a very natural rivalry that has never come close at any point to actually being a rivalry. I mean, it doesn't even have, there's a few times here or there where they've never even both been in the postseason at the same time.
Right.
Sometimes, you have a game here, there's some Kings fans here, game up there, a lot of Warriors fans up there, but it has never come close to being a rivalry.
No, and that's where it becomes interesting in terms of Giants-Dodgers because they had never played in the postseason either, right? Yet it was a rivalry because of the regular season, 19 games each and every year, not this year, but the fact that they played each other so much and the games were so heated and the fans actually hated each other. I don't know if Kings fans hate Warrior fans. I mean, you would know better than I, having
There's
spent
a lot of
time
there. Although there are a lot of fans there who, hey, before the Kings got here, we used to root for the Warriors.
Right, exactly. And I don't think that any Warriors fan looks at the Kings and thinks, oh, God, I hate them and I hate the beam. And my partner calls them adorable. And that, to me, is kind of a sad way to demean another fan base that we actually should be trying to build up. But that's a Mark issue. It's not a Dan issue. If you look at the Warriors rivalry, if you look at the Warriors rivals across the entire association, the Kings might be 10th in terms of their rivals.
If that,
in my opinion.
Yeah. They used to have early on, when the Kings first moved from Kansas City, they tried to gin up, to use your term, the rivalry, and they created something called the Mayor's Cup. And the Mayor's Cup is going to go to the team that wins the most games between Oakland and the Warriors and Sacramento. I think it was Mayor Ann Rudin and Mayor Lionel Wilson. The Mayor's Cup, and whoever won the series, they'd have a presentation. And it was so irrelevant that I was recently talking to a guy who was a former NBA coach who was on the Kings coaching staff, and he said, I have no recollection of that. Nobody cared. So that's just what this quote-unquote rivalry has been to this point. Now I think there's a really good chance it's going to start gaining a little momentum, even if it's just short term.
Maybe, but I think the problem with that is the NBA regular season is so irrelevant now, by and large, that the only way you can have a rivalry matter is if they play in the postseason. And this year, it looks like they're on a collision course. We don't know yet. We're all hoping that they are. It'll be fun. But beyond that, like next year, if they play 4 times, those games are not like, oh, we got to mark these off in the schedule because these two teams, they just don't like each other. So for the NBA, the rivalry thing only works to the extent of playoff games, in my opinion, because the regular season, by and large, doesn't really matter.
I agree, but I also think once you've established the rivalry in the postseason, then the next regular season games have a little more juice. Case in point, anytime now the Warriors play Memphis, in my opinion, there's a little extra there.
Yeah, for sure. And that's because of what we've had in the postseason and also the regular season. But it would take Sacramento, and I don't know if they have this personality as a team to make it something that we really want to like sink our teeth into. But the reason why the Memphis rivalry has gotten so escalated is John Morant and Dylan Brooks. And even the head coach who's kind of fueled it and fanned the flames, in his own way. And, even going back to the Tony Allen days when the Warriors beat Memphis after being down in that series and Andre Iguodala saying, no, thank you. I don't want to even show up. Even though I've been traded to your city, I'm not showing up. So there's been a lot of things over the course of time that have led us to now having Memphis be a rivalry. I don't know about Sacramento, what we've had other than proximity that has ever made this anything more than just another game.
What'd you think of what Draymond said about Sacramento? Some people in Sacramento took offense to that. It's like, yeah, I hope we play them because I don't want to travel very far. And, he can say, and he did say, I mean no disrespect to them. They're a fine team, but to handpick an opponent, even if you give the reason that, we just take a bus up there, and who doesn't want to take a bus to Sacramento these days? Yeah, I-80 with everything, it blew me.
The Causeway, it's beautiful. You get east of Davis.
Go
and
through
boy,
Vacaville.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah. Anyway.
Stop at the Nut Tree.
What did you think? See, JD and I were talking about that this week on Words This Week, and no big deal at all, but we just thought, if I understood him right, it's like, yeah, it probably wasn't something he needed to say. Maybe it won't matter, but there's really no reason to go there.
Is that the first time we've ever said that about Draymond Green? That's probably something he didn't need to say.
No, it's not, Tibbs.
Yeah,
good point.
And I don't think that Draymond's wrong. If I'm an NBA player, and God, I wish that I was, and maybe someday I will be.
Yeah, you
if I
could
get
be.
this damn knee fixed.
Yeah.
5'8", 190, I could be a plucky little point guard like my guy Marquise Noel from Kansas State.
Yeah.
Hopefully he makes it in the league. He'd be a lot of fun to watch. But if I was going to be in that spot, of course, I would rather be on a 90-minute bus ride on game day or even the night before, whatever it is, as opposed to fly to Memphis or fly to Minnesota or fly to New Orleans or
I understand that.
wherever. I mean, I don't know if the Warriors probably would stay in Sacramento. I don't know if they would drive there, and they might drive there and then stay the night, play the game, drive home, and then drive back. I mean, that's a possibility. And if I'm an NBA player who's been flying all year, all over the damn country, North America, at that, and a trip to Japan in the preseason, of course I'd like to be on a bus.
See, I think the trip to Japan had more to do with the Warriors' really slow start than the punch did. But again, we can argue, we can disagree, can't prove it. I mean, that team coming off the championship, the exhausting championship, and a really short offseason, we got to fly to Japan. And they knew they had to do it, and I understand why they had to do it. And I'm sure business-wise, it was a colossal success. But I think that was really tough for a veteran team to start the year that way.
Yeah, but then again, if you look at it, they played their second game on October 1st. It was 2 games against Washington, right? If I'm not mistaken. October 1st, and then you don't play for 8 days. You come back, and you've got another 5 days of preseason basketball before you even have to think about the regular season at all. So
they're already exhausted, Dave.
Are you telling me that
you're trying to get
17
acclimated?
days,
Maybe
17
that even
days
contributed to the punch. Sleep deprivation.
You are softer than your final Jockberty question right now. And Steiny,
I'm softer.
Steiny has texted in, thank you for the cupcakes, Whitey, because he needs it, because that's how Steiny rolls. He needs it easy.
Yeah.
And I get it. That's the D3 in him.
Come on.
That's the East Coast softitude that he's all about. 17 days.
That's actually not what he texted, as it turns out.
I must have misread it.
Yeah.
Whitey
was on his game.
Yeah.
Matt Steinmetz. Great stuff, Whitey.
And what was my response?
You something about you wish you had more cupcakes or something?
No.
Is that what it was?
It was you need the cupcakes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was I need the cupcakes, Dan Dibley.
He needs the cupcakes.
Anyway.
And for you to say that a 17-day gap between a game in Japan and an actual regular season game that they won, by the way, is a reason for them starting slow.
Winning or not, yeah.
You are incredibly soft, and I don't even know you anymore.
SOFT.
Something's happened to you since we got fired back in March of 2014.
Wow, I'm surprised you brought that up.
I had to bring it up early. Got to keep the streak alive. Something's happened to you because the Whitey I used to know, the Whitey that I used to revere in this business, he would not make excuses. Oh,
I'm not making excuses.
You got to fly first class and then play 17 days later.
I'm looking for reasons. Now, if they were to say that, that's an excuse. If I say it, it's an observation. And if I may, very astute observation.
It's weak and nice uptick, which gives you half credit.
But the incredible thing is that this team right now does appear to be a different team than they appeared to be even just halfway through the season. And for all the talk of how, this button pushing, flipping the switch, it's cliche. They did the same thing last year.
Well, last year they started 18-2. So to say they did the same thing is factually inaccurate.
Let me
and it's lazy radio.
clarify. They struggled in the second half of the year.
Okay.
And they flipped what they did. When I say they did the same thing last year, they played much better once the playoffs started after they had struggled at times after the All-Star break.
So they went 35-27 last year over their final 62 after starting the year 18-2. Okay, 35-27 is what they were.
Steph Curry for the final.
Sure.
Yeah,
This year, after a 3-7 start, they went 37-31. So to your point, after the first opening stretch, last year good, this year dreadful, they basically did the same thing. And what that same thing is they didn't really care about the regular season until they had to care about the regular season. That's a fact.
And you shouldn't be able to do that, or you shouldn't be good enough to do that with the obvious flaws they have with the roster, and yet they've done it.
And why have they done that? Why have they been able to do that? And before you answer, I'll tell you why.
Please.
Because this is the way it's going to have to go today, because you made me angry. You made me angry. We had a deal.
We're just getting
and you broke the deal.
I never agreed to that deal.
I might be leaving at 3:30. Post Pandia. I might just be walking out of this piece.
There ain't no Pandia today.
Oh, we got Dr. Brian Feely.
Yeah.
Equally good.
Yeah.
So, and that's coming up here at the top of the hour.
He's the one they call Dr. Feely.
Thank you. That was actually my bit that you've now taken from me, but go ahead and you can have it. The reason why they've been able to do it, Kev, is because this play-in situation allows mediocrity to flourish. You can be mediocre, and you can know that all you have to do is play 500 ball, and you can have a chance late in the year to be a team that can be maybe a playoff team.
Disagree, and I think the Lakers are proving you wrong before our very eyes and ears right now.
They're proving me right.
The Lakers, well,
they
they're
basically
paying a
punted
heavy
the first.
price.
They're not paying any price.
If they end up,
they're
going to
be a playoff team.
If they're in the play-in, there's no guarantee that they're going to come out of that. We'll see. They fooled around and fell out of contention.
Thank you. That's a 2.
They struggled,
I knew the
and it's
reference.
like, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. No, Anthony Davis is hurt. We'll figure it out. We got some trades. We kind of like these. We got Rui Hachimura. We'll figure it out. And then they finally got serious about things, and they started playing well. And they unholstered AR-15.
Thank
you.
Wow,
now they're playing really well, but all of a sudden, bad loss last night. Right now, they're in the play-in situation. And a veteran team like that, you don't want to be in the play-in situation.
See,
so I disagree. And Steiny said the same thing today.
Forget
I disagree
Steiny.
with this
Forget
notion
Steiny.
that
He's dead to me.
The play-in tournament is a cushion for teams. You don't have to be that good.
It's a cushion.
You don't want to be bad enough to be in the play-in.
It doesn't
Look what happened to the
matter.
Warriors 2 years ago.
It's because they weren't good enough.
soup for you.
Yeah, and they were not the 7 seed. They were the 8 seed. So if you would have had a normal playoff situation, then we would have actual competitiveness. These teams would have been trying a lot sooner than they are now. But the way it is with the play-in, you know that you've got a cushion as long as you're not 13 or 14. And there are 2 teams in the West who don't give a crap. And then there's another team that stopped caring about a month ago. And so now you're left with 12 teams fighting for 10 spots.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get them to have the ringer go. You've lost a step.
No, I knew that would. I probably never. Yeah, I'm on the.
Do you see the phone ringing there, Grandy?
I'll let him know. That was last year's Clippers, and they didn't make it out of the play-in, and they wanted me to let you know.
Has any team ever made it out of the play-in?
You couldn't hear it ring because
I
had it on silent.
Has any team?
What? Has any team ever
made it out of the play-in?
Yeah. Has a team made it? I'm not talking about
made it out of the play-in and then won a series.
No, they didn't make it out of the play-in. Period.
Who cares?
Make the postseason.
And they were the 8 seed, or were they the 9 or the 10?
It might have been the 7.
The bottom line is, if you're going to play 82 games,
yeah,
make the 82 matter. The way they've done it with 10 teams, you have a chance. You have devalued the regular season. You haven't increased the value. You've devalued it.
You have. I think.
Look at the Eastern Conference, Whitey.
For teams that are 9-10, they still have reason to play.
The Eastern Conference, they don't. Chicago's 38-42, and they're locked into the 10. If they had to fight for the 8, they would have been playing harder over the course of the last week. But because they're locked in the 10, They don't care.
Okay, but look at the West, which is
You
much
look
more
at the
relevant.
West.
And look at how many
You're
teams.
rewarding mediocrity. You're allowing all these teams at 42 and 38.
Well, they've been doing that forever once they expanded the playoffs to as many teams.
Well, they should have left it at 8 to where you'd actually have to fight for 8 instead of now you can limp in to be 10th. And then that's fine. And what you've seen by and large from a lot of people is that they are totally tuned out of the regular season.
And you're talking about fans.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's two different things.
Isn't that
So
why
you're
we're
saying
doing
right
this?
now, the Warriors right now, they don't care, play in or not. It doesn't matter.
They started caring about a week ago. If you want to go back to February and you tell me how much the Warriors cared, we can look at their game log and you could see, they care tonight. Well, tonight didn't seem like they cared. Oh, you go to Cleveland and you sit everyone and you win anyway.
I hate to break this to you, but those games counted just as much as these games do.
Right. Well,
And
why
knew
didn't
that.
they treat them the same way?
Because they've got an older team.
Because they know that 42 and 40 is good enough to be in the mix.
I think the play-in thing, for the most part, has worked. I do think that the in-season tournament, which may start as soon as next year, has no chance. None whatsoever. But we'll see. The play-in, I think there's some upside. Plus, the games next week, these mediocre teams going to play.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
I cannot
Maybe I
wait
do
for
know about you.
Minnesota and
I'll
OKC.
be glued to every
You will
stinking
not.
minute.
Yeah, when
Every
Toronto and Chicago
minute.
clash
Yeah.
in the 9-10 game.
Jakob Poeltl, baby.
Oh, you need
Poeltl,
that game.
Vucevic. Who will prevail?
Van Vliet. Can he advance?
All right, coming up next, how about Andrew Wiggins? How long until he is cleared to play? That's up next. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm mad at you.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorney...
In for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and it's time now for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Dr. Brian Feely. Doctor, welcome to the show. This is probably in violation of many of the rules of the show, but if I had a friend named Devin Schleesen and he thought he had a really bad oblique strain, how would he know it's that and not a broken rib?
You can basically squeeze his ribs halfway up his chest.
Okay.
And if it makes him cry, then it's a rib fracture. If it doesn't hurt that much, it's an oblique strain.
Okay.
You can also make him laugh. If he can't laugh without crying, then it's a rib fracture.
Okay. What if romantic comedies make him cry? Then what?
That's a whole nother problem, and I would just steer away from him in general.
Thanks, Thank you. Thank you. This has already been very, very educational as well as entertaining.
Free medical advice.
Yes. Dr. Feely, as you well know, as we all know, the Warriors ramping up Andrew Wiggins for the postseason. I mean, how can the training staff be medically certain that a player is in shape and that he's ready to withstand the rigors of NBA playoff action?
Yeah, I think the best way to do it is talk to the athlete. And I think there's been some consternation because he said he was doing some light training. Realistically, light training for a professional athlete probably is something that's going to break the spirit of most of us if we try to go through it. So I think taking a look at what he's been doing, ramping him up slowly, and then seeing how he's feeling after each game. And I think the best comp is how they brought Steph back into the playoffs last year. They brought him off the bench for the first few games against Denver. They limited his minutes to under 30, and I would imagine they'll do something like that with Wiggins, assuming they get past the play-in game.
So when it comes to replicating NBA action, even though you're not playing in actual NBA games, what's the part of it that he can't really do on his own? Is it the contact? Is it the pace? Or is it all of the above?
I think it's all of the above, and I think it's that intensity. And I think if you think about a time where you were performing maybe in high school or college athletics where it wasn't a run-of-the-mill game or a preseason game, there was more on the line. There is no comparison to playing an NBA game at the end of the season with seeding on the line, a play-in game, or into the playoffs. So I think that intensity and that level of intensity you're getting from the other team, you just can't emulate in a practice game.
Dibbs, if I may follow up on the doctor's comment there, is there a high school moment in your career, athletic career, that you think kind of rivaled the intensity of NBA playoffs?
Yeah, it's when we played doubles against Redwood my senior year with the title on the line. But I don't want to dwell on a missed volley, Whitey, at Boyle Park. I
didn't know.
That's neither here nor there.
I didn't know. I just have that knack today for saying the wrong thing.
That's 6 cents.
Yeah. Dr. Feely, once the postseason starts in the NBA, there's a lot more time between games, and we know the Warriors have a lot of veterans. How much of a difference does that make in terms of recovery, especially for the older players, when you have more time between the games?
Yeah, I think that's a huge difference. And I think there's really a few differences to take into account, especially up until the playoffs. First, your travel is a lot less, so there's fewer time zone changes. You're not traveling as far. There's a decent chance you're at the same time zone. So the away games don't have the same weight. There's no back-to-backs. There's more 2 days off. So I think it makes a huge difference for an older team to be able to perform better in the postseason than they did in the regular season. I think we saw that last year for the Warriors in the playoffs.
Klay Thompson missed the last game against the Thunder with back soreness, lower back soreness. How much is that a concern? And what do you think time off will do for his ability to get back to being the Klay that we've seen the last few months?
Yeah, it sounds like it was more precautionary than anything else. It was just what sounds like a small tweak in the pregame warm-ups. My assumption would be that this is going to be something that doesn't slow him down at all. As anybody who enters the 33 and above like Klay has, there's always a little tiny bit of concern that this can morph into something more, but it doesn't sound like it, and I think the confidence is high. He'll be totally fine.
As best as you can tell, Dr. Feely, if the average person woke up one morning and felt physically like an NBA player typically feels this time of year, how much work would he or she miss?
You know, I think you could say, could they make it to the kitchen on their own legs, or would they have to crawl there? I think that's probably the best comp.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough.
I'm joking, but it's I'm serious at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, we all are so quick to dismiss. Oh, how could you miss a game with that when none of us would be at work for weeks? Gary Payton II and his return to play. What have you seen in terms of his oblique and his ability to ramp up his minutes over this brief period of time?
I mean, I'm biased. I was at the Timberwolves game, and I saw the best block of my life watching him play. I think he looks great. I think this is a testament to the Warriors medical training staff. They held him out the right amount of time. They kept it safe, and he's looked fantastic coming back.
Dr. Feely, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the regular season. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Take care, guys.
The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. So, obviously, the Warriors, fingers crossed here that Andrew Wiggins, sooner rather than later, will be close to the Andrew Wiggins that he was last year. I know Kareth Burke is supposed to join us at some point today.
Good, yeah.
An absolute key to this team's success going forward.
Yeah, and we had it yesterday with Steve. He broke the news that he won't play Friday or Sunday, so Andrew Wiggins out for the rest of the regular season, and we didn't really get a chance because we don't know if these games will actually happen or not, but what if you fall into the play-in scenario? Could Andrew be ready to go? The sense that I got, Whitey, yesterday from Steve Kerr was that if you have the whole week off and you get to a playoff weekend, playoff time, which would be not this weekend, but next weekend, that Andrew Wiggins at that point should be good to go for game one in a limited role.
What exactly did Steve Kerr say about Andrew Wiggins? Just listen.
He scrimmaged today with some of our younger guys and some coaches, so it's full court, 5-on-5, and he looked good. And one thing with Andrew is that he's just got that God-given athleticism, and he's one of those guys who just doesn't seem to get tired very very easily. A lot like Andre Iguodala. It's just he hasn't played in whatever it is 2 months, and he's out there running around and looking pretty good. But he still has to really stack together a number of days like this before he's really, I think, ready to go out and play in an NBA game. We can't put him in a bad spot health-wise. We got to make sure we build him up, get his strength and his conditioning in a good place before we put him out there. So he's not going to play in these last 2 games of the regular season, but he'll continue to work and he'll wrap it up pretty quickly.
That was Steve Kerr, of course, yesterday on this very program. And Dibs, to me, one of the most interesting things that Steve Kerr mentioned there was he talked about Andrew Wiggins, and he played 5-on-5 with, what did he say, some coaches and assistants and whoever else.
Young players,
yeah. Typically, when an NBA team says they got a guy rehabbing and he's playing 5-on-5, I think it's easy to assume that, he's out there scrimmaging with the guys, and 5-on-5 typically doesn't mean that. It's not a bad thing, just means that, no, he's not quite ready to be running with the 1s and 2s yet.
Right, so let's just say that he went out and he did play 5-on-5, and it was a game of 5-on-5 basketball.
Mm-hmm.
You could look at the roster and you could say, well, Lester Quinones was probably on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. was probably playing. Maybe one of your various Lambs.
Jala Mahalela might have been out there.
Might have gotten some minutes.
I'm serious,
No, I mean, Bob Myers in his younger days might have been a guy going up and down, but that's the kind of 5-on-5 you were looking at. Maybe one of the Lacob kids was out there, running up and down as, I would if my dad was the owner. It'd be like,
maybe Kirk was out there.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Maybe Joe's out there throwing some bows.
Dude,
huh?
Joe, seriously tossing some bows. Every bucket I score, Andrew, costs you $100,000 off your salary. Come guard me. Come at me, dog. But that's, it's not a high level 5-on-5. And certainly nobody was going at Andrew and no one was trying to, play too physically. But just the ability to go up and down, run and play hoop. And we know that they won't play Andrew Wiggins tomorrow. They won't play him on Sunday. And I don't know today, practice-wise, what they were going to get into. Probably nothing too heavy. Because tomorrow's a big game against Sacramento.
It is, and it's going to be interesting to see the extent to which either team puts their best foot forward, although for the Warriors, it may be a matter of we really need to win this game tomorrow night.
Right, and JD sent, I'm sure he sent you the same thing. He did all the scenarios in terms of if the Warriors do this and the opponents do that. And
do you think there's anything in life he enjoys more than that?
I think that he did that just off memory.
He
doesn't
probably
even,
did. I know.
He doesn't even have to look at the standings.
Right.
JD's like, oh boy, this is on my mind, so I'll just text the guys.
Yes.
And, I appreciate it because, basically, Warriors scenarios. Warriors go 2-0. Clippers go 2-0. Warriors are 6th. Warriors go 2-0. LA loses 1. Warriors are 5th. And I won't go through every scenario. I know you got the same thing, but that's really the only scenario where the Warriors could be 5th, is if they win both and the Clippers lose once, then they jump LA and they get the 5. The most likely scenario is the Warriors wind up 6, and there's a number of different ways that they can do that just by going 1-1. By the way, they go 1-1, and the Clippers go 1-1. New Orleans wins 1. The Lakers lose 1. There's so many scenarios, but bottom line, win both, and then you're 5 or 6.
Coming up, I may be the only one, but I'll tell you what upset me about the LSU Angel Reese deal. That's coming up next. Make sure, by the way, to check out 95.7 The Game's merch store, featuring new items like our I'm just here for the $9 beer shirts and hoodies.
That's a
Get
4.
yours today at 957thegameshop.com.
I'm just going to put it bluntly.
Willard today. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for him. Having fun. We were having fun, and then things went sideways with an episode of Jockberty.
You jobbed me.
No, I think
screwed
Steiny
me.
just got it done. Steiny was gritty. He was tough. He was accurate. He's like a different guy now. He's flipped the proverbial switch in Jockberty. I don't know what happened. He's just unstoppable right now. Question is, what are you going to do about it? I don't know.
I mean, the answer is what is nothing, because it all comes down to categories. And when you give them a layup, when you basically, today's final Jockberty category, D3 athletes from Pennsylvania. Well, come on.
That actually would not be an easy category, even for him.
Yeah, he's the only one that any of us have ever heard of. D3.
What? You got off to a big lead and you stumbled. That's not my fault.
I didn't stumble. I got zero questions
faded.
wrong.
Uh-huh.
I didn't fade. There was a couple of close calls that went to the way of Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I'm different.
Because that's what we do. And I didn't find the dibbly doubles, and that's what the game came down to.
You did end up, I think, losing by $1. $36, I think you ended up with.
Yeah, I played great. Yeah. I feel great about my performance.
Mm-hmm.
Steiny outplayed me.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
I know, Brian. What can you do?
Steiny and Goo today had very interesting conversation about Angel Reese from LSU. As you may know, Angel Reese and LSU were invited to the White House after defeating Iowa 102-85. I feel like I'm the only person that didn't watch that game, by the way. Huge TV ratings. As you all know, I know you guys have talked about that. Massive TV ratings.
I caught it for two reasons. One, I've traditionally love that event. I went to 5 Final Fours in a row back in the early 00s, and I love the rhythm of the weekend where the men go Saturday, Monday, the women go Friday, Sunday. So when you go to a Final Four, Saturday you have the 2 semifinals. Sunday is a nothing. You're there waiting for the Monday final, and Sunday you've got the women's final. So I've always enjoyed the women's final.
And isn't that where you and Mark Willard met?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
many years ago.
Mystery.
Yeah. We were in the MUP, Media Upper Press, which is where, in these football stadiums, we're up in the 700 level. And it's like, why even bother showing up? I mean, people on their couch are closer to the floor than I am.
How long did it take you to get to where they had all the media sessions and things from your perch?
It takes about 8 minutes because you go to the elevator, and if you don't beat the rush, then you're like 3 elevators waiting, and you got to go all the way to the basement, and then you got to go all the way back into the bowels. It's a fun event. Don't get me wrong, but definitely being in the media upper press is a little bit of a different vibe than being courtside, for example.
The meat of this matter, of course, is that Joe Biden suggested that maybe Iowa can be invited too, the team that lost. Then she and/or the White House walked that back, and Angel Reese told I Am Athlete podcast hosts Brandon Marshall and Ashley Nicole Moss. She said, "I don't accept the apology because you said what you said. You can't go back on certain things that you say. They can have that spotlight. We'll go to the Obamas. We'll go see Michelle. We'll go see Barack." Here's what offended me about that, and I understood after listening to Guru's side of it. I hadn't considered that. But, he's saying that if you're African American and you see that, it's like, oh, they wanted to invite the white team that came in second when the team that comes in second is never invited. I could see how that would be offensive. What offended me, Dibbs, and I know you coached women's sports a lot, and I coached, 8th grade girls. What offended me is when I first heard that Joe Biden was inviting the team that came in second. To me, that was a suggestion that women's athletics are not as competitive. I don't think you would ever, and I'm not saying that she's wrong for feeling the way she feels. My feeling was, wait a minute. The team that loses a men's competition, you would never invite them, but you're inviting the women because, it's good sportsmanship. That's what offended me.
I see both, and I think you're both right. Guru's point about the racial element of this, I think, is incontrovertible in terms of, how Angel Reese felt.
Yes.
And how Guru certainly feels, and I, as a white guy, can absolutely see that. And I think that they're right in terms of, if the shoe was on the other foot, if Iowa beats LSU, is Jill Biden reaching out and saying, hey, Angel, you and the gals, you lost by 15, but, darn it, you were competitive. We want you to come too. I don't think that that's the way it would have gone. to your point, there is a feeling of like, you're girls and we're afraid that you're going to cry about it.
Yes.
Like, we're going to invite
what
you.
bothered me.
And my whole take was Iowa's a swing state. And
That's
so,
brilliant also.
you know, if it was like, let's just say UCLA's women, would Jill Biden have reached out knowing that we've already got California in the bag? And, you know, everything is always political. And we are now 18 months. I'm sorry, we're 17 months away from the next presidential election. So we are in election season.
Yeah.
You know, the great orange one is already out there raising money, trying to get his spot back. So for me, it felt very political in terms of Iowa. What do we know about Iowa? Well, they're normally first, and I know that they may have reordered the caucuses and all the rest of the machinations that go on, but if it was another state that the Democrats felt like they already had in the bag, hey, it's in the bag, Dims, I don't think that they would have done the same thing.
That's a great point. I remember, and I always voted for Obama, and I'd vote for him again, just to tell where I'm coming from. No one cares, but just so you know where I'm coming from. When he would make his brackets, I noticed that, he's picking North Carolina. And let's see, Pennsylvania's a big swing state.
Always.
He really likes Pitt.
Loves
and
him.
Ohio State, and that was smart. But yeah, I picked up on that many years ago. And by the way, someone on the text line says the racial part was obvious. I understand that. And I thought Guru made a great point when he says, if someone's offended, we in radio, you have to learn this one way or the other. You don't get to pick what offends somebody. If something offends somebody, you say, well, I didn't mean to. Doesn't matter. You offended them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, and that's, I think, especially pertinent when it comes to this.
It's a great point he made.
This NCAA final. And, you know, the thing that I tweeted, and I am very proud of the tweet. A lot of times I'm not proud of what I tweet. I just throw things out there like the rest of us. But my take was, if Caitlin Clark, the Iowa superstar player, if she's not offended by Angel Reese, why is everyone else offended by what happened? And that's Keith Olbermann. And that is, you know, so many other people out in our country who were offended. And the person who was actually trash talked, not only was she not offended, I think a part of her was like, right on, good for you, because she's a trash talker herself. And she understands when you talk trash and then you lose, it comes back on you. And so when Angel Reese does the windshield wiper, basically saying, I can't see you, Caitlin Clark doesn't engage her. Caitlin Clark walks away knowing, you beat me, you got me, you trash talked me. I'm okay with it. So why is everyone else so upset?
Right.
It's because you're offended by an African-American athlete with false eyelashes and long fingernails who maybe isn't cut from the same cloth that you are or that Caitlin is, and now you're offended because you feel like that she's being a bad sport? Well, yeah. If you think that she's being a bad sport, Caitlin Clark was being a bad sport against South Carolina when she was dismissing the player, saying, go ahead and shoot a three. I'm not guarding you. And she waved her off. And she did the same gesture, and people are going to come back and say, oh, but she didn't follow her around, and she didn't do it in her face. That's all the nuance of trash talk. Miss me with all that.
That's what I liked about Caitlin Clark's response. Was it more along the lines of, this is really competitive. We don't like to lose. So, yes.
And I like what you're saying about, like, de-genderizing, if that's a way to describe it. These are athletes. This has nothing to do with their 23rd chromosomal pair. These are athletes playing at the highest level. And I did watch the game. And that was a very, very high-level women's college basketball game. And I'm not surprised that the ratings were so high. And the ratings weren't high because they were waiting to see Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark trash talk each other. The ratings were high because Caitlin Clark was on an unbelievable heater on a Steph Curry-like run against an LSU team.
Steph's done a great job of promoting the women's game.
Yes.
Steph has done a really good job of that.
And, the LSU coach, Kim Mulkey, like her or dislike her, she is somebody that, with her ferocious outfits, that is someone's going to stand out. And you combine that with a heavy dose of poor officiating, and that game was in a great spot too, Whitey, 12:30 on a Sunday afternoon. It was a perfect storm. So I tip my cap to the event, to the competitors, and everything. I do want to add just one more piece to this before we pivot.
Please.
I think the whole idea of we're going to invite you to the White House is way beyond the pale. We need to stop it. It's beyond antiquated. It all started with well, when he would call the winning team, he would call you and they would answer, well, I'm here to congratulate you on your championship, fill in the blank team, because I'm a little senile and I don't know who you are. That was it. We're in a situation.
I don't think that's what he actually said.
I'd have to Google it. We're in a situation.
Is this Tony Gwynn?
Thank you. Did you win?
I don't
Did
know
you
if it's
Tony Gwynn?
Julio or Julio?
We're in a situation now with this country where our leader needs to be doing more with his time than hosting any team in any banquet in any setting. And that's my own apolitical rant about where this country is.
Yeah.
Gas is $4.69 a gallon. You can't afford eggs, but my president, Sleepy Joe, and I call him that because I voted for him, I can do that. Sleepy Joe's going to take time out of his day. The guy's only awake for about 5.5 hours a day, and he's going to spend one of those hours hosting the LSU women.
How do you stop it, though? Because the reason they do it, there is upside politically, but if you're the for what team do you, if you're in the White House, we're not doing that anymore. Can you imagine the outcry and how offended people would be no matter who the team was if you did that? We're not doing that anymore.
Well, that's what you say. And if you're the president, and if I'm the president, then I say, guys, I'm the president of the United States of America. I'm too busy to take time out of my day to sit here and, Angel Reese, that streak of double-doubles.
That's what first ladies can do. I almost said that's what they're for, and I didn't
that was
say
close.
that.
That was awkward.
I'm glad I didn't say that. But that's something a first lady can do.
Correct. And that would be wonderful. That would be absolutely wonderful. But then, why can't Grandpa Joe come out here? Is he that busy? The answer is he should be.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's my rant.
Yeah, from the 650. Let's see if you want any of this. Just got off work. When is trash talking crossing the line?
When you invoke the names of relatives, significant others, or if you use
profanity,
racially charged. Not profanity's fine.
Profanity? Is that the word?
I have no problem with profanity.
Yeah.
But if you're using certain words that are
demeaning,
defamatory, or racially charged, absolutely that crosses the line. And even like the famous trash talk to, was it Carmelo Anthony about his significant other?
Yeah.
Maybe having an aroma of Honey Nut Cheerios. That to me is crossing the line. When you're talking about another person's wife or their mom. And this might be a way to pivot back to the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins. We don't know why Andrew Wiggins was out, but when he returns to the floor, if an opponent comes up to Andrew and says, hey, Andrew, I know why you were out, and begins to propagate the rumor that we all know about that may or may not be true, whatever, that crosses the line to me. It's going to happen. I guarantee you somebody on Memphis is going to come up to him and be like, hey, Andrew, we all know why you were out, and it's XYZ. That'll be across the line to me.
888-957-9570. Vince in San Jose, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Vince? You're on with Dibley and Whitey. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent today. How are you guys doing?
Good. What can we do for you?
Well, I'm just thinking if the Warriors are going to get a win tonight, they have to focus on team rebounding. I've noticed a lot that, they're going to turn the ball over when they can. They get the most assists in the entire league. But one thing I've noticed, and Wiggins can come back, and Wiggins can actually help the team a lot by doing this because he's a natural slasher. Let's just focus on crashing the boards, boxing guys out. Let's get a big W tonight. And hey, as far as the trash talk goes, I completely agree with you. It's going to be a sensitive situation for Wiggins coming back. There's always going to be that guy in the crowd. They got, hey, I paid $2,000 for these seats. I could say whatever I want. I mean, it doesn't really work that way. You want to leave the guy's family out of it.
Gotcha, Vince. Thank you. Appreciate that. Vince going to be disappointed because Warriors don't play tonight. But other than that, tomorrow night.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they did play tonight.
Yeah.
I've got no plans. I mean, there's nothing else going on tonight.
How rude of them.
Yeah, seriously. The Masters is wrapping up here at Augusta. So beyond that, catch up on the Sharks.
As far as crashing the boards, Vince, I'll just say this. There was a time when I got to talk to Steve Kerr when I was in here for Willard, and I asked him about defensive rebounding, and he said when they rebound well, it's really a matter of them being in position defensively. If they defend well, they're going to rebound well because you're going to end up in the right position. That's what he said. But you're right. There's a lot to that, and Wiggins can't help in that.
Yesterday we were talking to him, and he was mentioning
me.
I know we're Steve Kerr.
Yeah, was he talking about? Did he mention me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think he mentioned anything about Whitey.
Okay.
Even when I asked him about Ty Jerome, I don't think. That he,
Okay.
Thank you. He was talking about because I think Mark asked him, or I probably asked him because it was a good question about rotations and how you go about figuring out rotations. And he said, we look at the numbers and this and that. And I said, what numbers do you look at? Because all of us, Whitey, in this business, we all look at the numbers that serve our argument. Like, if you hate a player, you look at his plus minus and say, oh, he was a minus 12. Or if you love a player, it's like, he was a plus 9. What do you mean?
I don't do plus minus individually, but yes.
No, but you can.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
My greater point is we all look at the numbers that we want to look at that serves our purpose. And so I asked him, what numbers do you look at? And he said, assist to turnover ratio. And he said, I look at rebounding. And he said he looks at 2 and 3-man combinations.
Yeah.
Not 5-man combinations. He
not
says
4, not 5.
No, he says 2 and 3-man combinations. And he actually was explaining that's why he started Anthony Lamb with Jonathan Kuminga, because that 2-man combination has been amazing this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. You can give the number. I was just fascinated by what Steve Kerr actually looks at and the staff.
Yes, because you spoke to him. I know. You spoke to him yesterday. I know. Right.
Yeah, and again next week.
Yeah.
I'm bragging on it because I'm proud to be here. An afternoon drive. Okay, Kareth Burke coming up at 5:15.
Is she? Is that 5:15?
It was a blind tease.
You're right. Well done. You nailed it. That
was a blind tease.
Yeah.
Teasing in the blind.
Can the Warriors win a championship if it takes a series or two for Wiggins to get back to being Wiggins?
A series, not two. Not two. If it
I
takes
agree again. Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Maybe. It's going to be tough. First round, if Wiggins is just going to, we're working him back in. That's all understandable. I'm not making fun of them for working him back in. But, this isn't like the days when the Warriors, are the top seed and they got an easy first round matchup.
I think they can beat Sacramento if Andrew Wiggins is still being worked in. And let's say it's Sacramento and you go to Sacramento and they light the beam in game 1 and darn it, they light the beam in game 2. And Wiggins plays 18 in game 1, and he plays 23 minutes in game 2, and you come back home for game 3, and now Wiggins is ready to play 30 minutes. You're going to win those games at home. Wiggins plays 30 minutes, you win. He plays 33 minutes, you win. Now it's game 5 in Sacramento, and Wiggins is back, and it's a best of 3. I like the Warriors' chances to still be able to win that series.
You know what's really weird about Sacramento and would be really odd about a matchup with the Warriors? The Warriors, we know, great at home, on the road, not very good.
Yeah.
The Kings are a terrible defensive team. They actually defend much better statistically on the road. It's like,
weird.
What? If those two teams play, one of the absolute keys to the whole series will be who avoids foul trouble better. Who does a better job of avoiding foul trouble? Draymond Green or Domantas Sabonis?
Yeah,
one of those guys gets in a lot of foul trouble. His team's in big trouble.
Well, and again, we talked about this before. Draymond Green in foul trouble only makes him more aggressive. And a lot of times with Draymond Green, when he's in foul trouble, it doesn't limit his minutes at all. I would look more at Kevon Looney in foul trouble. If Kevon gets into foul trouble, that to me is more of a dramatic turn than Draymond Green, because Kevon Looney will have to come off the floor, and you don't have the rebounding without Kevon Looney. He is your number one key rebounder, especially without Wiggins.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. But I just think in the postseason, if I had to have one of those guys going to be in foul trouble and you could choose which one, I don't want either one of them in trouble, but I think I can win more without Looney than I can without Draymond. But I agree with you. Looney's incredible. He's an incredible offensive rebounder.
Yeah,
incredible.
He's awesome, and I'll do the numbers here and see where he is. I think he was leading the league in offensive rebounding a couple of weeks ago.
Well, Dibs, to me, the funny thing is you think, or at least I do, offensive rebounding is like a guy box, like Moses Malone gets inside, and Looney's like stands at the foul line with his back to the basket like Willie Mays, and he's catching these long rebounds, and he has a real knack for corralling those.
Yeah, he's currently 6th, or tied for 5th in the association in ORB per game. It's Mitchell Robinson, Clint Capella, Jalen Duren, and he's only played 65 games.
Portland.
With
Detroit. Jalen.
Then Gobert, Jared Allen, and Kevon tied with Jakob Poeltl, the aforementioned Jakob Poeltl.
Yeah.
3.3 offensive rebounds a game. But you're right, Whitey. He doesn't jump. He's not that big. He often doesn't fight for inside position. Like, to bring it back
Ball's
to
going up, and he's like, that's going to land over there. Watch this.
I'll bring it back to Angel Reese just for a minute, even though you didn't watch the game. Angel Reese plays the game like Dennis Rodman, where she's pre-boxing out on offensive possessions before anybody's even thinking about shooting. She's already down there doing the dirty work. So when the shot goes up, she's got position. Kevon doesn't do that. Kevon just kind of sidles over, figures out where it's going to be, gets his hands on it, and doesn't ever get dislodged from the ball.
Yeah. As you know, Dibs, you and I both coached at a very high level.
Very high.
Kids, you want to be a good rebounder. The absolute first law of rebounding, no matter what, is you assume a miss. The ball goes up, you're already thinking it's no good. It's missed. If you wait to see, is that going in or not? Oh, it missed. I better go get it. Too late.
Yeah.
You lose. You must assume a miss. And as Kalino says, do your work early, Dibs.
That's my favorite part. Do your work early.
Yes, yes.
And that's what, Kevon does so well at that. And part of it is knowing that you're not really going to be a part of the offense in terms of, hey, look at me, I'm posting. I'm mid-post. He sets a screen up top, and then he does his thing with the pick. He rolls, but when he rolls, he usually doesn't get the ball. Occasionally he will, but after that, it's like, how can I get down here and get ready for the dirty work?
They're going to miss DiVincenzo next year, aren't they? But hey, I said earlier, we're not worried about next year right now.
Whitey.
We're not doing that.
That's a midday topic.
I'm not going there. We're not going there.
No, I mean, why would you when you're 2 games away from a possible playoff run? To me, that's just foolishness. What is foolishness? Honestly.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. I would sure much rather play Sacramento, as lively as they are, as much fun as they are, than the Phoenix Suns, the scary Phoenix Suns.
Scary, but, I mean, last year you got a break. You didn't have to face Phoenix. So this year, I think the best possible route would be Sacramento, and then you beat Sacramento in that 6-3 matchup. And then maybe you get the Lake Show.
Somebody asked me in Sacramento yesterday, hey, how do Warrior fans feel about Harrison Barnes? I said, I think they're pretty much okay with him, huh?
It's mixed.
Yeah.
It's mixed. It'll be different if the Kings win in 6.
Yeah. He's going to have a little something for his old team if it comes to that.
I think Harrison Barnes gets, a little bit of a negative memory about just how important he was in that first championship.
Coming up, we'll talk more about the maybe the greatest home run hitting team of all time, the 2023 San Francisco Giants. Laura Britt's going to join us. By the way, we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA,
And the Giants lead 3-0. Home run number 2.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You're not going to believe this, but the Giants hit 72 home runs today.
I had him at 68. I think you may have to check your math.
Really? It just seemed like it anyway. That was Michael Conforto's home run, the highlight courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. This is Willard and Dibbs. Whitey in for Willard. Before we get to our guest, Dibbs, I hate to sound like the get off my lawn, but when are the Giants going to play a National League team? Huh? Come on.
The answer is never, Whitey.
Oh, well.
Never. There is no more National League and American League, at least in my Major League Baseball.
All right.
Oh, it's a balanced schedule. Let's just do away with the leagues.
16-6 today. The Giants over the Pale Hose, the Shy Sacks. And, of course, they got opening day tomorrow against, of course, the traditional opening day opponent, the Royals.
Yeah.
Nice enough to join us with more on all this. Giants pre- and post-game host, NBC Sports Bay Area, Laura Britt. Laura, welcome to the show. How do you explain this home run barrage that we're witnessing right now from these Giants?
Well, thank you for having me, and you're both wrong. They hit 63 home runs today.
Darn it. That's why we bring in the pros, Laura.
It's hard to explain because they've been hot, cold, feast, or famine this season. You either score 16 runs if you're the Giants or you score 0. And they're strikeout heavy. But when you go back to spring training, that's what the team was expecting from this lineup, was to be a home run heavy hitter lineup and maybe get 20 home runs. But from multiple players in the lineup, it's not like you have the one player that's going to get you 30 or 40.
I mean, it seemed like half of them had 30 or 40 today. And Blake Sable gets his first. Is this just another step toward maybe the eradication of the future of Joey Bart?
Ooh,
wow. We're going there right now?
Man,
well, it just feels more and more as time goes on, and Joey's hurt, and various other players are playing the position.
I'm with Laura. I thought that was kind of uncalled for.
Too heavy-handed?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, Joey Bart, is he ticketed for Sacramento?
He hit a home run today, but this throughout the start of the season hasn't been great. So he's got to do more than just hit one home run to be able to earn that spot. Roberto Perez has been really good behind the dish for the Giants, too. I know that Logan Webb's been comfortable with him catching. That was a big focus of spring training, was the battle at the position behind the plate. So that's still going on. I think you're going to have to wait and see how Joey Bart feels. Looks like when he comes back, because we saw a tale of 2 Joey Barts last season, and that was just in one season. So we've got to wait and see what he's going to bring this season, and a little bit of give him a little bit of time when he gets back, and then I think you can start coming to conclusions. But we're 6 games into the season.
Laura Britt, nice enough to join us after the Giants' 16-6 win over the White Sox tomorrow. They've got the home opener tomorrow. And to your point, Laura, we've just started, so it's too early to draw any conclusions. But, hey, it's what we do. So to this point, how do the Giants feel about the starting pitching, something that they are very excited about for this season?
I think a big part of the Giants starting pitching was, how is Anthony DeSclafani going to come back from his ankle surgery that he had last year? And in his first showing, he was really good. So I think that's a positive. They added depth to their rotation this offseason, and that was a big focus for them, the starting rotation and then also the outfield. And we saw them add pieces in both of those places. So I think they're feeling pretty good about the rotation right now. Logan Webb hasn't had the best start to the season, but I'm not worried about him at all. I don't think Giants fans are worried about him at all right now. It's too early to make any conclusions about that. But I think that he's going to be fine. He'll settle in. And the good showing from Tony D, as my analysts like to call him, I think is positive for the Giants starting rotation.
Tony D makes him sound like your buddy or maybe a guy who sits behind you in math class.
All the analysts call him that. I call him Anthony DeSclafani, but they're always like, yeah, Tony D. Okay.
I'm thinking, well, we're big fans of Dante DiVincenzo and the restaurant quality from the Warriors. So I think Tony D might be the new nickname. Like Tony D's like your local butcher or the guy behind the deli counter. I think I'm loving Tony D. Laura, I'm a little concerned about Brandon C. And he's got the knee. Now he's got the forearm. Is he going to be able to make it through the year? I hate to be a negative Nelly all the time.
My goodness, you want to send Joey Bart to Sacramento and you're worried about Brandon?
I'm concerned, guys. Brandon C.
Don't be concerned yet. This is a long season. Do I need to explain this to you?
Walk me through it, Laura.
Season. He's been playing a long time. He's okay. He's going to be fine. He's not supposed to play every day, which I get that this wasn't just a day of rest for him. He had the forearm stiffness in one of his at-bats from yesterday, but it's going to be okay. What's funny is after the second game of the season, when the Giants got shut out, no, it was the third game, then they score all the runs against the Yankees, then they got shut out again. Everyone was freaking out. Alarms were going off everywhere, and it was 3 games into the season. This is a marathon. It's a marathon. You guys know that.
Yeah, Laura, I'm like 93 years old. That's why I rant rave about when are they going to play a National League team? All that said, I've been resisting for years the pitch clock and some of the new rules. I got to say, I think it's working. What do you and your analysts think so far of the speeded up pace of game we have now with the pitch clock?
It's amazing. I love it. Do you like the balanced schedule?
Hate it.
Or no?
I hate it.
Don't.
Yeah.
I like the idea of seeing like the best of the best every 2 years in your park, but I'm already missing the 19 games against the Dodgers and 19 against the plucky Padres.
I actually don't mind it. I kind of like it. I like getting a look at all the teams around the majors, but the pitch clock is amazing. If you say it's not, you're wrong. There's only one right answer, and it's that the pitch clock is a win.
I heard you before talking, I don't know if it was on TV or another radio show, about being a fan at the game. And that, to me, Laura, is the ultimate way to measure this, because when I go up to get my garlic fries or my veggie dog behind section 121, as I want to do,
$9 beer.
If I miss 3 innings because of this damn sped up game, I'm going to feel differently about it.
Now, that is true, and I have major concerns about that. So my suggestion is plan ahead, know your route to your food spot, and get your dessert and your beverage while you get your entree, and you can only take one trip. Because I got to tell you, we take walks during the game. We'll walk over to grab food. While we're watching the game, we'll take a pause, walk over to grab food, and then come back. We can't do that anymore. You miss 3 innings of the game.
Yeah.
You can watch on your phone, but you've got a lot of catching up to do when you get back to the studio if you walk a block away to grab food. So that's the negative part of it. But I think all around, a lot of kids go to the ballpark. I've got 3 kids. Kids don't last long at games anyway, so all the parents are saying yay, because the kids only last 6 innings anyway, and now with the sped-up game, it's probably about the time that it would have been without the pitch clock.
Yeah, especially this year, Dibs and Laura, because hey, I just went and got a couple of hot dogs. Did I miss anything? Yes, the Giants hit 9 home runs.
Missed everything.
Yeah. Big picture, is this team, in your opinion, poised to maybe sneak up on the West? We all know it was a tough offseason in a lot of ways for Giants fans. Is this team in position to maybe surprise? And if you think so, why do you think so?
I think it's a good showing to start the season off. It's so early. It's really hard to jump to any kind of... I'm a reasonable person. It's hard to jump to serious conclusions 6 games into the season. But with what we've seen over the 6 games, I think it's very possible that they could make a run in the NL West. You've got the Dodgers and the Padres, sure, and you've got a young, dangerous Diamondbacks team, but I don't think that there's any reason to count the Giants out like a lot of people were doing. And to go back to the offseason, a lot was made, obviously the Aaron Judge situation with him going back to the Yankees. It sounds like that was a predetermined thing for him. The Giants did everything they could to get him. With Carlos Correa, it was weird the day that it happened, and everyone was freaking out, and I understand why, because it left a lot of question marks. But then when you started to see how that panned out, they made the right decision. Maybe 5 years down the road we'll be able to decide for sure whether or not they made the right decision. But when another team has the same issues, I just think that people need to be a little bit more rational about the fact that you don't want your team just to go spend money to spend money. You want them to spend money wisely. And the Giants were willing to spend money this offseason, but it just didn't pan out the way that they wanted it to. And I think that that's something that Giants fans have been wanting for a while. Is they want the star player, and I get that. But you also want them to spend the money on a good star player, the right star player.
Right, and I was very critical of Farhan, and I've promised to apologize to him in 2028 after things sort out with Carlos Correa. If Correa turns out to not be durable, I'll be the first in 5 years to come crawling back on hands and knees to Farhan and apologizing. But, Laura, will he be here? And how big? And I'm not trying to run him out like Joey Bart and Brandon Crawford. I'm just wondering.
You're trying to clean house?
You are trying to clear house.
They went 16-6, and you want to get rid of everybody.
I'm done with it, Laura. Today was an aberration. Seriously, though, how big is this year in terms of the farm system development and the big league club? How important is this to Farhan's future?
I think it's important, but the team is bought in on Farhan. They like him. I think they like how he manages money. I think they like how he, develops players. They haven't landed that big player yet, and I think that's the problem. That's what everybody wants. They want the big player, and they're saying, hey, is he not going to do that? Will he not spend the money? Because Farhan's a guy that likes a value player. But they have been able to go out, and last season we saw good at Carlos Rodon and get value out of him. It's tough for Giants fans to see Rodon walk, or a player that they bring in has a great season, which they've got a couple of guys signed to 1 year deal or 2 year deals, but with an option after the first year. And so you want to see guys succeed, but then it's bittersweet because then you see them walk. And that's the problem that Giants fans have with Farhan. I don't think it's an inside organization issue. I think the organization likes Farhan a lot. But I will tell you, I'm really glad that you're not my boss. Because if you clear house like this all the time, I'd be out.
Britt, you were a little loose in the A block. Pack your things.
Laura, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Continued success on NBC Sports Bay Area, and we'll be looking for you on opening day.
Thank you. And next time, we've got to get me and Carathon closer together because with our schedules, the radio is the only time we get the chance to catch up.
All right, we'll do what we can.
Done.
Yeah. That's a done deal.
Maybe we could get the Dodger games closer together because they won't play each other here in San Francisco for 5.5 months, Laura. There's your balanced schedule.
All right, old man. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
What'd you say? My hearing aid must have cut out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. This is Willard and Dibbs. Whitey in for,
the young people.
in for Willard. And Dibbs, I appreciate the fact that he's bringing it his true feelings. Giants 3-3, 16-6 win today. And Dibbs like, these guys suck. You got to get rid of everybody.
It's not quite the way I said it.
I overstated it for,
Blake Sable ahead of
sake.
Joey Bart on the depth chart. And I simply was asking if this is a harbinger, not a Haniger.
Yeah.
Is this a harbinger for Joey Bart and his future as a Giant? And you know what? I am concerned about Brandon Crawford. He's got the bum knee that's not getting better, and now he's got forearm tightness swinging a bat. Mm-hmm. Guess what? Your job is to swing a bat, and you hurt your forearm. That's a concern.
It's inevitable. I don't know that he's close to being done now, but he's going to be at some point. The Giants, remember going back to when Farhan took over, there was a lot of people on the station, people all over said, you got to get rid of Belt and Posey and Crawford. Why are you keeping these guys? And it just made more sense. It was harder to see, but the Giants didn't want to tear it all down. So, and this is maybe they're experiencing some of the downside of that. Eventually, the production's going to fall off. As far as Joey Bart, of course, that shouldn't apply to him. Just turns out that maybe he's not going to be the guy that they hoped he was going to be.
Well, they didn't actually hope he was going to be anything because they didn't draft him. And so
they kept him. So if you have him on your roster, you have some hope he's going to be something.
And I think they kept him in no small part because Buster kind of surprised him with the, no, I'm good. I don't want to play baseball anymore because Buster still had more left. Mm-hmm. And I think that, and I don't know this, and maybe we get Laura Britt back for.
Let's just pretend you know it and we'll just go with it.
All right. Laura and I were talking off air, and she told me that they expected Buster to be the bridge between the now and the then, and Joey Bart was not a part of their plans. When Buster decided to bow out early, a year early, and this probably should have been Buster's last year. One more year of Buster. Brandon Crawford's done after this year. Brandon Belt, maybe you could have brought the band back together and you could have given him a 1-year deal to stay, but because Buster left and Belt was really not good last year. Now you're stuck with one more year of Crawford, and then you can turn the page on all of them.
There's something you really should do for your own sake, for the sake of Giants fans. I don't know if you have any over there. I mean,
I'm a Giants fan.
We need to get you some Crewcade, and I don't.
I have some.
Do you have some over there?
Yeah, I have an old can from
old. Okay, it's dangerous to drink
it's
the
held
old
over
stuff.
from 2014, Whitey.
A very good year for the Giants, of course.
It's a good vintage
But
Crewcade.
all right, tell us what you think of the Giants, and then take a sip of the Crewcade, which again, I mean, I assume it's safe. You're taking some chances there, and then tell us what you think of the Giants.
Well, I think that this 3-3 record is built on empty calories.
Okay.
I think that their offensive outburst is cute, but it's coming in blowouts, and I don't think that this power is sustainable. And I really think that the pitching staff is overrated, Whitey, and I think that the defense is going to be a problem.
All right, 13 homers matched their franchise record for the most in a 3-game series. That's how Dibbs feels. Got some 2014 vintage Crewcade.
Oh God!
How much are you going to consume there?
I think taking a sip.
Yeah, and then just listen to how his attitude, if it's still effective, how it changes.
I got to tell you, Whitey, this offense.
It's working.
I got to tell you, this offense is explosive.
Yeah,
and they got arms.
Yeah,
they got arms as far as the eye can see.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you what, the shift. It hasn't affected him at all defensively.
That's some strong Crewcade.
Brandon Crawford's going to be fine.
Yeah.
He's got the same range he's always had. I'll tell you what.
What about Joey Bart?
Joey Bart, he's a gamer. There's nothing like it. Giants baseball, nothing like it.
All right. Yeah, that's probably enough of that.
Oh, that's good. That's
you all right? You doing okay? Feeling okay?
Crewcade, yeah.
Okay.
Normally I mix it with a little rum, but short notice.
You have a unique view of the Giants. You were very close to them for a very long time, still are.
Yeah, sure.
If there's
Big
a
Giants
disconnect,
fan.
yeah, and obviously, they won 16-6 today.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like the best day to have this conversation, but it's out there with opening day coming around tomorrow. If there's a disconnect, Dibbs, I think it's this. I'd love your opinion on this. The Giants, once Greg Johnson took over, we all assume Farhan's running everything. Well, Farhan is the face of it, but he's basically doing what he was hired to do.
Right.
He didn't hire himself. So the idea is, look.
Thank
We're
you.
going to be
Thank you.
We're going to be good every year. We may not go out and get top players, but we're going to develop our farm system. We're not going to tear it down. We're going to be good every year. That's the promise to Giants fans. Most Giants fans, I think, hear that, and having won 3 championships recently, they think that's great. Be good every year means you're going to have a chance to win the division. You're going to beat the Dodgers, and maybe you can add another World Series trophy to the trophy case. And I think if management was being honest, they'd say, oh, no. We're not saying we're going to be that good.
No.
Hang on, because that's expensive. We don't want to do that. We want to be pretty good every year, and then we'll see.
Well, what I hear,
think that's the disconnect.
I think the disconnect goes a little bit further than that, and I think it was Bob Nightingale who had the stat via Twitter a couple weeks ago when he highlighted from last year the most profitable teams in Major League Baseball, and the Giants were number 2 among most profitable teams in Major League Baseball. So for me, as a Giants fan, I hear that, and I think, well, you're more interested in making money than you are in making memories. And so you're number 2. It's one thing if you're number 2 in salary and you're number 2 in profit. That's fine. I'm not going to hold that against you because your job as an owner is to make money. It's to make money for the ownership group, and it's a business. And I understand that. I get that. And I know that that is the top line item for any team in any sport in any country in the world. It's not to provide a winner for our fans. It's to make money. And I get that. However, when you are making money at that rate and you're spending money and your payroll is 11th or 12th in Major League Baseball and you're 81 and your attendance is down and you don't have that many players that really are attractive to the general audience, all those things add up to me to be a failure. Yeah, good for you. You made the second most money in all of Major League Baseball. As a fan, I don't want to know that. I want you to be exciting, competitive. I want you to be a winning team. I want you to be the Warriors.
I want you to want to win.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
I want you to want wins.
Yeah, the Giants are, we're going to be good. And Giants fans are thinking, great, we're going to beat the Dodgers. Like, well, no. We don't want to spend that much money unless we develop our farm system. But you touched on what to me is one of the most sickening trends in professional sports today. You have owners in baseball. You have an owner right here in basketball. They want to spend a lot of money because they want to do everything they can to win. And you've got their other owners going, no, we can't have that. That's terrible. If the owner of the Mets, the owner of the Padres, if they want to spend a lot of money, they shouldn't have other owners going, yeah, that's bad for us. We can't have that. And the new collective bargaining agreement. The Warriors want to spend how much money? Well, we've got the luxury tax. Now we're going to put in another rule where if you're so far over the luxury tax, you lose your mid-level exception. What's a team supposed to do? So that's a really discouraging trend in pro sports from a fan standpoint because we want our teams and owners to win as much as we do.
Right.
Is that too much to ask?
It is too much to ask. And when it becomes too much to ask, you become the Oakland A's. And that, unfortunately, is the reality. And I know that it's more complex than that, but at the very...
That's the basis of it. I'm with
correct.
you.
The 10,000-foot view of the A's is billionaire owner who doesn't want to invest in his product and does everything that he can to make his product undesirable to his fans,
because
to
it's
fellow
profitable
players.
that way.
It's profitable. And I believe they were 5th on that same profitability scale, and yet they were, I think, 28th in overall payroll. So that's the model that you can kind of become. And I look at the Giants and I think they're not striving to be that, but when you have a president of baseball operations who so far has not shown an ability to bring in a long-term, high-priced free agent. Now, he's tried, and they had Carlos Correa almost signed, and we were in on Aaron Judge, and we were in on Bryce Harper, and shucks, we went after Giancarlo
We met
Stanton.
with Shohei.
Yeah, and are they going to get Shohei Ohtani? They might, but I would bet that...
EA.
Does that mean no?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm with you. I'll hear your EA and raise you hell no, because I don't think that that's going to happen. So you've got president of baseball ops who backfills the roster with Rule 5 and pre-ARB 3 guys. Meanwhile, hey, don't miss Jock Peterson. He's the face of the franchise. Okay, great. And we're making a ton of money in profit. Attendance goes down, and you sit in the middle, and you hope that you get a wild card, and then you can go on a run. I don't think that that is a sustainable model to really attract fans to your ballpark.
ARB 3s, did you say? ARB 3s. We don't have the meats. Am I right?
That's a 4.
Am I right? 4.
ARB 3s.
We
Yeah,
don't have
would have been a 5 if you would have accented the ARB 3s.
Oh, okay. Well,
we
I'll take
don't
it.
have the beef.
Yeah.
You know, we got a bunch of platoon guys though.
How we're paying money because we care. Why are you giving us more and more reasons not to care? Why?
And it's harder and harder than ever to get there and pay what it takes to just be in the ballpark. Laura Britt's got 3 kids. I've got 3 kids and a bunch of problems as the drop would go. And if I
got
wanted
3
to,
kids and a bunch of problems.
I'm with you, Goo. He's got 3 kids. Steiny's got 3. Heck, you probably have 3. I know.
I have 2 and a dog.
You got 2. Your dog, dude. Moby.
Great dog.
Menace. He's an absolute menace to society.
Got to take a break, Dibs. I'm getting the sign, urgent sign that either Randy has to go to the bathroom or we have to go take a break.
He's doing the Lee Corso.
Or both. Coming up, would you believe Mark Cuban is still thinking he's going to win that protest? That's next. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. 95.7 The Game.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kareth Burke's going to be with us at 5:15 to talk about the Warriors as the Warriors get ready for the Kings tomorrow, and then Sunday after the game against the Blazers, or what's left of the Blazers, we will know who the Warriors are going to play, when they're going to play in, first round, whatever. I think it's going to be first round. I think it's going to be Sacramento Dibs. Hoping so, and I think that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think odds are, the Sacramento game is very pivotal because the Warriors, if they split their next two games, they are vulnerable to maybe falling down into the 7 spot. If they win both, I don't think that they can fall out of the top 6. So the Sacramento game really is pivotal in terms of what happens on Sunday. I do think that they'll beat Portland. It would be nice, though, for the Warriors to beat Sacramento and have things line up to where the Portland game doesn't matter. Then you can rest some guys and, tank it and still win.
We, by the way, are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and maybe catch us. Dibs and I were having some issues earlier. I think we, for the most part, ironed them out, at least short term, in the name of professionalism. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Do you ever try something out, maybe with friends or family, say something, just at home before you try it out on the air to see if it's worth trying on the air?
Absolutely.
Okay. I tried something earlier today, and the returns were meh. But I'm so
Who
really
said that about us famously? Meh. Hey, what'd you think about that?
No, that was actually about Jeopardy, and it was the consultant.
Oh, that's right, Rick Scott.
That's
the great
it.
Rick Scott.
Yeah. And we had some meeting with this consultant about what you guys are doing. Hey, what'd you think of Jeopardy? Meh.
That's what it was.
That's where that.
Oh, it's so
ever
good.
since we've been in love with
Sorry.
that term.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember where that came from.
Yeah. Did you hear that a couple days ago, after he beat the Jazz with a buzzer beater at the end of overtime, I don't know if it was a buzzer beater, LeBron's talking to the media, and his teammates, as LeBron is talking to the media, they start going, meh, meh, meh. Did you hear about this?
No.
I think
Like he's the GOAT.
Yes, exactly. And I think there's audio of it somewhere, but we don't need it. If we have it, great, but we don't need it. I think D'Angelo Russell apparently is the ringleader. So, this is what I did. Meh, meh, meh.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah. I'm kind of tired of the term GOAT. Everybody's the GOAT, because there was a time when you didn't want to be called the GOAT. So I was trying to think, is there any other animal term that we can apply to any basketball player? And I came up with one, Dibs, and I think it's pretty good. But as I said, in the lab, the results
Thank you, Guru.
were not so great.
And who'd you try it out on, the missus?
The two gentlemen behind
okay.
you. And I think I might have tried it out on the missus, and I don't,
You've built it up so much now, it had better be good.
Okay, so if LeBron is the GOAT, or Michael Jordan is, whoever, is Steph the greatest of outside shooters ever? Is he the goose? Greatest of outside shooters ever. Is Steph.
Oh, my God.
Is he the goose?
What has happened
It's
to
a
you?
question.
And
as I said, early returns where that's probably not something you want to go on the air with, but I figured.
And I hope you don't go on the air with it. And, geez.
I know what my wife said. She pointed out that, yes, on your follow through, that's called a gooseneck.
Oh, nice.
It is.
Yeah.
That's called a nice gooseneck. That's what she
Dr.
said.
Pandia on the YouTube, he says, love it. Goose.
There you go.
So there you go.
Okay.
I like that.
And then Drew Down immediately to Dr. Pandia.
Yeah.
Don't encourage this. And I'm with you, Drew Down.
The greatest of outside shooters ever. Yeah. Is he the GOAT? I don't know, but he's definitely the goose.
It's not getting any better.
Well,
it's actually only getting worse.
All right. I'll just leave that there for now then. Thanks.
The goose. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just leave it there for now.
Okay. I think maybe, sometimes we try a little bit too hard to come up with something.
Well, Lucas
new.
was funny because he's like, okay, and I was like, no.
No, that's it. That's literally.
No, I think I said, go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay. I will go on. Thank you. Thanks for your support.
No, but he is.
They're really behind you around
He
here.
is the greatest of outside shooters ever.
He is.
So, yeah.
He is.
He is the goose.
It's
Yeah. There you go.
How about that?
Have Steiny text him, see what he thinks.
That's not a Steiny. Steiny didn't like those kind of things. Bless him.
Because it's fun.
He can ask Steph for you.
Right.
Did you hear that Mark Cuban still thinks he's going to win his protest?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I thought I saw something on the ESPN crawl that said the NBA has officially said you lose.
Is that today?
I believe so. Yeah. Let me confirm it because I was, I'm watching a lot of the Masters coverage and I'm looking at the scroll below, as they're doing their highlights, and I believe I saw something. I'll confirm it. Second source.
He was talking to the media last night about a number of things. Things were unraveling for them, so he met with the media to say, we had no chance on Jalen Brunson. It wasn't our fault. His dad got involved, and once the parents get involved, ugh. And he also said, we are going to win. This was last night, Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
We are going to win the protest. They won't replay the game, but I know they are going to say we are right. We're going to win, but they won't replay the game.
Well, he's wrong because this comes from Tim McMahon, ESPN staff writer, from just moments ago. Dallas protested and, quote, this is from the league. The incident occurred with nearly 14 minutes remaining in the game, and Dallas thereafter took the lead twice in the final 4 minutes, the league statement read in part. Under these circumstances, Dallas was not able to show, as required under the standard for NBA game protests, that it was deprived of a fair opportunity to win the game, and the protest failed on that basis alone.
Okay.
So they were not able to prove that they were deprived a fair opportunity to win the game. And as you know, the only protest in modern times that has been upheld was when Shaquille O'Neal was erroneously charged with a 6th foul in a game where he had to then leave the floor.
And they went in and replayed or went back.
They went back to that point and replayed it because I think Miami at that point could show that they were deprived of a fair opportunity to win that game based on an erroneous disqualification of their best big man.
There was also years ago a game in which they either had a protest or for some reason they couldn't complete the game, so they had to complete it later. It was a suspended game, and by the time they completed it, some of the players on the teams had been traded for each other, so you ended up with guys playing for both teams in one game. But anyway, I didn't even know if Cuban had actually gone through with the protest because I thought they had no chance to win, and maybe he was just, making a fuss about, I know we'll win the protest, but he actually went through with it.
It's $10,000, yeah. And the
money well spent.
The league added, quote, the NBA concluded that although the game officials could have taken steps to better manage this particular situation, that did not provide a basis for the extraordinary remedy of upholding a game protest. And I think that, to me, boils it down to the essence. The officials, they could have taken steps to manage this particular situation better. Such steps as, hey, Dallas! Dallas! It's not your ball.
Dallas!
Hey, Dallas! You're on defense, boys, down here. That would have been taking steps to better manage the situation.
Yeah.
Which, not that they have to, but that would have helped to
alleviate confusion.
Yes, and alleviate Mark Cuban, who said, quote, and he admitted last night that he anticipated that it would not be upheld, and he said, it is what it is. They screwed up. It happens, but they're not going to replay it.
Okay, because I have a quote from him. We'll win the protest, but they won't replay it. That's what he apparently said, at least in one of his media sessions last night. We will win, but they won't replay it.
Right. They screwed up.
Yeah.
And, well, they really didn't screw up. All they didn't do was inform you that it wasn't your ball. But when the ball goes out of bounds and they point to the Warriors' direction, and then the hand goes up and they point to the Dallas bench indicating it's a timeout, Dallas didn't take timeout. It was a media timeout that was charged to Dallas, but there really wasn't much confusion when everyone breaks the huddle and the Warriors, all 5 of them are on the offensive end.
How in the world Dallas thought the ball's at the other end and they tried to blame an official? And I know I was on the air with you right after that actually happened, and we talked a lot about it, so we've been over it and over it. But the bottom line is the protest hinged largely on, well, the PA announcer said it was our ball. And it's like, again, as an official, that's not my fault.
Right.
Yeah, that may have confused you, but that's not our responsibility as officials.
Right. It's not the PA announcers.
Yeah. And how you think the ball's at the other end, there is no explanation for that other than you just weren't paying attention.
Well, and if there was under 2 minutes left, then the ball automatically would have been advanced. But this was the third quarter, and you don't advance a ball in the third quarter. Now, I think a Another issue where a coach had more of a right to protest.
An even better protest would be.
Yeah, the Oklahoma City game, where they've got a guy at the table, one of the various
Jalen Williams, yeah.
One of the
Arkansas Jalen Williams, or Santa Clara Jalen Williams, or Razorback Jalen Williams, or Bronco Jalen Williams.
It was the one that you really wanted to be in the game, and he's waiting to be buzzed in, and they never allowed him on the floor, and, that's just the way that one went. That was an officiating mistake, but you can't protest that either, and the Oklahoma City coach got a technical foul in the argument.
Mark Dagnall. Now, is that just the officials are supposed to always be aware, there's somebody at the table? I know in lower levels, like high school, they hit the horn, but I don't think you do that in the NBA.
I think that you might, but ultimately, as you know, Whitey, a sub does not get to come into the game until the official beckons the sub onto the floor.
Well, I'll bet you play that up too. It's like, hold on, I haven't waved you in yet.
And you know what? It's constantly, and one of my pet peeves, and I'll get off my youth officiating.
I brought it up.
When a coach thinks that they can sub in their players straight from the bench. It's like there's a dead ball situation, and the coach yells sub,
like
and
it's
number
a
31,
line change in hockey. Yeah.
Number 31 goes from the bench, 3 seats down, straight on the floor. That is when I will tweet, stop sign, you got to go to the table. And only when I beckon you on the floor.
I'm just saying, I think you probably enjoy that more than...
I should.
Most people.
More absolutely. It's a control thing.
Stopping everything and hold on. You go back over there.
And usually it's followed by a quick lecture to the coach. Coach, we don't sub players in directly off the bench. They go to the table and I beckon them on the floor.
Any sarcasm involved?
It depends on the coach. Sometimes I'll just say, Coach, you got to center the table, and if the coach is cool, I'll let him go to the table, and then we'll bring you in right away.
Yeah.
And the clock runs.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ghibli, I didn't know. It's like,
you don't even have to be that much of a kiss ass. Just don't be a jerk. If you're a jerk, you get the stop sign.
What do you mean?
You get the lecture, and your sub gets denied.
Okay. If you're the NBA Dibs, and you're looking at the situation now, and you're going, okay, look, we got some promising TV opportunities here, and the Warriors look like they're going to be in. We got the Lakers at least going to be in the play-in, and the Clippers in there, and we got Kevin Durant in there, and we got Jokic. But we got to do something about the Dallas Mavericks. Is it important for the NBA to have the Mavericks at least that's the best they could do is reach the play-in. How important is it for the NBA to have Luka and Kyrie in the play-in, other than, say, Oklahoma City, Minnesota?
I don't think it really matters because the play-in is a one-off, and NBA fans like yourself, you're going to watch it no matter what. And people who like elimination-style basketball,
but they have me anyway.
do.
They're not worried about me. They know I'm excited about Jakob Poeltl playing in the play-in.
But who is going to get drawn into a play-in game on a Tuesday or a Wednesday night? I don't think that there's anybody who isn't an NBA fan who's going to say, oh, heck, Luka's in the play-in? I'm tuning in now for sure. You're either in because you like the NBA and you like the play-in, or you're out because you're not into the NBA or you don't like the play-in game.
Seeing what's going on with Dallas, and the only thing sweeter to me personally than seeing them miss the play-in would be seeing them get in just to lose right away. I just don't like the Mavericks. But you look at the way things started with Luka, how promising it was. Last year they overachieved. They got into the conference championship game. You contrast that with where they are now and with what the Warriors have done with their superstars. And again, I know this is the Warriors' flagship, but it really sheds a lot of light on what a great job Bob Myers and everybody have done at holding this thing together as long as they have.
Right. And I look at what Dallas has done since they got Kyrie Irving.
And they never were close. I'm not saying they were never close to the Warriors level, but they looked like they were ascending.
But they got worse, and they bit the apple. Shout out Adam and Eve and the Book of Genesis, and they wanted the temptation.
That's the first one, right?
The Book of Genesis, yeah. And it's one of the part of the Pentateuch, which that would have been good for Jock Purdy. I would have been one I got right. The first 5 books are known as the Pentateuch.
That's a
shout
good
out Good Friday
name.
Tomorrow.
Hey, you're listening to the Pentateuch.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, you did. Look at you. That would be on Peacock if you called it what you wanted to call it.
Right.
They got Kyrie Irving. His first game was February 8th. They won that game to get to 30-26 on the season, and since then they've gone 18-16. They've been mediocre, to borrow from Richard Sherman. And mediocre's not getting it done. They had no real cushion. And I'm kind of with you as far as Luka. I think Luka's a great player. He's got a lot of growing up to do, but I'd be happy to see Kyrie Irving on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
Give me Oklahoma City. They're exciting.
I like Oklahoma City. I like Shea, and I like Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do?
Uh-huh.
You like Lou Dort?
I do.
I like Lou Dort, especially when my team is playing against him and he's going to shoot a three because
he's tough as nails, though.
He's very tough. Great defender. But when he shoots the ball, the sound that it makes when it hits the rim is Lou Dort. I mean, that guy throws out a heavy ball, dude.
Dort.
Seriously. He was throwing brick after brick. And when I was watching him in the first half, it's like, Jesus, Lou Dort? This guy's unbelievable. And then second half, it's like, okay, Lou Dort.
Well, that's the old argument. You know, basketball people say that fans should be excited about watching Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, but fans don't know who he is yet. I know real fans do, but as far as the more casual fans that, basketball's on, playoff time, who's on? They just, compared to like a Luka or even Kyrie, they just don't know who he is yet. So it takes time.
Yes, but I don't think that the play-in game is a vehicle where you're going to actually get to know somebody anyway. And even the first round of the NBA playoffs, quite frankly, is not much of a vehicle anyway. So let's say you're a fan of, I don't know, the Washington Wizards, and your team is out. You like the NBA, but you're a Wizards fan, and you're getting ready for the playoffs. There's 4 games on Saturday. There's 4 games on Sunday. You're probably not going to watch all 8. So it almost comes down to convenience, what game fits in my schedule, and or like I want to watch Giannis, or I want to watch Boston, or I want to watch Embiid. You're probably not going to be dialed in for Gilgeous-Alexander.
The Warriors 42-38. As of right now, they're 6th. They're a game ahead of the Lakers, so it could still go any which way. It appears that they have a great shot here at avoiding the play-in. That would be, I think, a surprise if they ended up sliding back. They had some moments this year where they were dreadful. Why do you think they've been able to improve to this point? What's been, if there was one thing that you had to point to, the Warriors are much more stable than it looked like they'd be right now. 42-38 isn't great, I know, but it's trending upwards. Why? What's the single biggest reason?
Defense. Their defense has gone from god-awful to just middle of the pack. And over the last, and you could go back to the last, 12 or so games where they're not giving up $125 each and every night. Last night they gave up $125, or 2 nights ago. But that was fine because you scored 136. But before that, you gave up 112 and a loss to Denver, 115 and a win, 109 and a win, 99 in an odd loss to Minnesota. But that was a game where you actually showed up and you cared about defense. Mm-hmm. You beat Philly and you gave up 112. Dallas, you won in a high-scoring affair, but before that, you beat Houston, you gave up 108. Your defense has gone from god-awful to we actually give a crap most of the time. And I think because of that, you've been able to win some of these big games that you've had down the stretch.
I think Jordan Poole and his lack lately of defensive indifference. Last time I was on, I know I confessed to you, I was hard on him, and I was talking about defensive indifference. He's trying now. He's giving more of an effort, and he's playing hard. He's making better decisions. He's helping them win. And to me, I've seen many instances where his teammates resented him this year. But when he's playing like he is now, it's like, well, we're good. If you're going to try on defense and you're gonna save us down the stretch of some of these games with these big fourth quarters, you know what? That works. We're okay. I would say if that's one, and reason number one why they've gotten better, I would say reason 1A is because they seem a lot deeper. Kuminga has gotten better.
Yeah.
Poole looks like he's solidified things. And I think people can disagree. I know he hasn't been here long. I think the Peyton trade has already paid big dividends. I think the Warriors play with a lot more confidence knowing that they have him to come in and do the things he does, rather than, before when they had a guy like, I don't know if we're ever going to figure this out.
Well, and they have in Peyton something that they haven't had all year, which is on-ball defense.
Back to the defense, you're right.
Just at the very least, go guard the ball. And Jonathan Kuminga, that's where he has actually been able to get minutes. And the first time we had Steve Kerr on, I asked him.
You talked to Steve Kerr
recently, every now and
you?
again, every week, right here on Willard and Dibs. Yeah. And I asked him, how does a player go about earning minutes? Does it happen on the defensive end first or the offensive end? And he said, Dibs, that's a great question. And I'm glad you asked me that. And I said, Steve, it's why I'm here. And I said, enough of the pleasantries. How about an answer? I was tough on him, Whitey.
Uh-huh.
And he said
I'll
that,
bet you were.
Yes, Kuminga earned it with on-ball defense. And that's like the most basic thing to do as a young player. Go out there, guard the guy with the ball. And when you're learning to be a pro at this level with this complex offense, the offensive part is way more difficult than the defensive part of go guard that guy who has the basketball. You're an athlete. Go get him. And so Kuminga did that, and then he's gradually been able to learn the offense at a greater level and been able to earn more minutes that way.
Do you know how long the Warriors want you to hold the ball before you pass or do whatever you want? They have actually a time frame. They want you to have the ball how long before you decide whether to dribble it or pass it or shoot it?
Is it a second and a half?
It's half a second.
It's not. It's half a second.
0.5. They call it, and I read this, 0.5 basketball. And it's not something they originated, but they call it 0.5 basketball. And I think Kuminga has finally gotten to the point now where it's like, okay, I can do that. And I think the way he naturally played, especially in the G League, was give me the ball and I got to see what's available to me because you know how good I am.
Yeah.
And then in the offense here, it's like, dude, no, let's go. It's like, well, hold on, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet.
Right.
And now it seems like, okay, he's realized I can do that and I'm still going to get mine. And he's just adapted to that. And it's not like he's not freaking out about, I don't have enough time to decide what to do.
That and I don't know where to be when I don't have the basketball. Because when you're a young player and you have so much talent and you get the ball, it's like, okay, do I cross him over? Do I go to the rim? Do I step back and pull up? Do I go to three? Whatever it is, I'm thinking I'm going to do it when I have the ball in my hands. It's me, the ball, and the hoop. But this Warrior team, it's about, like you said, 0.5.
Yeah.
If I'm not going to do something with it now, it's a pass, a dribble, a cut, maybe all three, and work for another good shot.
I think that was one of the keys when they were playing in the 2015 finals against Cleveland and they were struggling, remember? And I think they had to reinforce that, like, look, we got to get back to 0.5 basketball. And obviously when you're doing that well, it's not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. But when you're doing it well, it's awfully hard to guard a team that's doing it like, whoa.
Well, it's impossible,
Player movement, ball movement.
When you have five guys who can
Hello,
move
fellas.
like that. Thank you, Saintly One. When you have a team that is comprised with high IQ basketball players and unselfish. Think about Steph as a superstar. What other superstar have we ever seen? I would put Reggie Miller on the short list of guys who don't need the ball and are willing to get on the treadmill and put in all that work before they even need to get a shot off. That's unselfish.
This is a little bit different than what you're saying, but the only one to me that I'd compare Steph to in terms of everything involved in being a superstar and putting team first is Tim Duncan. And I mean, you're talking more about shooters. And
Tim Duncan, obviously, they didn't have him moving the way Steph moves.
You're right. Yeah.
Tim Duncan would get to his spot and get the ball, and he would know, I'm being doubled.
Yeah.
I'll pass it. I'm not being doubled. I'll do my slow.
What do we need? Yeah.
Right. Because he knew that he could do left shoulder turn, 14-foot bank, right shoulder turn, 12-foot bank. What? But when he was doubled, he always would make the unselfish play.
Yeah. Although, as I remember, you were a big fan of his backup.
Thiago
from
Splitter.
Brazil. Thiago Splitter. Tibbs loved Thiago Splitter.
Oh, man. I was a big Splitter guy. Big fan of the split.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the split action. Thiago Splitter.
All that said, I know Sam Amick today wrote in The Athletic. Steiny and Guru talked to him and talked about it. He says the Warriors are a contender, and I'm not sure I'm there yet. And I should have learned from last year, and I want to be there, Dibs. I'm just not sure. Are the Warriors, this team, can we actually say, and I'm not saying they have no chance, this team right now, are they contenders?
Over under 8.5 playoff wins. Which way you going? 8.5, which would mean they would win 2 series if it was an over.
I'll tell you what I do. I'll tell you in just a moment. I'll also tell you we got Kareth Burke coming up at 5:15.
Yeah, we do.
That's next here.
KB.
It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
At Pennzoil, we have one job, pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil, long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
Hey,
Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was great until the movie started buffering. Then she started asking questions like, why are you...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today. I don't think Dibs grills Willard like he did me before the break, asking me these tough Warrior questions. These very existential Warrior postseason questions about, are they a contender? What were the odds you were throwing at me now?
Over under 8.5 wins in the postseason. I guess what I'm asking you, Whitey, in a less convoluted way, do you think that this team can win 2 postseason series? 2 postseason series? Because as you know, it takes 4 to win a postseason series. So
yeah,
do you see them as a team that can make the Western Conference Finals?
If I'm being honest, and why wouldn't I be honest? I remember last year I was very skeptical when the postseason started and the Warriors went on and won a championship, which in all fairness, I really think it surprised even some of them at the time.
Yeah.
Which is funny because like Draymond was saying, everyone said we couldn't do it. You can go back and find things where, well, Draymond, you didn't seem to think you could do it. But be that as it may, I think one of the reasons the Warriors are legitimate contenders this year in the postseason is because very few teams really scare you. It's pretty wide open. That said, the team in the West that maybe scares me the most is Phoenix. And so I have a hard time seeing the Warriors get past the Suns. And maybe I need to look at it closer. I could see them beating a lot of other teams. The Suns, I think that'd be tough.
Right. The Suns,
assuming health, pardon me.
Right. Assuming health for everybody. And
yeah.
You would say that the Suns are the most daunting opponent, followed by Denver, then Memphis, in that order?
Yes, I would. Would you?
I might put Denver first just because of where they are geographically, the difficulty it is to go to Denver and win, and the fact that Denver's healthy, and Denver is a lot better than they were last year. And something about Phoenix and the 38-year-old Chris Paul, and I know he's not a key cog in that team. I know that Booker is legit, and Kevin Durant is, when healthy, one of the best players, if not the best player in the association. Something about Phoenix I'm still not totally bought into. Maybe it's because of last year's choke job against Dallas in the playoffs. So I would put Denver still as the most daunting Western opponent.
They haven't been playing great lately, and I know their coach has called them out, Michael Malone, and some of that can just be, you know what, we know how good we are. Can we, we'll start paying more attention when the playoffs start. Some of it could just be that. Phoenix, I think it maybe cuts both ways. Yeah, Durant has been hurt a lot, but maybe he's going to be fresher for the postseason. And there's no way of knowing. Last year when Steph got hurt, I know Steve Kerr, your close personal friend who you talked to yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Last year he had said, maybe Steph will be fresher for the postseason. And you know what? He was. So maybe that applies to the Suns. I understand everything you're saying, and I don't know, but there's just something about a healthy Durant that really scares me. And Booker. And Chris Paul won't have to do half as much with those two guys and Ayton. I just think that could be a tough matchup for the Warriors.
No, agreed. And, Phoenix won 3 of the 4 games in the regular season against the Golden State Warriors. And, I don't think Kevin Durant played in any of them. So when you look at Phoenix without KD, they still were too much to handle for Golden State, although the Warriors didn't have Andrew Wiggins the last time they played. So it's going to be a battle of heavyweights if they have a matchup. And I'm hoping that they don't have to face Phoenix in the first round, or maybe they don't have to face Phoenix at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. But I think even if it is Sacramento, that's not going to be an easy series. That's not going to be I mean, you never know. But I don't see it as one where the Warriors are going to, they'll win in 5, maybe 6. I don't think so.
I would say 6, maybe 7. I would put it, they're going to beat the Kings, I believe. And, if we get into the prediction season, I think everyone on air will say the Warriors except for Steiny. He would say Sacramento. I would
still
bet.
say Dallas will win. That series.
Exactly. Yeah. Although now that he's been burned by his own prediction, he's going to go Pom Pom Radio. I would predict. Yeah, he's going to go straight Pom Pom Radio, especially coming off of a game where he sat in Bob Meyer's seats. So I don't think he can turn on his beloved Warriors anymore.
Oh, I'm so out.
I hope he still gets a chance to sit in Bob Meyer's seats next year. Really hope so. Doesn't look like.
Do you think those will be Bob Meyer seats?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't seem like it, does it? Wouldn't you have had that resolved by now if you were going to get that resolved?
Yes and no. I mean, it could be. There could be a number of things in play. The first thing, maybe Bob doesn't want to do the job anymore. And
I know.
So that's. Yeah. I think that obviously that would trump everything. Mm-hmm. The second piece is maybe ownership is ready to turn the keys to the kingdom over to somebody a little bit closer to home. i.e., maybe one of the various Lakers.
Although pardon me, but you've probably read it too or heard it. There's a lot of chatter that if they do that, if Bob Myers is out, that doesn't mean that it's going to be one of the Lakers. It very well could be and would be most likely Mike Dunleavy.
Sure.
I don't know, but that's
Well, that would be the third option, I think, in terms of maybe they want to. And if you're Mike Dunleavy,
or it could be Steiny.
And if Bob wants the job, then how could you go in any other direction and really, quote, get away with it? If Bob wants that job and you go in another direction for whatever reason, that's risky in terms of the public relations part of it. And then the other piece of it is, how does Draymond Green factor into this? Because if Bob Myers doesn't want to be here anymore, or if it's clear he won't be here anymore, and Draymond doesn't want to be with anybody other than Bob Myers, and now Draymond Green's going to opt out, what part does Draymond Green's contract situation play in any of this? The bottom line is we don't know. We know nothing about any of this in terms of Bob's desire to still be here or ownership's desire to have Bob or pay somebody less or move on.
And it's quite possible that the people making those decisions don't know yet, and they don't have to know yet. And a lot of those decisions could be based on what the Warriors do in the postseason. I mean, all of it could be. I mean, if they make another run, oh yeah, we got to bring this all back. And if they don't, if they stumble, maybe that's somebody decides, Joe Lacob or whomever decides, I think we've gotten as far as we're going to get with this. But they don't have to decide yet. I think how they play in the postseason is going to go a long ways towards determining what they decide to do.
Maybe they've already decided is the thing. And
maybe, but how could you have if this is a team that has a chance to? I mean, what if you decided, we're tearing it up, and they win another championship?
Well, what if Bob has already decided, I don't want to do this anymore?
That's separate.
Then
I agree.
The decision's
That's separate.
been made.
Yeah, it's his decision.
Or if the ownership is saying we want to go in another direction, sorry, Bob, then the decision could already have been made. It also could be that they're waiting to see how this plays out. I don't see that part of it. Like, all right, Bob, you get us to the NBA Finals one more time.
I agree.
And we'll give you a contract.
Not so much with him, but
you got to do it 5 times in 9 years.
I mean,
or
as
7 times in 9 years.
All right, Bob's separate because a lot of that is up to him. But all right, maybe Bob's leaving, or maybe not. But if the team plays well, we still want to try to hold it together. It's interesting, Steve Kerr talking to Tim Kawakami recently, and he was saying how this is not a last dance. But it's not up to him, right? It's not up to Steve Kerr. He says, we want to keep everybody together. That's great. That's what he wants, but it's not up to him.
It's really up to Draymond Green. And put the Bob thing aside, because if Bob's not the GM, yet every player comes back, Dante DiVincenzo, I'm opting in. Not likely. Draymond Green, I'm opting in. More likely, but still unlikely, in my opinion. Well, then you can still run it back. Just because you have a different president of basketball operations doesn't mean you're not running it back.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it all comes down to the Draymond Green decision.
Yeah.
And what he wants to do.
But that's a philosophical decision that I think a lot of that be determined by your belief that this can still be viable going forward. And by the way, DiVincenzo, what is he, 4.75 next year? I think he could opt in, and he's almost certainly going to get a lot more than that from somebody.
Right.
And then we don't know this new rule, not to get all wonky and give everybody an ice cream headache, the mid-level exception, they could lose that. We don't know for sure if that's going to go into effect right away or if they're going to massage that in. The reporting on that has been a little unclear, but it's a huge factor for the Warriors potentially in this offseason.
And we do know that if Draymond Green opts out and it's a straight opt-out, they can't replace his salary because they're over the luxury tax threshold. So the only way that they could, quote,
So it's
get
not like
something
they get
back,
a chunk of that money. Oh, you can spend this.
No, because they're already over.
Right,
and
right.
That 27 or whatever, 27.8 or whatever that
Are they
number
a little
is.
over, Dibs?
They're way over, so high.
And they're going to be...
As Dave Fleming famously
Bellinger
said.
throws it so high.
It's one of our great... Yeah, while we're in a comedic space, shout out to Ernie Chavez on the YouTube page, who paid $2 of his hard-earned money to endorse your Goose moniker for greatest offensive outside shooter ever.
Huh.
So, Ernie, you paid for it. You get it. That's $2 in Whitey's column.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you think, Dibs, as my friend, I can ask you, I wouldn't ask you this on the air, I could design a Goose like T-shirt. Maybe they could sell that at the 95.7 the game shop. You
I
think I should
think so. I think so. Although you couldn't use his likeness.
Right, I know that.
I don't know if you remember the DPOY shirts we had for a 49er player who was up for and eventually won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with that player or that team.
I didn't even make the connection until you just suggested that some people might see one.
So if you did some sort of a goose, greatest outside.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is.
Greatest of outside shooters ever.
Greatest offensive outside shooter ever. Isn't that what you said?
That's not what I said.
That's what Ernie said for $2. I had to parrot Ernie. That one was for free. But whatever it would be, you would have to have a goose in maybe he wears like a blue 30 jersey. And I don't know if
So you think the goose is shooting the basketball?
and the goose has a mouthpiece. Work with me here. So you got the goose, right? You have a goose.
Okay, I'm actually going to do this, and
do a mock-up.
I will.
And I'm not mocking you. So you got a goose in a 30 jersey, a blue jersey.
Right.
And I don't know if a goose could shimmy shake, but you got a goose in a 30 jersey with a mouthpiece hanging out.
Should I put like basketball shoes on his feet or
What is going on here?
You know what's going on. You've been listening to this whole show, Fitz. We're creating art here for 957thegameshot.com. Shop.
Stupid. Don't say that again.
Now it's good. And it's not
Thanks, Ernie.
95.7
No, it's not.
thegameshop.com.
Even though it might say that on something that you're handed to read. Don't do that because they'll come down your chimney on that.
Yeah, they will.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. In for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Thank you, Ernie. I appreciate that. Kareth Burke is going to join us coming up in 10 minutes or so. Kareth Burke will join us. We're just trying to figure out where the Warriors truly are right now. Sam Amick wrote a piece in The Athletic, posted it today that says, yes, they are contenders. You said that you thought the Warriors would beat the Kings. You said maybe it goes 7, but you're very confident. Ultimately, and again, we don't know for sure that's who they're going to play. Why are you so confident that they'd beat that team?
They've got a championship pedigree, which I think matters in the playoffs. And I think that the Warriors, man for man, have more talent at what the Kings do best, which is score the basketball. They're, I think, at their best defensively. They can make things difficult for Sacramento. I don't think Sacramento defensively can do as much against the Warriors offensively.
They're not a good defensive team.
No, and the Warriors
like they're a
can
bad
be
defensive team.
Right, and the Warriors are a great offensive team, as are Sacramento. Sacramento's a little bit better.
Are the Warriors a great offensive team?
I think so.
The offense overall has been okay. I mean, they've certainly had their moments, but the Kings have been like wall-to-wall this year, one of the most efficient offenses ever. And the Warriors offense, they got some great shooters, but they've been up and down.
They have been, but I think when you get Andrew Wiggins back and you get into a Sharp series, I think that this team offensively can hit you with a bunch of different weapons. Jordan Poole's a great offensive player. I think Jordan Poole in a Kings series thrives more than he does against a team that's going to bog it down and slow it down a little bit more like Denver might. You know, Denver, a much better defensive team, a much slower pace team. I think that the way the Kings play, up-tempo, great offense, fits with what the Warriors do. Similarly, up-tempo, very good offense, but the Warriors defensively are flat better. And the fact that the Warriors, even though they've been bad this year on the road in the regular season, historically, they win playoff games on the road.
Here's what scares me about the top teams in the West from the Warriors' standpoint. If the Warriors played these teams, what scares you? To me, you mentioned Denver, you mentioned the altitude. Jokic is phenomenal. I think he should win another MVP, which would be 3 in a row, which is like, wow, you're talking rarefied air. But he's just so good, and he poses problems for the Warriors, so he's scary. Memphis, they don't scare me so much because they don't shoot the ball very well. I respect them a great deal. The Warriors have gotten inside their heads a little bit. Obviously, that's not an easy series, but they don't really scare me. Sacramento, the only thing about Sacramento that scares me from the Warriors' standpoint is Mike Brown. And maybe I'm assuming too much. He has so much institutional knowledge of the way the Warriors do everything, and he knows the players so well that I could see him coming up with some some tricks in his bag that the Warriors wouldn't see coming. How significant that would be, I don't know, but that would scare me.
Tricks in his bag, but if you don't have the personnel to execute those tricks, and I think you're right about Mike Brown in terms of scheme diverse. As we go into our Mike Mayock impersonations, of which you do a great one back when he was on NFL Network. You always would get your lisp going.
Do you think I need to update some of the impersonations?
No, I think you need to go to him more often. Like your Mickey Mouse, which is 40 years in the making, and your David Stern, rest in peace.
Right,
and,
right.
Your Jerry Jones is elite. I think you need to break that out a little bit more often. I don't think you go to him as often as I would like.
Okay.
And I mean, you could update him, but I don't know if you like your Johnny Carson. We can go ahead and keep that baby mothballed. He's been gone for 25 years now.
Maybe put that in the shelf with Bullwinkle.
Maybe save that for weekends. Your Bullwinkle. But I think in terms of him scheming it up, if you don't have the personnel to execute a defensive scheme, then what good is it?
Mm-hmm. But I think that's the key. That would be the scary part. He may be able to scheme around some of those shortcomings, but we'll see. Phoenix just scares me, and we talked about this earlier. Durant terrifies me, frankly. And I know a lot of Warrior fans, they don't like him, and he's hurt a lot, and they haven't been that good. He just terrifies me. And they've won, by the way. They've won 6 in a row now. The Clippers, I respect the heck out of them. I feel like as a franchise, there's no soul there, but that was a huge win for them last night.
Yeah. Yeah,
Kawhi.
It was big. And
Kawhi's been resting. Their mascot, the Clippers mascot, is actually a guy sitting down. That's their mascot.
Is that what their mascot is?
He's load managing. Yeah. So that's where they are. But they've been doing that so that when the playoffs come, they'll be healthy. So you don't know what you're going to get from them.
Yeah, the Clippers I think they're dangerous, but with a lowercase d, they don't scare me as much as they should, just because, beyond Kawhi and Paul George, I think there's a pretty big drop-off in terms of playoff experience and real...
Nicolas Batum?
Yeah,
Russ. They got Russ.
Yeah, they sure do. Go ahead and shoot, Russ. We're going to put you in the Lou Dort category of please shoot, won't you? I want to circle back to your Nikola Jokic MVP comment, because on the surface, I don't think you're wrong, but I don't think that he belongs in the rarefied air among those who have won 3 straight MVP awards. Now, that may be petty of me to want to hold that against him, but his case is not so slam dunk that he deserves to be put in that echelon.
I understand that.
Only 3 guys have ever won 3 straight.
Yeah. Let's see. That would be Michael, Bird, and... No, did Michael do it?
No.
Bird did it? Yeah.
Why do they call Bird Bird?
Because he looks like a bird.
Thank you. 84, 85, and 86. Larry Bird is correct.
Yeah. And
how about LeBron James? Did he win 3 in a row?
They call Bird Bird. Why? Because he looked like a bird?
LeBron? Yeah. Okay.
Wrong.
Oh.
LeBron 09, 10, 12, and 13.
All right. Sorry.
I'm trying to prime the pump here.
Yeah.
No wonder why you didn't want to play Jockparty, Mr. Know-It-All host. How about Wilt? Did he ever win 3 in a row?
No, because Bill Russell.
No, Wilt. Yeah, 66, 67, and 68.
Of course, he's the second one.
How about Bill Russell?
Yeah.
Did he ever win 3 in a row?
I don't know anymore.
61, 62, and 63.
There you go. Sure.
Those are your
Russell.
3.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan never did. LeBron hasn't. Moses Malone's got 3, but not consecutive. Magic, 87, 89, and 90 doesn't have 3 straight.
But to say that Jokic doesn't deserve it because he doesn't deserve to be in that rarefied air, that'd almost be like saying Moses Malone didn't deserve those 3 because he's not that good. If he was
Moses
the MVP,
Malone was that good.
If he was the MVP 3 years in a row, then he deserves them no matter who the others are. I understand your point, but to say Jokic has been the MVP this year, but we can't give it to him again because then he'd be 3 in a row like Wilt and Russell and Larry Bird, that's not a good reason not to give it to him.
I kind of agree with you, but
it's just not.
I'm sticking with that because, and I think that there's an argument to be made for Joel Embiid for the MVP.
Sure.
And you could have made the argument in previous years where he didn't get it. So, and I know it's always a weird one where, he deserves one because he's been so close. You got to give him one. But I do kind of believe that.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I don't. And what's he played, like 32 games?
Embiid?
Yeah.
No, he's got to be up around 60 plus.
I'm exaggerating, yeah. But he's right there near the cut line that they're going to put in for the awards.
How do you feel about that cut line? in terms of all individual awards?
If it helps with load management, I'm 100% in favor of it. I just don't think ultimately it's going to help.
65 games for Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
That's more. I think the cut would be.
I think it was 65, isn't it?
I thought it was only.
I'll have to double check.
I thought it was like 2/3 of the games, but that may not be, which would be 54. But I don't think it's quite 65. But because then you'd have nobody winning any award. Kevon Looney, you're MVP.
That's the idea. Trying to force guys. I got a sore calf, but I got to play my 65 games so I can win the MVP. I understand the reasoning, but ultimately, I don't think that's going to convince anybody not to rest. I got to play tonight so I can maybe win the award. I don't think it's going to work. Hope it does, but
right. And I also think you'll get into a spot where guys down the stretch will just, hey, I'm going to play 1 minute tonight, and just to make sure I get my game played.
They won't do that.
It's going to hurt my average. But you know, if you're averaging like Embiid's averaging 33.3, he's the leading scorer in the association. If it costs you a chance to win the scoring title, but you need that game to be the MVP, what are we doing here at that point? It's foolish.
What we're doing is we're not worrying about it. You know why? Because Jokic is the MVP. Again.
He's 16th in the league in scoring.
So what?
That's the most important thing.
What's his shooting, his true shooting percentage?
Now we're going to go. See, this is what Steve Kerr and I were talking about. Like, everyone wants to arm themselves with whatever numbers that we want to use to make our argument.
No, my point is that he's hyper efficient, and he also runs their offense. He's like their point guard. He's an excellent rebounder. He's an excellent passer, and he scores. He's a scorer, not a shooter. He doesn't need very many shots to score his, 24 a game, whatever he is?
He's 32nd in the league in usage.
They
could do without him. I mean, they don't even need him, really.
Yeah.
Embiid is third in usage. He's more valuable because they need him to be used. I mean, whatever.
He's less valuable. We have to give you the ball all the time to get your 30-something points. Jokic, we don't have to do that. He's going to do it organically because he's that good.
Because he's surrounded by better players. So we can...
Jokic is?
Better players than Philadelphia?
Maybe if he's at the All-Star game.
I mean...
Wait, who are you saying? Jokic has better players around him than Embiid has around him?
Embiid's got James Harden.
Uh-huh.
And,
Tyrese Maxey.
Right.
Tobias Harris.
Okay.
Tobias Fuke from Arrested Development.
Nice. That's a 3 for your Arrested reference.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Jamal Murray's good. I hope Jokic wins it. I think there's a lot of Jokic fatigue. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. But to me, he is the most valuable player.
Yeah. Not to me. Yeah. But, you know.
So you're going Embiid?
I think so, yeah. I would go with Embiid. It's going to be close. And I think that if Embiid does win, it's going to be because of Jokic fatigue as much as it is the fact that Embiid's leading the league in scoring. And I think that should matter for something for a Philadelphia team that wouldn't be anywhere near as good as they are without him.
There are a number of changes in the new CBA, or collective bargaining agreement. One of the most notable is that starting next season, players must appear in at least 65 games to be eligible for major awards and honors, such as MVP, Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, and all NBA teams. So, yeah, they're putting it at 65.
65.
Yeah.
That's, wow. That's a lot. I mean, if you look right now around the association, and I know that we still have a couple games left to go, but only 169 players have reached that threshold.
Mm-hmm.
And that's out of, what, you're probably dealing with 534 players have played in a game this year. So you're talking about a fourth of the league, basically, maybe a third, actually, would be eligible for postseason awards.
Yes. Well,
that's not good.
If I'm Commissioner Silver, which I'm not, but if I were David Stern, I'd say the idea, of course, is that next year with these new rules, we will have more players who will be participating. So you are making our argument for us. With the new rules, we will have a lot more players who will play more games because they want to be eligible for the postseason awards, which in some cases have financial incentives.
Thank you. Was that so hard? Rest in peace, David Stern. We miss you. He might be the GOAT, Commissioner, the greatest of all time.
Maybe.
The GOAT.
You used to always have your commissioner power rankings. I remember.
You would make me, is what happened. I mean,
you always had them. That's all I know.
Yeah, right now it's my guy Raj at the top. Roger Goodell.
He's terrible.
He is presiding over a glorious era of professional football. He is Teflon. He's untouchable. I mean, what's wrong with football right now as a product? What would be the one thing that is wrong with football? Too many games? Hell no. You watch every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Too much excitement? I mean, what's the problem with football right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know, as Mark Cuban said years ago, was it pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered? He suggested the NFL's getting a little too full of themselves, but that was a good 10, 11 years ago, and I think they're still doing okay.
I would put Adam Silver at number 2, although he's hearing footsteps from Flaccid Rob, as I like to call him, Rob Manfred, who the changes Rob has made have really gone a long way toward reshaping the future of baseball.
I don't think he even knows what they've done. I don't think he likes baseball.
Flaccid Rob?
I don't think he watches baseball. They got Theo Epstein to come up with some of these ideas. They implemented them, and I'm not sure Manfred is. I haven't actually seen any games yet. I'm sure it's great.
That's
he doesn't like baseball.
2 for your Manfred?
I don't know. I don't even know how he talks.
Because you do a C-League, I know, but and I used to do a C-League as well. There's nothing we could do.
Right.
When the All-Star game resulted in a tie,
Yeah.
our hands were tied.
Right. Goodell, I guess, is the best of the commissioners. It's just not saying much right now. Slim pickings, Dibs, when it comes to our pro sports commissioner.
Chad Peterman's on the phone. It's great. Mikal Bridges, 81 games played, leads the association. And if I'm not mistaken,
Does he have a chance to play more than 82?
Yeah, I believe so. I was just looking at that because Brooklyn, I believe, has 2 more games. Brooklyn's got 2 more, so he could play the rare 83-game slate.
Wow.
And I bet he does.
Mm-hmm. Good player. Yeah. Phoenix, I think, maybe misses him a little bit more than they thought they would. But if it's for Kevin Durant, they would trade him and Cam Johnson again in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I suppose. And I had kind of wanted the Warriors to somehow wind up getting a big-time player at the trade deadline. You got Gary Payton II, which is good. I thought Jay Crowder would have been the perfect player for the Warriors to get.
If you look at it on the surface, James Wiseman, number 2 pick, promising player for a guy who has been hurt. He's 30 years old. He's a bench player. It looks like, wow, what a terrible trade. But I think it's been a really good trade in the short term, and I think next year it's going to be a good trade too.
I think so.
Yeah.
And, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Nice enough to join us now with more on all that. NBC Sports Bay Area Warrior pre- and post-game host. She's on podcast. Pleasure to welcome Kareth Burke back to the show. Kareth, I hate to put you on the spot, but we got to do this to start.
Man.
Dibs and I have a disagreement over MVP. I think it's Jokic. Dibs thinks it's Embiid. We just, we got to get this out of the way. I'm not sure whether you have a vote or not. If you do, which way are you going, Kareth?
Well, first of all, guys, do I have to honk like a goose to be on this show?
It would be cool if you did.
Everybody's doing it. You don't have to, but everybody's doing it. Yeah.
What do you think of the moniker? There it is. I think she's in favor of the nickname, Whitey.
Nice. Well done.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
MVP, first of all, can we just celebrate that we have a race this close, that we have this kind of talent, that they both happen to be big men? I think that's really great for the league. I honestly don't have strong feelings one way or another. I think Embiid's case has gotten a lot louder maybe since the All-Star break, but I think if push came to shove, I would still say it's Nikola Jokic. He's averaging a triple-double. Like, his effective field goal rate is the highest. And I do think that the Nuggets don't get the same kind of exposure that the East Coast teams have. So that's a little bit like you can't see him as much. You just kind of have to know that he's good. But he's good, and it would be really cool to see somebody win it 3 years in a row.
That's just a strong answer.
great
Too
answer.
strong, actually.
Yeah.
It's Kareth and Whitey here on 95.7 The Game. I'll go get a cup of coffee because I can't hang with that level of analysis. This Warriors team, Kareth, I know that you've been tracking it so closely through 80, but what do you make of how this is going to end over the next 2 and what you think their real chances are, their effective playoff chances, so to speak, going forward?
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, first of all, your colleague, John Dickinson, helped map this out because it's crazy. Even with 2 games left, all the scenarios that can happen.
Mm-hmm.
If the Warriors win out, and I think they will, and I know tomorrow's game is going to be very tough, but they'll land at the 6th seed. And whoever they play first should be nervous. The playoff Warriors are a different brand. I'm not sure. I I look at this team and I see how much they've been average this season, how much they've been a 500 team, and that their defense has been weaker than in previous seasons. So I think their championship pedigree and the fact that they're defending a championship, I would never count them out in the postseason, but I do want to acknowledge something that the Warriors say themselves, that winning a championship is incredibly hard, and the Warriors have done some things that have made their season harder. The fouling, the turnovers, the lack of defense. So I just don't know. I don't have a feeling yet. I really want to see how they do in that first round.
Kareth Burke with us here. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game. Kareth, just full disclosure, I've been very critical at times of Jordan Poole, and yet this week he's played out of his mind. Has he, in some ways this week, has he saved the Warriors, or at least an aspect of the Warriors season before our very eyes?
Saved the season? Whew. That's a really big compliment, but you're right that he's come on lately. I saw this stat. When you added up his points during the 4-game homestand, he had 108 points, but he's also playmaking for teammates. He just seems to have a knack right now to read what the game needs. Do they need him to draw the defense and play make for others, or do they need him to have those scoring bursts where he could drop a quick dozen? So I think something is working out for him right now. I don't want to question it. It's peaking at the right time. Let him go.
That's been magical over the last few games. Festus Ezeli and Mark and I have gotten into it over the idea of whether or not he can close games. Festus name-checking us the other night, which Bonte was all too quick to pile on. So
I saw that.
And Kareth, while we're in the space, if somebody was checking one of your teammates, say a Monty Poole, who is revered in this market, would you be quick to pile on, or would you defend a teammate?
I would defend a teammate.
Amen, sister.
I don't want to get involved in this, and I hope it was all in good fun. But yeah, I would defend a teammate. Yeah.
It always starts that way.
Yeah,
it's fun.
It's all good fun.
It always starts in a nice place.
Until we play this back tomorrow in the morning roast, and the headline is Burke turns on Bonte. And then, I appreciate you, though, Kareth. Thank you.
Kareth, I know that we have a long ways to go still, with the most important games to come. And you mentioned, the ups and downs this year. We're all too familiar with those. What has been the most pleasant surprise to you about the Warriors this season, and what would you say has been the biggest disappointment as far as their play so far this year?
Oh, guys, that's a big question. I mean, short term, the thing that just happened right in front of us is the return of GP2.
Mm-hmm.
How much that lifted the team, how much we're going to see that on defense. But how about just the hustle plays that he makes and the intensity that he brings to every game, and then he's got no problem being a menace on the floor and picking up a guy all 94 feet. So just the many ways that GP2 can lift the team. I think something that's a little underrated this season is Draymond's season. The intensity that he's brought to things, his rebounding, of course, his playmaking, but just his seriousness to capitalize on this moment. I mean, we know he's got some things maybe in this off season that he needs to decide. I don't know which way he's going to lean. So if this is the last time we see the trio of Steph and Klay and Draymond together, I feel like you're really seeing Draymond play for this moment to honor his teammates, to try to take this team as far as he can go, maybe even to get a sneaky defensive player of the year. He will always tell you that's one of his goals. So I think what Draymond is doing for the team has been essential. And, I think Draymond is doing it pretty banged up this season. You guys see that he still has that bandage on his left hand. He's still got those fingers taped. That's an injury that goes back to the last time the Warriors played the Blazers. That was around the All-Star break, I believe. So it's kind of one of those behind-the-scenes things, the ice packs, the tape, the heating pads, Draymond doing whatever he can to stay on the floor for his guys.
For him staying on the floor to Andrew Wiggins getting ready to return to the floor,
yes.
How big of an emotional lift will this be? And before you answer, now that you and I are pals and you had my back, I do just want to compliment you on the way you have always asked the Andrew Wiggins questions, because I know it's not always easy in those moments, but I feel like you asked the question in the correct way each and every time.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what, and guys, for a personal issue, the questions are very limited, in my opinion. I feel like there were 4 of them, basically. Let's see if I can run through them. So why is Andrew Wiggins out? Personal matter. Any other details you could share with us? It involves his family. Okay, gosh, I'm really sorry to hear that. What's the timetable for his return? We don't know. Is it possible he might be out for the season? No, we won't take it that far. There's hope that he'll return. Any other questions? I mean, please tell me if I'm missing something. But as a reporter, those feel like the fair and ethical questions to ask for a guy going through a personal issue. And there's always that ethical line. Like, I'm a curious person. It's my job to be curious. When it comes to something personal, I don't want my curiosity to turn into entitlement to know. So I'm glad that Andrew felt protected while he was gone, that his privacy was intact, that his team was really there for him. And so you're right, I did ask him, is there anything you want to share about what your family went through during your absence? And he said, no, I'd like to keep that private. And for me, that's where it starts and ends.
Kirith, great answer. If you ever asked someone an admittedly unwieldy question about what they thought was some of the best aspects of the season and what they were most disappointed in, and they never answered the second part, would you ask them that you come back with this second part, or hope that they would come?
I thought we were teammates.
No, I don't mean to pin you down on that, except I think there's some obvious ones here that are so fascinating, with the team with the fouls. To me, it's the turnovers, and we know that. And so I was wondering, when you look at this team, aren't there still some things where you go, man, this team, they've won all these championships, but why can't they straighten this one thing out? Is there one thing that stands out for you?
Yeah, of course. The thing that stands out is their home record versus their road record. And after maybe 10 examples of the same type of loss on the road, you would think there would be some sort of correction. Mm-hmm. And there hasn't been. They're still looking for their 10th road win of the season. The Warriors hoping and praying that comes on Friday because of the stakes in this game. But that's stark, and that's bad, and that's not the blueprint to defend as champions. That is a supremely weak spot, especially if the Warriors are not going to have home court advantage in the postseason if they're the 6th, 7th, or 8th seed. So that's the one for me. Why the discrepancy here? And then baked inside of that might be all of those reasons of defensive lapses, fouling too much, sending the opponent to the free throw line to get 3 points. And there was one more, turnovers. Yeah, turnovers. So there's just been a pattern to the problems this season, and that's been really puzzling.
Gareth, I apologize for the unpleasant nature with which you were confronted by that follow-up question. That's not who we are here on Willard and Dibs.
It was worth it.
That's a quality answer.
That was the softest confrontation, really.
Things are getting heated in here, Gareth. I tell you. Well, let me just ask one semi-hard question. What do you think happens with Bob Myers? What's going on there?
Have you sort of heard the post-game things that players are talking about? And maybe it was Draymond being very direct in that moment where Bob came down and talked to him in the fourth quarter of the game. He's like, you've made your point. Like, just go back out there, show up for your teammates. And post-game, Draymond said, what Bob tells me is Bible. And this whole season, you've gotten little things sprinkled into post-game comments or practice comments about how much the players trust Bob, how much continuity he's built, how much he's architected this dynasty, and how much they like to have him around. They compliment his emotional intelligence. They compliment his communication. And guys, just for who Bob is, he can be a buffer for a lot of things. He could be the buffer between ownership and the coaching staff. He can I think he just has a way about him that can squash a lot of things because he's an understanding human. We just saw the way that he allowed Andrew Wiggins to have a lengthy absence, to take care of his family, to put basketball first. And I think when this team is in the playoff hunt and they've been struggling to be above 500, there could have been other pressures there for Andrew Wiggins, but he got to take all the time he needed. So all of this just adds up to Bob Myers feels like the right guy for the moment. So I hope he comes back. And kind of what I'm reading between the lines is if he doesn't, there's going to be some grumbles from the big names on the team.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Kareth. And by the way, we're still working on the prototype for the Goose T-shirt, greatest of outside shooters ever. But when we get one off the production line, first one's on its way to you. So just,
That sounds fantastic. Hong Kong show.
Great.
Thank
great
you. We
work.
appreciate it. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Gareth.
Wow. Surprising with the goose, bringing out the goose herself there.
Listening to the program, and I think in favor of your new acronym.
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
she honked. I don't think that you go ahead and you do the goose noise unless that you are you're on board. And I look forward to you producing the art. And you've come up with great shirts, such as just here for the $9 beer. That was your idea.
Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't know if you've gotten your Just Desserts on that. I wouldn't say that it's like brilliant or groundbreaking, but clever and certainly buyable at 957thegameshop.com. And maybe the goose shirt, you and I collaborating on the artistic side of it.
Okay.
With a goose and a 30 jersey.
Yeah.
And a mouthpiece. You got to have the mouthpiece.
Yeah,
hanging
that's a
out.
great idea. I just want you to know the ground rules here. If I send you a mock-up, and it's horrible, please don't, post that or anything.
Oh, no. We'll keep it in-house.
We're just, spitballing on some things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know me. I would never be one
I
to
do
take...
know you, and that's why I just want to make...
I would never be one to take something from off air and like a no pressure invite from 13 years ago.
Right. Knowing if you thought it was funny, like, boy, this is really awful, but it'd really be funny, so I'm going to go ahead. Why do you understand? Because it's funny. So
if I was to cheap shot you over some crappy artistic efforts, I would do that when you were on the air with me. I wouldn't.
Yes, I know.
Wouldn't
I
do,
appreciate that.
Yeah, I at least would confront you with it.
All kidding aside, I was very interested in Kareth's answer on Draymond and his thoughts on the general manager going forward and what that could mean next year and what Draymond's already hinting at.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, it sounds to me, and I'm not saying that this is what Kareth was saying, but just based on her answer and what we've seen across the entirety of the season. And I go back to where Mark and I had a show at Chase Center before the year even began, and we had Bob in a suite. We broadcasted from one of the suites.
Bob Myers?
Bob Myers came in, and we talked a lot about, hey, what's going to come, and especially after the Draymond Jordan Poole thing and Clay's contract after this year, and Draymond can opt out and all this and that. And Bob said, I want to tell fans to just enjoy this year. That's my message. And this was going back to like early October. I just want fans to focus on this year, enjoy this year. So everything that's happened through 80 games, I've kind of looked at it all through that lens of what Bob said. Now, it doesn't mean that Bob was telling us then that he's gone, but it means that he might be gone. And if he's going to be gone and Draymond thinks that what he says is Bible, maybe then Draymond would want to be gone. I think all of these things might be intertwined.
When the whole Carlos Correa thing fell apart, I happened to be in that day for Steiny. And so me and Guru, we were talking to Bob Myers, and I asked him about, from your view, how does this, when you have a guy and he has this minor medical thing and blah, blah, blah. He said, look, Whitey, I went to law school, and you have to understand, he said, I'm not coming down your road or anything about saying 95.7 or anything like that. But he said, no, seriously, he said, words matter. So just consider that. Everything Bob Myers says, he knows as well as anyone and a lot better than most. He knows what he's saying. He knows that words matter.
Yeah.
To me, the moment where I really thought, I think he may know he's not going to be back was when he was talking with Steiny and Guru about the young players, and they asked him, of these three guys, and it was Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, what do you think you're going to end up getting? What would you be happy with? And he said, if we get 1.5 players out of that, we'll be happy. And I thought, wow, because that's an admission that we might not get much out of one of them. And I thought for him to be that forthright, that told me, I don't know that he's going to be around that long if he's being that honest about it.
If he's ready to close the book on 1.5 of those guys. And it turned out in that moment, and I think it was a January interview. I remember that interview.
Yeah.
I don't exactly remember the specific date.
And I appreciate the honesty. I'm not, where I'm coming from.
But you're right in terms of Bob doesn't often or ever get caught saying things that he doesn't mean.
Right.
Nor does he say things that are going to be untrue or might be untrue. And I think he was right to say that. If you look at,
too.
Even if he had a 5-year deal, in that moment, if he said, I'd be lucky to get 1.5 out of the 3, that would be like, whoa. It turns out you trade James Wiseman a few weeks later, which ostensibly is saying he's not going to be one of those 1.5. And you look at what Kuminga's become, he's the one. And Moses Moody, he's the half. And he actually might be a whole depending on how this thing progresses from there. But that was a good bit of honesty.
Yeah, the whole thing with Moody, if he's making shots, everything else falls into place. I know I've talked to you about it, and when he's not playing well, at times hasn't played well this year, it's been a matter of him not really doing anything well. Not bad, just he's on the floor, not really helping you. But when he's making shots, I think this has been true from when he first joined the team. When he's making shots, he really can help you. And he shot the ball very well in the last game.
Well, and
made the most of his minutes.
Sorry about that. Even before him making shots, it was, and what I saw on his face was almost a level of disgust. Not disgust that he hadn't been playing, but he was playing with an edge and an anger of a guy who was doing everything he could on the floor to send a message to everyone that he belonged and that he wanted those minutes. So, yes, he was hitting his shots, but, and I mentioned this to Steve Kerr when we had him on yesterday, the offensive rebound off the free throw and the two-footed, flat-footed put-back dunk, I mean, that was like, wow. That, to me, that was a wow moment. Yeah, he's 6'6" or 6'7", and I think a lot of times we forget that. But to fight for that rebound and then to go up in traffic off of 2 feet and dunk it like that, that was a play that to me was all of that frustration of the season coming out in one action.
Steve Kerr on this very program yesterday on Moses Moody.
When Bob and I sat him down 6 weeks ago or so, we asked him how he was dealing with not playing much, and he was so matter-of-fact, he just said, I chose to develop in the NBA, and part of that is sitting and having to earn my time. I could have stayed at Arkansas and played 35 minutes a night and developed on the court, but I chose to do so in the NBA, so this is part of it. And it was so eye-opening to hear a young guy say something like that. It's so rational and thoughtful, and it's one of the things I love about Moses. He's going to have a really successful NBA career, and he's going to be good for us for a long time. But he understands the path, and this year hasn't been easy on him. But frankly, a couple months ago he wasn't ready, and I think seeing him last night, seeing the progress over the last couple of months in practice every day, and his workouts, and his approach. I think he's much better now than he was, and I think he's earned some minutes.
The guy that knows, if I'm not playing, I need to play better. And when I do play, I need to play better, then I'm going to play more. The guy who knows that, Moses Moody, is one of those guys, I like their chances. The guy's like, I can't get on the floor, and it's not my fault. Now, how can I play better if I don't play at all?
Right.
I don't like that guy's chances.
And the way he played, I know that it was a one-off for the most part, but he played with that enthusiasm and that force of a guy who, to your point, wants to be in the rotation come next weekend when the games really start to matter. And he remembers the NBA Finals where he was in the rotation. He was playing meaningful minutes in big-time, high-leverage playoff games, and yet this year it hasn't really worked out. But doesn't mean that his race has been run this year. He dug deep and played great the other night.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Pablo in San Jose. Pablo, you're on with Dibs and Whitey. What can we do for you today?
Dibbly, Whitey, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
All of this conversation about Bob just brings up the obvious parallel of The Last Dance and how Reinsdorf wasn't getting along with Jerry Krause. The players didn't like Jerry Krause. But it seems to me that, Bob Myers is loved by both sides. And, frankly, I think he's arguably, throughout all of the acquisitions and trades that he's made over time, with possibly the exception of Wiseman being his biggest blunder, it seems to me that he's done even a better job of Krause of really building this team. And I don't think, and disagree with me if you want to, I don't think that anybody could come about and do a better job building yet another rendition of this team around Steph, which is, I think, this organization's ultimate goal. And I guess this is all boiling down to my main question. Do you guys think that however this shakes out, at the end of the day, the Warriors can leave with Steph having 6 championships? I'll take the answer off the air. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Pablo. Appreciate that. Thanks for hanging on. Wow, 6 titles for Steph.
I mean, you'd have to win one this year, and then you would have to get Draymond Green to opt in or find a way to extend him. I don't think that Steph gets another one without Draymond or without Klay Thompson. And that would mean you'd have to get Klay Thompson to sign an extension, which he probably will do at a big discount. But I think if you have Steph, Klay, Draymond, Wiggins, Poole, Kuminga, and Moody, and then fill in the blank, whoever else you want to do it, you could maybe win a couple over the next 4, but you absolutely would have to win this one. Otherwise, you're not getting 6.
The math, obviously, you could take any player in the league right now, any player in the league, and say, can they win 2 championships from here on, however long it takes? The odds are against that, right? Any player in the league. Any player in the league right now.
That's an interesting thing. Maybe we can visit that in more depth on the other side in terms of if you were to take any player in the league right now and say you're going to win 2 championships between now and the end of your career, who would you draft on the 2 chips, the 2 chips draft?
Yeah. So the odds are against anybody doing that. So it's really tough. But Steph told Steiny, Steiny said it wasn't really hard last year, and he said it's hard every year.
Right.
So
Steph at 35.
Yeah.
How many players have been the best player on their team and won 2 championships after their 35th birthday?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if there's anybody, right?
Don't talk about that. Yeah.
Jordan wasn't 35 when he won. I think he might have been 34 when he won his last one.
You got to Google it.
Right, and I will Google it.
We will. Yeah, but the whole Last Dance parallel to me it's really fascinating because it's chilling. At least the Bulls, they knew, yes, this is coming. And I thought in Durant's last year, Steve Kerr kind of knew. He never called it the Last Dance, but even in camp that year, he was saying, we got to enjoy this. They knew. This year, they don't know, and a lot of them aren't sure what's going to happen. That's the chilling things. This still could go any which way as far as next year, but we don't have to worry about that now.
No, we're not worried about that now. We're worried about right now. If LeBron James gets one more title, he would be a player to get 2 after 35. He got one at 36 in the bubble, and he would get another one, but I don't like his chances. And Steph at 35, I would probably take Giannis on that as far as any player in the league right now who still might win 2 titles.
You got the first pick. How was that decided? You get the first pick?
Well, I mean, I didn't have to. You can have the first pick. Who are you taking?
I'm taking Giannis.
There you go. I'll tell you who I'm taking second coming up.
All right, that's coming up next year. Make sure to check
out. And it's not Jokic.
95.7 The Game's merch store featuring new items like our I'm Just Here for the $9 beer shirts and hoodies. I mean, that
coming soon.
Coming soon. Get yours today at 957thegameshop.com.
Do I have to honk like a goose to be on this show?
Power Trip in India. The game.
Whitey in for Willard. Mark Willard back tomorrow, right, Dibs, for opening day by the Bay.
Oh, that's right. Opening day. Big day down there at Oracle Park. The traditional home opener, Giants and Royals.
Kansas City Royals, sure.
Yeah.
2014 World Series rematch.
Yeah, exactly. Rematch time.
Giants off to a 3-3 start, hitting a lot of home runs. What's not to like about this fun bunch?
It's exciting, yeah. I mean, if you're going to be 3-3, I would rather have you be god-awful, not doing a damn thing, and then exploding, because you kind of have to watch, because you never know what's going to come up with this offense. You know, they do have the ability to drive the ball out of the ballpark in bunches. That's exciting. And if the pitching can be as good as they are cut out to be, all of a sudden you may be onto something with this team.
We'll see. Long ways to go. A lot of pizza left in that box. Now, Pablo just called from San Jose a few moments ago and asked whether Steph can win 2 more titles before he's done. And Dibs started doing some research, started doing some digging, and we're just wondering who at this point, anybody in the league, who's most likely from this point to the end of their career is most likely to win 2 more championships. And you raise the question, has anyone done it at Steph's age ever?
Yeah, and the first name that I came across who has done it is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who won his last 2 titles at 40 and 41. Wow. And I know that he wasn't necessarily the key player in those teams.
87, 88 Lakers?
Correct, yeah. I mean, you had Magic and Worthy and Byron and Michael Cooper. And, they had a very, very good team. But
they did, had some pretty good players.
But Kareem was no, afterthought slouch off the bench.
He was still probably better half of the starting centers in the league at that point.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And so he's the first name that I saw in terms of a guy who was
he
able
won
to
6, right?
Yes. Yes, he did. And I'm looking at Michael Jordan. His last 2 were in 97. I'm sorry, is that 96 and 97? 97 and 98.
Yeah.
He was 34, and then I think he was turning 35. So Michael Jordan is another guy who was doing it right about at the point where Steph is. And we're responding to a caller earlier who said, how do we get Steph to 6?
Yeah, that was Pablo, yeah.
Yeah, and so Pablo, in terms of who's been able to do it, not that many guys. And, only a small handful of players have ever won more than the 4 that Steph has won. And among them, like Tim Duncan, he got his last one in 2014 when he was 38, and that he got 1 after 35.
The Spurs proved to me that in basketball, that when you have those players that are generational players that can win championships, those superstars that know how to win, you keep them maybe longer than you would someone else. You want to make sure you get every drop of potential out of them, in my opinion. And then maybe if you hang on to them a year too long, and it's like, well, then we gotta start over. Okay, but you don't. That was, I think, the flaw with the Last Dance Bulls. They thought, ownership and GM thought, we can replace these guys. Like Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan. The only reasons they're that good is because we put such a great team around them. We can replace these guys. And no, you can't. And the Spurs knew with Manu and Parker and Duncan, is like they rode that as long as they could. And that's what I think the Warriors have to do.
Yeah, in terms of if they can make this thing stretch out and go that long. And that's where I think we lose sight of what the Spurs did. Tim Duncan won his first in 99 and his last in 2014. 15-year gap.
So 5 over that period, right?
5, yeah. And Manu and Tony had the 4. They missed out on the first one in 1999. Tim was a young player there with David Robinson in the Twin Towers. Stevie Kerr, by the way, got a piece of that dynasty.
Yeah.
But if you put that in terms of this Warrior team, then Steph, Draymond, and Clay would win their last one in 2030. That would be 15 years after the first, which would be 7 years from now. Steph would be 42. Clay and Draymond would both be 40. So that, highly unlikely, but it just puts into...
40 is the new 38.
Well, it is, and Steph's 35, and he's not playing like what the old 35-year-olds would look like. And
True, but he just doesn't play as many games as he used to. Understandably, of course.
But he also plays in a way like Michael Jordan at 35. When he was winning his 6th NBA championship, he doesn't play with the same amount of
wasn't Air Jordan
odometer.
Anymore. Yeah.
He wasn't Air Jordan anymore.
Right.
He still was a dominant player, But the way Steph plays and as fit as Steph is, you could say Steph could still be this kind of player for 5 more years. But in order to have that 15-year gap, he would need to do it 7 more years and still win 1 more chip.
Speaking of Air Jordan, anybody going to see that movie? Anybody excited about Air Jordan?
I'm kind of excited about it. I don't know if I'm going to get out there with a 7-month-old baby. I don't know if she's interested in going to that, but I'd like to go see it.
You never know. Take her out. Take her out there. My dad took me once. I was probably like 4. I can barely remember this. I think I was 4 and he wanted to go see a James Bond movie. And so he took me and I just remember he was like, be quiet, be quiet. Well, I was like 4 years old, but I think he really wanted to go see the movie. So, that's getting some pretty good reviews.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah.
In terms of.
I just got blank looks from the, 2 guys in there.
I'll go see it.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Plus, story of Phil Knight going after Michael Jordan. I mean, as an Oregon graduate, I feel like I have to see
There
that.
you go.
Yeah.
From talk of goose earlier to now a duck.
Yeah, there you go.
Keep it waterfowl today.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you get a chance to see that. I know what you mean, though. There was a period there where we had our children and, people would talk about movies and it seemed like there's like an 11-year gap. There's like,
right.
No, I didn't see any movies during that period.
Well, now at least you can, wait 2 months and then they're available at home, pay-per-view, or you can, Netflix them or, have the ability to maybe run down to Blockbuster and rent a video.
I think I still have my card.
Do you?
I think I still have my Hollywood video card.
Oh, it's so many of those video stores. Just the amount of nervousness over having a videotape past the deadline. It's, oh, God, I got to pay these fees.
Yeah.
And,
Be kind.
Rewind. Yeah, so good.
All right, so if you were drafting players right now in the NBA most likely to win 2 more titles by the end of their careers, and you have the first pick. Yeah.
I'm taking Giannis.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that he's the kind of transcendent player that even if you surround him with mediocre talent, he still is a threat to win at any time. Still young enough. He's got that championship pedigree. I would take Giannis number 1 in terms of athletes right now in the NBA who could win 2 more titles.
I would want to take a really young guy, a really good player in a young team. Well, I would want to take Jokic just to irritate you.
You could take Jokic.
But I don't know. I mean, if they win 1, I think that'd be tremendous. I'm thinking, actually, my wife loves Kuminga. I like Josh Giddey. So I think I'd just go Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, wow. You think he can win 2?
He's going to play for a long time, and he's going to be on some good teams for a while here still.
Well, he might be on some good teams. We don't know that. He's got 2 more years with the Warriors, and then he'll be, I think, a restricted free agent at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to, they might be in a spot where they can't afford him. If you think about 2 years from now, if Draymond opts out and you decide to rework Clay, and so he's still here, maybe he's making $20-25 million a year. Jordan Poole's going to be making 25 to 30 at that point. Steph's making 50.
Oh, they'll be
You
fine.
still got Wiggins.
Yeah,
you can't afford Kuminga.
Well, I mean, you can
He's
re-sign
off to
your
the
own guys and all
Orlando
that,
Magic.
Well, then they're going to be good too by then.
What about Zion? Would he be a guy you'd think about in terms of, or will he not be able to be healthy enough to be on the
Yeah,
floor?
that's why I wouldn't take him. And they're fun to watch too. He's maybe going to be with them in the postseason, but it's just physically, I just don't know that he can hold up. He's always injured.
Jason Tatum, go high on your draft board.
Would
Still
he be
very
your pick?
young.
Would you go Tatum after I went Kuminga?
I would go if you get 2 picks, then yeah, I would definitely go Tatum.
Well, why wouldn't I get 2 picks?
I guess I go first. You get the second 2, and then I get 2.
Yeah.
So
I went Kuminga and Josh Giddey.
Oh boy, geez, that's awkward.
I have a health update on Zion Williamson. Would you like it?
Yes.
It actually just came out maybe half an hour
How
ago.
about a health update on you, Lucas? You just had knee surgery.
Day by day.
Okay.
Day to day. Yeah.
Right.
Really just out probably 6-7 more months. But,
Okay.
day to day at this point. New Orleans Pelicans Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations David Griffin announced the following update on Zion Williamson. Quote, after further evaluation, it has been determined that Zion Williamson will continue his rehab and conditioning regimen. We will continue to monitor his progression, and updates will be provided as warranted.
It's a great update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe a little more information than we needed.
There was no information in there. So basically, the guy's still hurt, and he's working on not being hurt anymore.
Uh-huh.
And when he's not hurt, we'll get back to you.
Yeah. Well, let me see how you would do that. You have the same information. Here's Dibs with an update on Zion Williamson.
He's hurt.
Thank you.
When's he coming back?
I don't know. He doesn't know. I mean,
continuing his rehab.
We'll get back to you.
Is he in basketball shape?
Hello?
Has he ever been in basketball shape?
Poor guy.
He's in shape.
Yeah, here we go. It's a good time to say thanks for listening. Div's been a lot of fun. I hope we could do it again soon. Have fun tomorrow on opening day.
Yeah, I've gotten over you screwing me in Jockberry. Have a good weekend.
What's coming up on the game? Best of the game, a full hour of 95.7, the game's best content, including Steve Kerr from yesterday.
Yeah, we had him on.
Yeah, on your show. That'll be hosted by Mark Randy. Thanks for listening. 95.7 the game.
At Pennzoil, we have one job, pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil, long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Bravo, U.S. Bank, bravo!
For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through April 23rd, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Insperity. Their scalable HR solutions help me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving my employees competitive benefit options. When my people are able to thrive, my business can adapt and prosper. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet woods and irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster clubhead speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet irons are made with hot face technology so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
When you grill with Kingsford charcoal and add Kingsford garlic, onion, and paprika flavor boosters, your special occasion becomes unforgettable. Wow. Made with 100% real spices, Kingsford garlic, onion, and paprika flavor boosters can be added to any pre-lit charcoal to add a whole new, rich, full-bodied flavor and aroma to your spring grilling. So good. Look for Kingsford charcoal and Kingsford garlic, onion, and paprika flavor boosters for a mouth-watering flavor experience. Kingsford.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
What if you could do business without busy work? With Ramp, you can. Ramp is the future of finance with smart automation, corporate cards, and spend management. Just imagine, no more expense reports or shuffling wrinkled receipts. No more slogging through invoices or getting surprised by unexpected charges. Just your business's big idea.